Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 245, I have tolerated you for a long time. That night, and told Wade everything Grindelwald had said to her, word for word. She also asked whether she should report it truthfully to Dumbledore. But Wade told her to stay quiet for now and wait until he told her to approach Dumbledore. After Anne went back to her dorm to rest, Tom grew increasingly uneasy. "Wade, don't tell me you already knew Grindelwald would go looking for Anne?" Tom asked suspiciously. No, I didn't know." Wade shook his head. No, something's off." Tom frowned. "You handing the club over to Anne today was already suspicious." "What are you talking about, Tom? Wasn't it you who gave it to her?" Wade looked at him doubtfully, wondering if Tom had studied himself stupid with all that magic. "It's definitely not that simple. Don't tell me the situation now isn't exactly what you wanted," Tom said heatedly. "Grindelwald thinks you've handed the club over to him. He even told Anne proudly that working for you is the same as working for him. Honestly, it's impressive. Without even trying, you've outplayed him again. Now Grindelwald probably thinks you're on his side, doesn't he? Isn't that what you wanted?" Wade gave him a helpless look. "Just how dark do you think I am? It's pure coincidence. How could I possibly have known you'd decide to throw in the towel today? Or that Anne would volunteer herself? And really, if I wanted to give the club to him, would I go through all that trouble?" "Don't say anything, Wade, I get it." Tom nodded firmly. "After watching how you operate for so long, I've already learned one thing." "What thing?" "That you shouldn't look at the process, only the result," Tom said smugly. "If you look at the process, you'll never figure it out. But if the result turns out in your favor, then that means you definitely meddled in it somehow. Even if I can't tell when you did it, or what schemes you set up beforehand." Wade was so exasperated he almost laughed. "Tom, the way you're saying it almost sounds reasonable." "Of course it is. That's wisdom earned from being tricked by you so many times, and from watching you trick everyone else too." Tom sighed dramatically. "Tom, have you forgotten that I really am a good person? How could I possibly join the forces of evil?" "Ah yes, of course. I agree completely. How could you ever join the evil side? You're the one who decides who counts as evil in the first place." Tom nodded solemnly. "No, I mean it, I am a good person. I'm guiding Grindelwald toward the right path." "Ah yes, you're a good person," Tom said, giving him an "I totally understand" look. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your plan. You've said it yourself before, if you want others to work for you, you have to give them a little something first. Guiding Grindelwald toward goodness is just your honeyed bait, right? After that, well, we both know how it goes." "I do not know," Wade shouted, standing up in anger. "Sorry, I talked too much. I shouldn't have said that. Next time I'll use a whispering charm," Tom said carefully. Wade let out a long sigh, patted Tom on the shoulder, and slowly stood up to leave. Maybe he really had been too hard on Tom, so much that the kid had gone stupid. Now, the moment anything seemed off, Tom immediately assumed it was part of some grand scheme of his. "Honestly, yes, I do plan to become a Dark Lord someday, but am I that obvious about it?" Perhaps because Anne had completed her mission early and fully taken control of the Smash Mutual Aid Club, Grindelwald made no further moves over the next week or so. He stayed shut in the office Hogwarts had assigned him, not taking a single step outside. Until one day, during the second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class. When Dumbledore walked into the classroom and saw Grindelwald chatting cheerfully with the young wizards, his face darkened instantly. "What are you doing here?" Dumbledore asked coldly. "I'm here to sit in on the class," Grindelwald said with a pleasant smile. "Sit in on the class?" Dumbledore thought he must have misheard. "You're here to sit in on my class." "In fact, I plan to attend every professor's class," Grindelwald said with a smile. "Over the past week, I've drawn up a very detailed research plan. It begins today, and the first step is to observe your lessons. Only by doing so can I accurately identify what shortcomings exist in Hogwarts education." Dumbledore frowned at him, as though trying to read the schemes hidden behind his calm expression. But judging from his words alone, they did sound reasonable, and this did indeed fall within the duties of a senior investigator from the ministry. So Dumbledore had no valid reason to refuse him. "If that's the case, then sit in the back and don't disrupt the class," Dumbledore said, pointing to the rear of the room. Following Dumbledore's gesture, Grindelwald saw a small wooden stool tucked into the corner. "Ahem. How I observe the class is my responsibility as an investigator, Grindelwald said smoothly. As for you, Professor Dumbledore, your responsibility is to teach your lesson well. With that, he grabbed a nearby chair and placed it directly on the platform beside the podium. Dumbledore watched as Grindelwald calmly sat himself down on the stage and could practically feel his blood pressure rising. But there was nothing he could do, unless he wanted to quit and become Minister of Magic right now. Down below, the students exchanged bewildered looks. All right, pay no attention to irrelevant individuals, Dumbledore said evenly. Everyone, return to your seats. We'll begin today's lesson. The students hurried to sit down. By second year, Slytherin's Defense Against the Dark Arts class was now shared with Ravenclaw students. Wade guessed it was probably because the school wanted them to make more new friends. In our last class, we discussed the Hinkapunk. Judging from your essays, everyone now has a sufficient understanding of this dark creature. So, we'll conclude that topic for now and move on to something new. Please open your textbooks to page 15. Today's lesson will focus on how to deal with a kappa. Wade looked at the illustration in his textbook. The so-called kappa was clearly the Japanese river imp from folklore. But just as Dumbledore mentioned that today's focus would be on fighting the kappa, Grindelwald let out a quiet, derisive laugh. Dumbledore glanced at him but said nothing, continuing the lesson as planned. Meanwhile, Grindelwald took out a notebook and a quill and began scribbling in it. The scratching sound of his writing made Dumbledore feel inexplicably irritated. The kappa is a Japanese dark magical creature that resides in water, Dumbledore continued. Due to certain smugglers, it has occasionally been sighted in other regions as well. They usually dwell in shallow ponds and rivers. They look quite similar to monkeys, except their bodies are covered in fish scales instead of hair, and on top of their heads is a bowl-shaped hollow filled with water. So when you encounter one, you should be able to recognize it easily. Though they may appear frail, they are extremely dangerous. They are classified as XXXX creatures and survive mainly by drinking human blood. That alone should tell you how dangerous they are. After all, if they were truly as weak as they appear, how could they possibly manage to drink human blood? However, there's no need to be overly alarmed. Dealing with them is relatively simple. Even in the Muggle world, there are legends about how to handle these creatures. For Muggles, these are mere folktales, but their methods, surprisingly, do work. For instance, if you throw it a cucumber inscribed with your own name, it will most likely spare you from harm. The classroom erupted in light laughter. Of course, as wizards, we have our own methods, and since this is Defense Against the Dark Arts, I'll now explain in detail how to defeat such creatures. In truth, the kappa moves extremely fast. Even for a wizard, being caught off guard can make it quite difficult to handle. The safest approach is to lure it into bowing. Puffed. Grindelwald let out another quiet chuckle. Dumbledore's voice faltered for a moment before he continued, when it bows, the water in the hollow of its head will spill out. Once the kappa loses that water, it becomes powerless. Puffed. I've tolerated you long enough, Grindelwald. What exactly are you laughing at? Is my lesson really that funny? Dumbledore finally snapped. Oh, my apologies, no offense meant, I just, sorry, couldn't hold it in again. Ahem. I simply, when I imagine you bowing to a kappa, I can't help but laugh, Grindelwald said, barely suppressing his amusement. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, you don't want me to comfort you, do you? The class hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Grindelwald's words and picturing the scene, several students had to fight the urge to laugh as well. Still, upon seeing Dumbledore's displeased expression, they all forced themselves to keep quiet. Even Wade quietly stared at the illustration of the kappa in his book, feeling like there was no way to take this seriously anymore. To make a kappa bow, I don't necessarily have to bow first, Dumbledore said firmly. In my opinion, to deal with a kappa, there's really no need to make things so complicated, Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald stood up. Although this method is written in the textbook, your class is quite disappointing. Reading straight from the book, that's not your usual standard, is it, Professor Dumbledore? My lesson has only just begun, and it's my habit to start by explaining the textbook's method, Dumbledore replied coldly. But if you keep interrupting like this, your so-called investigation will lose any semblance of fairness, won't it? Shouldn't you at least finish listening to the entire class before judging me? As Dumbledore's words fell, the entire classroom became silent enough to hear a pin drop. Except for Wade, everyone else sat tensely, watching the two men stare each other down. Everyone worried they might suddenly start fighting, and drag the rest of the class into it. At this distance, a stare like that could only mean two things: they were either about to fight or... No, it was definitely going to be a fight. Tom quietly shifted his feet, already prepared to bolt at any moment. After being under Wade's oppressive influence for so long, Tom had developed an instinctive sense for danger. Wade patted his shoulder and shook his head. Then Tom heard Wade's voice through a whispering charm, relax. They're not going to fight. If they really wanted to, they'd have done it 800 years ago. Really? But the atmosphere's wrong. I can feel killing intent. Tom replied wide-eyed. That's normal. Killing intent doesn't always mean a fight's coming. Dumbledore's just warning him. Honestly, I've felt plenty of killing intent before. After all, you used to want to kill me 7 or 8 times a day, didn't you? And we never fought. Humph. That's only because I wasn't strong enough to beat you. Otherwise. So you see, Grindelwald also knows he can't beat Dumbledore. How could he possibly make a move? Tom, when something happens, your first reaction should be to calm down and think rationally, not immediately run away. I think running first and analyzing later isn't so bad. If I'm dead, what's there left to analyze? Tom said dismissively. Tisk, TSK. Tom, you really don't have the heart of a strong man. Only if I stay alive do I have the chance to become strong. Not everyone's born like you, starting from such a high point, Tom said with a hint of bitterness. Ah. Wade rubbed his chin. You're right, Tom. That was arrogant of me. You have to take things one step at a time. In that case, do as you see fit for now. Though, that mindset of yours won't last long. Ah. Why not? I think I'll always stick to it, Tom asked, puzzled. When you grow up, you won't think like that anymore, because by then, you'll already be strong. Once you're powerful, you won't always think about running away. Wade spoke with certainty. In this world, purely in terms of talent, the young Voldemort's potential might even surpass Dumbledore's at the same age. Someone like that, even without delving into dark arts or dangerous magical transformations, would never be weak. All the more so now, since this version of Tom, like Dumbledore, had experienced the magic of love. I really don't understand why you always believe I'll become strong, Tom couldn't help asking. Tom, honestly, among people our age, who can you not beat besides me? You've even fought upperclassmen before, Wade said with a smile. Ah, when you put it that way, I really am pretty strong. If even that's not enough to make you see your own talent, then I might as well find a wall and bash my head into it. No wonder. So don't underestimate yourself. When I tell you not to fear Grindelwald, it's not just meaningless comfort. No matter how powerful those old relics are, they're still remnants of a bygone era. But we, the future world belongs to us, Tom. Tom's eyes lit up as he listened to Wade's words. You're right. I can do it too. I'm only weak because I'm still young. Fired up by Wade's inspiring words, Tom moved a little too abruptly, and his chair scraped loudly against the floor, producing an ear-piercing sound. Instantly, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald on the platform turned to look at him. Under their gaze, the boiling blood in Tom's veins immediately turned cold. Sorry. I just wanted to use the bathroom. Tom said nervously. Cowardly or not, it didn't matter, it was fine. Wade had said it himself, for now, he should act according to his own instincts. After all, no matter how talented he was still just a 12-year-old second-year wizard, without Wade's kind of strength. And those old relics like Grindelwald were still terrifyingly strong. As Tom kept trying to calm himself down, the two men on the platform finally seemed to realize that this wasn't the right place to start a serious confrontation. So, using Tom's noisy distraction as an excuse, both took a step back. All right, I admit you're right. I'll patiently listen to your class, then, said Grindelwald, turning back to sit down. Then I hope that afterward you'll provide some genuine, constructive feedback, said Dumbledore, turning away from him and addressing the students again. My apologies, let's continue with today's lesson. Tom. If you still need the toilet, go now. I'll hold off on the most exciting part of the lecture until you're back, so please, be quick. Tom gave a strained smile. Sorry, I don't feel like going anymore. At that, Dumbledore glanced briefly at the floor, then nodded in relief. Good, then let's continue. Tom stared at Wade in confusion and whispered through a whispering charm, why did he look at the floor? Wade shrugged. Isn't it obvious? He was checking to see if you'd already gone there. Tom's eyes went wide. I'm not some baby who can't control himself. Exactly. That's why Dumbledore is relieved you're not. Otherwise, knowing your personality, if something that embarrassing really happened, he'd have to comfort you afterward. Stop talking, the more I think about it, the worse it sounds. Why did I even say I had to go in the first place? We're still young. Feeling afraid in front of those two isn't shameful. You can make up for it later. But Wait, you don't want me to comfort you, do you? Well, even if it's a bit awkward, I suppose I could, after all, you're my friend. You bloody. Dumbledore's lesson was, indeed, of excellent quality. After thoroughly explaining the content from the textbook, he closed it and began sharing several other countermeasures, each accompanied by a real-life example. That immediately made the entire lesson feel lively instead of dry and dull. By the end of class, even the students who usually dislike studying had paid close attention throughout. All right, that's it for today's lesson. I want you all to write an essay on how to deal with a kappa. Turn it in before next week's class. No restriction on parchment length. Of course, I look forward to seeing some original ideas. If your ideas are interesting enough, I'll award extra points to your house. Class dismissed. The students quickly packed up their things and hurried out of the classroom. Even though Dumbledore's class was fascinating, having Grindelwald present the entire time made everyone feel extremely uneasy. I must admit, my earlier assessment of your lesson was rather unfair. I owe you an apology, said Grindelwald, giving a slight bow. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 247, Chapter 247, the time has come. That's not necessary, Dumbledore replied calmly. I only hope that when you sit in on other professors' classes, you refrain from disrupting them. Whatever opinions you have can wait until after class. Of course, Grindelwald replied. Then, since you've finished observing my lesson, if you have any suggestions, you can share them now, Dumbledore said. Without a doubt, your lesson had almost no flaws, however. Grindelwald mused. However what? How much funding does Hogwarts receive for education each year? Why are you asking that? I just think that for a class like Defense Against the Dark Arts, no matter how engaging the lecture, it still lacks something, Grindelwald said with a smile. You mean, a lack of practical experience? Dumbledore asked. Yes, it certainly lacks practice, Grindelwald said, closing his notebook. Our curriculum includes practical lessons as well, it's just that. Just that they're not part of every class, right? I'm guessing you only do hands-on practice when teaching students how to deal with something like a boggart, isn't that so? That's true. Boggarts are relatively easy to obtain. After all, I can't exactly bring every dark creature from the textbook into the classroom. Why not? Grindelwald smiled. Students only truly learn when they're facing the real thing. You and I both know that. Illustrations and text alone can never leave a deep impression. That's not acceptable, it's far too dangerous. Dumbledore frowned. With you as their professor, what dark creature could possibly harm a student under your supervision? Grindelwald replied pleasantly. We couldn't possibly gather that many dark creatures. Collecting them as teaching material isn't difficult. What's difficult is their maintenance afterward, and that takes money. That's why I asked how much funding you receive. We don't have the manpower. Dumbledore was still trying to find a reason to refuse. The ministry has already expanded its staff. Hiring a few specialists to manage these creatures shouldn't be an issue. Grindelwald's face remained smiling, but his tone was firm. So this is your idea of reform, Grindelwald? Dumbledore said unhappily. Yes. I believe students should learn real skills, Grindelwald replied calmly. Armando, I think he's actually gone mad. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke with a frown. He had just finished explaining everything that had happened that day to Headmaster Dippet. And where does he plan to keep those creatures? Dippet asked. He said there are plenty of places in the Forbidden Forest. Wait, Armando, you're not actually considering agreeing to this, are you? Dumbledore couldn't help asking. He had assumed Dippet would join him in finding a way to stop Grindelwald, but to his surprise, the headmaster hadn't even considered it that way. His proposal isn't entirely unreasonable, Dippet said leisurely. Dumbledore said nothing, just kept staring at him. What is it? You think I've gone senile and you're eager to take my seat? That's wonderful. I've wanted to retire for ages. Dippet said cheerfully. Oh, please. You're still a few years shy of 200, you're in your prime, Dumbledore replied irritably, waving a hand. Dippet looked at him in mock shock. Ah, so cold and heartless. All right, no more jokes. Objectively speaking, Grindelwald's idea isn't entirely without merit. That's far too dangerous. Dumbledore said. Albus, we must remain objective. No matter his past misdeeds, we can't reject every decision he makes solely because of what he's done before, Headmaster Dippet said, frowning. Besides, even assuming the worst intentions, I don't see how he could manipulate this situation for his own gain. Strictly speaking, he's already made his move, just not completed it yet. We might as well wait and see how things develop. At the very least, we haven't yet needed to use our final measures, that's good news, isn't it? For now, that's all we can do. Or, you could give in, take that ministry position with the welfare office, and then. Armando. All right, all right. Seems you're still more interested in my position than that one. Armando, you're still in your prime. Ha! Don't try to flatter an old man. Did you talk to Wade yet? Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. You haven't spoken to him. What? I thought you did. You can't expect me to handle that, I'm just an old man. You're far more suited for it. That boy's always respected you greatly. Sigh, that's exactly why I don't know how to bring it up. Dumbledore said bitterly. From that day on, aside from Dumbledore's classes, Grindelwald began appearing in other professors' lessons as well. Sometimes he appeared in the lower year classes, sometimes in the upper year ones. He even showed up in the career counseling sessions for the graduating students, introducing next June's ministry recruitment opportunities to those about to finish school. Every time he attended a lesson, he would take careful notes, then ask the professor questions or offer his own suggestions. He was also often seen in the corridors, the Great Hall, and even on the Quidditch pitch, chatting with students to learn more about their lives. To anyone watching, he looked every bit the devoted head of the Department of Education, not a scheming man with hidden ambitions. As time went on, the students' initial wariness toward Grindelwald began to fade. Some even started to develop a fondness for the amiable, soft-spoken official. By mid-October, the weather had already grown chilly. That day, Wade walked around the club's activity room. After overhearing a few students praising Grindelwald, he turned on his heel and headed straight for the door. Tom asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "The time has come, Tom," Wade said with delight. "What time?" Tom frowned. "Does this have something to do with what they were just saying?" "Of course, when they start saying things like that." A faint, unreadable smile appeared on Wade's face. "Tom, I need to go see Professor Dumbledore. Want to come along?" I haven't even started learning occlumency yet." "That's fine. You don't know what I'm thinking anyway, and Dumbledore isn't the type to go rummaging through someone's mind," Wade said, waving his hand dismissively. Tom stared at him in surprise. Was this the first time he hadn't been rejected by this guy? "Just follow my lead later. Whatever expression I make, you make the same one." You're pretty good at imitating me, aren't you?" "Fine," Tom muttered, his curiosity now thoroughly piqued. Dumbledore stood in front of the warm fireplace, letting out a long sigh. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. Over the past days, he had clearly noticed the changes among the students. And yet, Grindelwald hadn't done anything openly inappropriate. Even Headmaster Dippet had no idea how to stop him. Dumbledore was certain that in time, once the students' caution and fear toward Grindelwald completely disappeared, that would be when he'd start instilling his ideology into them. So, even if Grindelwald hadn't revealed his true intentions yet, they couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to talk to Wade Reynolds today. Dumbledore turned toward the door, and just as he opened it, he was startled to find Wade and Tom standing right outside, both of them looking anxious. "Wade, Tom, what's wrong? Did something happen?" For a split second, Dumbledore thought Grindelwald might have finally lost control and attacked the students. But he quickly dismissed that absurd thought. Although, if Grindelwald had done that, it would have actually made things easier to deal with. "Professor, how can you all have no reaction at all?" Wade said urgently. Tom had no idea what Wade was talking about, but that didn't stop him from nodding along with the same anxious expression. "What?" Dumbledore asked, puzzled. "Professor, I went to the club today, do you know what I heard?" Wade asked. "Calm down, Wade, Tom. Let's go inside first. You can explain everything slowly," Dumbledore said, stepping aside to let them into his office before closing the door behind them. "Please, sit down. Don't rush, just tell me everything." Dumbledore calmly pulled out 2 chairs for them, then poured each a drink. "I heard everyone praising Grindelwald," Wade said after taking a sip of the drink Dumbledore had handed him. "A month ago, that would have been impossible. That man, everything he's been doing lately is just to gain everyone's trust. Before long, he'll start pushing his ideology on them. Why hasn't the school reacted at all?" Tom kept his head down, quietly drinking, not daring to meet Dumbledore's eyes. But when he heard Wade's words, he couldn't help feeling startled. From Tom's perspective, wasn't Grindelwald's activity something Wade had tacitly allowed? Why was he suddenly going to Dumbledore about it now? For a moment, Tom felt completely confused. Dumbledore looked at Wade with approval. "Very keen insight, Wade. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 248, Dumbledore's approval for brainwashing. Kakik. Very keen insight, Wade." He sighed softly. He had been planning to bring this matter up with Wade himself, but hadn't expected Wade to come straight to him instead. "So, you all already know what Grindelwald's doing?" Wade asked in surprise. "We do know that his visit to Hogwarts has ulterior motives," Dumbledore admitted. That's why we decided to observe him for a while first. But I must confess, after a month of observation, all we've managed to confirm is this rather obvious scheme of his. Then, what does the school plan to do? Wade asked. In fact, I was just about to speak with you about that today. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. Is what you need me to do difficult? It's not exactly difficult, but it might be a bit dangerous. Dumbledore's expression was filled with deep regret. We really shouldn't be placing such a burden on you, a child. This should have been something for us to handle. But I understand. You want to use my mutual aid society, Wade said sharply, immediately grasping Dumbledore's intent. You're very perceptive, Wade. Dumbledore grew even more conflicted. Wade Reynolds might very well be the most brilliant student he had ever met. And yet, what he was about to ask would mean pushing such a gifted boy straight into a dangerous storm. If anything were to happen to him. For a moment, Dumbledore felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he really should just take that minister position after all. He absolutely couldn't allow this child to be put in danger. Professor, what do you want me to do? Wade asked, his gaze steady and unwavering. No. I can't do this. Dumbledore shook his head, visibly torn. Before speaking with Wade face to face, even with all his doubts, Dumbledore had already made up his mind. But now, sitting across from this boy, he regretted it immediately. If anything happened to Wade, the pain would strike him no less than the loss of Ariana. Because if Wade got hurt, it would also be because of him. Professor. Grindelwald wants to indoctrinate us students with his ideology, so, you want me to help resist that, don't you? You, how did you guess that? Dumbledore stared at Wade in shock. At the moment, the only thing I have that can make a real difference is my mutual aid society. Everyone respects me, honestly speaking, even our supervising professor, Professor Slughorn, doesn't have as much influence among the members as I do. So having me lead everyone in resisting his ideological brainwashing is the best method. Wade, you're the smartest child I've ever met, but I just thought it through, and I can't let you do it. It's too dangerous. We've been too selfish. Minerva was right, placing such a burden on a child is a disgrace to all of us. After fully realizing Wade's brilliance, Dumbledore completely regretted his plan. Compared to the pain of potentially losing another like Ariana, Dumbledore would rather go and become Minister for Magic. Professor, this is the best way, Wade said slowly. We don't have to do this. I said it was a mistake. Dumbledore said urgently. Professor, now that I already know about this plan, whether you agree or not, I'll still go through with it. If Grindelwald wants to brainwash the members of my club, he'll have to get through me first. As long as I instill the right ideas in them, he won't be able to brainwash anyone. Wade's gaze was as firm as if he were pledging allegiance. Dumbledore looked at Wade with deep emotion. What a noble child. Even knowing that doing this would directly anger Grindelwald and put his life in danger, he still chose to stand firm without hesitation. But while Dumbledore was moved, Tom had already completely understood Wade's real intention. Indoctrination. Wade's goal wasn't to stop Grindelwald's brainwashing at all. He was looking for a perfect excuse to openly instill his own ideology into the members, Wade's own ideology. And while he was shaping his loyal followers under the guise of resistance, Dumbledore wouldn't oppose him, in fact, he would even support him. As for Grindelwald, thinking Wade was on his side, he would naturally believe that Wade's ideological efforts were in service of his cause. This way, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald had once again become pieces on Wade's chessboard, unknowingly working for his benefit. Fuck. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And you still call yourself a good person? Don't you have a conscience? After leaving Dumbledore's office, the righteous look on Wade's face gradually faded. He stood in the corridor, lost in thought for a while, then turned and spoke to Tom with a whispering charm, "Do you understand now?" "I understand," Tom nodded. Based on what Wade had done before, combined with everything he'd just said to Dumbledore, Tom had completely figured out what Wade was planning. Understand what? Unifying thought, Tom paused. Our thought. Very good. Wade smiled, then turned and started walking away. Tom quickly followed after him. Where are we going now? Had to find Grindelwald. Tom couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Wade was practically playing with fire. He had just finished fooling one side, and now he was going to fool the other. Wasn't this just lying to both of them? Are you confident? Tom hurried after him and asked. Confident. But even if it fails, it's not the end of the world. At Hogwarts, as long as Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet don't object, it won't affect the bigger picture, Wade said calmly. It'll be dangerous, won't it? Tom felt exhausted just thinking about it. Why not quietly study and let Dumbledore deal with Grindelwald? If he wants to expand his influence, he can wait until after graduation, when he's stronger and better prepared. Does he really have to start now? Grindelwald is a killer who doesn't blink. This is like dancing on the tip of a knife. While Tom worried about his life, Wade dropped another bomb. But Grindelwald is very suspicious of me right now, so this time you'll smooth things over for me. It's obvious he admires you. Who? Me. Me deal with Grindelwald. I'll die, won't I? Tom exploded. In reality, Tom felt like crying. He only wanted to study. How could going to school possibly risk his life? You won't. He really admires you, Wade said confidently. Admire, but if he uses legilimency on me, won't that mean failure? If I fail, I'll be dead. Grindelwald isn't Dumbledore, he actually knows how to use legilimency. Even speaking under a whispering charm, Tom's voice trembled. Wade rubbed his chin. I admit there's an element of gambling here. If you fail, there could be life-threatening danger. But the odds are in our favor, so don't worry too much. You just need to tell Grindelwald exactly what you saw, down to every last detail, and he'll form his own judgment. That's easy for you to say when you're not the one risking your life. Tom snapped. A flash of disappointment crossed Wade's face. Tom, if you could stay calm instead of being constantly terrified of Grindelwald, you'd see I was only joking with you earlier. That joke wasn't funny. How could I possibly deal with Grindelwald? Tom breathed out, relieved that, for now, he didn't have to face Grindelwald. No, that wasn't the joke I meant, Wade said calmly. Tom's eyes widened. Not that one. Which one then? Now he was really about to cry. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, The Purity of Power. The part about, if you fail, your life is at risk. In fact, nothing bad will happen to you, Wade replied. So I still have to go smooth things over with Grindelwald. I swear I'm dead, there's no way I'd be fine. Tom, calm down and use your head. Unless Grindelwald is willing to give up everything he's gained so far and start a war with Dumbledore and the entire wizarding world right now, he won't harm you. Think about it, would he really sacrifice so much just to kill one second-year student? He'd have to be out of his mind to murder a 12-year-old at Hogwarts. Tom quieted for a moment, thought it over, and found that Wade's reasoning did make sense. Grindelwald indeed had no reason to take such a risk at Hogwarts. But Tom still couldn't figure something out. He frowned and asked, Grindelwald is wary of you, so you not showing up makes sense, but isn't there someone more suitable than me? Wouldn't it be better? She's one of Grindelwald's people to begin with, having her deliver your message would make perfect sense. And is indeed more suitable than you, Wade said, but I still want you to go. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you with me to see Dumbledore just now. I've already told you, you need to face your fears. You can't spend your whole life being afraid of that old man, can you? Seeing Tom still hesitating, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wade's eyes. Fine, if you don't want to, then let him go. When you get back, brief her on everything and focus on your own work. Tom stood there, his expression conflicted, it was clear he was torn inside. Wade didn't look at him again and walked past calmly. But after taking only a few steps, he stopped once more. Tom, I know you still don't fully trust me, and I understand that. But the way I've pressured or teased you, it's only been to push you to unlock your full potential, to make you stronger for my sake. Still, I admit I've been too impatient. You're young, and you haven't gone through what I have. Don't take it too much to heart. Your talent remains unmatched, keep working hard. After saying that, Wade walked away. Tom watched Wade's back, his expression complicated. Wade's last words struck him like a hammer to the temple. The first half, Tom already understood, Wade had told him before. Wade wanted to make use of his strength, to have him serve before surpassing him. But the latter half, and the look on Wade's face, pierced Tom's pride like a knife. Did this mean Wade had finally seen through his current level of ability and decided he'd been overestimated? That he was no longer worthy to stand beside him? It made sense, he'd known there was no real danger, yet still chose to back down out of fear. How could someone like Wade ever respect that? He thought back to when Wade was only 11, already daring to face Grindelwald head-on. Even when his strength was far beneath Grindelwald's, he still fought with everything he had. And compared to that, Tom's pride was once again deeply wounded. He suddenly had the feeling that if he went to N and passed this task to her, he would lose something vital. The strength of his own heart. A strange light flickered in Tom's eyes. Magic was a power of the mind. If his heart wasn't strong, then no matter how great his talent was, his future potential would be limited. He would never be able to catch up to Wade Reynolds. So he could not, must not, lose that will to be strong. Without fear, without hesitation, only then could his magic become unstoppable. He might not have Wade's background, nor had he lived through his experiences, but he would prove that he was no less than Wade. Tom took a deep breath and turned to leave. But the direction he went wasn't toward the club room, it was toward Grindelwald's office. Wade returned to the common room and walked straight to his dormitory. Since everything was now proceeding as he had planned, it was time to make preparations. As for Tom, Wade admitted to himself that he had been a bit too impatient. Perhaps he should have let Tom grow freely for another 2 years before stepping in. Fourth and fifth year Tom Riddle, that would be the sharpest, most capable version of him. Wade returned to his bed, pulled open his trunk from underneath, and took out a manuscript. It was the preliminary draft of the ideology he intended to promote. Of course, it was only a basic framework, the detailed content hadn't yet been refined. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Wade noticed a glint of silver shining from under his headboard. He narrowed his eyes, lifted the pillow, and found a familiar round sphere, and beneath it, a piece of parchment. The handwriting on the parchment was unmistakably familiar. Since I can't contact you directly for now, I've left this note instead. Don't worry about anyone else reading it, the information here is protected by nightmare magic. Back to the point, I've improved on the previous conversion device, the one you're looking at now. Even though the earlier converter balanced the negative emotional backlash by amplifying positive emotion, excessive positivity still caused minor side effects. Once the intake grows too large, quantity will inevitably turn into qualitative change, which means major problems could still occur. And now, this improved version can completely eliminate all emotional influence, leaving behind only the purest form of magical energy. However, the energy conversion remains equivalent. The process of neutralizing emotional residue greatly increases the loss of magic during conversion. For example, 10 units of residual material can only yield 1 unit of pure magic after conversion. At the same time, this converter can now hold far less purified residue, and its conversion speed is also significantly slower. So, I can offer you 2 choices. The first is to ignore the minor side effects and continue absorbing the same kind of residue as before, taking the gamble that the accumulated side effects will never truly harm you. The second choice is to absorb this now purified magical energy. But if you choose this option, you'll have to stop receiving residue from me for now. Only after I develop a high-capacity converter can you continue. Still, I'll send you small amounts from time to time. By the way, I've attached the blueprints for this improved converter to the letter, you might find it worthwhile to study them. Lastly, I hope you haven't forgotten to keep advancing your ancient magic. Your senior. As soon as Wade finished reading, the letter dissolved into a wisp of white smoke and vanished into the air. When the smoke cleared, a neatly folded blueprint appeared in his hand, densely covered with fine writing and intricate lines. Wade calmly put away the blueprint, then picked up the metal sphere. The sphere was forged from goblin metal. From the fine magic patterns engraved on its surface, it was clear this was genuine goblin craftsmanship. No doubt that goblin master craftsman was still somewhere out there, being squeezed for every last bit of value by his senior. Wade closed his eyes and used the spell his senior had taught him, the one specifically designed to absorb residual material. He cautiously drew a small amount from the converter. Immediately, he felt a warm current flow from the sphere in his hand, spreading through every part of his body. A comfortable warmth enveloped him completely. This magic was pure, remarkably pure. Before he knew it, Wade had absorbed all the energy within the converter, and there seemed to be no adverse effects at all. Compared to the old, residual material, which used to make him feel unnaturally elated for 2 or 3 days after absorption, this pure magic truly had no side effects. The only disappointment was how little there was. And at this conversion rate, if his senior couldn't improve it further, he might really have to wait until his beard turned white before she finally unsealed it. Still, considering how fast her research usually progressed, Wade felt it probably wouldn't take that long. At that moment, the converter, now emptied of its magic, suddenly opened on its own. Inside were 2 small slips of paper. Option 1, the previous type of residual material. Option 2, the current purified type. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 250, Blueprints of Power. Option 1, the previous type of residual material. Option 2, the current purified type. Without hesitation, Wade picked up the slip labeled Option 2. As soon as he did, both the converter and the 2 slips of paper dissolved into white smoke and disappeared. Right after, a new blueprint appeared in his hand. Puzzled, Wade unfolded it, and saw that it depicted a collar. He recognized it at a glance. It was the same type of collar goblins once used to control trolls, though this version seemed to be an improved model. Just as Wade was feeling pleased, a line of small handwriting appeared in the blank space on the blueprint. I've received your choice. Also, the collar you asked me to modify has been completed. All the details are on the blueprint. According to testing, it works quite well. At the very least, after that goblin craftsman put one on, he never slacked off on his work again. Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention. Regarding the blood-cursed orcs, there might be related records in Slytherin's study. Slytherin left a secret study somewhere within Hogwarts. I once entered it with a few friends. I have to say, Slytherin set up plenty of irritating little challenges along the way, but I believe with your ability, you'll be able to overcome them. Remember this, if you decide to explore, you must go with at least one other person. The detailed route is attached to the blueprint, your senior. After Wade finished reading, the small text vanished once again. At this moment, Wade's mood improved significantly. First of all, with the improved collar, many magical creatures that were previously thought impossible to tame could now, at least in theory, be subdued. However, to actually create one, he would need a solid grasp of alchemy. It seemed necessary now to brush up intensively on that subject. And then, there was the matter of the blood-cursed orcs. Slytherin's study. Wade hadn't reached that point in the game before, so he didn't have much of an impression of it. However, he felt that this so-called Slytherin study shouldn't be the same as the Chamber of Secrets where the basilisk resided. Since it was an exploration of Slytherin's legacy, bringing Tom along might be quite helpful. While Wade was in high spirits, Grindelwald's mood was equally good. Because the student he admired most, Tom Riddle, had come to see him. Although he knew the chances of Tom actually pledging allegiance were low, the fact that he had taken the first step meant everything would be easier from here. If Tom came once, he would certainly come again. This exceptionally gifted, brave, and kind young wizard would, sooner or later, join his ranks. Welcome, Tom. Grindelwald warmly greeted him and ushered him into his temporary office. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? No. I can't stay long. I'll say what I came to say, then I have to leave. I can't let anyone know I came here, Tom said bluntly. Oh. I see. Then it must be very confidential news. Grindelwald's expression turned serious. Go ahead, tell me. Tom then calmly recounted everything Wade had done and said earlier in Dumbledore's office, word for word. Wade told me to relay everything to you. He said that once you've heard it, you'll understand what he means, Tom said steadily. Grindelwald stood up and began pacing back and forth. As he walked, he said with satisfaction, Wade truly is a genius. This way, we can act right under Dumbledore's nose, completely out in the open, without needing to hide a thing. Suddenly, Grindelwald stopped and looked at Tom. Wade asked you to tell me this. Is he hoping to get some kind of help from me? Yes, he wants you to propose introducing ideological guidance for students, with you serving as the supervising professor. If Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet refuse, he hopes you'll use your authority as head of the Department of Education to add a new course on moral and ideological education at Hogwarts, Tom repeated Wade's instructions word for word. A course on moral education, with me as the supervising professor. Grindelwald murmured, and the more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. If he were to propose personally teaching the students ideology, Dumbledore and Dippet would reject it without hesitation, any fool could predict that. However, if he were to suggest adding a moral education course now, Dumbledore and Dippet would almost certainly agree. Of course, the supervising professor would definitely not be him. As long as it wasn't him guiding the students' thoughts, in their eyes, anyone else would do. Even if the chosen person failed to capture the students' attention, it wouldn't matter, so long as they blocked his path. Add to that the show Wade put on in Dumbledore's office earlier. That candidate could very well end up being Wade himself. Of course, even if Wade is too young to be the supervising professor and Dumbledore appoints someone else to the post, that's not a big problem. The moral education course would have been proposed by Grindelwald, the supervising professor would merely occupy the post and keep Grindelwald from directly intervening. Professors are all busy, they won't take this so-called moral education course overly seriously. If Wade occasionally offers one or two meaningful suggestions, the supervising professor will very likely hand the guidance work over to Wade to manage. That isn't absurd, Professor Slughorn, for example, could very well do that. So Wade would have a fallback, get Slughorn named supervising professor, and Wade ends up running things anyway. If Wade runs it, what's the difference from me running it? After all, Wade has already handed his student mutual aid social hub over to me by giving all authority to Anne. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. If they won't let me tear off the roof, they'll surely consent to me opening a window. Little do they know, my goal is just to open a window. This is perfect. Tom didn't really understand what Grindelwald was saying, but understanding wasn't part of his task anyway, he was only here to deliver a message. And, incidentally, to test his own courage. Since I've said what I came to say, I'll be going now. Tom turned and walked toward the door. This time, Grindelwald didn't try to stop him for a chat as he had originally planned. He knew very well that this was a perfect opportunity to change the situation, and under no circumstances could anyone find out about his cooperation with Wade. Only after the door behind him closed automatically did Tom's racing heartbeat begin to calm. A wave of relief washed over him. He had finally conquered his inner fear. But Tom wasn't entirely sure if his performance had truly convinced Grindelwald. Grindelwald and Wade were the same kind of people, neither of them would be fooled that easily. Who knew whether that look of excitement Grindelwald showed earlier was real or just another act? Scheming people, their hearts were pitch black. Still, though Tom felt a bit uneasy, he couldn't help feeling proud of himself for conquering his inner fear. All the way back to the dormitory, he walked with his head held high. When he arrived, Wade was indeed there, looking to be in quite a good mood. He was sitting on his bed, whistling softly while reading a book. Wade. Tom stood proudly in front of him. Oh. Wade looked up at him, eyes brightening. You look full of spirit. I thought you'd be sulking for a while. Wait, don't tell me you didn't send in, and went yourself. Yes. Tom strode back to his own bed and sat down comfortably. With a clear conscience, his yes came out loud and firm. Wade, I called it. Good. Tom, that's really good. Wade said with satisfaction. You didn't disappoint me after all. I knew it, someone capable of being my rival could never be that timid. You're absolutely right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Without a brave and determined heart, my magic could never be unstoppable. Tom, right now, you look just like a brave Gryffindor. I feel like you're insulting me. Tom frowned. It's a compliment. Gryffindors are known for their courage, but bravery isn't exclusive to them, Wade said with a smile. Hearing that made Tom feel much better. Fine, I'll take it as a compliment, but I need to tell you what happened earlier. After glancing around to make sure no one else was nearby, Tom quickly switched to a whispering charm and recounted his conversation with Grindelwald. When he finished, he added, I don't know if that excitement he showed was real. Maybe he didn't believe a single word I said, maybe he just pretended to, for his own reasons, to make me think he did. He probably doesn't trust me much, Wade said calmly. Even if he's fooled for now, once he thinks it through, he'll grow suspicious again. Tom stared at him in disbelief. Then why? Whether he believes me or not, whether he follows through as we expect, doesn't actually matter at all. Even if he does believe, he'll soon realize we're not on the same side. Why? Tom asked. Because the ideas we're trying to instill are completely different from what he wants us to teach. He'll realize that the moment he sees it. Then why send me to him at all? Wasn't that pointless? Tom asked, stunned. Was it really pointless, Tom? Wade looked at him with a smile. Did you not gain anything from it? No way. From what I see, you've gained quite a lot from this trip. This, you mean you did all that just for me? Tom was momentarily speechless. It was merely a test, Tom. If you passed, you'd naturally emerge transformed. And if you didn't, that's fine too, you just need more time to grow. But I'm glad that in the end, you passed it. Haven't you noticed? You've become stronger than before. Tom stared blankly for a while before sighing. Maybe, when you graduate, you really should become a professor, Wade. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, I have no interest in dark magic. I don't want to be a professor. Wade Reynolds said calmly. Wade really didn't want to be a professor. If it had been the world before he transmigrated, being a professor and living a steady life would have been fine. But now, having fully seen extraordinary power, and with his own power being quite good, the idea of settling for a quiet life as a professor could no longer satisfy Wade. People can endure darkness because they have never seen the light. Tom shrugged. I don't want that either. If one day I really decide to be a professor, there would definitely be a targeted reason. You and I are similar in some ways. So I'm not at all surprised by your answer. Seems you've already gotten to know me pretty well, Tom. Wade smiled. Really? Tom lay back on the bed. What I know is only the parts you wanted me to know, Wade. That you can think of that proves you already understand me quite well, at least more than most, Wade said cheerfully. Tom's tone suddenly turned cold. You don't seem worried at all that I might know more about you. Have you forgotten I'm always ready to defeat you? Grindelwald also knew Dumbledore very well, but he still lost, because Dumbledore was stronger. The difference in power remains the decisive factor. So, I don't mind you studying me, Tom. With your current strength, you're still far from being able to pose any real threat to me, Wade said calmly. Ha! Wade, you really are an arrogant bastard. Tom said reluctantly. Thank you for the compliment, Tom. All right, enough talk. I suggest you get some sleep early, preferably right now, Wade said casually while flipping through his Gen Z spellbook. Now. It's only 8 o'clock. Tom frowned. He had only come to tell Wade that he had managed to overcome his inner demons. After that, he was planning to continue reading and studying. But Wade wanted him to go to bed now. There's an event tonight. We need to be fully energized. Wade said, pumping his fist. You're not planning to talk to me about some kind of ideological topic, are you? Deal with that yourself. I'm terrible at that sort of thing. Tom protested, shaking his head. Why don't you go talk to my so-called father? I think he'd love that kind of discussion. His room's got an entire wall stacked with books on ideology. Oh. That sounds rather interesting, but that'll have to wait. Tonight, I'm not here to discuss what kind of thoughts we should be instilling in people. You know me, don't you think I know you too? Discussing ideology isn't really your thing. Thanks, I feel insulted. No need to thank me. You, whatever. So what are you planning to do tonight? I advise you to take it easy, Slytherin still hasn't had its points restored. Tom snapped. I'm planning to go to the restricted section. Haven't been there in a long time. You should come. The restricted section. The look of anticipation vanished from Tom's face. You go on your own. I'm not really interested in dark arts right now. What? You're not interested in dark arts? Did I mishear? Isn't that your favorite thing? Wade was astonished. Voldemort, not interested in dark arts. What kind of fucked up sentence is this? Just for a while. I plan to slow down for a few years. Right now, learning dark arts would take too much energy. I'm still young, there's no need to rush. Tom put his hands under his head and stared up at the green canopy. He'd thought it through clearly, surpassing Wade in a short time was impossible. And trying to learn dark arts to quickly close the gap was completely unnecessary. Even if he learned dark arts, he still couldn't beat Wade. Worse, when he used dark arts to attack Wade, that guy, unhurt, could calmly and precisely point out the flaws in Tom's own dark magic. If Wade can do dark arts and Tom can't do them as well, what's the point of learning them? All things considered, learning dark arts now would be a thankless effort. Better to practice disarming spells in combo. At least that would buy a couple more rounds. Dumbledore would be thrilled to hear you say that, Tommy boy. Wade said while silently checking his merit point balance. Then he realized this action was completely unnecessary. After everything he had done, like guiding Grindelwald to change his ways, the system's conversion rate had begun to slow down. Perhaps it was because the number of changes had increased, making the merit calculations more complicated. This half-finished system was like an overloaded computer, gradually lagging worse and worse. As a result, the system no longer credited merit points all at once. Instead, they accumulated slowly. Sometimes 1 point per second, sometimes 0.1 per second, and occasionally it would take several seconds just to add one. Because of this slow and continuous growth, Wade could no longer tell whether Tom's change was genuine or fake. He suspected that as his interference in this world grew greater, the conversion rate would continue to slow. Still, it didn't really matter anymore. With merit points coming in around the clock, Wade was no longer short on them. Unknowingly, he had already accumulated nearly 100,000 merit points. So, he hadn't paid much attention to his balance for a while, he just checked the refreshed shop items every night. Of course, Wade didn't buy things blindly. It wasn't because he couldn't afford them, or because he wanted to save merit points, it was simply because he had nowhere to put things he didn't need. For example, dragon eggs. A few hundred points each, cheap enough, but buying them now would only cause trouble. What are you planning to find in the restricted section? Is there still any dark magic you don't understand? Tom's question interrupted Wade's thoughts. Your understanding of the restricted section is far too narrow. Wade shook his head. In terms of collection volume, the Hogwarts library is unmatched across all of Europe. Do you really think a library like that would have only dark magic books in its restricted section? And those so-called forbidden books are only forbidden to students. Professors can borrow them freely. So you're not looking for dark arts, then what are you looking for? Tom asked. I think there might be information about blood-cursed animagi in there. Before Wade could even finish, Nagini, coiled at the head of the bed, immediately raised her head. Across from him, Tom jolted upright, staring intently at Wade. Besides, the four founders established this school over 1,000 years ago, surely they left behind some manuscripts or records. What about the professors over the centuries? Not a single bit of magical insight or notes. So even if we can't find anything on blood-cursed animagi, we definitely won't come back empty-handed. All right. Tom said, then lay back down again and quietly pulled up his blanket. What are you doing? Sleeping. Didn't you say you weren't coming? For dark arts alone, it's not worth going. But now, we have a reason we can't ignore, don't we? Wade watched Tom, who was trying hard to close his eyes and fall asleep, and couldn't help scratching his head. Was the future Dark Lord being a little too righteous right now? Wade sighed in mild exasperation, then swiftly drew his wand. At that moment, Tom opened his eyes and caught the motion. What are you doing? A flash of red light burst forth, and Tom stared at Wade in disbelief. So fast. Thud. Tom lay on the bed, falling into a sleep as peaceful as a baby's. Didn't you say you wanted to fall asleep quickly? Ah, damn, my hand moved too fast. Force of habit. TSK. Wade said a bit guiltily, holding his wand. Well, where is my energizing potion? Wade muttered to himself. Midnight. Almost all the students were comfortably asleep in their warm beds. But Wade and Tom were wandering outside. Both of them had cast disillusionment charms and were speaking through whispering charms. To see in the dark, they had also drunk Nightingale potion, which granted night vision. As they moved quietly through the corridor, Tom couldn't help but shiver. Though it was only mid-October, the weather was unexpectedly cold. Even Nagini had to stay near the fireplace, or her body would go stiff from the chill. Do you have a way to detect curses? As far as I know, many of those books in the restricted section are cursed. Tom pulled his cloak tighter. To be honest, if not for those curses, Tom would have already read through the entire restricted section last year. Relax, I'm fully prepared. Wade said as he suddenly turned with Tom into a side corridor. Isn't the library that way? That side's by the windows, it's cold there. This way's a bit warmer, Wade said calmly. Humph. I don't feel cold, Tom muttered, rubbing his stiff fingers. Wade didn't respond, simply leading the way in silence. In truth, it had nothing to do with the temperature. According to the route map left by the senior, the entrance to Slytherin's secret study was located along the path leading to the library. They just needed to take a small detour. So, tonight's supposed trip to the restricted section was merely a cover. Wade's real destination was Slytherin's secret study. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to bring Tom along. Before long, Wade stopped at the end of a corridor. Why did you stop? Tom glanced to the right, where a staircase led upstairs. We should go right, then turn left. Wait, what are you staring at? Wade suddenly pointed at the wall at the corridor's end. Don't you think that snake on the wall looks familiar? This is near the Slytherin common room. Isn't it normal to see snake patterns around here? Tom asked doubtfully. The wall did look ordinary. Its only distinctive feature was the two intertwined serpents carved upon it. However, that kind of design was common around the Slytherin dormitory area. Tom couldn't see what was so special about it. Wade continued to bluff, can't you feel the traces of magic on it? Magic traces. Tom stared at the wall, but even after nearly burning a hole in it with his gaze, he couldn't see anything unusual. I don't see anything special. Wade, stop wasting time. We need to get to the restricted section. There. I'm not mistaken, Wade said seriously. Hearing that, Tom also grew serious and looked back at the wall again. Since Wade said there was something, there probably was. Why don't you try speaking Parseltongue to it? Wade suggested pointedly. What should I say? Tom asked. Wade replied, something like open or reveal. You know me, I can understand a bit of Parseltongue, but my pronunciation's still not quite right. Tom sighed. All right. He fixed his gaze on the two intertwined snakes on the wall and let out a series of hissing sounds. SSS hasha. Suddenly, the dim eyes of the two snakes glowed with a brilliant green light. The serpents came to life, slithering upward along the wall. As they moved away, the wall gave a loud click and slowly rose upward, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. Tom stared in astonishment at the transformation before him, momentarily lost for words. Well now. I don't usually take this route, and to think I only discovered this today. Wade said in mock surprise. But since it takes Parseltongue to open, Tom, this might be a legacy your ancestor left for his descendants. At that, Tom felt a sharp pang in his chest. An inheritance from an ancestor, of course that was a good thing. But, couldn't you at least let me discover it on my own? Now there was a certain Wade the loot snatcher standing right beside him. If there really was an inheritance, would any of it still end up in his hands? Wade, leave me a bit, will you? Tom said pitifully. After all, it's something my ancestor left behind. Tom. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly take your ancestor's inheritance for myself? Wade said cheerfully, then immediately darted into the passage. Tom watched his back disappear into the darkness and felt an ache in his chest. You're not that kind of person. Then why are you running so fast? But, what could he do? He couldn't beat him. He really couldn't beat him at all. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Hey guys. I've been working on a new project called Marvel, Grace of Death. I'm so clumsy, I only realized I never even recommended it to you until I saw another author mentioning it lol. Chapter 252, Noctogaunt's Parchment. The long corridor was pitch dark, not a trace of light in sight. When Tom followed behind Wade into the passage, the door behind them slammed shut. Clatter. Startled, Tom quickly turned around. Thanks to the effect of the Eagle Eye potion, he could still see clearly even without lighting his wand. The door behind them had vanished completely, leaving only a cold, smooth wall. Tom anxiously examined the wall, hoping to find even the faintest trace of a snake pattern. Only then might he be able to use Parseltongue to open the door again. But there was nothing. Tom's heart immediately tightened. Wade. The door won't open. Tom said quickly. No matter what achievements Tom might have in the future, for now, he was just a 12-year-old boy. In a situation like this, fear was only natural. So now, Tom actually felt a bit relieved that he wasn't exploring this place alone. Don't panic, Tom, Wade said calmly while examining their surroundings. This door can only be opened with Parseltongue. And throughout wizarding history, any wizard who could speak Parseltongue had some connection to Slytherin's bloodline. So this must be a place Slytherin left for his descendants. There's no doubt about it. I don't think Slytherin was mad enough to create something that would harm his own bloodline. In a situation like this, aside from adults with strong mental fortitude, only someone like Wade, whose real age was far older than his physical one, could stay calm enough to think clearly. Of course, Wade might have been calm, but he was also a bit frustrated. Why hadn't he finished that game he'd spent hundreds on? If he had, he wouldn't be going into this dungeon completely blind. Still, since the senior had managed to clear it once, most of the traps and such had probably already been taken care of. That was at least some good news. But then, why had she emphasized that it had to be two people exploring this place together? Wade didn't dwell on it for long. He gave his wand a slight flick, and a wisp of white smoke appeared, drifting silently deeper into the passage. In situations like this, where scouting ahead was necessary, nightmare magic truly had a great advantage. Seeing Wade perform that spell, Tom suddenly asked, "That spell, can you teach me?" "This one." Wade flicked his wand, and white mist coiled gently around him. "Yes," Tom replied. Most of Slytherin's inheritance would probably end up in Wade's hands anyway. So he figured that if he could at least learn something from Wade tonight, it wouldn't be a total loss. "This is dark magic, are you sure you want to learn it?" Wade asked. "Didn't you say you weren't going to study dark magic anymore?" Wade wasn't bluffing this time, nightmare magic was indeed genuine dark magic. Dark magic. Tom looked doubtful. What kind of dark magic? Is it difficult to learn? It's functional. As for how difficult? Wade counted on his fingers for a moment. Let's see. I've studied it for over a year now, and I've only just reached the beginner level. Tom immediately fell silent. Whether Wade was telling the truth or not, this probably wasn't something he could learn. If Wade was telling the truth, then a spell that even someone like him had to spend over a year mastering was definitely beyond Tom's reach right now. After all, one of the main reasons Tom had temporarily decided to stop studying dark magic was that most of it was too hard to learn or master for someone his age. It would be better to wait until he was older and his magic stronger. And if Wade was lying, then there was even less point. If he really wanted to teach him, why would he bother making excuses? Then I won't learn it. I already said, I don't plan on touching dark magic for the next few years. Besides, becoming powerful doesn't necessarily depend on dark magic, Tom said, shaking his head. Wade gave a thumbs up and said cheerfully, "Good for you, Tom." Even though the system was still malfunctioning and he couldn't see the increase in merit points, there was no doubt that Tom's decision would earn him a huge amount of them. Of course, merit points right now were secondary. Tom's change of heart, even if it only delayed his study of dark magic by a year, would have an enormous impact on the world's future. That was what truly mattered. To gain more merit points. Mwahaha. As for Slytherin's inheritance. Tom looked at Wade with hopeful eyes. "I'll keep it safe for you first," Wade said, patting his chest with confidence. How do you even have the nerve to say that?" Tom almost laughed from sheer anger. "Tom, think about it. Who was Slytherin? Besides his well-known obsession with pureblood ideology, what else was he famous for? His mastery of dark magic. Do you really think the legacy he left behind would have nothing to do with dark magic? But just now, you said you wouldn't touch dark magic for the time being. So, as your dear friend, I'll safeguard it for you for now. What's wrong with that?" Tom's expression stiffened. "So, you really don't intend to share my ancestors' inheritance with me, huh?" "Exactly. I'm not that kind of person," Wade declared righteously. You just plan to keep it all for yourself. Tom ground out through clenched teeth. Tom, you really underestimate me, Wade said with a smile, shaking his head. What he left behind might not be as valuable to me as you think. Besides, we just got here. We don't even know if there's any inheritance at all. What's the point of talking about it now? Though the system's performance had been somewhat unreliable lately, it still occasionally produced some very useful magical materials. For example, that early beginner's gift pack, which had been sold at a clearance price for just 50 merit points, the complete guide to basic spells, was already an incredible treasure. Not to mention the later materials on transfiguration and potion recipes. So, in Wade's mind, this so-called Slytherin inheritance really wasn't that important. Saying he'd keep it safe for Tom wasn't exactly a lie. The only reason he'd brought Tom along tonight was because of his senior's warning. He wanted to find some information about the blood-cursed werewolves in Slytherin's study. As for Wade's final words, Tom actually believed him, at least, to some extent. After all, he had always mistakenly assumed Wade came from a powerful and well-established family. Of course, the main reason was still his own lack of strength. It was only when one's power was insufficient that one was constantly held back by others. Forget it. I can't beat you anyway. Whether what you said is true or not, I can't do anything about it. But I still hope you meant it, Tom said quietly. By this point, Tom had come to terms with it. Though this place truly was something Slytherin had left behind, without Wade, he never would have been able to find it on his own anyway. Thinking of that, Tom's mood lightened considerably. The two of them had been walking forward while talking. Thanks to the nightmare magic leading the way, the maze-like corridor posed no obstacle to their progress. Perhaps the senior really had disabled many of the mechanisms and traps back then, because Wade and Tom had gone quite far without encountering any danger. Along the way, they even found several iron doors that had already been opened. I get the feeling someone's been here before, Tom couldn't help but remark. That's not strange, Tom. It's been over 1,000 years, surely some of Slytherin's descendants have come here before. Well, that does make things easier for us. We haven't run into any obstacles so far. I just hope they didn't take whatever was at the deepest part. Otherwise, we'll have come all this way for nothing, Tom said helplessly. Still, despite what he said, from the traces along the way, Tom could tell just how difficult it must have been to navigate this place originally. Even setting aside the puzzles and traps that had already been solved, just this labyrinthine passage alone would have required enormous effort to get through if not for Wade's scouting spell. Hearing Tom's words, Wade replied casually, who knows? Since the senior had told him to come here, it meant she hadn't taken those materials back then. Of course, it was also possible she had taken them and later returned them. As they passed another open iron gate, Wade and Tom suddenly noticed, beneath an old lantern that hadn't been lit in years, a piece of yellowed parchment lying on the floor. They exchanged a glance and quickly stepped forward. After scanning the writing, both of them fell silent. The parchment had been left by someone named Noctogaunt. Judging by the name, this person was indeed a descendant of Slytherin. And what was written on it was quite interesting. In short, this member of the Gaunt family seemed to have been an outcast among them. She believed the Gaunts didn't need dark magic, nor did they need to cling to the idea of pureblood supremacy. The worship of purebloods and the obsession with studying dark magic, she claimed, were nothing but distorted interpretations of Slytherin's original ideals passed down through generations. She believed Slytherin was far from the one-dimensional figure people imagined him to be. She had come to find Slytherin's study in order to prove that the Gaunt family had gravely misunderstood their ancestors' ideology through the generations. She firmly believed that Slytherin was not such an obsessive man. Wade set the parchment down and turned to ask, Tom, what do you think? Tom said coldly, I think this Gaunt woman is foolishly naive. To prove that her family's obsession with pureblood supremacy and dark magic was wrong, she came here to find the truth in Slytherin's study. Truth, does that even matter? Even if Slytherin wasn't as fanatical as people think, could she really change how pureblood families think? I've seen firsthand just how stubborn and idiotic purebloods can be. From the flash of anger in his eyes, Wade could tell he was thinking of Morphin Gaunt, the pureblood who nearly wiped out the Riddle family. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, just kill me already. You're right, Tom. That Noctogaunt really was a bit naive, Wade agreed with Tom's remark. Even if the real Salazar Slytherin wasn't as fanatical as people said, even if he never preached pureblood supremacy, so what? For 1,000 years, those fanatical pureblood families had long since carved that ideology into their very bones. Even if the family's so-called inheritance was a distortion of Slytherin's true beliefs, they would never change it. Still, for such an extremist pureblood family as the Gaunts, having a member like that was rare indeed. Aside from his senior's close friend, she was the second such exception Wade had ever heard of. All right, let's keep going. Honestly, I'm getting curious about what the real Salazar Slytherin was like. I wonder if that naive gaunt ever found the answer she was looking for, Wade said with a small smile. Tom gave a cold snort. Whether she found her answer or not, her efforts were wasted. No one knows better than I do whether the Gaunt family changed because of her investigations. So in that case, perhaps Slytherin really was as obsessed as the legends claim. Once that Gaunt discovered the truth wasn't what she imagined, she would have found it even harder to change her family's thinking, Wade said with interest. Come on, I hope we'll find more of her messages ahead. With that, the two continued forward. However, their smooth path suddenly came to an abrupt end. Wade and Tom were forced to stop in front of an iron gate. Unlike the ones before, this one was locked. And just like the others, there were two strange symbols carved into its surface. Looks like we'll have to solve a puzzle before we can open it, Wade said, rubbing his chin. That doesn't make sense. None of the previous ones needed solving. Why this one? Could it be that the people who came before us only made it this far? Or, did we take the wrong path? Tom frowned, puzzled. The earlier gates had all been opened already, so for this one to remain sealed was indeed strange. Maybe the mechanism here is different. It could reset itself after some time, Wade said while examining the surroundings carefully. Possibly, but do we really need to solve it? It's just an iron gate. Maybe all we need is a simple bombarda. Tom eyed the thin, rusty iron bars. Honestly, this rickety old gate, forget Wade, even if Anne were here, she could blast it open easily. Oh. Then may I ask, my clever Mr. Riddle, why didn't anyone blast open the earlier gates and instead took the trouble to solve each one properly? Wade's snape-like tone, with its deliberate drawl and rhythm, made Tom's scalp prickle. Could you not talk like that? It's incredibly irritating. Even if you do have a point. Wade chuckled but didn't stop. He found that snape-like tone quite amusing. These iron gates may look fragile, but they're surrounded by dense traces of magic. Clearly, they're well protected. A few bombarda spells won't be enough to blow them open. Suddenly, Wade raised his wand and carefully examined the white mist coiling around it. Wait. I think I found something. Holding up his wand, he walked toward a nearby passage branching off to the side. Tom followed closely behind. In a strange place like this, it was definitely safer to stick with Wade. This side passage wasn't as smooth as the previous corridors. Many of the floor tiles were uneven and bulging upward, creating a bumpy surface. Crossing it on foot would have been a hassle, requiring plenty of climbing and ducking. Of course, that wasn't a problem for Wade and Tom, because they didn't walk. Whoosh! Both of them used the flight charm, lifting effortlessly into the air and gliding over the uneven floor. In no time, they reached the end of the passage. After landing, Tom gave Wade a strange look. Why was your mist white when you flew? Shouldn't it be black? Black looks too evil. It doesn't fit my image, so I made a small adjustment and turned it into the righteous white, Wade said matter-of-factly. Tom snorted but didn't reply. In his eyes, the color black suited Wade perfectly. The man was darker than a cauldron's bottom, yet he always acted like some pure-hearted saint. Didn't that contradiction bother him at all? Look, there's a serpent carving over there. It might be the mechanism for the iron gate, Wade said, pointing to a stone sculpture on the wall ahead. At the mention of a serpent, Tom immediately walked forward. However, just as he was about to speak Parseltongue to open it, he noticed that the base of the stone carving was made of two rotating discs. Along the edges of the discs were strange symbols, and some were hidden behind the stone, invisible from the front. It seems we need to rotate the discs and align the correct symbols to open the gate. These markings must have special meanings, Tom muttered. But how am I supposed to know which combination is right? I've never seen these symbols before. Could it be some knowledge passed down through the Gaunt family? It was no wonder Tom thought that way. All the previous descendants of Slytherin had managed to solve the puzzles, yet he had no clue at all. Most likely, it was because he had grown up outside and never inherited certain knowledge that a true heir of Slytherin was meant to possess. Doesn't matter, let's just try them all. There are only two symbols to match, sooner or later, we'll get it right. Tom said as he reached out to spin the discs. Wait, Wade tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Tom had already started turning them. By the time he heard Wade's warning and froze, the two symbols on the discs had already been shifted. He hadn't even finished saying, "What's wrong?" when, hiss. The serpent carving suddenly came to life. It raised its head and lunged straight at Tom with a vicious snap. Wade flicked his wand, and Tom's body was yanked backward, slamming hard into a protruding stone block behind him. The serpent's fangs snapped shut on empty air, leaving deep puncture marks in the stone floor. Then, as if nothing had happened, the serpent stiffened again, turning back into an ordinary stone sculpture. Tom stared at the bite marks in the ground, feeling his heart almost stop. Even though Wade's spell had sent him crashing into solid rock hard enough to rattle his insides, he still felt overwhelmingly grateful. Getting slammed into a wall was better than getting bitten by that thing any day. Don't be so reckless, Tommy boy. How could a puzzle like this not have a punishment mechanism? Otherwise, you'd just brute force the answer, Wade said calmly. But, that was way too much. Tom exclaimed, staring at the fang marks on the floor, still shaken. Not at all, Wade said with a faint smile. Slytherin probably thought that if his trials were this lenient and someone still failed, then they didn't deserve to be his heir. So he made the punishment severe enough to eliminate any unworthy descendant. You could just say I'm stupid. I'm used to it, Tom muttered, expression flat. You're not stupid, just impulsive, careless in your observations, lacking precision in thought, and not cautious enough in your actions, Wade replied lightly. In summary, not much different from stupid. Tom sighed. But since you're saying it's simple, that means you've already figured it out. So, do you recognize these symbols? Wade looked at the strange markings and said softly, we don't need to know what they mean. Did you forget? The iron gate earlier had 2 unique symbols carved on it. You mean the answer is those same 2 symbols from the gate? But they're not here. Tom's face twisted as if his intelligence had just been insulted. Most likely, yes, Wade said as he stepped forward and began rotating the 2 discs in quick succession. Those symbols are probably hidden in the blind spots behind the discs, you just didn't notice. Can't really blame you for that. Sure enough, as the discs turned, the 2 special symbols from the gate gradually came into view. When Wade stopped, a distant click echoed through the corridor. Clearly, the iron gate had been unlocked. Tom stared at the 2 familiar symbols, utterly defeated. Don't bother comforting me. I really am an idiot. No wonder Wade had said Slytherin had gone easy on them. The answer had been carved right there on the gate. Easy. Strictly speaking, that wasn't just easy, it was like handing over the answers on a silver platter. And yet, he'd actually tried to brute force it with elimination and trial and error. He almost wanted to cry from his own stupidity. If he were Slytherin himself, facing such a moronic descendant, he'd probably have unleashed a snake bite too. I think from now on, you'll start being much more careful, Wade said cheerfully. You can't teach people through words, but one good lesson from experience does the trick. Tom's face flushed red. After a long silence, he muttered in humiliation, don't tell anyone about this, please. Ha! I could hold this over you for life. Just kill me instead. The road ahead soon became smooth again. Most of the iron gates they encountered were already open, and for the few that had closed again, they managed to unlock them easily using the same method. They soon found the 2nd and 3rd letters left behind by that naive member of the Gaunt family. The 2nd letter mentioned that she had been lost for quite some time and only managed to find the correct path after lighting a brazier. From that alone, it was clear how difficult this maze was to navigate. If not for Wade's exceptional nightmare magic guiding their way, they too would have spent ages wandering around. The 3rd letter, however, lifted Tom's spirits considerably. It recorded that the Gaunt woman had also made a mistake while turning the discs and had nearly been bitten to death by the stone serpent. Realizing he wasn't the only fool made Tom feel much better. But then Wade said casually, keep in mind, she merely made a mistake while operating it. Someone else, on the other hand, didn't even think of the answer at all. Tom's smile vanished instantly. Just kill me already. Realizing he was still the only true fool, Tom felt utterly hopeless. One careless moment, and he'd earned himself a lifetime of humiliation. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Wade, you motherfew. Tap, tap, tap. Wade and Tom strode through the vast, dim corridor. After a long series of puzzles, there were no more to be found along this stretch. The maze had vanished, replaced by a straight passageway. However, it didn't look as calm as it appeared on the surface. Judging from the scattered debris and wreckage along the sides, this corridor had clearly been full of dangers in the past. Thanks to those who had explored it before, most of the traps were already gone, allowing the 2 of them to walk safely forward. Tom glanced at the fragments strewn around, feeling slightly annoyed. Why did Slytherin make this path so difficult to traverse? Puzzles, traps, anyone who gets in should be one of his descendants, right? Why make trouble for his own bloodline? I think it might have been a trial left for his heirs. After all, even among descendants, there's a difference in talent. Only those who pass the trial can inherit his legacy. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Wade said with a smile. Tom felt those words stab him right in the chest. Even the bruises on his back from crashing into the stone earlier didn't hurt as much. So I'm the least talented one here after all. Tom said miserably. If Wade hadn't pulled him back just now, he might have been gone for good. Strictly speaking, he'd already failed this trial. For someone as proud as Tom, that was a heavy blow. Don't be upset, Tom. You're only 12. You're already far ahead of most kids your age, Wade said, trying to comfort him. Honestly, aside from using age as an excuse, Wade couldn't think of any other way to soften the blow. Still, Tom felt a little better after hearing that. At least he had one more reason to console himself. After all, the other Slytherin descendants who had come this far were probably adult wizards, or at least upper-year students. Just as Tom was busy comforting himself, Wade suddenly stopped walking. "What's wrong?" Tom asked. "Tom, looks like you're getting another chance to prove yourself," Wade said with a smile. "Ah. Why do you say that?" "Because some of the dangers haven't been cleared yet." As soon as Wade finished speaking, 2 stone knight statues stepped out from the alcoves on either side of the corridor. Each was nearly 4 meters tall, one wielding a great sword, the other a halberd. Their once dull stone eyes now gleamed with a chilling red light. Both knights fixed their gaze squarely on Wade and Tom. Tom immediately drew his wand, tense and alert. But before he could even say a word, Wade shoved him forward. Ah. Meanwhile, their strongest fighter, Wade himself, took a leisurely step back. A bad feeling rose in Tom's chest. "What are you doing? Fight alongside me." "Tom, didn't you just say you'd lost confidence? That's why this battle is yours. You need to prove yourself, get your confidence back. After all, this is supposed to be the trial of Slytherin's heir, isn't it?" Wade said cheerfully as he kept pushing him forward. "You, bloody," Tom didn't even have time to finish cursing. Because the 2 knights, having locked onto their target, were already charging forward with thunderous steps. Because he was standing in front, both statues immediately locked onto Tom as their primary target. That left him no time to talk. However, having spent so much time with Wade, Tom wasn't exactly a fool. So when the 2 statues charged in and swung their weapons down at him, he cast the flight charm and shot up into the air. The statues, unable to stop their momentum, crashed violently into the wall behind him. Tom looked back with glee. "Didn't want to fight, huh? Well, now that they'd come charging over, let's see you dodge this, Wade." But his excitement vanished at once, because the Wade who had been standing behind him just moments ago had completely disappeared. "You can't just fly away like that. Get down there," came a familiar voice from above. Startled, Tom looked up, and sure enough, Wade was hovering right above his head. "When did you? You need to go down there and prove yourself. How can you avoid the fight by flying away? Down you go." Bang. All of a sudden, Tom felt his body, which had been floating lightly under the flight charm, drop sharply. "Wade. You, motherf." Bang. Before he could finish cursing, Tom rolled hard to the side, narrowly dodging the halberd-wielding knight's strike. The halberd smashed into the ground with a deafening crash, leaving a deep crater on the floor. That weapon wasn't just for show, it was real. Not made of stone at all. Tom had no time to think about it. He ducked again just as a great sword sliced past the top of his head. Crash. The blade missed and slammed into the corridor wall, leaving another gaping hole. Tom's heart nearly stopped from the shock. At the same time, he felt a sudden coolness on his scalp. When he reached up to touch his head, he realized his once smooth, dark hair had been sheared clean off, leaving him with a buzz cut again. But right now, he had no energy left to worry about his hair, or to curse Wade for it. Right now, staying alive was all that mattered. Protego. Bang. Before Tom could even get up, he cast a full shield charm. But the knight with the greatsword shattered it in one swing. Tom used that brief moment to scramble to his feet and put some distance between himself and the 2 statues. Below, Tom was fighting for his life, while above, Wade floated leisurely, watching the battle with great interest. And he looked quite entertained, too. Now this was more like it, proper animated stone guardians. That speed. That power. Only battle constructs with this level of strength could actually threaten a wizard. Those statues in the movies that marched forward slowly in perfect formation. Against a wizard with a wand, they'd be nothing more than target practice. Still, with this much power, wasn't it a bit too much for Tom to handle? Thinking that, Wade quietly tightened his grip on his wand and kept a close eye on the fight below. He had to keep an eye on things, Tom couldn't die here. Bombarda. Crack. Boom. Tom unleashed the most powerful blasting curse he could muster. But the greatsword knight blocked it with a single swing. The deflected spell exploded against the corridor wall, blasting out a massive crater. Clearly, even their weapons had been magically reinforced by Slytherin himself. Tom was completely stunned. This wasn't right. It was one thing for their weapons to be enhanced, but their reaction speed, this wasn't the movement of some slow, clumsy golem. His shock lasted only a split second, though. After being beaten by Wade so many times, his reflexes were sharp. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm didn't have the destructive power of Bombarda, but unexpectedly, it worked. Before Tom's astonished eyes, the halberd-wielding knight's weapon flew clean out of its hands. But the next second, Tom's look of delight turned blank again. Because the halberd was flying straight toward him. Oh, come on. Tom's face went pale. Luckily, he was still small for his age. The halberd skimmed past his scalp and slammed into the ground behind him. Clang. The metal halberd struck the floor, sending up sparks and ringing with a sharp metallic echo. This isn't right. I can't beat them. Tom shouted, looking up. Wade, help me. Use your brain, Tom. Wade called down from above. You're a clever Slytherin, not some brute Gryffindor swinging a sword and wand at the same time. By the time Wade finished his long lecture, Tom's protego had already been shattered twice. To manage 2 shield charms in such a short span, Tom's potential had truly been forced out of him. And in that moment of crisis, his mind had never been clearer. Right now, every thought and emotion in Tom's mind had vanished, leaving only one instinct: survive. So, after hearing Wade's words, a new idea suddenly struck him. Think, you idiot. What would Wade do? If it were Wade, of course, Avada Kedavra. No, wrong. That's completely wrong for this situation. I can't copy Wade here. Ah. That's it. Dumbledore. I should think like Dumbledore. Yes, what would Dumbledore do right now? I need to fight like Dumbledore. While retreating, Tom saw the statue that had dropped its halberd picket back up again. Both knights charged at him together, weapons swinging down in unison. At that moment, Tom's back hit solid stone. The long corridor had come to an end. Bang. With nowhere left to retreat, Tom's final protego shattered once again. Both statues raised their weapons high. The next second. Buzz. The halberd's blade and the greatsword's edge stopped barely a centimeter from the tip of Tom's nose. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Wade, I'm not a monster. Even though it was the middle of winter, cold sweat poured down Tom's face. A bead of sweat rolled off his nose. Just a little closer, and he would have lost it. Several vines suddenly dropped from the ceiling, wrapping tightly around the statue's weapons, holding them in place. Tom seized the chance to roll to the side. A moment later, the vines snapped apart and turned back into several broken lanterns. It turned out that, in that critical moment, Tom had transfigured the lanterns above into vines, stopping the weapons just in time. But the danger wasn't over yet. Tom glanced around at the scattered stone fragments nearby, remnants of shattered statues from those who had passed before them. Now, though, they might just come in handy. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his wand. Under pressure, Tom's transfiguration skill burst beyond its usual limits. The countless stone shards around him transformed into twisting vines, which surged toward the 2 statues one after another. For every vine that was torn apart, another replaced it. Finally, the statues were completely entangled and toppled to the ground. As they struggled violently on the floor, Tom raised his wand. Bombarda. Boom. When the explosion cleared, both statues lying side by side had their heads blown clean off. With their heads destroyed, the 2 flailing constructs finally went still. But Tom was far too riled up to stop. He kept swinging his wand wildly, unleashing one explosion after another on the fallen statues. Die. Just die already. In his fury, he didn't even notice that he was casting the blasting curse without speaking the incantation. Wade set his own wand aside and wiped the sweat from his palm on his robes. He could only think, so this was Tom Riddle. After being pushed to his limit, his power was truly extraordinary. Remarkable talent indeed. Wade floated down and grabbed Tom by the shoulder. All right, Tom, it's time to calm down now. You die too. Tom snapped, swinging his wand and firing another blasting curse at him. But before the spell could be cast, Tom suddenly felt his hand go light. His wand had somehow ended up in Wade's hand. The spell, of course, never came out. Once his wand left his hand, Tom finally began to calm down. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground, completely spent. Even so, when he looked at the 2 statues blown to pieces, excitement still flickered in his eyes. I did it. Wade. Did you see that? I really did it. I took them down. Those disgusting lumps of rubble. Tom said, voice trembling with exhilaration. Of course I saw it, Wade replied, placing the wand back into Tom's hand. And, you didn't use any traditional form of dark magic just now, did you? Well, aside from the blasting curse in this context. Hearing that made Tom even more thrilled. I was thinking, if it were Dumbledore, how would he fight? Then I remembered his transfiguration. And then. I actually pulled it off. I can't believe it. Tom spoke with excitement, replaying every brilliant move in his head. Pretty impressive, right? But as he recalled the last few moments, his smile slowly froze. Because it dawned on him that, he might have just attacked Wade. And not with a harmless spell, but with a blasting curse strong enough to kill. Tom's heart sank instantly into despair. Oh no. Wade was famously petty. Back when Tom had first met him, he'd tried sneaking attacks on Wade more than once for all sorts of reasons. And every single time, Wade would grin wickedly, draw his wand, and say, "So, you're challenging me to a fair duel, are you?" Every time he said that, Tom would end up getting absolutely thrashed. And now. You fought brilliantly this time, Tom. I actually saw a bit of Professor Dumbledore's flair in you, Wade said cheerfully. So, I'll let that little sneak attack of yours slide, for now. That's good to hear. Tom exhaled in relief, then suddenly froze. For now. Didn't that mean Wade was planning to settle it later? How about you just hit me now and get it over with? I swear, waiting for it is so much worse. How can you always misunderstand me like this? I'm not some violent maniac, why would I hit you? Wade said in displeasure. Suppressing his unease, Tom shouted, "You'd better not be." Wade pulled out a large bar of chocolate and shoved it into Tom's hand. Here, eat this first and get your strength back. Then we'll keep exploring. I have to say, this Slytherin inheritance has completely piqued my curiosity now. While Tom silently gnawed on the chocolate to recover, Wade crouched beside the shattered remains of the two knight statues to study them. These battle constructs were definitely high grade. At the very least, they were far stronger than the so-called combat statues disguised as stone figures around Hogwarts. And if generations of Slytherin descendants hadn't come through here before, wearing these statues down, who knew how many more would have appeared just now? It also showed just how capable those earlier students must have been. Tom had nearly died taking down just two of them, but the students before him had likely faced far more than that. What a pity, if you hadn't blown these two to bits, I might have been able to learn something from them, Wade said regretfully. What else could I do? If I didn't blast them to dust, what if they weren't dead and suddenly jumped up to stab me? It's not like they're human, blowing off their heads doesn't necessarily kill them, Tom said weakly. By the way, do you have any water? This chocolate's sticking to my throat. Tom, you're a wizard, you can just use aguamenti. I literally just praised you for using your brain. Wade said irritably. Tom huffed but didn't dare argue. Wade didn't seem to be in a good mood. Suddenly, Wade bent down and picked up a small shard of green crystal from the ground. It radiated a strong magical trace. Carefully sensing it, Wade realized this was the same magical fluctuation unique to those battle constructs from before. And it seemed as though something within it was slowly fading away. Wade immediately used the power of his nightmare magic to investigate further. That fading presence, it was a soul's energy. Ah, what's that? Tom asked as he transfigured the chocolate wrapper into a crude cup. This should be the core of those battle constructs. Unfortunately, only half of it remains, Wade said regretfully. You know this isn't my fault, Tom said helplessly. You didn't help at all, how was I supposed to hold back? I'm not blaming you, Wade said, sighing softly. Still, it's a shame. Even without considering the alchemical craftsmanship, the materials alone are incredibly valuable. Having recently studied alchemy in a hurry, Wade now knew enough to recognize that this fragment was made from several extremely rare ores, fused through alchemical means into a special composite material. How valuable? Tom asked, taking a sip of the water he'd summoned with aguamenti. He smacked his lips in mild disgust. It was tasteless. Well, if it were intact and sold to a master alchemist, the galleons you'd get could probably buy a shop in Diagon Alley. What? Tom stared at Wade in shock. That's ridiculous. Diagon Alley was the busiest hub of Wizarding Britain, calling it worth its weight in gold wasn't an exaggeration. To buy a shop there, not rent one, how many galleons would that even take? Maybe it wasn't that valuable in Slytherin's time, Wade said as he wrapped the damaged core in parchment and tucked it into his pocket. But over 1,000 years have passed. Many materials that used to be common are now extremely rare. What was cheap back then has become priceless today. There are so many shattered statues here. Maybe there's still a complete one somewhere. Tom scrambled up, ignoring both the water and the chocolate, and started digging frantically through the pile of debris. Tom, since when did you become such a miser? I haven't even said anything yet, Wade said, sounding genuinely surprised. It's not about the money. I just have my own reasons. Tom's voice trembled as he spoke. This thing was that expensive, and he'd blown up not one, but two of them. Knowing Wade as he did, Tom was certain Wade would have considered those cores his trophies. Wade's trophies. Destroyed. By him. And now Wade suddenly seemed to be in a bad mood. Bloody hell, the sky was falling. To make Wade's future revenge a little less brutal, he needed to find an intact one and hand it over, fast. Tom felt like crying but had no tears left. Hey, Tom, it's not that serious. I'm not a monster, Wade said, already guessing part of what was going through Tom's head after seeing his panicked behavior. great. He'd scared the kid into developing PTSD. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, The Kindest Man Alive. That faint twinge in Wade's conscience actually made him a little uncomfortable. Sigh, clearly, having a conscience was a mistake. Without one, he wouldn't feel this pain. Ha! Found it. Tom's delighted voice cut through Wade's thoughts as he held up an intact core and presented it to him. Apparently, the previous Slytherin descendants who had made it this far had also discovered that destroying the battle constructs' heads was the key to defeating them. So, almost all of the constructs here had their heads blown off. Because of that, it was nearly impossible to find an intact core. The fact that Tom had managed to find one now was surprising even to Wade. This one should be enough to buy a shop in Diagon Alley, right? Tom asked earnestly. If you're renting, then yes, about a month, Wade said after a serious assessment. What? Why? Isn't it complete? Tom said in disbelief. It's missing something inside. What's missing? A mature and complete soul, Wade said calmly. What? Tom stared at him in shock. A soul. What kind of soul? A human soul, the soul of a powerful Muggle knight. That's why these battle constructs fought with such refined technique. And once the core is exposed and the magic fades, the soul dissipates quickly. So, a core that could once buy a whole shop can now only rent one for a month, because it's lost its spirit. You mean Slytherin used human souls to create these battle constructs? One soul for each construct. Tom's voice trembled as he looked at the scattered remains all around them. Wade sighed. What's so surprising about it? This is dark magic, after all. Then, were the people whose souls were taken guilty of something? Tom asked. What are you thinking? Where would he find so many guilty knights? Then, did Slytherin collect them from Muggle battlefields? Tom asked, still holding on to a faint hope. Tom, those souls were taken while they were still alive. How could they have been gathered from a battlefield? And besides, these were just a few Muggle knights. If what people say about Slytherin is true, then as long as it served his dark magic, do you really think he cared whether a few Muggles lived or died? Tom let out a quiet sigh, reluctantly accepting that harsh reality, while a faint sadness rose in his chest for reasons he couldn't explain. It seems that naive Noctogaunt must have been disappointed in the end. From what they'd seen so far, anyone capable of doing such things could only be a stubborn and absolute believer in pure-blood ideals. If Slytherin despised even Muggle-born wizards, then what would he have thought of actual Muggles? Perhaps, in his eyes, Muggles weren't even human at all. As for his devotion to dark magic, there was no more room for debate, the battle constructs were proof enough. Tom, now that you know your ancestor wasn't exactly a good person, how do you feel about it? Tom shrugged. Not much. I'm used to it. Huh? What do you mean by that? Well, before I met you, I was the only bad person around. But after meeting you, there's not a single good person left near me. Tom gave Wade a meaningful look. That's slander. Wade jumped up. I'd never do something like extracting living souls to make battle constructs. I, at most, would take a bit from animals. Or bad people. Oh, right. Wade Reynolds, savior of the world, the kindest man alive. Everything he does is purely for the happiness of humankind. Tom said loudly. Absolutely, but hey. Tom. Keep it down. I'm just telling the truth, no need to exaggerate it like that. Tom. Your shamelessness truly has no equal. You always misunderstand me, Tom. I really am a good person. Tom said nothing. He simply sat back down and quietly kept eating chocolate to regain his strength. Forget it. Wade said helplessly, turning his head toward the two weapons on the ground. Just moments ago, those weapons had been able to deflect spells, clearly, they were valuable too. He bent down, grasped the hilt of the greatsword, and tried to lift it. But he was just a scrawny little wizard, he didn't have that kind of strength. No matter how hard he pulled, the greatsword remained stuck to the ground as if welded in place, not budging an inch. Ha! Tom couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? I just remembered something happy, like how we're about to see the legacy our ancestor left behind, Tom said quickly, trying to explain. Is that so? Well, that's worth being happy about, Wade replied casually, giving his wand a flick. The greatsword immediately began to shrink in size. Tom watched in disbelief as Wade effortlessly reduced the sword's proportions and then picked it up with one hand. His expression looked as if he'd just seen a ghost. Wasn't that sword supposed to be immune to magic? How did your transfiguration work on it? Tom asked in shock. Don't pry into advanced magic, brat. Wade said smugly. Wade used the same method on the halberd, applying ancient magic through transfiguration to make it smaller and lighter, then took it into his hand. Swish. The shrunken halberd was easily thrust by Wade into the corridor wall. It really is a fine weapon, Wade said with satisfaction. Tom couldn't help but swallow nervously again. Just moments ago, that same razor-sharp blade had been only a centimeter away from his nose. You're a wizard, Wade. What do you need weapons for? Tom asked. These are weapons that can nullify magic. I can study the enchantments on them and replicate the effect wherever I want. Kiki, can you imagine what that means? Wade said excitedly, gazing at the two weapons in his hands. Tom's eyes lit up at those words. If he could apply that same magic-resistant property to his own clothing, then in future duels he wouldn't have to fear other people's spells at all. Besides, who said wizards can't use weapons? Wade said as he set down the halberd and casually swung the now shrunken greatsword in his hand. Though Wade had never trained with a sword, and even shrunken, it still had some weight, so. Swish. The greatsword slipped from Wade's hand. Tom flinched instinctively. The blade flew right past his scalp and embedded itself in the corridor wall behind him. With trembling hands, Tom touched his head. His hair, already cropped short earlier, was now completely bald. Trying to stay composed, he brushed at the few strands still clinging to his forehead. What a fast sword. How many times had he almost died tonight? Damn. Sorry. I haven't practiced much. Wade said quickly under Tom's furious glare, hurrying over to pull the sword out from above Tom's head. I'll make sure to practice properly next time. Doesn't matter. Just don't practice anywhere near me again, Tom said, struggling to his feet. Let's go, we've wasted enough time already. If they stayed here any longer, he was afraid he wouldn't die from Slytherin's trial, but from Wade's hands instead. Wade nearly killed him just playing with the sword, and there was still a halberd he hadn't tried yet. Fine. Wade said helplessly as he packed the halberd and sword into a box created through transfiguration, then stuffed it into his seemingly bottomless pocket. Still, from the faint look of regret in Wade's eyes, Tom could tell he was disappointed he didn't get to try out the halberd too. For the sake of his own life, this cursed place was no longer safe to linger in. Of course, there were still other weapons scattered around the corridor, ones that had probably belonged to the other statues. But the enchantments on those had almost completely faded. Perhaps it had something to do with how long those battle constructs had been left stored here. After walking only a short distance, they reached the end of the corridor. In fact, during the earlier fight, Tom had already retreated this far while defending himself. It was only now that they finally took a good look at the door before them. The door was carved with the same serpent pattern as the entrance, which meant it could be opened directly with Parseltongue, without any puzzles this time. Tom's eyes suddenly lit up as he bent down and picked up a piece of parchment from the ground. This seems to be the Gaunt woman's fourth letter. Tom said. What does it say? Wade asked casually. Tom skimmed through it quickly. She wrote that although the journey was full of hardships and dangers, there were also many gains and rewards, and that the descendants of today are simply biased against Slytherin, something she firmly refuses to believe. Putting the letter down, Tom said, looks like she never realized the truth behind those battle constructs. Wade nodded. Seems so. It was well hidden. Without certain special abilities, even I wouldn't have noticed that the cores of those constructs contained human souls. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, someone has to use the Cruciatus. But. Tom hesitated. Did you notice? She said there were many dangers, but also lots of rewards. Yet for us, aside from the core you took and the two weapons, we haven't found anything else. Where are those rewards? We're not the first ones to come in here. The people before us already solved all those puzzles for us. Where do you think those rewards went? Wade said irritably. Where? Tom asked blankly. Obviously, they took them. Who goes on an expedition and just leaves the rewards behind? Oh, right. Tom raised a hand and rubbed his half-bald scalp. Wade stroked his chin, studying Tom carefully. For some reason, he felt like Tom had gotten dumber tonight. Suddenly, Wade gave him a suspicious look. Don't tell me your intelligence is tied to your hair. Lose the hair, lose the brains. Tom actually looked a little uncertain after hearing that. He touched his head. Do you have any magic that can make my hair grow back? Of course I do, Wade said. The future Dark Lord really does know every spell, Tom muttered with a sigh. Wade frowned slightly at that, then waved his wand. At once, Tom felt his previously bald head return to normal, his hair even regained its original style. He conjured a mirror and checked himself, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that his hair was fully restored. Now, Wade said seriously, tell me again, what kind of spell can fix hair? Since the hair that got cut off is still on the ground, a simple reparo would have done it, Tom said, then froze in shock. Wait, why didn't I think of that earlier? So, tell me, is reparo the kind of spell only a Dark Lord can master? Wade asked. Tom was speechless. Thinking back to what he'd just said, he broke into a cold sweat. Is this really me? This is terrifyingly stupid. Forget it, your hair's back on your head, so your brilliant mind has reclaimed its throne, Wade said, patting Tom's shoulder. Just promise me one thing, protect your hair from now on, or who knows, you might be defeated by a 1-year-old baby without it. Tom hesitantly touched his hair. Could it really be that his intelligence was tied to it? Open the door already. Stop standing there like an idiot, Wade urged. A moment later, the large door opened as Tom spoke Parseltongue, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Both Wade and Tom had taken Nightingale potion beforehand, so even in the darkness, they could see clearly. Beyond the door was a moderately sized room, and at the far end of that room seemed to be another black door. There's something scattered in front of that door, Tom said. Let's take a look, Wade replied, lighting the surrounding braziers with his wand. With proper light, the view was much clearer than with Nightingale potion alone. As the two of them stepped inside one after the other, the door behind them closed again. Neither of them found it strange. After all, the door had closed the same way when they first entered. When they reached the door on the opposite side, they were startled to find that what lay scattered in front of it was a human skeleton. This is... Tom stared at the remains, then at a familiar piece of parchment beside them. Is this the gaunt woman? Tom raised his hand, and the parchment floated up and landed in his grasp. Meanwhile, Wade noticed the strange, pitch-black door, and beside the skeleton, an all-too-familiar spell carved into the floor, Crucio, Cruciatus Curse. Sigh. Tom suddenly let out a heavy sigh. What is it? Wade asked. Take a look at this, Tom said, handing him the parchment. There's no hope. I can't get out. The only way forward is the unforgivable curse. The problem is, even if I were willing to use it, I have no suitable target. I came here alone. I never thought Salazar Slytherin would leave behind such a cruel and insidious trial. In the last letter I wrote to my brother, I invited him to explore this place with me. If he believed me and came here alone, then I've led him to his death. Though there were differences between us, I never wished for him to meet the same fate as me. I only hope that our final meeting isn't remembered by such an ending. Nocto Nocturgaunt. Wade silently put the parchment down. So Slytherin ultimately betrayed this descendant of his. Usually people say descendants betrayed their ancestor, not the other way around. Still, Wade said it that way, and Tom understood why he would. All right, we need to open this door next. From the letter, we're lucky there are two of us and not just one, Tom said, taking the parchment back from Wade and reading it over again calmly. Yeah, the way to open this door seems obvious, Wade said, pointing at the spell carved in the floor. Someone has to use the Cruciatus Curse, otherwise we'll end up like her, locked in here until we die. Tom nodded. Looks like even if the Cruciatus is cast, it only works if used on a person. You were right, Slytherin really wasn't a good man. Even the most unpopular headmaster Black in history wouldn't force students, or his own descendants, to shoot each other with the Cruciatus Curse. Tom, there's no other way. You'll have to use the curse on me, Wade said with a smile. What? Tom stared at Wade in shock. By Tom's thinking, there was no way this bastard would volunteer to be the target. Tom had even steeled himself to take one blast of Cruciatus. But he hadn't expected Wade to offer himself willingly. Is this still Wade? Has some restless spirit possessed him? Your Cruciatus won't work on me, Wade said. But if I use the Cruciatus on you, you might die. That was the truth. Wade had practiced nightmare magic for so long that his soul's strength had reached a certain level, and the Cruciatus Curse acts directly on the soul. With nightmare magic protecting him, at Tom's current magical strength, even a perfectly cast Cruciatus couldn't pierce Wade's armor. But if Wade cast the Cruciatus with his level of power, Tom would have almost no chance of surviving. Wade couldn't let Tom die on him during a late-night outing. That would be very inconvenient, and Tom's death would also disrupt Wade's plans for the future. So having Tom cast the curse, and keeping both of them uninjured while clearing this place, was the outcome that best served their interests. Tom stared at his wand and fell into thought. After a long moment, Tom suddenly said, "Fine, then you hit me." Oh. A sharp gleam flashed in Wade's eyes. Care to tell me why? I already said it, didn't I? I don't want to study dark magic lately, and I don't want to use it either. Tom replied impatiently. Really? What a peculiar reason, Tom. But are you absolutely sure? This might be the only chance in your entire life to actually hit me with a spell. Cut the nonsense. Go on, I know you well enough to trust your control over magic, I won't die. And honestly, you were waiting for me to say that first, weren't you? You'd never volunteer to be the target yourself. The fuck's wrong with this kid? Wade rubbed his chin. I know you. You don't have to keep testing me like this. I've already said it before, until my strength surpasses yours, I'll follow your lead for now. If I'm weak, then I'll bear the consequences of being weak. I might not be strong, but I still have my pride. Tom said through clenched teeth. Now it was certain, Tom really was showing signs of PTSD thanks to him. In truth, Wade hadn't meant it as a test at all, he just wanted to clear the trial safely without anyone getting hurt. Still, it would feel wrong to turn down such heartfelt insistence. Besides, Tom's emotional state was off, he probably wouldn't be able to cast a proper Cruciatus curse anyway. Thinking that, Wade smiled and raised his wand. All right then. I'll start counting to 3. Be ready. Tom took a deep breath. Go ahead. Count. All right, 3. Crucio. Ah, Rorfai. Tom collapsed to the floor, curling up like a shrimp, writhing in agony. That bastard, what happened to counting to 3 properly? As Tom screamed in pain, threads of red lightning began to pour out of his body and flow toward the black door. The word Crucio, engraved on the floor flared red, and the black door slowly creaked open. After a long moment, Tom finally managed to push himself up from the ground. I finally understand what it means to wish for death instead, he rasped. So, Tom, Wade said suddenly, after personally experiencing dark magic, have you gained any new insights about it? Tom stayed silent for a while, then turned to glance at the skeleton nearby. If I told you that I never want to use dark magic again, would you believe me? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 258, Chapter 258, The Door to the Study. Why is that? Wade asked calmly. You've just experienced the power of the Cruciatus curse firsthand. So you should understand now. Dark magic can become the sharpest sword in your hand. Of course I know that. But. Tom frowned. Being on the receiving end of it really doesn't feel good, Wade. Tom. I'm honestly surprised to hear you say that. Wade said in astonishment. Someone like you, who constantly pursues ultimate power, is actually thinking from the perspective of the victim rather than the caster. What made you change? I don't know. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know what I'm thinking. It's complicated. Maybe the pain from the Cruciatus curse scrambled my mind. Right now, I don't even know how to describe what I feel. I'm just angry. Yes, that's it, I only feel anger now. Tom looked again at the skeleton on the ground. Anger, huh? I think I understand a little, Wade said gently. You're angry that Slytherin truly was as the world claims, stubborn, cruel, and vicious. I think you're partly right. Because of his ridiculous trial, I got hit by a Cruciatus curse. And, her. Tom pointed at the skeleton. Even though I have no fondness for the Gaunt family, I still think someone like her, Nocto Gaunt, shouldn't have died here. And yet Slytherin's absurd trial ended up filtering out people like her. Thinking about her naive ideals. I suppose you were right earlier. In the end, it was Slytherin himself who betrayed his own descendants. Tom tore his gaze away from the skeleton and looked at Wade. So, even though I've never rejected dark magic and always wanted to become stronger, now I suddenly feel disgusted at Slytherin and everything he stood for. So whatever's inside, you can have it. How strange. I used to feel proud of being a descendant of Slytherin. As Tom spoke, a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. After all, he knew perfectly well how precious Slytherin's legacy was. He clearly knew these were the very things he had once dreamed of obtaining. Yet now, he just felt disgusted, deep, inexplicable disgust. He would rather hand them all over to his rival, Wade Reynolds. When had he started to change? Wade spoke calmly. Let me remind you again. Beyond this door lies Slytherin's study, his inheritance might be stored inside. With those things, your power could increase dramatically. Are you truly sure you want to give that up? Tom stayed silent for a long while before finally saying, It's true, I just experienced the power of dark magic firsthand. But before that, I also fought using Dumbledore's style. And suddenly, I realized, fighting like Dumbledore might not be so bad after all. His eyes grew brighter, his confusion fading bit by bit. You know, Professor Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards alive, even without using dark magic. So, Wade, maybe the greatest kind of magic is something I already have. You mean the kind of magic you never believed in before, love? Yes. The magic of love. Wade smiled pleasantly. It's good that you've come to such an understanding, Tom. But even so, you still need to learn dark magic, whether you intend to use it or not, even if it disgusts you, especially Slytherin's methods. Why? Tom asked. Wade explained, if you don't understand dark magic at all, how could you ever protect yourself from it? And if a friend of yours were struck by a dark curse, how would you save them if you knew nothing about it? I imagine that's exactly why Dumbledore sent you those dark magic manuscripts, to make sure you'd know how to defend yourself, not to tempt you into using them. Besides, even a wizard like Dumbledore, who rarely uses dark magic, has studied it in great depth. Tom nodded. My dad said something similar before. He told me that Dumbledore probably sent those manuscripts so I could learn enough to protect myself, not to actually use them. Wade smiled. Looks like your old man was right, huh? You just skipped a word there to make it sound like you're my dad, didn't you? Tom shot him a sidelong glance. It should have been, your dad and I. Don't get hung up on small details, Tom. There's something much happier to talk about. Wade waved his hand dismissively. What is it? Tom asked suspiciously. Haven't you noticed? Your magic has grown stronger again, Wade said with a smile. Has it? Tom frowned and focused inward. It does feel that way, but why? Have you forgotten? Magic comes from the heart. You've felt that before. And right now, your state of mind is purer than it's ever been. Is that so? Tom quietly took in the sensation, just like he had back at Riddle Manor. In truth, there's nothing wrong with pursuing power, Wade continued. Even seeking the strength of dark magic isn't inherently bad. What matters is the kind of person you choose to be, and where you decide to use that power. After finishing his words, Wade stepped into Slytherin's study, leaving Tom standing alone at the doorway, lost in thoughts far beyond what someone his age should have been pondering. After a long while, Tom finally came back to his senses. He glanced once more at the skeleton on the floor and sighed. Well, you're still my elder, even if you're a gaunt. I can't just leave you lying here forever. You probably wouldn't want to rest so close to that old man anyway. Saying that, Tom tore off a piece of fabric from his robe and used transfiguration to turn it into a small carrying bag. Then, with a levitation charm, he carefully lifted the bones and placed them inside. When everything was packed, he added the 5 letters as well before stepping into Slytherin's study. The moment he entered, he saw a wall carved with Slytherin's likeness, long hair flowing, eyes staring ahead. Tom gave it only a brief, indifferent glance before walking up the side staircase. I finally understand why this trial was designed so illogically, Wade said, holding a yellowed manuscript. Oh. What did you figure out? Tom asked, approaching with the bag in hand. The trial we just went through was indeed created by Slytherin, and it truly was meant for his descendants. Strictly speaking, it was a way to train them. This place was only used while Slytherin himself was still at Hogwarts. In other words, when he built this place, he never imagined that he'd one day leave because of disagreements with the other founders. Originally, this place was meant to be passed down through generations, to temper his heirs. But when he left abruptly, that inheritance was lost, Wade explained. Tom began to understand. So you mean, Slytherin used to personally watch his descendants undergo these trials, and wanted his heirs to experience them under his supervision? Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, every trial was meant for 2 people to enter together. That's why he never considered that a descendant might one day attempt it alone. After all, in Nokit's case, even though she was the kind of descendant Slytherin most admired, someone willing to use dark magic without hesitation, she couldn't leave this place alive because she entered alone. That made the trial meaningless, Wade said, nodding. Then how could he make sure every generation had 2 heirs? Tom stopped mid-sentence as realization hit him. So what you're saying is, each descendant of Slytherin was supposed to bring a friend into the trial, and in the final stage, the only way to leave was to cast the Cruciatus curse on that friend. Wade snapped his fingers. Exactly. And of course, the one they brought with them would undoubtedly be a close friend. If you can't bring yourself to cast Cruciatus on your dearest companion, then how could you ever master dark magic? Though, if it were me, I think Slytherin would have been angrier if the friend ended up casting it first. TCH. Tom clicked his tongue. Don't you think that's a little perverse? Dark magic has side effects. Wizards who study it excessively gradually become twisted, their minds grow extreme, their actions more and more unhinged. So when you think about it that way, Slytherin's extreme behavior actually makes perfect sense, Wade explained. So by that logic. Wade, since you're so obsessed with studying dark magic, does that mean you've already started to go insane? Tom couldn't help asking. A still sane Wade was already hard enough to deal with. If he ever went mad, what then? I won't, Wade said, spreading his hands. I rarely study dark magic anyway. Why bother researching something I can master after seeing it once? Wade's learning ability was indeed exceptional. Aside from the nightmare magic he often practiced, he picked up every other form of dark magic with remarkable ease. TCH, showing off again. Tom muttered, feeling a mix of envy and irritation. Besides, Wade continued cheerfully, even though I know a lot of dark magic, I hardly ever use it. And magic you don't use can't affect your mind much. So, you'll probably never live to see the day I go insane from it. You'd better be telling the truth, Wade. I have no desire to deal with a lunatic version of you. Relax. Here, take this. Wade handed him a worn piece of parchment. When you bury Noctogaunt, put it in her grave. What's this? Tom asked, taking it. An answer. The one Nocto was searching for. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Slytherin's own research notes. Tom looked down at the parchment. The writing was so old it had nearly faded, and the phrasing was archaic and difficult to read. It seemed to be a page from Slytherin's own manuscript. I fear we are already worlds apart. Not a single one of them is willing to accept my views. I once thought Godric shared my vision, for he too believed our pupils ought to be outstanding talents. But the problem is, he too has been brainwashed by that asinine idea, that those of Muggle parentage possess potential equal to purebloods. When I voiced my displeasure at this false notion, Godric flew into a rage. I have grown weary of quarrel and will no longer watch the corridors filled with shoving, pretenders who pose as witches and wizards. I now realize with a leaden heart that I must depart this place. I will place the creature into a state of slumber until someone who shares my views awakens it. The chosen heir will correct the errors others have unwittingly committed. Those unworthy will only sully my legacy, while my true descendant will shoulder the task of purifying Hogwarts. This is indeed the answer, although perhaps not what Noctogaunt wanted to see. Tom read the final passage and frowned. But, what is it that creature? Purify Hogwarts? What does that even mean? Wade said, he probably left a powerful creature somewhere in Hogwarts and hoped a like-minded Slytherin heir would release it and then eliminate the non-pureblood students in the school. Is he mad? If a lot of students started dying at Hogwarts, the school would be shut down. Tom exclaimed. Wade smiled. You're right, but, 1,000 years ago doing something like that might not have been considered a crime. So, that monster might still be alive. Lurking somewhere inside Hogwarts. Tom shivered. Seeing the smile on Wade's face, Tom suddenly grew timid and asked, You're not planning to go after that creature, are you? This time I'm not coming even if you make me, no way. No, Tom, I'm not interested in that creature. In fact, I'm not even that interested in the manuscripts here. Once I finish going through them, I'll report this place to Dumbledore, including the creature, Wade said with a calm smile. Tom raised an eyebrow. After you've gone through them. He knew perfectly well that once Wade read something once, he could memorize it completely. Still, that was far better than being dragged off to chase some unknown monster and dance with death again. Are we leaving now? I think I found the exit, Tom said, pointing to a door at the center of the study's second floor. Of course, he'd figured there had to be another way out. Otherwise, would Slytherin really have walked through that long, suffocating maze every time he wanted to visit his study? Give me an hour, Tom. I want to read through these manuscripts properly. There might be some interesting records about blood curse werewolves hidden in Slytherin's dark magic experiments, Wade said as he flipped through the ancient pages. Tom glanced at the open book before him. The grotesque illustrations alone made his sanity plummet, he nearly vomited. You seriously just called those horrifying dark magic experiments interesting? And you still have the nerve to keep claiming you're a good person. While Wade was going through the materials left behind by Slytherin, Tom naturally didn't sit idle. Though he now felt some disgust toward his ancestor, his curiosity about the men remained strong. So Tom took advantage of the free time to wander around Slytherin's study. The furnishings were rather simple. Apart from Slytherin's crest on the walls, there were also portraits of Slytherin himself. It was easy to tell that Slytherin had been a very self-centered wizard. Tom casually picked up a manuscript from the bookshelf and began to flip through it. To his relief, this one didn't record any gruesome dark magic experiments but was instead a collection of essays. All the essays were written by someone named Devin Jorgensen. After reading for a while, Tom realized this collection was actually a homework notebook. Each essay had Slytherin's own comments written after it. The annotations were detailed and precise, showing that when Slytherin thought a student was worth teaching, he truly did so with sincerity. There were plenty more collections like that on the same bookshelf. No wonder Wade hadn't bothered looking through these manuscripts. There was no way something like information on blood curse animagi would appear in Slytherin's assigned coursework. Tom set the manuscript back and began browsing another shelf. Half of this one had already been emptied by Wade, the half containing the terrifying dark magic experiment records he was currently studying. The remaining books seemed to be Slytherin's own compilations of dark magic spell research. Tom randomly pulled one out and opened it. Bone extraction curse, a rather decent minor curse. The victim's bone marrow will be forcibly pulled out from every part of the body. The incantation is. Tom inhaled sharply. That's a minor curse. Then those so-called minor curses that made someone's front teeth grow must have been children's games by comparison. He quickly skipped past the vivid, bloody illustration at the bottom of the page and turned to the next one. Black Mist Curse, an accidentally discovered curse that summons a strange, cursed black mist. After conducting experiments on 100 muggles, its effects can be summarized as follows. HSS. Tom's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He didn't even finish reading before hurriedly flipping through another 10 pages. The illustrations for that one curse alone spanned over 10 pages. Before long, Tom came across another dark magic curse. Blood Moon Curse, discovered in a strange tomb. Due to the extremely demanding casting conditions, I have not yet tested it myself. The first requirement is to conduct the Blood Moon ritual during an actual blood moon. As of writing this book, I have not yet encountered one. Still, I will record this curse in hopes that my descendants may one day attempt it when the blood moon appears. First, one must prepare the fangs of a bat that has drunk human blood. Then, lastly, the tooth of the intended target must be placed upon the altar. The procedure is as follows. Upon completion of the ritual, the victim's missing tooth will regrow in a short time. However, their bloodline will be cursed, them, their descendants, and their descendants' descendants will know no peace for all eternity. As for the precise effects of this curse, the records in the tomb did not elaborate. I hope future generations who succeed in performing the ritual will add to this entry. Still, since this curse was documented, it's possible that some of those cursed, or their descendants, still live. I hope to encounter one someday, so I may study the curse's exact nature through experimentation. Wade. I found something. It might be connected to the blood curse animagi. Tom called out in excitement. Wade looked up. What did you find? Tom hurried over and placed the book in front of him. Wade skimmed through it quickly. The section on the Blood Moon Curse wasn't long, since it wasn't one of Slytherin's own creations but rather a spell he'd discovered, and never tested. He finished reading soon enough, a trace of excitement appearing on his face. A bloodline curse. The blood curse animagi is also a bloodline curse, isn't it? Exactly. Do you think Nagini's blood curse might have been caused by this Blood Moon Curse? Tom asked. I'm not sure, but judging from the description, it does sound very similar. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 260, The Weight of Discovery. I'm not sure, but judging from the description, it does sound very similar, Wade said as he continued flipping through the spellbook. Tom sighed regretfully. TCH, what a pity. Slytherin recorded so little about it. If even he didn't know the effects of the curse, then there's no way he would have written down how to break it. Maybe we could try to locate that strange tomb he mentioned. Wade murmured thoughtfully. Tom frowned. Don't tell me you're planning to explore it again. No. If even Slytherin called it strange, that alone proves how dangerous it must be. Even if we did find out where it is, we'd be better off not taking that risk, Wade said seriously. The more Wade learned about the world's dark magic, the more cautious he became. He had seen far too many bizarre and unpredictable curses. Even for someone as capable as him, there was no guarantee he wouldn't fall victim to one. After all, he didn't have infinite health. Even someone as powerful as Dumbledore had fallen victim to one of Voldemort's curses, hadn't he? Then what should we do? Tell Professor Dumbledore and let him investigate it. Tom asked instinctively. Even Dumbledore, strong as he is still human. There's no guarantee he wouldn't get caught by it, Wade replied. Then, are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Tom said in frustration. I have some new ideas, Tom. Don't worry. First we find the place, then we'll decide. Wade said thoughtfully. Tom fell silent. Wade was right. Asking Dumbledore to go would be risky. Dumbledore was the pillar of the wizarding world, with Grindelwald on the rise, his safety was crucial. If anything happened to him, no one could stop Grindelwald. Even Wade wasn't yet ready to face Grindelwald head-on. Tom could tell Wade's plans weren't fully formed. After a moment, Tom asked, Wade, can you try to trick Grindelwald into investigating it for us? If he dies, nobody will mourn him. Wade looked at Tom in surprise. That's an interesting idea, but Grindelwald isn't an idiot. You can't just use him as a pawn, especially after he's already taken a big loss. Ah, what a shame, Tom said with a face full of regret. Wade smiled. Seems you really dislike that old man. Of course I do. If someone pointed a wand at your throat, you'd have melted them already, right? Tom scoffed. Exactly. I never hold grudges overnight. Even if I can't beat him, I'll at least make him miserable, Wade said with a smile. All right, enough chatter. Pull that book out, and you go look for other volumes. See if you can find any record of that strange tomb, or, better yet, anything directly about the blood curse animagi. With a target, they had purpose. Tom abandoned his earlier aimless wandering and began to search Slytherin's books with focus. He even read the students' homework carefully. Wade soon finished the experiment manuscripts and joined Tom, flipping through Slytherin's other papers. With Wade helping, the research went much faster. Before long, they found some clues in a travel-like manuscript Slytherin had left behind. On returning from Eastern Europe this time, the gains were considerable, especially that tomb. I must say, that tomb was the oddest place I have ever seen. Thanks to that place, I may well need a cane for the rest of my life. This damned curse, I could not fully remove it alone. Still, I'm over 60 now, it's not strange to need a cane. I hope Godric won't mock me. Never mind, tomorrow I'll ask Helga and Rowena, perhaps they know something. Thank heavens. With everyone's help I have at last rid myself of the curse. Alas, my handsome looks are gone forever. Godric actually said I look like a baboon. I know he did not mean it, but I still took him to task. His sword is sharp, but my cane is hard as well. That place is in Eastern Europe, and it contains a curse even Slytherin couldn't remove on his own. TSK, who would have thought Slytherin's ugliness came from this, Wade muttered, repeating the key points from the manuscript. You were right, Wade. Even Dumbledore might not come out of that place unscathed, it took all 4 founders together to lift the curse. Tom said in shock. We'll have to take our time with this one, Wade murmured. Should we tell Dumbledore about these clues? Tom asked. Of course. We don't need to keep everything secret. Sometimes, revealing a bit can earn us even greater help, Wade said as he began sorting the manuscripts. All right, then did you find anything else besides that blood moon curse? Tom asked. Yes, Wade said, pulling a sheet from the stack of experiment notes and holding it right under Tom's nose. I don't want to look. Ah, right, I forgot you can't stomach this kind of thing. It's an experiment about reconstructing a physical body. I was thinking, if Nagini's bloodline remains cursed, I might be able to create a new body for her. Of course, that's only a last resort. At those words, Tom quickly snatched the manuscript and skimmed through it. The bone of the father, unknowingly given, the blood of the servant, willingly given. Ah, sorry, wrong one. This is the one I meant. Wade snatched back the parchment and handed him another. Slytherin did quite a bit of research in this field. I just mixed them up. All right. Tom handed the experimental manuscript back to Wade, his face pale. After all, Tom was still young and couldn't stomach something that gruesome. Wade, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and even felt that Slytherin's knife technique in the illustration could use improvement. After all, he used to study biological sciences, and things like dissection were just basic skills. Let's go. Time to leave. After putting all the books and manuscripts back in their places, Wade finally spoke. You're not taking anything? Tom asked in surprise. I've memorized everything, so there's no need to take them. Oh, and don't forget Nocto-Gaunt's remains. We have to give her a proper burial. Tom. After all this trouble tonight, even though Wade claimed he didn't need Slytherin's inheritance, he was still the one who gained the most. As for Tom, he had nearly lost his life and gained nothing but a few insights. Even the rewards that should have been on Nocto-Gaunt were nowhere to be found. Clearly, someone else had come here after her, and the rewards on her body had probably been taken by that group. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Wade hadn't actually done what Tom imagined, he hadn't hoarded Slytherin's inheritance for himself. Tom simply didn't want to accept those things anymore. Otherwise, even if he took a few spellbooks right now, Wade wouldn't have stopped him. After examining the door before them, Wade pressed his hand against the serpent-shaped pattern. The wall in front of them began to turn, revealing a small hidden chamber behind it. Tom didn't overthink it and followed Wade inside. As soon as they both stepped in, the chamber rotated again. The wall they had entered through turned back into place, sealing them inside. Then, the small chamber began to rise, it felt exactly like an elevator in the Muggle world. There was a loud clattering sound. When the ascent stopped, the door in front of them opened. Wade and Tom quickly stepped out, only to find themselves in a familiar corridor, facing the equally familiar entrance to the Slytherin common room. Wade turned around in surprise and saw that on the wall, which had just closed behind them, there was a tiny carving of a snake. When he touched it again, he felt as if something had scanned over his body, and the next second, the wall swung open once more. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 261, ugh. That's so cliché. I see. So only those who've passed the trial can open the study from this side, Wade said, then turned to Tom with a grin. If you ever want a good place to study dark magic, you can just come straight to Slytherin's study. Tom shook his head. I don't ever want to come near this place again. Besides, once we tell Dumbledore, we probably won't be able to sneak in again anyway. All right, then let's go find Dumbledore now, Wade said. Wade, did you forget something? What? We're technically out wandering after curfew. How exactly are we supposed to explain how we ended up finding the entrance to a secret trial? Without a proper excuse, how many points do you think we're going to lose? Remember, the Slytherin hourglass only just climbed out of the negatives. That's easy, Tom. You're a descendant of Slytherin, right? Just say you were asleep and felt a calling from your ancestor. Then. Ugh. That's so cliché. And disgusting. I'd rather just tell Dumbledore the truth. Knowing his personality, he might even give us some points back after taking them away. After all, we did discover Slytherin's inheritance, and exposed a potential danger to the school. Tom firmly rejected Wade's ridiculous excuse. The whole ancestor's calling thing made his skin crawl. Besides, this was Dumbledore they were talking about, his legitimacy was terrifying. With Tom's acclimacy still incomplete, one look from him would expose every lie. Better to just be honest. You're sure about this? Wade asked. What if we lose points? With Dumbledore, honesty is always the ultimate weapon. You're the one who said that, Tom replied. Hey, Wade nodded approvingly. That's right, Tom. It seems you've really picked up a lot of my finer qualities. Tom snorted. You mean like sneaking around after curfew, secretly studying dark magic, and growing dangerous magical plants? I meant the other qualities, Tom. I have plenty of excellent traits, like wisdom, for instance. The fireplace crackled softly. Dumbledore, wrapped in a purple nightgown and wearing a rather feminine nightcap, frowned as he looked at the two troublemakers standing before him in the middle of the night. He had already listened to a rough account of what had happened, and honestly, he'd never met such restless Slytherin students in his life. So, the reason you two weren't sleeping at this hour was because you accidentally discovered a trial left behind by Salazar Slytherin, went through a series of near-death experiences, and finally found a study full of dark magic manuscripts. Wade and Tom both nodded repeatedly. And you also brought out the remains of a Gaunt, a descendant who died in that trial, carrying her bones back here in a bag. Wade and Tom kept nodding. And you also found that Slytherin seems to have left a mysterious creature in the school that could one day threaten the students' safety. Wade and Tom were getting tired of nodding. Do you even know how many school rules you've broken? Dumbledore asked, sounding far from amused. Tom went pale and clamped his mouth shut, he knew better than to speak now. But Wade actually began counting on his fingers. Wade. What are you counting? Dumbledore asked. We've broken 10 school rules in total, Professor, Wade said earnestly, putting his hand down. Dumbledore nearly laughed in exasperation. It seems you know the rules better than I do, the deputy headmaster. Tom suddenly piped up, Wade once told me that only by fully understanding the rules can you break them better. Wade widened his eyes at Tom. Professor, he's slandering me. I clearly said only by fully understanding the rules can you follow them better. Dumbledore sighed at length. Why don't I just transfer you two to Gryffindor? There aren't enough Slytherin points left to deduct. How dare you venture recklessly into a place you knew nothing about? Don't you realize you might have lost your lives? Professor, we couldn't help it. The moment we went inside, the door locked behind us, Tom said miserably. And once he'd gone in, I couldn't just stand outside doing nothing. Good thing he did follow me, Wade added. Otherwise, I'd never have made it through the final trial. That Noctogaunt, who died in there, is proof enough of that. Tom could have come to find me. You two aren't like her, you have professors who can help you. If you'd done that, you might have avoided all the danger, Dumbledore said sternly. Wade and Tom wisely kept silent. All right. I'll take you to see the headmaster first. No matter what, Slytherin's legacy is of great importance. As for your punishment, we'll have to discuss it before deciding anything. If you're lucky, perhaps Headmaster Dippet might even award you some points. When we reach his office, you'll recount everything that happened tonight in full. Dumbledore brushed his wand lightly over his robe, and his nightgown instantly turned into his usual wizard attire. Let's go. And it would be best if Grindelwald never hears about this, he said, removing his frilly nightcap as he opened the office door. Only to find Grindelwald standing outside, smiling pleasantly. Good evening, Albus. Oh. I see I'm not the only one who couldn't sleep tonight, you've got two little night owls with you as well. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. This was the last situation he wanted to see. When did you get here? I heard you say, it would be best if Grindelwald didn't know, Grindelwald said with a smile. So tell me, what little secret is it that I'm not supposed to hear? Dumbledore's office door was completely soundproofed by magic, but the moment he opened it, the enchantment briefly failed, just long enough for Grindelwald to catch that one unfortunate sentence. Since I already said you shouldn't know, why bother asking? Dumbledore replied coolly. Ahaha, if I were only asking as a friend, of course you could keep secrets from me, Grindelwald said. But I'm here as a senior investigator from the Ministry. I have the right to know everything that concerns Hogwarts. His eyes gleamed with challenge as he looked at Dumbledore. We were caught wandering the castle at night, Tom interrupted before Dumbledore could speak. Professor Dumbledore was about to take us to see Headmaster Dippet. Oh. Is that so? Grindelwald smiled at him. If it were merely a case of wandering the halls after curfew, Albus could handle that himself. Why would he need to involve the headmaster? And if it's such a minor matter, why go out of his way to hide it from me? Tom froze, unable to answer, quickly averting his gaze to avoid Grindelwald's eyes. Then Wade spoke up in an exasperated tone. It's because of you, really. You've been spending so much time around us lately that when the professor caught us sneaking out, he assumed we were doing something for you. Tom let out a quiet breath of relief, and Dumbledore immediately caught on. He stepped forward, placing himself between the two boys and Grindelwald, his gaze cold and steady. Since you insist on knowing, I'll tell you. You may have an official title now, but you and I both know what kind of men you truly are. I don't want Hogwarts' brightest students falling under your influence. I intend to meet with Headmaster Dippet and advise these boys to stay away from you, and to make sure you haven't secretly placed any dark enchantments on them. That is a very serious accusation, Albus, Grindelwald said, frowning. You brought it on yourself, Grindelwald. If you hadn't pressed for answers, we could have at least preserved a little mutual respect, couldn't we? Dumbledore said, staring him down without yielding an inch. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 262, The Office of Chaos. The night had deepened. There were clearly no windows nearby, yet a faint chill drifted through the corridor. Wade Reynolds and Tom Riddle pulled their robes tighter around themselves as they followed Albus Percival Wulfric blah 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 Dumbledore toward the headmaster's office. Did he believe it? Tom suddenly asked. Most likely not, Tom, Dumbledore replied from ahead. Tom's attitude toward Grindelwald earlier had pleased Dumbledore very much. It was obvious the boy was dissatisfied with that old man, which meant the chances of him being swayed by him were significantly lower. Besides, he had already checked with legitimacy, Tom hadn't lied. He truly disliked Grindelwald. What delighted Dumbledore the most was Tom's current resistance to dark magic and his newfound understanding of the magic of love. He had actually chosen to hand over Slytherin's legacy to the school instead of studying it himself. This child, he really could be saved. And all of this was thanks to the one he trusted most, Wade Reynolds. So what should we do? Tom muttered anxiously, unaware of Dumbledore's thoughts. Slytherin's legacy was something Grindelwald would no doubt be very interested in. And for Tom, even if he currently felt some resistance toward that legacy, he still didn't want Grindelwald finding a way to take it. In Tom's mind, his ancient ancestor Salazar Slytherin was far less disturbing than Grindelwald. After all, his ancestor had never pressed a wand against his neck. Don't worry, Tom. As long as he's still playing this a follow-the-rules game with us, he won't be able to take anything from you, Dumbledore said calmly. My things. Tom repeated, turning the words over, as if beginning to understand. As long as those things don't belong to the school, then he has no grounds to touch what's yours. While Tom was having this realization, Wade took out his wand and conjured a small ball of bright red flame. The cold corridor instantly grew warm. Dumbledore turned back, eyelid twitching sharply. With a casual wave, the flame in Wade's hand went out. Wade looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. I can control it. I know, but don't use that in the school. I'll teach you my Gabrathian fire later, that's enough for practical use, Dumbledore said helplessly. Tom stared at the two of them in shock and confusion. Wade, that fire you used just now, why did it look so much like fiend fire? You so wrong, Tom. I'm a well-behaved, rule-abiding student. How could I possibly use something as evil as that? Wade denied. You think I'm an idiot? Tom jumped up. A wave of bitterness hit him. Every time he had used dark magic before, he'd been terrified of being discovered. Yet this guy had practically used fiend fire as a hand-warmer in front of Dumbledore, and Dumbledore barely reacted. He even offered to teach him the Dumbledore family's ancient Gabrathian fire in exchange for not using it at school. This was not magical fairness at all. You really did see wrong, Tom, Dumbledore said. Tom nodded while clapping his hands in frustration. Fine, whatever, it's not like I care. Tom, don't be mad. When we get back, can't I teach you too? Really? Of course. You're the hero of Hogwarts tonight. How could a professor possibly shortchange you? Wade said cheerfully. Fine. You could have just said, teach us together, and I would have done just that. But can you both promise me not to cause any more trouble? Dumbledore felt utterly exhausted. It was the first time he had ever doubted the judgment of that old Sorting Hat. Come in. The headmaster's old voice drifted out from inside. Headmaster Dippet had not gone to sleep. When Dumbledore pushed open the door and stepped in, Headmaster Dippet was fully dressed and writing busily at his desk. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. Merlin's beard. Armando, this is the first time I've ever seen you working seriously. When Dippet saw them enter, he quietly swept the papers on his desk aside. Ah, look at that, your hair hasn't even turned white, and yet your memory is failing you, Albus. Before you took the title of the Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts, I always handled school affairs myself. So, have these two youngsters caused trouble? Dippet looked toward Wade and Tom. You two can explain to the headmaster, Dumbledore said as he walked over to a cabinet, opened it with practiced ease, and took out sweets and drinks. When did you start hiding things in my office? Never mind. You two, Dippet said, staring at the two second-year students before him. What exactly happened? We accomplished something huge for Hogwarts tonight. Wade declared immediately. That's right, something incredibly huge. Tom added. Oh. Headmaster Dippet's interest was immediately piqued. Normally, Dumbledore would handle things himself and wouldn't come to him. But now he had personally brought these two children here, which meant the matter was definitely not simple. Well then, hurry up and tell me. I'd like to see what kind of great contribution could make Albus bring you here himself. Then, if we tell you, you can't deduct our points, Tom said cautiously. Ha. You two really are amusing. Go on, I won't deduct any points. And if it truly is an impressive contribution, what's the harm in giving you a few points instead? At that moment, the soft chorus of snores from the portraits of past headmasters on the wall suddenly ceased. The portraits were all pretending to sleep while quietly listening in. So the two boys recounted everything that had happened tonight, one detail after another. Of course, their original intention of sneaking into the restricted section was revised into simply wanting to get some fresh air. It wasn't very convincing, but that no longer mattered. Slytherin's trial and Slytherin's study were more than enough to pull Headmaster Dippet's attention completely away from everything else. Especially when Wade finally took out Slytherin's manuscript and told him that a mysterious creature was sleeping somewhere within Hogwarts, waiting for the day it could purge the school. How could he do such a thing? Headmaster Dippet exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe it. One of the four founders, Salazar Slytherin, had actually left a mysterious creature in the school with the intention of harming the castle's students. But there were quite a few of Slytherin's manuscripts in the restricted section, so Dippet recognized the handwriting easily. It was indeed Slytherin's. While Dippet was still stunned, the portraits of past headmasters on the walls stopped pretending to sleep and burst into chattering discussion. I've said it all along. Muggle-born students should never have been admitted. It ruins Hogwarts' reputation. I wholeheartedly support Lord Salazar Slytherin. Only purebloods. Silence, Phineas. What? Want to fight, Dexter? Fight, then. A headmaster from a neighboring frame promptly leapt into Phineas's portrait, and the two began wrestling on the spot. Enough. Stop this noise, a stern witch commanded sharply. The two troublemakers were quickly dragged apart by several other headmasters. Thank you, Dillies. And everyone, please remain quiet, Headmaster Dippet said to the portraits. Aside from Phineas still grumbling under his breath, the other headmaster said nothing more. Dippet looked toward Dumbledore. Albus, what do you think? Dumbledore set down the cup in his hand. First, we can't let Grindelwald find out. Second, we should go examine that place thoroughly and determine where the creature is located. And finally, we need to figure out a way to eliminate the threat. We cannot allow a danger to remain inside the school. Then we'll proceed that way. Headmaster Dippet smiled at Wade and Tom. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, A Very Long Night at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dippet smiled at Wade and Tom. It seems you two really have done something commendable tonight. However, you also broke quite a few school rules, and awarding too many points at once might arouse Grindelwald's suspicion. After all, he did see you earlier. So, how about neither adding nor deducting points? No problem, Headmaster. Good, then let's go. When Wade and Tom led the two old men back through the trial from the beginning and finally reached the front of the study again, 4 night puppets suddenly appeared. It seemed the corridor could detect how many people were attempting the trial and would send out an appropriate number of combat golems. Since Wade had specifically mentioned it beforehand, Headmaster Dippet did not smash the heads of the 4 night puppets. Wade then happily picked up all 4 intact cores. Headmaster Dippet and Dumbledore didn't stop him. After examining the cores briefly, they simply let Wade keep them. Consider it a small bit of compensation since they couldn't award points. When the 4 of them entered the final small room, the black door had already closed again. Which meant that to open it, they would have to use the Cruciatus Curse. Just as Tom began trembling at the thought, Headmaster Dippet only looked over the door, then performed a series of actions Wade and Tom couldn't make sense of. The door opened smoothly. Headmaster Dippet just removed the magic placed on it. From now on, entering from here won't require the Cruciatus Curse, Dumbledore explained from the side. Wow. Such powerful magic, and the headmaster could undo it so easily. That's amazing. Wade exclaimed. Of course. I may be old now, and my arm may not swing a wand the way it used to, but my knowledge hasn't faded with age the way strength does, Headmaster Dippet said cheerfully. Clearly, Wade's casual compliment had made him very happy. It's often said old men and children are similar in temperament, isn't it? Once the door opened, the 4 officially entered Slytherin's study. Afterward, once they confirmed that the exit led directly to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Wade and Tom were sent back to sleep. Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet, meanwhile, stayed in Slytherin's study and began going through the books. In the latter half of the night, Tom tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Eventually he sat up and looked at Wade on the neighboring bed. Wade was holding his wandlet at the tip, happily absorbed in reading a scroll Dumbledore had given him. I just thought of something, Tom whispered, using a whispering charm so as not to wake the others in the dormitory. What is it? Wade asked casually. That method Headmaster Dippet used to dispel the magic on the door, do you know how to do it? Which magic? The one that removes the enchantment requiring the Cruciatus Curse to open the door. Oh, that. I don't know that method. But I do have other ways to undo it, Wade said casually. With ancient magic and nightmare added onto finite incantatum, he was confident he could break it. Then Wade suddenly felt from beside him a wave of resentment so thick it could have come from a ghost wronged for 10 years. So, you actually could have opened it, but you still used the Cruciatus Curse on me. Tom said darkly. How is that my fault? Wade closed the scroll. Didn't I tell you to cast the Cruciatus Curse on me instead? Yes. But you refused and insisted on taking it yourself. I told you over and over, and you wouldn't listen, right? I suppose. Then there you go. You asked so earnestly, and as your good friend, how could I refuse your request? But you could undo that magic. I didn't need to take a Cruciatus at all. Why couldn't you tell me earlier? Tom, to fulfill your request, I risked letting dark magic stain my soul and bravely cast the Cruciatus Curse. And now you accuse me like this. It really chills my heart. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Wade tossed the scroll toward him, pulled up his blanket, and lay down. Revenge. That was revenge for me almost blasting you with that explosion curse. Tom glared at Wade through gritted teeth, wanting to start a fight but knowing he would lose. When Wade still didn't respond, Tom forced down his anger, picked up the scroll Wade had thrown, cast Lumos, and read it. Gobrathian fire. When did Dumbledore give you this? Why didn't I know? But Wade seemed to have fallen into a dead sleep and said nothing more. Fine. At least he still had Gobrathian fire to study. Not a total loss, probably. Early the next morning, Wade and Tom went together to the headmaster's office, picked up the remains of Noctogaunt they had left there overnight, and headed into the Forbidden Forest. Since they had Headmaster Dippet's permission this time, they didn't need to sneak around. After walking for quite a while, Wade finally stopped on a small rise. Even though it was inside the Forbidden Forest, the little hill offered a clear view of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. This is good. The feng shui here is decent, Wade said, pretending to calculate with his fingers. Feng shui. What's that? Rune magic. Don't ask too much. Wade raised his wand and began shifting the soil to dig a grave. Tom looked up at Hogwarts in the distance and also felt this spot was pretty good, so he said nothing and joined in the grave digging. Soon, a neat little grave mound appeared on the slope. Tom had even carved out a stone headstone using Sectum Sempra on a nearby boulder. What should the epitaph say? Tom asked. It's your ancestor. You should write it, Wade replied. Tom stroked his chin, frowning in thought for a long moment. Then, on the blank space on the back of the headstone, he carved a single line with a cutting charm. Here lies the purest and kindest Gaunt in the world. After discovering Slytherin's study, another week passed. Regarding Slytherin's study, both Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet chose to keep it a secret. They continued secretly reading through Slytherin's materials inside the study, hoping to find key information about that mysterious creature. Wade did not tell them of anything. They would find it eventually, and he had no need to interfere. Meanwhile, Grindelwald was not idle. Before long, he began suggesting to Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet that the young wizards were not receiving proper ideological guidance, which would be harmful to their future development. Therefore, he hoped he could serve as a guidance professor to correct the students' mistaken thoughts. Dumbledore would have to be insane to agree. As expected, Grindelwald's suggestion was rejected. Grindelwald then pretended to be displeased and immediately proposed establishing a new subject, moral education. Sure enough, the next day Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet agreed, but the professor had to be appointed directly by Headmaster Dippet. Headmaster Dippet emphasized that this was an internal school matter and that Grindelwald was not allowed to get involved. Grindelwald then tried to apply pressure using his position as a ministry official. But when the parents heard the news, they all sent letters to the ministry expressing their opposition. After all, everyone knew what kind of person Grindelwald was, and no one wanted someone like that teaching their children ideology. In the end, under public pressure, Grindelwald reluctantly accepted the outcome. During the ensuing discussions, Professor Slughorn, who was worried about Wade's safety, volunteered to take the position himself. Up to this point, everything was progressing exactly as Wade had promised Grindelwald at the start. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 264, I need a favor. Watching all these changes unfold, Tom once again felt overwhelmed with amazement. Sometimes he truly wanted to pry open Wade's skull and study his brain to see how it was built. And then use the skull as a bowl afterward. Comparison brings pain. Next to Wade, the other second-year students felt like a bunch of undergrown trolls. All the commotion outside didn't affect Wade much. Even the newly established moral education class didn't prompt him to intervene right away. It was better to wait a little longer. Only when Professor Slughorn became thoroughly exhausted by the job would Wade step in to help. That was the best way to achieve the desired effect. By then, Slughorn would surely be more than happy to hand all the troublesome work over to Wade. During this period, Wade wasn't idle either. He focused mainly on studying alchemy and the 2 blueprints the senior had given him. After having Toby purchase all the materials and place them in the wizard tower, Wade began attempting alchemy there. The alchemical collar that could control magical creatures wasn't particularly difficult. After spending some effort, Wade successfully produced a prototype. The other device, the converter, was much more complicated. Wade spent several days just to roughly understand its operating principles. There was no doubt that alchemy was the most complex and the most difficult discipline he had ever encountered. Not only because the books on alchemy in the library were somewhat outdated, but also because this technical discipline couldn't be mastered with strong memory alone. Because of this, Wade often had to consult Professor Dumbledore. This couldn't be helped. Ever since he had outsourced most of the research workload to the senior, she had less and less free time to communicate with him. Recently, she had been communicating solely through written messages. So for now, getting more direct guidance from her was impossible. And in addition to being a master of transfiguration, Dumbledore was also quite a skilled alchemist. His skill wasn't on the same level as Nicholas Flamel's, but he was more than capable of guiding Wade. With his senior unavailable, consulting Dumbledore was a very good option. Naturally, Dumbledore never refused Wade's questions. In fact, although he trusted Wade, he still preferred that the boy not devote too much energy to dark magic. So seeing Wade turn his attention to alchemy made him very pleased. Because of that, he even took out a manuscript given to him by a certain friend and let Wade study it. This manuscript, likely from Nicholas Flamel, was far better than the outdated alchemy books in the library and helped Wade immensely. As time passed, Wade's grasp of alchemy grew deeper and deeper. Finally, on the eve of Christmas, Wade followed the blueprint step by step and completed the converter. Finally. He looked at the palm-sized sphere in his hand. To test whether it worked, he urgently needed a source of strong emotion. Whether it was positive or negative emotion didn't matter, as long as there was enough of it. Thinking this, Wade slipped out of the somnolent wizard tower and back into Hogwarts Castle. The entire castle was filled with the joyful atmosphere of Christmas Eve. But Wade couldn't harvest any of those emotions. He couldn't just grab these cheerful students and extract their emotional residue directly from their bodies. Should he, maybe beat Tom up, then catch him while he was full of resentment and refine him on the spot? Wade abandoned the idea as soon as it appeared. Tom had been behaving well lately, and hitting him now felt a bit too heartless. After all, Wade was a good person. Well. It was just that he didn't have a valid excuse to hit him. Besides, Tom often went to Dumbledore these days to discuss his insights about the magic of love. Wade worried that if he hit him now, the boy might run straight to Dumbledore to complain. Maybe, he could find a Dementor. Those things fed on positive emotions and were pure negative emotion from head to toe. Perfect experimental material. In the end, still under a disillusionment charm, Wade knocked on Grindelwald's office door. Grindelwald opened the door and paused for a moment when he saw no one there. "It's me," Wade said. Hearing Wade's voice, Grindelwald's eyes brightened slightly. He opened the door fully and let Wade inside. After closing it, Grindelwald smiled. "I haven't seen you in a while. Your magic has improved nicely. This disillusionment charm didn't give you away even to me." Wade dispelled the charm. "You flatter me. It's nothing special, I just practice blindly." Grindelwald naturally didn't believe that. "All right then, what brings you here? Don't tell me your plan is about to begin." "No rush on that. I need to wait until Professor Slughorn can't handle things anymore before I step in," Wade replied. "TSK, you really are sharp. Fine, then you didn't come here just to wish me an early Merry Christmas, did you?" "Well, that too, but mainly, I need a favor," Wade said. "Oh. And what kind of favor requires coming to me instead of Dumbledore?" Grindelwald asked with interest. "It's about one of my experiments," Wade said vaguely. "Interesting, what do you need?" Grindelwald immediately perked up. Since Wade had come to him, it meant the experiment was likely not very legal. And when it came to conducting dark magic experiments in a school, who could possibly be more qualified than Grindelwald? After all, he had been expelled from Durmstrang precisely for performing dark magic experiments that went terribly wrong. "I need a Dementor." "A living Dementor?" "What? A Dementor? Absolutely not." Grindelwald rejected him on the spot. "Why not?" Wade asked. Grindelwald said sternly, "Wade, have a bit of self-awareness. You cannot practice the Patronus charm. If a dark wizard tries to force it, something terrifying will happen. I'm not letting you die yet." "Wade. Wait, am I really that evil?" Wade protested. "What do you think?" Grindelwald looked at him with an amused half-smile. "If Tom came to me asking for a Dementor, I'd give him one immediately. That child is kind-hearted." "Are you kidding me?" Wade felt personally insulted. "Actually, I'm the kind one, forget it, there's no explaining this to you." Wade said helplessly. "I want a Dementor not to learn the Patronus charm." "I already told you, it's for an experiment." "Well, if it's for an experiment, that's fine. But don't do anything stupid. You cannot learn the Patronus charm." "You really don't need to repeat that," Wade said through a dark expression. "Ha. I'm just reminding you," Grindelwald said, then grew serious again. "If it's not for practicing the Patronus charm, I can get you a Dementor. Azkaban has plenty. But you have to prove you can control it. Without a Patronus, how do you plan to handle one? Give me a convincing reason. Bring one first. I'll demonstrate." "If you think I can't control it, you can take it back," Wade said. "Well, taking it back might not be possible," Grindelwald said while rubbing his chin. "If you can't control it, I'll just have to destroy it." "Why?" "Because I can't cast the Patronus charm either," Grindelwald said with a shrug. "Pfft. You really do have good self-awareness," Wade snorted. "That's why I hope you also have some self-awareness and don't go trying the Patronus charm. Can you stop already? I told you it's for an experiment." "Ha, young man, don't be angry. You want a Dementor, then, as you wish. Just remember not to go back on what you promised me. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Wade, have a dream. Once he was far enough from Grindelwald's office, Wade stepped into a corner and removed the disillusionment charm. Not go back on his word. Impossible. The one who agreed to the conditions was Tom Riddle. What did that have to do with Wade Reynolds? Wade finished calculating his little plan and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Grindelwald hadn't been idle after seeing Wade off. He immediately wrote a secret letter to Anne. He had a constant feeling that Wade was not a trustworthy boy, so he needed someone reliable to keep an eye on him just in case. As for the Dementor, was that even a problem? Wade did not return to the Somnolent Wizard Tower or the Room of Requirement to continue studying alchemy. Instead, he headed to the club activity room. He didn't manage club affairs much anymore, but he still came by from time to time to check on things. The older members all knew him, but the newly joined first-years were still unfamiliar with the fact that their club president was only a second-year student. As soon as Wade entered the club activity room, he saw a short figure on the dueling platform engaged in a match. With a sharp crack, a flash of red light shot out, and Flitwick's opponent was blasted off the platform. Oof. Flitwick had been dueling a second-year Smash member, someone who had at least practiced dueling in the Mutual Aid Club for over a year, yet he still lost to first-year Flitwick. There was no denying Flitwick's talent. Wade flicked his wand, and the student who had been knocked off the platform froze in midair, then floated gently to the ground. "Ah. President, thank you. The club member, realizing he hadn't been injured, quickly thanked Wade with a pale face. No need. It seems we really should set up some safety measures under the platform, Wade murmured. The platform wasn't high, and even with cushions around it, falling off could still hurt. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. On a real battlefield, there won't be soft mats. Better to get hurt more now, so you'll get hurt less when the real thing comes. Wade turned and saw Tom standing there, face cold. Tom, you really are strict, Wade said cheerfully. Well, if it isn't our long-lost club president. What brings you here today? Suddenly interested in managing club affairs. Tom replied, full of resentment. Wade's habit of being a hands-off leader had made Tom and the newly appointed acting manager, Anne, suffer endlessly. So seeing Wade show up in the club naturally made Tom speak in a snide tone. Ah. So you're the president of the Student Mutual Aid Social Hub? Flitwick called out excitedly from the platform. Yes, that's me, Wade said with a smile. Flitwick struggled a bit to climb down from the tall dueling platform. I really like this mutual aid club, he said as he ran over. Oh, right, my name is Phileas Flitwick. You can just call me Phileas. I'm glad you like our club, Wade said brightly. Of course, the club runs well thanks to Tom and the others. I rarely handle anything myself. So you do know, Tom said through clenched teeth. Tom, I'm giving you opportunities to train your leadership. Oh. Then I should be thanking you, shouldn't I? We're all good brothers here, no need to be polite. You can keep training. Don't worry about my feelings, Wade said generously. Tom's face went completely dark. Wade was obviously taking advantage of him and Anne and all the core members, squeezing out their labor, yet he still acted like he was being magnanimous and doing them a favor. If Tom could beat him, he would have whipped this bastard already. Vice President Tom really takes good care of us new members, Flitwick said with a smile. And in the club, when everyone looks at me, no one gives me strange looks. That's what touches me the most. Flitwick was used to people staring at him oddly, but saying he didn't care at all would have been a lie. Back then, Dumbledore had gone to great lengths to persuade ministry officials just to get him admitted. After all, Flitwick's appearance clearly suggested a connection to goblins. And in this era, the ministry was still very wary of goblins. They didn't even want goblins to own wands, let alone allow a wizard with goblin blood into Hogwarts. So it was obvious that simply attending Hogwarts was already a tremendous burden for Flitwick. And under that pressure, finding a club where he felt no pressure at all could only make him genuinely happy. This is one of our club's guiding principles, Phileas, Wade said with a smile. In our club, everyone is equal. Once you join, you're like our brothers and sisters. I know. When Sir Tom invited me, I thought that principle was just something people said. But then I heard what happened in the entrance hall on the first day of school. To stand up for a club member, you led a resistance, it was truly moving. Flitwick said earnestly. From that moment on, I knew this was where I belonged. That's exactly why I founded the Smash Club in the first place. And also, Phileas, I have a small dream, Wade said with a grin. What dream? I hope this mutual aid club won't exist only in Hogwarts. There are oppressed people not just in this school. There are countless witches and wizards outside living difficult lives. After I graduate, I want to continue what I've started and help all oppressed brothers and sisters overthrow the privileged class that exploits them, so they can reclaim the rights they deserve. I want this world to become fair and just, where everyone is equal, with no more discrimination and no more exploitation. Hearing Wade's dream, Flitwick's small eyes lit up immediately. What a magnificent dream. When that day comes, I hope I can have a place in your cause. As someone who belonged to one of the most looked down upon groups in the wizarding world, Flitwick deeply empathized with those who suffered the same treatment. After hearing Wade's dream, how could he not be stirred? So that's why we have to study hard now, hone our skills, and work for the future of the wizarding world. Wade said, clenching his fist. For the future of the wizarding world. Flitwick waved his small hands excitedly. Tom stood there stunned. Back when he tried to recruit Flitwick, he had put in quite a lot of effort to gain his trust. Yet Wade won him over completely in just a few sentences. And as for Wade's stated goal, Tom felt himself having another moment of realization. So this was what Wade meant earlier when he talked about following the people's path, right? And now Grindelwald seemed to be taking that path too, only in a somewhat different way. Damn. Could it be that Wade wasn't actually sure whether his envisioned path would work, so he arranged for Grindelwald to blaze the trail for him? If it worked, Wade would seize the fruits of Grindelwald's victory. If it didn't, then after Grindelwald failed, Wade would learn from the experience and adjust the plan. As expected of you, Wade. By the way, how's Alfred doing now? Wade asked, not knowing Tom had once again started self-psychoanalyzing in the background. Looks like all the preparations we made were pointless, Tom shrugged. On the night of the opening feast, after word got back that Grindelwald had a friendly chat with us, not only was Alfred not removed from the family tree, but the next day his parents sent him a large amount of pocket money and a letter of encouragement. Wade blinked. Their bottom line is surprisingly flexible. It was obvious the blacks had misunderstood and assumed Wade's little group had joined Grindelwald's camp just like they had. And the fact that Grindelwald had spoken only with them that night made the blacks believe Wade's group was even more favored than they were. So the thing Alfred had feared, being expelled from the black family the next day, never happened. In fact, on the same morning they sent Alfred his pocket money, they also sent Walburga a howler. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Inspiration from Charles Manson. That morning, the entire school heard the furious roar of the current head of the black family. Walburga lost all face and once again had her arrogance thoroughly crushed. So all the documents Wade's group had prepared overnight, intending to sue the black family, ended up having no use at all. These preparations aren't wasted. Keep them. If things change someday, they'll still come in handy, Wade said with a wave of his hand. Many in the club already knew about Alfred's situation, so Flitwick naturally understood what Wade meant. After thinking for a moment, he gave his own opinion. The president is right. We can't let our guard down. After all, this whole outcome was only because of their misunderstanding. If that misunderstanding is ever cleared up, Alfred will still face the thing he fears most. So we should seek professional legal help now and prepare thoroughly. When that day comes, we'll be ready. That's correct. Phileas, do you have any other suggestions? Wade asked, looking at him with approval. Flitwick thought for a moment, then said, I heard that you, President, have a close relationship with Professor Slughorn. Professor Slughorn is very well connected, he's also the head of Slytherin, and now he's even the instructor for moral education. I think, if you speak to him and link this matter to Alfred's psychological stress, he'll have no reason to refuse. When that happens, Professor Slughorn will definitely find a professional to provide proper legal assistance for Alfred. If that day comes, Alfred will surely be able to fight for more of his rightful interests. Wade clapped enthusiastically, then turned to Tom. See? That's professionalism. All right, we'll do exactly as you suggested. Phileas, you really deserve to be a top Ravenclaw student. Wisdom really is everything. Much more reliable than a certain second year who only chases power and has nothing but magic inside his head. Tom shot Wade a sideways glare. You could just read out my student number. No, wait. That sounds more like you. Don't worry about the details, Wade waved him off. I'm not that amazing. Flitwick said, blushing and embarrassed. He was humble on the surface, but inside he felt genuinely happy. He had never received this kind of recognition before, and hearing it from Wade warmed him deeply. All right, Phileas, I saw your impressive performance on the dueling platform earlier. You clearly have a great deal of talent. I'm getting a bit itchy myself. Want to spar with me? Wade asked. Really? Flitwick said excitedly. I heard you and Sir Tom are both very skilled. Tom and I only happened to learn a few tricks from Professor Dumbledore. Nothing special, Wade said casually. Wow. Professor Dumbledore. He's the strongest wizard I've ever seen. He actually taught you personally. Just luck. I happened to meet Professor Dumbledore before starting school. I really envy you. Honestly, ever since entering Hogwarts, my favorite sport has been dueling. It's so much fun. Let's begin. Flitwick said, then immediately ran toward the dueling platform and struggled to climb up. Tom, add a step to the platform later, Wade said. As you wish, oh great Lord Wade. Of course, if he were willing to move that nearly moldy wand of his and use a bit of transfiguration to create the steps himself, that would be even better, Tom said, mimicking Wade in a Snape-like sarcastic tone Wade always used. I'm giving you training opportunities, Tom. Oh yes, what tremendous kindness. Lord Wade. How about I practice with you later too? See if my nearly moldy wand is still as strong as it used to be. My wand is also more than, forget it. Goodbye. Tom spun around and ran immediately. There was no way he was giving Wade a chance to beat him up. Unbelievable, if I don't hit him for one day he starts climbing onto the roof. And he still hasn't found me another secretary he promised. Wade muttered as he walked toward the platform. With a casual wave, steps extended smoothly from the edge of the platform. President, your transfiguration is amazing. Flitwick exclaimed. Then you'd better be careful, because transfiguration can be used in dueling too, Wade said with a smile. Please use it. Flitwick said eagerly. He was still a first year, only recently exposed to dueling. But the classmates his age all had very simple attack patterns. So he was desperate to see newer, more effective fighting methods. 2 minutes later, the duel ended with Flitwick hanging upside down from the ceiling. Flitwick knew very well that Wade had been holding back the entire time. During the fight, Wade corrected his bad casting habits and deliberately demonstrated multiple forms of attack to broaden Flitwick's perspective. Otherwise, Wade wouldn't have needed 2 minutes to defeat him. President. I want to learn dueling. Don't rush, Phileas. One step at a time. I have high expectations for your future. Understood. I'll work hard for the future of the wizarding world. Very good. Full of spirit. Flitwick's idea worked very well. After Wade explained Alfred's situation to Professor Slughorn, he agreed without hesitation to find someone to help. Once he wrote the letter and sent it to the appropriate contact, Professor Slughorn reminded Wade once more to stay away from Grindelwald. That man was far too dangerous. Wade verbally agreed completely, of course, but because of Grindelwald's prophecy, even if he did nothing, Grindelwald would still come looking for him. In the end, he had no way to truly avoid Grindelwald. Since that was the case, he might as well make the situation benefit him as much as possible. That was why Wade had been laying out so many plans. So far, things looked pretty good. After leaving Professor Slughorn's office, Wade found Alfred and told him the news. Finally, under Alfred's tearfully grateful gaze, he went to the library and continued perfecting the ideological program. From the information he had just gathered from Professor Slughorn, it seemed Slughorn was almost at the limit of what he could handle as the instructor for the moral education class. Professor Slughorn already had to teach a core subject to all 7-year levels in potions. Normally, aside from grading assignments from every year and preparing lessons, he also had to supervise the OWL preparations for the 5th years, and finally provide career guidance for those about to graduate. By the end of all that, the time he had left for his own potion research was already extremely limited. And now he had to handle a moral education class as well. Even if the moral education class existed only to appease Grindelwald and didn't require much real effort, he couldn't simply do nothing. With this added responsibility, he almost had no personal time left at all. Even the Slug Club gatherings he held on weekends had been suspended for some time. So Wade now had to quickly finish drafting the ideological program, then convince Professor Slughorn and take this troublesome class off his hands. Gotta make another brainwashing speech. Let's take inspiration from Charles Manson this time. To unite everyone, we must help them understand who our friends are and who our enemies are, but before any of that, we need to establish the correct core values. Wade muttered as he scribbled furiously with a quill across parchment. Time passed minute by minute. When Wade finally put away the manuscript, it was already past 8 in the evening. He touched his stomach. He had been so absorbed in writing that he'd missed dinner. But that wasn't a big problem. The house elves in the Hogwarts kitchens always welcomed any student who dropped by to fill their stomach before leaving. When Wade returned to the dormitory after eating, it was already past 9. Henry and Alfred were huddled together, copying Tom's homework. What are they doing? Wade asked. Copying homework, Tom said. If you rely on copying homework, what are you ever going to learn? Wade said unhappily. Henry and Alfred immediately stood up, awkward smiles on their faces, hurriedly putting away the homework they had copied. And you? Tom, how could you lend them your homework to copy? Tom gave Wade a sideways look. It's still better than certain people who just have others write it for them. Tom, they don't do their homework because they're lazy. I don't do it because I don't want to waste time. When I'm not writing homework, don't you know what I'm doing? Are the things I'm working on easier than homework? Tommy boy, you really did disappoint me this time. Tom was instantly speechless. Because everything Wade said was true. These low-level assignments really meant nothing to Wade anymore. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, this is the choice of the Steins, Gate. These low-level assignments really meant nothing to Wade anymore. And the reason he didn't write homework was simply because he used that free time for higher-level research, experimentation, and planning for the future. Tom himself had learned quite a lot from the things Wade researched on his own. And Wade's reason for still staying at Hogwarts was just to build his own foundation and pave the way for his future plans. Otherwise, this guy probably wouldn't have bothered coming to school at all. If you could do what I do and fully master all this material, then you could skip homework too. But have you? Wade paused, then let out a long sigh. Don't blame me for sounding harsh. I just don't want you to be looked down on while you yourselves don't even try. Henry and Alfred flushed red instantly, overwhelmed with shame. Seeing their expressions, Wade also felt he shouldn't push too hard. After all, being lazy and playful was normal for students their age. All right, my tone just now wasn't great. I apologize for that. I just feel you shouldn't be like everyone else. Do you really want to become like those stubborn purebloods who still wallow in the so-called glory of their ancestors? Alfred said shamefully, you don't need to apologize. You're right. This really is our fault. I promised I'd make Walburga and my parents look at me differently, but now, here I am slacking off. Henry shrugged. It's our fault. We shouldn't let ourselves fall the same way they did. Tom sighed. Since that's the case, don't copy homework anymore. If you don't understand something, I can teach you directly. Fine, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have been lazy and let you copy in the first place. At this moment, Tom had fully understood what Wade meant. Wade couldn't control how other students behaved, but Henry and Alfred were people he intended to cultivate as core members. They absolutely couldn't turn into useless fools who couldn't even cast a shield charm after graduating. After all, any reform needed real strength behind it. Many things couldn't be changed just by talking. Here, strength meant real combat power, just like Grindelwald's acolytes. That was why Wade felt so disappointed when he realized he hadn't been pushing his core members as he should. Wade said, "Guys, I've always had special expectations for you. You keep saying you want to learn powerful magic that school can't teach you. But if you can't even master the basic knowledge Hogwarts teaches, how are you supposed to learn the things I teach?" The giant promise Wade painted on the spot instantly energized Henry and Alfred. "So does that mean, as long as we meet the school's academic standards, you'll teach us magic?" Henry asked. "Why not?" Wade said in surprise. "I thought you already understood that. Look at Tom. He's mastered everything the school teaches, so why don't you ask him what good things I've taught him?" Hearing this, Henry and Alfred immediately turned toward Tom with eyes full of envy. "No wonder you're so strong, Tom. So Wade taught you all sorts of magic?" Alfred gasped. Tom's expression darkened. What Alfred said basically erased all his own hard work, attributing all his strength solely to Wade. "That's not really how it is, Alfred," Wade said. "Tom's strength is first and foremost his own. The magic I taught him only helped him build on that. If someone's basic ability is weak, even if I teach him a pile of spells, it won't help. Now you understand why I want you to build a solid foundation before I teach you magic, right?" Henry and Alfred suddenly understood. At the same time, their respect for Tom grew even stronger. And after hearing Wade's explanation, Tom's originally sour expression also gradually eased. He turned to Henry and Alfred and said, "Wade is right. If you can't even learn the school's basic coursework, how can you understand more advanced magic? Not just you two, tomorrow you need to tell everyone else as well. Everyone must work hard and not slack off. If all we do is laze around, then founding our mutual aid club means nothing. We have to prove that progressing together isn't an empty slogan." "Right," Henry and Alfred said excitedly. Most of the club members had seen Wade's power firsthand, especially Henry and Alfred. So after hearing Wade's words, they fully believed they could learn stronger magic from him and truly change themselves. Once Henry and Alfred tossed aside the copied homework and prepared to write their own, Wade looked at Tom. "Tom, come out for a moment." Tom had no choice but to follow Wade out of the dormitory into the common room. The two of them sat down at a table by the window. Outside the window lay the pitch-black depths of the Black Lake. From time to time, a few fish swam past the glass. "You know why I asked you to come out, Tom?" "I can guess," Tom nodded. "Then I hope you'll pay attention from now on. If you want to accomplish something great, relying only on your own strength isn't enough. Even if you're unmatched in the world, if the people helping you are all useless, there will be many things you simply can't achieve. Look at Grindelwald. If his subordinates were all incompetents, then no matter how clever he was or how many opportunities he had, he could never have pushed the American Magical Congress aside," Wade said seriously. Tom let out a sigh. "I understand. I really have been too focused on improving my own power and neglected everyone else. I have no right to scold you for that, Tom, because I also pursue power. But what we want to accomplish isn't just my own ambition. It's the ambition of all of us. What I said to Phileas today wasn't just nice-sounding talk. It will become reality. Our cause." "But," Tom suddenly asked, "Wade, why are you doing all of this? With your ability, you don't need to go down the path of reform to achieve your ambitions. Even if you wanted to become Minister for Magic right after graduation, it would be much easier than the path you're choosing now, wouldn't it?" "Ah. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tom, what I'm about to say may sound arrogant, but since you're asking. Tell me, Tom, do you believe that some people exist for the sake of accomplishing certain things?" Wade asked. Tom frowned and thought for a long moment before answering. "I'd normally never believe something like that. But, if the person in question is you, then I have no choice but to believe it. Thinking about it now, if you weren't someone born to carry out some mission, I couldn't possibly be suppressed by you at every turn." After entering Hogwarts and realizing the true level of people his age, Tom already understood just how exceptional his talent was. And yet, despite being so gifted, he was constantly surpassed by Wade, completely, in every aspect. If Wade was someone who naturally existed to accomplish some great purpose, Tom felt that was actually the most reasonable explanation. Yes. That person is me. Many things, many encounters, keep pushing me onto this path, Wade said calmly. These words had lingered in Wade's mind for a long time, though he had never spoken them aloud. But he truly had always thought this way. The abrupt transmigration, the awkward system, the encounter with the future Dark Lord. Each incident, one after another, had intentionally or unintentionally pointed him toward a single path. To become a Dark Lord, he needed merit. Which meant reform was the only option. And that path eventually became the cause he now planned and pursued. Almost as if he had come into this world solely to accomplish this one thing. Tom looked calmly into Wade's eyes before finally speaking. So you're saying this is the guidance of fate? Wade suddenly smiled. I prefer to say, all of this is the choice of the Steins Gate. Tom shook his head. I don't really understand what you're talking about. But, since you're the boss now, whatever you say goes. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 268, Gift-Raped Dementor. For Christmas, Wade and Tom both chose not to stay at school. So when the holiday officially began, the two packed their luggage and boarded the Hogwarts Express with several other students heading home for the break. Tom returned to Riddle Manor to spend Christmas with his family and continue deepening his understanding of familial affection and the magic of love. Wade, meanwhile, returned alone to the safe house. In the safe house, Toby and Tomcat greeted Wade with an extremely enthusiastic welcome ceremony by the fireplace. When Wade sat down on the living room sofa, he immediately saw the potted fang geranium named Fong on the table. At this point, Fong was much calmer than it had been months ago. When it saw Wade, it gently shook its branches and leaves in greeting. The swaying branches made the open petals tremble, and the little fanged mouths inside the petals clinked together, producing a metallic chiming sound. It was clear that after months of nutrient solution, Fong had become far more horrifying than before. Tomcat brought Wade a pot of tea, then made a series of paw gestures. You're saying you worried Fong was too lonely in the wizard tower, so you moved it back to the safe house? Wade asked. Tomcat nodded repeatedly, then patted Fong's thick branches, indicating that this was his good buddy and he wanted Fong to stay here. That's fine. He can stay here. Just don't go outside where anyone could see you. You know, whether it's you or Fong, you're both very unusual creatures to others. I don't want you to be in danger. Toby walked over carrying dinner. Master Wade, you don't need to worry about that. The little cat and Fong don't like going out. Their favorite thing is sleeping. Good. Wade picked up a piece of bread and took a bite, then saw Tomcat carry Fong's flower pot back to the fireplace and begin brewing more nutrient solution. Looks like Tomcat has made his first friend. Wade murmured. Should I find him a mouse as a companion? Toby's large ears twitched for no apparent reason. Master Wade, I don't think cats and mice can become friends, unless you want this entire house torn apart. You have a point. After dinner, Wade returned to his room to rest. When midnight struck, he woke up right on time. He first took a routine look around the system shop and casually bought a few rare materials, then operated out of the safe house. Because tonight, he had an appointment to keep. Godric's Hollow had already been blanketed in a layer of pure white snow, everywhere the eye could see was white. But the night sky was unusually clear. Countless stars shone overhead, and the bright moonlight cast a quiet stillness across the entire valley. Grindelwald sat casually on a large rock by the lake, looking up at the beautiful night sky. I've heard that centaurs can read glimpses of the future in the starry heavens, though they never seem to give clear answers. Grindelwald turned his head to look at Wade as he stepped out from the trees. Wade glanced around. This was the same place where he had once taught Tom the flying charm. Unfortunately, I haven't dealt with centaurs yet. Even though I've gone in and out of the Forbidden Forest many times. Grindelwald nodded. Yes, they are rather standoffish, aren't they? But when you do catch a few of their words, it's quite interesting. Did you bring what I asked for? Wade didn't bother with small talk. Young people really are impatient. Can't you sit and chat with an old man for a bit? Grindelwald said as he pulled a suitcase out from under himself. So he had been sitting on it the whole time. Wade extended his hand, and the suitcase flew straight into his palm. The summoning charm. Wade, I keep forgetting you're only a second year, Grindelwald said with an appreciative look. For him, although he liked Tom's pure and gentle nature, it was someone like Wade, young, powerful, sharp, and ruthless, who truly suited his taste. Because he genuinely felt that Wade's personality and abilities were very much like his own in the past. Wade didn't answer. He carefully examined the suitcase in his hands. Even though the box was tightly sealed, he could still sense the immense negative emotions contained inside. And he could feel the happiness in his own heart faintly being drained away. How is it? Satisfied? I picked out the strongest Dementor especially for you, Grindelwald said with a smile. I'm very satisfied, Wade replied with a smile of his own. Good. But, shouldn't you prove to me that you can control it? Grindelwald asked with interest. Of course. Wade nodded and moved to open the locks on the case. Grindelwald silently took out his new wand. Go ahead and open it. I'm ready. If you fail to control it, I'll destroy it immediately. Don't worry. Wade turned the lock. Snap. The lid of the suitcase flew open on its own. Whoosh. A withered, ugly hand gripped the edge of the case, and a rag-draped, corpse-like creature slowly floated out. At the same moment, an icy chill rushed toward Wade. It was a cold far more brutal than the dead of winter. Just from the Dementor's ordinary movement, Wade felt every positive emotion in his mind draining rapidly. The Dementor now took in its surroundings. Stuffed in that suitcase for so long, the Dementor was angry even with its limited intelligence. The moment it saw Grindelwald and Wade, it rushed straight toward Wade without hesitation. The reason it didn't attack Grindelwald was simple: he was the one who had shoved it into the suitcase. Grindelwald tightened his grip on his wand. If Wade failed to control it, he would intervene immediately. But as the Dementor drew closer and closer, Wade simply stood there, staring at it, perfectly still, as if frozen in fear. Grindelwald frowned and was just about to act. Yet the instant he raised his wand, the Dementor abruptly stopped right in front of Wade, no longer pouncing forward. Grindelwald stared in shock as Wade leaned in to examine the Dementor up close. How did you do that? Grindelwald stepped forward, staring at the frozen Dementor like it was a statue, utterly baffled. Wade only glanced at him and said nothing. All right, so this is your little secret, is it? Not telling me is fine. I can only say, it's quite an impressive little secret, Grindelwald said, unable to stop himself from recalling what had happened when he'd attacked Wade back then. He suspected Wade might have used something similar on him that day. While Grindelwald was still trying to figure out what this method could be, he saw Wade suddenly pull a red ring out of his pocket. Snap. With a crisp sound, the red ring clamped tightly around the Dementor's neck. Assuming a Dementor even had a neck. Immediately after, the Dementor snapped out of its statue-like state. But instead of attacking Wade again, it began thrashing in the air in pain. Wade watched the creature with delight. He had only tried it on a whim, but he hadn't expected a goblin-made collar to actually fasten itself onto a creature as near incorporeal as a Dementor. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, my patience is very limited. Does it hurt? Wade asked the Dementor with a smile. The Dementor did not respond, but the way it kept writhing in agony through the air was answer enough. As it twisted in pain, it stared at the boy before it in terror. Though its intelligence was limited, it now understood that it had fallen into this boy's trap. But even knowing that, what could it do with such meager wit? All it could feel now was pain, a kind of pain so pure it pierced straight into the soul. At this moment, the Dementor had only one thought: to end this pain as quickly as possible, even if it meant giving up everything it had. Keh, obey me, and I will make your pain disappear. At that moment, Wade's voice sounded again. Without the slightest hesitation, the Dementor floated down, its body trembling as it awkwardly prostrated itself before Wade. Wade nodded and used a specific incantation to stop the Dementor's suffering. The Dementor's body stopped shaking. At the instant the pain vanished completely, it felt better than it ever had before. However, with the pain gone, the simple-minded Dementor immediately began harboring improper thoughts once more. However, Wade seemed to see straight through its thoughts. If you try to remove the collar around your neck, or if you disobey my orders, then the pain will come immediately. For example, right now. Cree, the Dementor curled in on itself again, writhing on the ground in agony, even letting out what could be called a scream. This time, Wade waited a full 5 minutes before ending its suffering. Have you thought it through now? My patience is very limited, Wade said softly. The Dementor prostrated itself on the ground once more. Even though the pain had completely vanished, its body still trembled uncontrollably. And when Wade's voice reached its ears, it was indistinguishable from a devil's whisper. Because Wade truly could send it to hell. Very good. Get back in the case. And behave. The moment Wade finished speaking, the Dementor crawled into the suitcase on its own, even stretching out a withered, ugly hand to pull the lid shut behind it. Even though Grindelwald had witnessed countless bizarre scenes in his life, he was still left dumbfounded by what he had just seen. Wade hadn't used a Patronus charm, nor had he even drawn his wand or used any magic Grindelwald had anticipated before. With just a look and a single ring, that Dementor had been subdued. Grindelwald didn't recognize whatever Wade had done to restrain the Dementor at first, but he did recognize the ring that came afterward. He had seen goblins use similar rings to tame dragons. But Wade's ring was clearly not the same as the goblins'. Having once cooperated closely with goblins, Grindelwald knew perfectly well that goblin beast taming rings could never be used on Dementors, let alone directly subdue one. Dementors were not creatures that could be tamed at all. The Ministry of Magic only managed to have these simple-minded monsters act as guards of Azkaban through deals and exchanges. As for taming them, that was completely out of the question. And yet now, Grindelwald had witnessed this impossibility become reality with his own eyes. Grindelwald looked at the suitcase. To be honest, when you said it was for an experiment, I didn't really believe you. But now, I can only say, splendid. Truly splendid. You flatter me. Thank you very much for your help, Director. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Wade said politely. Ah, you're just leaving like that? Wade's eagerness to make a quick exit caught Grindelwald completely off guard. He had assumed Wade would stay and chat a while longer. After all, there was no one else around, and it wouldn't have been a bad idea to talk about future plans. Yet Wade clearly couldn't wait to leave. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Wade pulled out a bamboo back scratcher he had made himself and handed it over. Merry Christmas, Director. This is my Christmas present for you. Ah, what is this? Grindelwald took it as if it were a wand. It's a back scratcher, it helps you reach places on your back you can't scratch yourself. Ah, sorry, this doesn't really look like a gift. Wade took the back scratcher back from him, then pulled out a strip of red gift ribbon and tied a neat bow around it. There. Now it looks like a Christmas present. Goodbye, Director. After placing the back scratcher back into Grindelwald's hand, Wade picked up the suitcase and turned into a swirl of white mist, rising into the air. Moments later, he vanished into the distance. Grindelwald stood there holding the back scratcher, staring at where Wade had disappeared, completely bewildered. After quite a while, he looked down at the back scratcher again and cautiously used it to scratch his back. Sigh, well, I'll be damned. Wade didn't return to the safe house. After putting enough distance between himself and the area, he checked again to make sure Grindelwald wasn't following him. Only then did he apparate back to the wizard tower from a hidden spot. The moment he entered the laboratory on the first floor of the tower, Wade couldn't wait to release the unlucky Dementor. Holding the converter in his hand, Wade looked at the Dementor with a ferocious grin. Come on, let me see. Dementor? That night, the Dementor experienced a level of misery it had never encountered in its entire existence. Early the next morning, Wade calmly put the converter away. He had to admit, the upgraded version of the converter was indeed very useful. The converted residue truly had no side effects at all. Unfortunately, the conversion speed was still a bit slow, and the amount of negative emotion a single Dementor could produce was simply too limited. It didn't quite satisfy Wade as much as he'd hoped. Still, an entire night of conversion did strengthen him. The effect was roughly equivalent to the benign residues his senior had given him before. Wade fell into thought. At the moment, his senior was continuing to improve the converter. Perhaps he should help her research a container for storing the residues. Creating a container capable of holding larger amounts of benign residue would definitely be much simpler than researching the converter itself. That way, once his senior succeeded in creating a fast conversion model, even if his body couldn't hold so much residue at once, he could temporarily transfer it into the container. Having made up his mind, Wade prepared to leave. But when he turned and looked at the Dementor, now reduced to barely half its original size, Wade felt a wave of worry. This thing really couldn't be drained recklessly. At this rate, it would take days of feeding before it could recover to its previous state. Sigh. Life was hard. Not only did he need merit points, he also needed a massive supply of emotional energy. Seeing this, Wade couldn't help thinking, was the position of Warden of Azkaban actually the job best suited for him? When the Dementor felt Wade's gaze, its body immediately began to tremble like a leaf in the wind. Terrifying. As a Dementor, it had always been the one draining others. When had it ever been drained itself? Now it finally understood what those prisoners whose happiness it had devoured must have felt. In the end, Wade put the Dementor back into the suitcase once more. After all, the suitcase had been specially reinforced with magic by Grindelwald. Once the Dementor was locked inside, it couldn't affect the outside world at all. Looks like I'm going to need to feed this Dementor properly. As for how to feed a Dementor, Wade thought for a moment, then picked up the suitcase and left the wizard tower. Riddle Manor. Tom was currently in his wooden cabin, studying the fourth syllabic variation of the disarming charm. He raised his wand and pointed it at the wooden target in front of him. Expel liar. Tom. I came to see you. Wade's noisy voice from outside the cabin interrupted Tom, making him break off his incantation halfway. Puffed. A cloud of red mist burst from the tip of Tom's wand, and an indescribable stench instantly filled the entire cabin. Creak. The door on the upper floor was pushed open. Wade strode in, then turned right around and walked straight back out the next second. Tom. Did you crap in the room? The toilet's downstairs. Wade shouted loudly from below. I bloody. Tom was furious, and also nearly choked by the smell. He ran out of the room like a madman and pointed at Wade's face, yelling, Wade. Have you lost your mind? Sorry, Tom. Wade said apologetically. I shouldn't have come in and disturbed you while you were taking a dump. I was not taking a dump. Tom roared, stressing every single word. Ah, really? Then, you wouldn't happen to be playing with shit, would you? That's a bad habit, and your tastes might be a bit too extreme. You bastard. Forget it. Tom gave up on explaining, realizing it would only make things worse. Why are you here? Tom, that's so cold. This is just a friendly visit. Wade said cheerfully. Tom frowned. Cut the nonsense. You wouldn't visit a bathroom if it weren't fulfilling a part of your future plans. We just went back to our own homes yesterday. If you didn't have something going on, would you really come visiting this soon? Wade stared at Tom in shock. Merlin's pants. Tom. Is that why you didn't want to visit the bathroom just now? Fuck. Don't change the subject. What are you really here for? Tom asked warily. You're far too cold, Tom. Actually, I'm here today with a really good thing. At least for you. The moment Wade spoke, Tom felt alarm bells blaring in his head. A good thing, forget it, don't bother. I don't need any benefits. See yourself out. This guy was definitely here to screw him over again. So the best course of action was simple, don't listen to a single word Wade said. Not even the punctuation. No, really, this is genuinely a good thing for you. Tom ignored Wade's nonsense completely and focused on shoving him out of the door. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 270, How to Train Your Dementor. No, really, this actually is a good thing. The two of them shoved and pushed each other right out of the house. And in the middle of the scuffle, the suitcase in Wade's hand was, accidentally, flung away. Clatter. The case hit the ground, and the lid popped open on its own. Then Tom saw a withered, hideous hand stretch out from inside the case. Fuck. What the hell is that? Tom shouted in shock. It's fine, Tom. Just a Dementor, that's all, Wade said, brushing off his clothes. He suspected that indescribable smell had rubbed off on him as well. At that moment, the Dementor floated out of the suitcase, having caught the scent of food. Emotion other than Wade's. Someone else's happiness. Oh. Bloody hell. A Dementor? You mean the kind from Azkaban? Tom looked up at the creature. Yeah, it really is just. You actually brought a bloody Dementor into my house, and you're saying, just a Dementor. That's all. Tom felt his vision go dark. He spun around and grabbed Wade by the shoulders, shaking him violently. Are you trying to get my entire family killed? Wade's head rocked back and forth as he was shaken, his words coming out broken and jerky. Nothing will happen, and this is for your own good. Tom. I don't see how this is good for me at all. Tom's words cut off abruptly as he felt an icy chill rush in from the side. Then a thought struck him. Neither he nor Wade knew the Patronus charm. And right now, a freshly freed Dementor was lurking right beside them. The moment this sank in, Tom's vision went dark again. Motherfucking Dark Lord Wade. This time you're not just getting yourself killed, you're taking me with you. Whoosh. Starving with hunger, the Dementor lunged straight toward Tom. This time, it intended to feast. Stop, Wade said. The Dementor slammed to a halt, freezing directly in front of Wade and Tom, not daring to move a single step closer. Squat. Stand up. Left. Right. Raise your hand. Tom stared in shock at the Dementor being ordered around by Wade like a trained dog. You actually tamed a Dementor. Tom was so stunned he could barely get the words out. Yeah. It's really nothing to be surprised about, Wade said smugly. Tom was completely speechless. You want to try? This is way more fun than a dog, Wade said. Ah. Me. Try what? Tom still hadn't fully processed what he was seeing. He looked at the Dementor. Even though it no longer dared to attack him after being stopped, just standing there was still enough to drain Tom's positive emotions. That alone showed just how terrifying this dark creature was. And if that was the case, just how evil was Wade, who could tame such a thing. Try controlling the Dementor, Wade said. I can too. Tom asked, enduring the discomfort as he looked at the Dementor again. See the collar around its neck? That's the key to controlling it. I just need to teach you the spell, and you can do it too. If it doesn't behave, just use that incantation. A few minutes later, Tom had completely mastered the method of controlling a Dementor. But he didn't experiment much further and instead ordered the Dementor back into the suitcase. After the Dementor closed the lid on its own, Tom collapsed directly onto the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to try more. Just standing near that thing was already draining his positive emotions non-stop. Tom was still young and couldn't handle it for long. So, this so-called good thing of yours was just to show off that you figured out how to tame a Dementor? He asked, panting. No, Wade shook his head. Didn't you say before that in the entire advanced spellbook, the only spell you couldn't master was the Patronus charm? Actually, as long as you have a Dementor present, practicing the Patronus charm becomes twice as effective with half the effort. Tom suddenly sat up. But you know. I seem unable. You couldn't before, that's true. But now. Wade waved his hand with a grin. Someone who can comprehend Professor Dumbledore's magic of love, how could he fail to cast a Patronus? That's true, and I really do feel my dark magic growing weaker lately, Tom murmured. His dislike of using dark magic now had another important reason. Recently, its power had been steadily declining, whether in raw strength or casting speed. In an actual fight, even defensive spells were more reliable. Because of that, Tom's interest in dark magic was fading more and more. So there's really no need to worry about backlash at all. As long as you work with the Dementor, you'll definitely be able to master the Patronus charm, Wade kept coaxing. Tom frowned and thought for a long while before giving Wade a suspicious look. So you really didn't come here today to screw me over? How could I screw you over, Tom? How could you even think that? Wade looked deeply wounded. Tom narrowed his eyes. No. There's no way. You're definitely trying to screw me over. I just don't know how yet, but every time you say things like this, I always end up losing out. TCH, good deeds go unrewarded. Forget it, practice it or don't. I can't even use the Patronus myself, so it's fine if you can't either. Wade muttered as he stood up. Tom was getting way too sharp now. It was getting harder to fool him, so Wade figured he'd have to make other plans. However, the moment Tom heard Wade's muttering, he immediately stood up. You just said you still can't use the Patronus charm, right? Yeah. So what? You already know the reason, Wade replied irritably. Good. Then I'll learn it. Tom said cheerfully. If I can master something that you, Wade, can't, then even if I get screwed over again, I'm willing. SSS. Tom. How can you think like that? Wade looked utterly devastated. I'm not letting you learn it anymore. I'm not letting you learn it. As he spoke, Wade grabbed the suitcase and turned to leave, but Tom reached out and snatched it away. Hand it over. Fine. Wade could only turn around with a look of resigned acceptance, completely deflated. Where are you going? Tom asked as he checked the suitcase in his hands. I can't cast the Patronus charm anyway. Staying here won't help you. I'll go have a chat with your father, Wade said, then walked off into the woods and vanished from Tom's sight. Tom didn't pay Wade any further attention and turned back to the suitcase in his hands. To hell with it. Tom took out all the chocolate in the cabin and set it aside, preparing for recovery after heavy consumption. Then he opened the suitcase again. Outside the woods, there was no trace of the dispirited look Wade had shown earlier. Tom was getting sharp now. Trying to fool him wasn't nearly as easy as before. Still, this time could be considered a success in the end. Even if a Dementor didn't actively drain someone's positive emotions, its mere presence was enough to passively siphon them from nearby humans. So as long as Tom failed to master the Patronus charm, that Dementor could continue to passively feed on Tom's positive emotions indefinitely. Especially when Tom had to gather joyful emotions and build up for the Patronus charm. At that rate, in just a few days, Wade would have another Dementor restored to full condition. When that time came, Wade would let Tom rest for a day, then take the Dementor away to harvest its negative emotions. Once the Dementor had been drained dry again, he would simply toss it back to Tom. In other words, Tom's positive emotions were this Dementor's food. And the negative emotions were the Dementor's blood. Mwahaha. Wade, in all of this, was merely the one drinking it. As for whether Tom would actually manage to learn the Patronus charm within a few short days, that was practically impossible. The purer a wizard's heart and the fewer dark thoughts they had, the faster they could master the Patronus charm. Take the future brute Harry Potter, for example. As for Tom, someone like him, who had only just switched careers away from dark wizardry, did technically qualify to learn the Patronus charm now. However, if he wanted to learn the Patronus charm, he was still destined to get twice the effort for half the result. Old Mr. Riddle was delighted by Wade's visit and sincerely invited him to spend Christmas at Riddle Manor. After all, Wade was the savior of their entire family. So Wade stayed at Riddle Manor for 2 or 3 days straight. Naturally, he didn't spend those days idly. In between going to Old Tom's study each day to read and chat, he also concluded several business deals with Mr. Riddle. For example, luxury products such as skincare items and perfumes designed especially for high society ladies. Wade had long since refined formulas that Muggles could both produce and use. After personally witnessing the effects of these products, Mr. Riddle immediately recognized their commercial value and quickly reached a cooperation agreement with Wade. With that, Wade now had sources of income in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. That said, times were hard, and the Muggle World War was still ongoing, so there were far fewer wealthy ladies able to afford such luxury goods than before. Once the 3 days had passed, Wade headed to Tom's cabin early in the morning. When Wade saw Tom, he was sitting weakly on a chair outside the cabin, dark circles under his eyes. Chocolate wrappers were scattered all over the ground around him. And the suitcase containing the Dementor was placed nearby. "Tom. How are you? You look absolutely awful," Wade said, pulling out a piece of chocolate and handing it to him. Tom struggled to tear open the wrapper and took a mechanical bite. Wade glanced at the suitcase. He could feel it. That cold, chilling aura seemed to have returned to its original state. The crop had finally grown back. Mwahaha. Feeling quite pleased, Wade comforted Tom. Don't be discouraged, Tom. The Patronus charm really is difficult. It's normal not to make progress when you're just starting." Before Wade could finish his half-hearted words of consolation, Tom raised his wand. From the tip of Tom's wand, Wade saw strands of dense, dazzling white light. "Wait, what the hell? No, wait, you actually learned it. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 271, Shadows, Schemes, and Power." The dazzling white light gradually coalesced into a vague creature. Just standing beside it, Wade felt warmth and joy. For no apparent reason, even his mood improved considerably. It was the complete opposite of how he felt near Dementors. So Tom Riddle, the person destined to become the Dark Lord, had truly learned the Patronus charm. Damn. With a sigh, Wade looked at the white creature again. Under Tom's control, the creature nimbly leaped about in the woods outside the cabin. However, no matter how Wade looked, he couldn't make out what kind of creature it was. It was as if a layer of mist enveloped it, obscuring its true form. Even so, judging by the strength of the Patronus charm, it was already on par with a fully formed Patronus. Still, not being able to clearly see the Patronus itself was undeniably puzzling. "What kind of creature is your Patronus?" Wade asked curiously. As the creature gradually dissipated, Tom lowered his wand and struggled to his feet. "According to the books, it might be because the caster's talent isn't strong enough, but I'm definitely strong enough." "And you saw the power. It's no different from a normal Patronus charm." "Not strong enough?" Wade Reynolds pondered. This might be connected to Tom's recent shift away from being a dark wizard. Still, Tom's change couldn't be fake. Otherwise, there was no way he could have produced even such a vague Patronus. "I need to get some sleep. You can take that Dementor away now. You were just being kind by letting me practice the Patronus charm so it could feed, right? So that's where the trap was." "Ha. I fell for your trick again." Tom leaned weakly against the wall and walked back into the house. Wade scratched his head. Tom's learning ability really was frightening. He was exceptionally good at summarizing his failures. Which meant that after being tricked by Wade so many times, this fellow had only grown more and more shrewd. Wade sighed helplessly and picked up the suitcase, giving it a shake. He'd originally planned to milk Tom for a while longer, but unexpectedly, he only managed to harvest one round before it ended. Still, it wasn't a big deal. After all, Tom wasn't the only one Wade could take advantage of, right? Kekekek. Early the next morning, after leaving Riddle Manor, Wade knocked on the door of the Rosier residence. Seeing the startled looks on and Rosier and her parents' faces, Wade flashed a broad grin, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. "Anne, would you like to learn the Patronus charm?" In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Christmas holiday had passed. Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet walked through the castle corridors at night. Because of the Christmas holidays, the entire castle lacked its usual liveliness and seemed rather deserted. "It should be here," Dumbledore said, flipping through the manuscript in his hand. But why would he build the entrance in a girl's lavatory? Dumbledore looked down at the manuscript, then up at the girl's lavatory in front of him, wondering whether he had misread it. Headmaster Dippet shook his head. "That's not surprising. Over 1,000 years have passed, and the castle has undergone many changes. You know, Hogwarts doesn't need to follow Muggle construction rules. So it's hardly strange that an entrance to the Chamber of Secrets from 1,000 years ago would now be inside a girl's laboratory. In that case, Dumbledore closed the manuscript. Shall we go in and take a look? Of course. We've been combing through Slytherin's records for so long and only managed to find this small lead. And Grindelwald isn't at Hogwarts right now. It's the perfect opportunity. Headmaster Dippet said this as he drew his wand and strode inside. Dumbledore had no choice but to follow. It looked like an ordinary girl's laboratory, with nothing out of the ordinary about it. But these two were no ordinary wizards. Before long, they noticed a tiny snake engraving on the tap of one of the sinks. Headmaster Dippet reached out and gently placed his hand on the snake, then slowly withdrew it after a moment. This should be the place. I can sense the magic here. Can you open it? Dumbledore asked. I'm afraid not. Even as headmaster, I can't open this mechanism, Headmaster Dippet said. It seems Slytherin took precautions back then, even overriding the headmaster's authority. Dumbledore fell into thought. Do you remember how Tom opened the trial grounds in Slytherin's study? He said he used Parseltongue. Headmaster Dippet stroked his white beard. That certainly fits Slytherin's style. No wonder the manuscript didn't specify how his descendants were meant to open it. Any descendant of Slytherin would know how to open it the moment they saw this symbol, just like how Tom opened the passage earlier. Dumbledore nodded. Well then, it seems we'll have to interrupt Tom's pleasant holiday, Headmaster Dippet said. Hopefully he won't mind having his break disturbed. Dumbledore hesitated. We don't know what lies behind that door. If it really is a basilisk, Tom would be in great danger facing it. After studying Slytherin's manuscripts, Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet now knew that the creature Slytherin referred to was indeed a basilisk. Albus, you're overthinking it, Headmaster Dippet said. If Slytherin simply let his descendants die, how could they possibly carry out his final wishes? Besides, the manuscript states that before leaving Hogwarts, he put the creature into a deep sleep and even left a method to awaken it. In other words, as long as we don't wake it, there's no danger. We just need to deal with it before it wakes up. I haven't read that section yet. Dumbledore said with a wry smile. It seems I really have been a bit muddled. I know you've been far too busy lately. In that case, I'll help shoulder some of your workload and let your mind get a bit of rest, Headmaster Dippet said sympathetically. Armando, that's clearly me taking over your work, Dumbledore said helplessly. Hey, young man, so you're not muddled now. All right, let's head back for now. We'll go find Tom tomorrow. Don't worry, he won't be in any danger. He only needs to open the door for us, then he can leave. In the garden outside the somnolent wizarding tower, Wade Reynolds sat on a deck chair, holding a newly crafted container for residues. He used the absorption magic his senior had taught him to slowly draw in the newly converted benign residues stored inside. After some time, Wade finally opened his eyes. When he had started absorbing, it had still been daytime. By the time he finished, night had already fallen. Wade set the container aside and looked up at the stars and the bright moon. Over the past few days, he had been visiting just about everyone. He had also been urging his friends to practice the Patronus charm in front of Dementors. Of course, among them, only Anne Rosier was barely able to produce a faint wisp of white mist. The rest hadn't succeeded at all. After all, not everyone possessed Tom's talent. Even so, regardless of success or failure, Wade had successfully harvested a large quantity of beneficial residues, far exceeding his initial expectations. It was also worth noting that Henry and Alfred, when they came to visit him, both firmly believed that Wade had come to teach them advanced magic as a reward for their diligent academic efforts. After all, the Patronus charm was indeed considered advanced magic. From that point on, they believed President Wade Reynolds' promises even more. It was truly an unexpected windfall. Wade withdrew his gaze and casually opened the suitcase beside him. The Dementor crawled out, trembling. This Dementor was no longer the vigorous creature it once was and looked rather sickly. Come here, Wade said. The Dementor didn't dare hesitate and quickly floated over. Wade stood up and tapped its neck with his wand. The red ring vanished. All right, I'll leave this box here. As for you, go back to Azkaban now. Once you've recovered, come back to this box and wait for me. Don't try to disobey my orders, or I'll come to you and you know what will happen, right? Wade said. The Dementor prostrated itself on the ground, trembling non-stop. 10 minutes later, Wade Reynolds hid the suitcase in a secluded cave outside the wizarding tower and released the Dementor back to Azkaban. Using it to scam people was only a short-term gain. Sending the Dementor back to Azkaban brought long-term benefits. After all, only Azkaban could afford to keep monsters like these. As for whether Azkaban would notice, that wasn't a problem at all. No wizard was bored enough to count exactly how many Dementors there were in Azkaban. Otherwise, Grindelwald wouldn't have been able to take one out so easily in the first place. Wade assessed his current strength, factoring in the amplification from ancient magic and the slight increase gained from the recent benign residues. His current overall power was roughly equivalent to 2 Snapes. Only now could Wade truly be said to possess formidable strength. Combined with his nightmare magic and various other methods, he was now capable of contending even with Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Of course, without actually fighting them, Wade couldn't know his precise limits. Battles between wizards aren't simply a matter of who has stronger magic. Many objective factors, such as spellcasting technique and combat experience, also play crucial roles. In an actual fight, even something as simple as stepping on a stone and slowing yourself down for a moment could lead to instant defeat. That was precisely why Wade Reynolds remained cautious despite his considerable strength. Confidence was acceptable, but arrogance was absolutely not. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Light Within a Dark Legacy. At present, if Wade wanted to keep strengthening himself, the best way was to continue searching for ancient magic sites and steadily improve his mastery of ancient magic. However, after spending so much time at Hogwarts, Wade had already secretly visited every ancient magic site his senior had given him. In other words, all the ancient magic power that could be found around Hogwarts had already been fully tapped. And waiting for those ancient magical energies to recover was not something that could be done overnight. So unless he went elsewhere to continue searching for ancient magic ruins like looking for a needle in a haystack, his only remaining options were to pin his hopes on benign residues or resort to more radical human experimentation. Don't rush. Never seek quick success, Wade reminded himself. He was only about 12 years old in physical age. There was plenty of time ahead to continue growing stronger and breaking the limits of wizards. There was no need to take excessive risks right now, like Voldemort had done, engaging in self-targeted human experiments or dark magic transformations. That kind of path was far too dangerous. After sorting through his current situation, Wade didn't stay up late that night. Instead, he went straight back to the safe house and lay down on the bed. Before midnight arrived and before the system shop could refresh, Wade had already fallen into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Riddle Manor welcomed 2 unusual visitors. Fortunately, Mr. Riddle recognized one of the visitors. Professor Dumbledore, Merry Christmas, Mr. Riddle said with a smile. Merry Christmas, Mr. Riddle. Many thanks for the pocket watch. I truly like it. I must say, among all the Christmas gifts I received this year, yours can certainly be counted among the most precious, Dumbledore said with sincere appreciation. And I'm very grateful for the books you sent me, Professor. They've helped me better understand the wizarding world, Mr. Riddle said, turning his gaze to the other elderly men beside him. To be honest, Mr. Riddle had never seen anyone so old before. Perhaps he had, but only on hospital beds. Someone like the men before him, so aged yet still full of vitality, was truly a first. This is the headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Dippet, Dumbledore introduced. Hello, Headmaster, Mr. Riddle said in surprise as he reached out and shook hands with Headmaster Dippet. And greetings to you as well. You must be Tom's grandfather. I rarely see parents as open-minded as you, especially after everything you've been through, and yet you still hold such goodwill toward the wizarding world, Headmaster Dippet said with a smile. In Muggle legends, wizards were almost always portrayed as evil. That was precisely why Muggle society saw witch hunts during the Middle Ages. So for Mr. Riddle to still hold no obvious prejudice against wizards after having nearly lost his entire family to a dark wizard truly surprised Headmaster Dippet. Perhaps that's because the ones who saved us were also wizards, Mr. Riddle said with a smile. All right then, please come in. We can't very well stand talking at the door. After they entered the sitting room and took their seats, Dumbledore explained why they had come today and why they needed Tom's help. Even though Mr. Riddle wasn't very familiar with the wizarding world, he quickly grasped the urgency of the matter. He immediately led the 2 Hogwarts professors to the edge of the woods where Tom stayed. I built a house for him in this forest. Normally, we don't approach it on our own. You understand, our household often has many outsiders coming and going. Tom doesn't want too many people to know he's a wizard. He's worried it might bring unnecessary trouble to our family, Mr. Riddle explained. Dumbledore nodded. Given the reputation of wizards among Muggles and the constraints of the International Statute of Secrecy, he found the explanation reasonable. If word spread that the Riddle family had a wizard in it, life would be difficult for them, and even their business could be affected. All right, it seems you'll have to go in by yourselves, Mr. Riddle said. The child appears to have placed some magic around the area. We can't get any closer. All right, thank you for the trouble, Headmaster Dippet said as he looked at the forest ahead, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. This Muggle-repelling charm is done quite properly. Tom is only 12 this year, isn't he? Yes, Dumbledore said with a sigh of admiration as well. The 2 of them tacitly ignored the fact that Tom was using magic outside school. It had to be said, this was a privilege reserved exclusively for outstanding students. I never expected Hogwarts to produce two geniuses like you in the same era. The future of the wizarding world looks like it will be quite something. I just don't know if I'll still be around to see it, Headmaster Dippet sighed. Armando, you're still young. Why start talking like that? Dumbledore said seriously. Ha, you little rascal. Your tongue is still as sweet as it was back then. I really am old now, Albus, Headmaster Dippet said, striding into the forest. For no reason at all, Dumbledore felt his heart grow heavy as well. Seeing Headmaster Dippet enter the woods, he hurried to follow. After watching them go in, Mr. Riddle also sighed, then turned and left. That world was never truly his. Whoosh! A streak of white light flashed past Headmaster Dippet's eyes, then darted back toward a wooden cabin deeper in the forest. Patronus charm. Dumbledore looked at the streak of white with delight. It had moved too fast just now, though, for him to see clearly what kind of Patronus it was. Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster Dippet. Tom looked at the two of them in surprise, then said instinctively, Wade isn't here. From Tom's experience, whenever these two appeared together, it was always because of Wade, not him. But this time, he had guessed wrong. We're here for you, Tom, Dumbledore said with a smile. For me? Tom asked in astonishment. As his attention wavered, the Patronus had already dissipated. To master the Patronus charm at such a young age, a true prodigy. It seems I underestimated your talent after all, Tom, Headmaster Dippet said happily. Tom, when did you learn the Patronus charm? Dumbledore asked. Ah, well. Tom didn't know how to answer for a moment. Practicing the Patronus charm using a Dementor was illegal no matter how you looked at it. Merlin knew where Wade's Dementor had even come from. It wasn't that he was deliberately covering for Wade Reynolds. He just didn't want to get dragged down by that guy. Yes, that was it. He simply didn't want to be implicated. Just these past few days. I followed the instructions in the book, practiced accordingly, and then I learned it, Tom said. What he said wasn't exactly a lie. He had simply left out the part about the Dementor. As Wade had said, the most perfect lie was one that told only part of the truth. Because of that, even Dumbledore didn't notice anything amiss. And Wade had also said that if you didn't want people to dwell on your lie, the best approach was to quickly change the subject. So Tom immediately asked, Professor, I'm not sure why, but no matter how hard I try, I can't clearly see the true form of my Patronus. Oh. Why don't you summon it again and let us have a look? Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet's attention was indeed diverted. Tom let out a quiet sigh of relief, gathered his emotions, and once more cast a perfect Patronus charm. An extremely indistinct Patronus floated quietly in the space between the three of them. Ha! What did I say? Headmaster Dippet said happily. This is a genius youth just like you were back then, Dumbledore. No. I can't compare to Tom. When I was his age, I hadn't yet learned the Patronus charm, Dumbledore said, equally delighted. Ah, what's actually going on here? Tom asked in surprise. Judging by their reactions, the fact that his Patronus was blurry didn't seem to be a problem at all. Tom, since you've learned the Patronus charm, you should naturally know what patron uses usually look like, Headmaster Dippet said with a smile. Generally, they're all kinds of animals, Tom nodded. I thought my Patronus would be a snake. Yes, under normal circumstances they are animals, and mind you, ordinary animals. However, there is another case, Headmaster Dippet said, turning to look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled faintly, raised his wand, and gave it a light sweep through the air. A pure white phoenix flew out from the tip of his wand. A phoenix. A magical creature. But how is that possible? Wait, this white phoenix, it's your Patronus. Tom stared at the phoenix in shock. Yes, a phoenix. As far as I know, aside from Albus, I've never heard of anyone else whose Patronus is a magical creature, Dippet said with emotion. You mean, my Patronus is one too? Tom said in disbelief. From its current state, that does seem to be the case, Dumbledore nodded. When I first mastered the Patronus charm, mine was blurred for a period of time as well. But, why is that? Tom asked, both delighted and confused. Tom, besides postnatal training, bloodline is also an important factor in a wizard's magic. I don't particularly like putting it this way, but some people are simply born with stronger talent than others. Dumbledore said seriously. Of course, such gaps can be closed through later training. But it's also a fact that having an advantageous bloodline means starting from a higher point. Some things are simply carried within the blood. Albus's ancestors had a connection with phoenixes, so whenever the Dumbledore family has need, a phoenix will come to their aid. You know this as well, Albus has a phoenix of his own. That makes him the one in the Dumbledore family who is closest to phoenixes, Headmaster Dippet said. That's why his Patronus takes the form of a phoenix. Then what about me? Which magical creature would my bloodline be closest to? Tom asked excitedly. Dumbledore and Dippet exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads. It seems you'll need to wait a while. It will eventually take shape, Headmaster Dippet said. Tom, your situation may be somewhat special. As far as I know, there are no records regarding the patron uses of Slytherin's descendants, so we have nothing to reference, Dumbledore said. Tom immediately understood. Very few of Slytherin's descendants ever learned the Patronus charm, so naturally there was little to no documentation. Just look at the Gaunt family. After so many generations, how many of them weren't dark wizards? Even those few who were somewhat kinder probably wouldn't dare learn the Patronus charm, just in case. After all, some things are carried within the blood. Only he, Tom Riddle, had been bold enough to dare learn the Patronus charm. Of course, that was also because of that damn Wade Reynolds egging him on. So perhaps he, Tom Riddle, would become the only Slytherin descendant to ever master the Patronus charm. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, How are we supposed to deal with a basilisk? Wade opened his eyes and stared quietly at the ceiling for quite a while before he finally managed to boot up properly. Great. That night's sleep had been incredibly satisfying, almost completely replenishing the energy he'd burned through over the past while. Being young really was great. Magic was great. If this were his pre-transmigration adult body, after working at such intensity, it would probably have taken him several days to recover. But just as the refreshed Wade swung his legs out from under the covers, he immediately pulled them back in. In winter, the inside and outside of the bed were two entirely different worlds. Wade fished his beechwood wand from the bedside table and extended it out from beneath the covers. A moment later, an orange-yellow flame drifted from the tip of the wand and hovered in midair. The icy bedroom instantly became as warm as spring. Dumbledore had been right. For heating, Gabrathian fire was more than enough. Fiend fire was a bit too much. The temperature rose too fast, far too intensely. If you didn't control it properly, it was easy to burn the whole place down. As long as you could cast Gabrathian fire, it was far easier to control than fiend fire. Wade lay there and stretched, casually opening the system shop to take a look. He'd gone to bed early last night and hadn't had time to check it. But after just one glance, Wade sat straight up. Setting aside the usual materials and rare magical plant seeds, the third item alone completely woke him up. Item 3, Cat-like reflexes, unlocked, 1000 merit points. The description of the item was extremely simple and easy to understand. Cat-like reflexes, upon purchase, permanently and greatly enhances the host's reaction speed, making the host even faster than the most agile cat. For a moment, Wade wondered if the system shop was showing an error. Such an important innate ability, and it was only selling for 1,000 points. Even at 10,000, Wade would have considered it a bargain. In this world, the deciding factors in a duel between wizards, aside from magical power and technique, also include reaction speed to a very large degree. Drawing one's wand, casting speed, and even the speed at which one evades spells are all closely tied to reaction ability. Back then, in Headmaster Dippet's battle with Grindelwald, Grindelwald's magical power was not necessarily stronger than Dippet's. Even with the Elder Wand's enhancement, it wouldn't have surpassed him by much. After all, the older a wizard is, the more spells they master and more formidable they become, especially someone as frighteningly old as Headmaster Dippet. Yet Headmaster Dippet still lost to Grindelwald. Although he possessed considerable magical power and combat experience, his age was simply too great. Whether it was the reaction of his hands and feet or the speed of his thinking, he simply couldn't keep up with the much younger Grindelwald. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't fought anyone in many years, once the fight truly began, Headmaster Dippet found it difficult to withstand Grindelwald's complex and bizarre spellcasting. If Headmaster Dippet had been 40 or 50 years younger, Grindelwald would never have been able to defeat him in such a short time. This clearly showed just how important reaction speed was in wizarding combat. Moreover, improving one's reaction ability through later training was extremely difficult. As one aged, reaction speed would instead decline. With such a talent that could directly enhance reaction ability, how could Wade possibly let it slip by? Purchase. Wade clicked without the slightest hesitation. At the instant the purchase was completed, Wade felt a brief moment of dizziness, as if an illusion had flashed before his eyes. It was as though time around him had slowed down. Even the snowflakes drifting past the window seemed to be falling much more slowly. Everything before him felt like footage being played back at reduced speed. However, the sensation lasted only an instant before vanishing completely. As the world returned to normal, Wade felt an uncanny sense of disorientation, as if he had briefly stepped into another state of existence. It was an oddly wonderful feeling. Ha! Ha 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 ha. This is going to be fun. Wade immediately climbed out of bed. He needed to find a way to properly test his reaction speed. Riddle manner. Tom somewhat regretfully dismissed his Patronus. He really wanted to know what form his Patronus would eventually take, but it seemed that he couldn't find out just yet. According to Dumbledore, aside from bloodline, a Patronus was also closely tied to a wizard's personality. Even the subtlest psychological changes would be reflected by the Patronus charm. Dumbledore said that it was likely because Tom had undergone too many realizations recently and changed too quickly, leaving his state of mind extremely complex. As a result, the Patronus charm had yet to reflect his truest self. When you are finally able to truly understand your own heart, your Patronus will reveal itself. Those were Dumbledore's exact words. After Tom dismissed his Patronus, Dumbledore also told him about the basilisk. Headmaster Dippet even specifically took out several books introducing basilisks and let Tom look through them. He also explained in detail what the school hoped Tom would do. "All right, I'll open the door," Tom agreed without hesitation. It was just opening a door. Moreover, with Dumbledore and the others present, there shouldn't be any real danger. "Professor, the books say that a basilisk's eyes, are they really that deadly? That if you meet its gaze, you just die?" "Yes. Not just eye contact. Even seeing its eyes is fatal. Just like the killing curse, instant death," Dumbledore said gravely. "It is an extremely evil and extremely dangerous dark creature. Even now, the only way people know what a basilisk's eyes look like is through the ghosts of those it has killed." As he spoke, Dumbledore flipped to an illustrated page and handed it to Tom. It showed a pair of enormous amber-yellow pupils. Even as an illustration, it still made Tom's scalp prickle. Thinking of what was written in Slytherin's manuscript, Tom finally understood why Slytherin had been so confident. Why he believed that this sleeping creature, once awakened, would be enough to carry on his will. If that thing got loose in the castle, it would be a massacre. Just imagine it. Such a massive snake suddenly appearing. Before anyone realizes it's a basilisk, who could resist looking at it? And once you look, you're basically dead. Even Dumbledore himself, if caught off guard and meeting its gaze, would die on the spot. If we can't even look at it, then how are we supposed to deal with it? Tom asked with a frown. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 274, Wade's gonna be exposed. Then we simply won't look at it, Dumbledore said with a smile. Don't worry. I've already made preparations. I have a good friend who, after hearing what I plan to do, worked through the night to make some small devices that let us see things without using our eyes. We tested them before coming. They work very well. Headmaster Dippet said, and once the magic in its eyes is neutralized, the basilisk is nothing more than a massive poisonous snake. We're quite confident about handling it. Oh, right. For this operation, we also invited a magizoologist, Mr. Newt Scamander. Yes, we should set off soon, Tom. The castle should already be fully prepared, Dumbledore said. Tom nodded, returned the book in his hands to Headmaster Dippet, then grabbed an overcoat and threw it on before following Dumbledore and the headmaster out of the woods. What about the other students staying at school? Did everyone get sent home? Tom asked. Dumbledore shook his head. We don't plan to let the remaining students know about this. It could cause widespread panic. So I asked Professor McGonagall to hold a very lively Christmas ball in a large, secure hall. All the students are attending. We've set up protective measures around that hall. After you help us open the door, you should go straight to the ball. Leave the rest to us. All right, Tom nodded. That made things much safer for him. We'll inform your grandfather first, then set off. However, the moment the three of them stepped out of the woods, they ran straight into Wade Reynolds, who looked positively radiant. The instant Wade saw the three people in front of him, the smile on his face froze. Headmaster Dippet, Professor Dumbledore, and Tom in the middle wearing a constipated expression. It looked exactly like a scene of a prisoner being escorted under guard. Oh no, I'm done for. This is it, even Tom, my accomplice, has been caught. Wade's expression changed instantly. He stopped short and started thinking about how to smoothly escape. Tom was startled when he saw Wade as well, but when he noticed that Wade wasn't carrying the briefcase with the Dementor inside, he couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. If Wade had still been hauling that Dementor around at a time like this, Tom would absolutely have been dragged to his death by this bastard. Even if Dementors were creatures that operated under a deal with the Ministry, they were still legitimate Ministry employees. What Wade had done already counted as kidnapping a Ministry official. Wade. Perfect timing, Dumbledore said. About that creature Slytherin left behind. Oh. So it's that. Wade's smile immediately returned to his face. I thought. Thought what? Dumbledore asked warily. Don't tell me this boy and Tom have gone and caused some kind of catastrophic trouble again. At this point, Dumbledore was practically stress responsive. He couldn't help it. Over the past 2 years, nearly every major incident seemed to involve these two boys somewhere in the middle of it. Nothing. I thought you were here for a meal. I was just about to go back and prepare some more ingredients. Ahem, Professor Dumbledore, Headmaster Dippet, Merry Christmas. So, you found clues about that creature? Wade said quickly. Tom couldn't help curling his lip. Changing the subject, humph, Wade's classic move. Yes. We've confirmed that what Slytherin left behind was a basilisk, Dumbledore said gravely. We found the location, but it seems it can only be opened by Parseltongue, which is why we came to ask Tom for help. Only then did Wade finally relax. So it wasn't his own mess being exposed. In that case, everything was fine. Can I come take a look as well? Wade asked immediately. I've read some records about basilisks. That kind of dark creature is top-grade material all over. Especially its blood and venom. All right, you can come too, Dumbledore nodded. Albus. Headmaster Dippet looked at Dumbledore in surprise. They didn't actually need Wade to be there. It would be far too dangerous. If Tom weren't needed to open the door, Headmaster Dippet wouldn't have even come to find him. So seeing Dumbledore agree to Wade's request without much hesitation genuinely surprised him. Better to agree, Armando, Dumbledore said helplessly. Otherwise, there's a good chance we'll run into Wade inside the chamber before we even see the basilisk. Having him come along is still safer than letting him sneak in on his own. Headmaster Dippet understood what Dumbledore meant. He sighed and said, looks like that old hat really is a bit muddled, isn't it? These are clearly two Gryffindors. Tom waved his hand. I'm not one. This has nothing to do with me. I'm a pure Slytherin. Wade is the Gryffindor one. Even if he's not a lion, he'd at least be a chimera. Tom, you're talking too much. Hogwarts had clearly already made preparations. Many of the students staying at the castle were walking together in the same direction. Professor McGonagall had arranged a safe place for them there. When Wade and Tom appeared in the headmaster's office, everyone inside turned to look at them at once. Aside from Professor McGonagall, almost all the professors were present. Besides the professors, Newt was also there, holding a suitcase and sitting quietly on a chair in the corner. Professor Slughorn jumped up from his seat. Albus. Bringing Tom is one thing, but why did you bring Wade as well? I wanted to see the basilisk, Professor. I might even be able to help, Wade said honestly. Nonsense. What help could you possibly be? Professor Slughorn scolded. If you want to see it, I can show you a memory in the pensive later. Running into the castle now is extremely dangerous. Headmaster Dippet waved his hand. All right, Horace. These two children are not as fragile as you think. You'll be responsible for keeping an eye on them later. Just make sure they don't run off. All right, the old ones are unreliable, and the young ones aren't much better either, Professor Slughorn muttered to himself. The door to the headmaster's office opened again, and Professor McGonagall walked in. The students have all been gathered in a safe location. Good. Then we'll proceed according to plan. Come over here, everyone, and take one of these, Dumbledore said as he pulled a small box out of a drawer. When the box was opened, Wade saw that it contained several pairs of oddly shaped glasses. Here, everyone take a pair. These aren't transparent. Strictly speaking, they're more like blindfolds. However, once you put them on, you'll be able to perceive your surroundings through magic, Dumbledore said as he distributed the glasses to everyone present. Wade received a pair as well. Whoa. This is really cool. He couldn't help exclaiming the moment he put them on. Because rather than glasses, they were more like thermal night vision goggles. Except what these goggles showed wasn't heat, but magic. Anything imbued with magic glowed red, while objects without magic appeared gray. And inside the lenses, every person present was glowing red all over. These are glasses that let you perceive the environment through magic. The higher the magical power of an object or person, the brighter the light it reflects. By this point, everyone had received a pair of glasses and put them on one after another. Then Wade suddenly felt the surroundings grow quiet, and it seemed as though everyone's gaze had passed through the lenses and fallen squarely on him. Ah, what is it? Wade asked, feeling a bit guilty. That's impossible. You bastard, why are you so blinding? Tom said despairingly as he stared at Wade through the glasses. Blinding. Wade abruptly remembered something. Oh no. Wade, your magical power is actually this strong. This is truly unbelievable, Dumbledore said in shock. The expression on Wade's face froze instantly. This is bad. The fact that I'm ridiculously strong is finally about to be exposed. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 275, A Power That Defies Explanation. Image, check this out heart suit. Wade Reynolds felt a bit panicked inside, but on the surface he put on a surprised expression. Professor, what do you mean by strong? And Tom, what do you mean by blinding? Yes, given the situation, the only option was to play dumb. As long as he didn't know why he was so powerful, then he didn't need to explain anything. Someone else would eventually come up with an explanation on his behalf. And if no one could explain it, then maybe he really was a genius. Isn't that right, Professor Dumbledore? Wade absolutely did not believe that a genius like Dumbledore had weak magic when he was young. At the very least, Dumbledore's magic back then had to be pretty close to what Wade had now. But when Wade looked at Tom's magical aura, he was struck speechless again. Tom, who was a genius on par with Dumbledore, still didn't come close to Wade's level. He didn't even surpass Professor Garrick, the youngest professor present. Alright, it seemed that no matter how powerful a wizard became later in life, their magic as a child really shouldn't exceed their peers by too much. So there was no way to explain it, better to keep pretending not to know. Tom's emotions at this moment were already far beyond what words could express. How was he supposed to compete with this? He had originally believed the gap between him and Wade was only in technique and knowledge. As long as he kept working hard, he would eventually catch up and surpass him one day. But now, this wasn't a difference in skill at all. It was a difference in fundamental nature. No wonder Wade kept telling him to focus on training his own body. And no wonder, during their previous sparring sessions, he had felt proud just because he managed to gain the slightest advantage. Looking back now, Wade had clearly just been humoring him like a child. At this moment, everyone shifted their gazes away from Wade. After all, with Wade, Dumbledore, and Headmaster Dippet standing together, it looked like three miniature suns lined up in a row, painfully bright to the eyes. According to these alchemical glasses Nick made, assuming there's no error, Wade's magic level, compared to the two of you, it's not far off at all. Professor Slughorn removed the glasses and rubbed his eyes. Perhaps this is what a true genius looks like, Horace. Headmaster Dippet looked at Wade with delighted eyes. Now, do you still think this child needs our protection? Dumbledore tugged repeatedly at his still auburn beard, also finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. In that case, Wade saying he could help us wasn't boasting after all. Dumbledore thought for a long while but still couldn't understand why Wade's magic was so overwhelmingly strong. In the end, he could only attribute Wade's power to his talent in ancient magic. Dumbledore had never actually met that senior of Wade's, but thinking back to the legendary feats she had accomplished at Hogwarts, he suddenly felt that if she didn't possess magic as powerful as Wade's, accomplishing those feats would have been nearly impossible. If she had magic as strong as Wade's back when she was a student, then everything would make sense, everything would be perfectly reasonable. Seeing Dumbledore's expression shift from deep thought to understanding, Wade immediately knew the professor must have figured out an explanation for him. He let out a silent breath of relief. Professor? Did you figure out the reason? My magic being this abnormal, it's not some kind of illness, right? Wade asked timidly. No, of course not, child. This is your talent. A unique, one-of-a-kind gift, Dumbledore said gently, placing a warm hand on Wade's shoulder. Professor Slughorn sighed, though a hint of delight rose on his face. All right. I still don't know why your talent is so exceptional, but since you're this capable, at least I won't have to worry as much in the future. Everyone, please pay attention, Headmaster Dippet said as he clapped his hands. To avoid causing trouble for Wade later on, do not speak of what happened today. Especially, not while that man is still at the school. Everyone's expressions tightened slightly. Grindelwald, no matter what, the man was a mountain pressing down on the entire staff of Hogwarts. A flicker of suspicion suddenly crossed Dumbledore's face. He was beginning to understand why Grindelwald had tried to approach Wade so deliberately. Could it be that Grindelwald already knew about Wade's power? Thinking back to Aurelius, Grindelwald had sought him out because he coveted his obscurial power. Now Wade was no obscurial, he was far stronger and healthier. With Grindelwald's personality, if he discovered Wade's talent, how could he possibly resist seeking him out? At this moment, everyone understood exactly what Headmaster Dippet was worried about, and all agreed to keep Wade's strength a secret. In that case, we'll need to adjust our arrangement for today's operation, Headmaster Dippet said. Horace, Wade will take your position. As for you, please go assist Professor McGonagall. What position? Wade asked. Oh, it's like this. We plan to send 4 people into the Chamber of Secrets to deal with the basilisk, while the remaining professors guard the perimeter, Headmaster Dippet explained. After all, we can't guarantee some students at the dance won't get restless and wander off. And if the basilisk escapes, the professors outside can evacuate the students in time. The 4 people you mentioned. Newt walked over while carrying his suitcase. The original 4 were myself, Albus, Armando, and Horace. But now, you're taking Horace's place. Ah, is that so? Wade blinked, suddenly feeling a strange sense of whiplash. One moment, he was the precious child everyone wanted to protect, and in the next, he was suddenly being thrown into adulthood and sent off to face a terrifying basilisk. And yet no one at the scene seemed to find this arrangement the least bit questionable. Well, looks like his strength had been completely exposed. He originally wanted to interact with everyone under the label of an ordinary prodigy, but now. Forget it. No more pretending. Time to lay the cards on the table. He was actually absurdly strong. All right then, when do we leave? Wade asked. We have to wait for the other professors to take their positions and secure all the exits along the fourth-floor corridor, Headmaster Dippet said. All right, then since there's still some time, please allow me to make a few preparations. Wade turned and walked out of the headmaster's office. Very well, everyone, prepare yourselves as well, Dumbledore said. Hearing this, the professors all took their enchanted glasses and left the office one after another. Newt suddenly patted Dumbledore's shoulder, then looked toward Tom. Tom still hadn't recovered from the shock of his friend's overwhelming power. For him, this blow was simply too much. He had originally thought the gap between them was only a few hundred kilometers, and now he was being told that Bastard was on the moon. He knew it, between them stood a tragically thick wall of disparity. Tom. Dumbledore's gentle voice finally pulled Tom back to his senses. Ah, I'm fine, Professor, Tom said awkwardly. Dumbledore smiled. Do you remember what I told you this morning? You said a lot this morning, all about patron uses, Tom replied. You must also remember what I told you, some people are born with a higher starting point than others. Wade is one of those people. Tom responded vaguely, then asked, Professor, were you also that powerful when you were young? I was nowhere near Wade's level back then, Dumbledore said with a smile. Even though many professors called me a genius, the truth is, my magical power at your age wasn't even as strong as yours. Is that really true? You're not just saying that to comfort me? Tom asked suspiciously. Dumbledore answered seriously, of course not, Tom. Someone like Wade appears once in a millennium. In all the years I've lived, he is the only person I've ever seen with talent that's strong. Most people are ordinary, just like me. Professor, calling yourself ordinary is pushing it, Tom muttered. Haha, well said. Albus, sometimes even I think you're excessively modest, Headmaster Dippet said as he walked over. Tom, I won't give you vague comforting words. In truth, your talent is about the same as Albus's when he was young. No one is more qualified than I am to say that, I taught him, after all. So don't belittle yourself. Even if Wade shines brighter, you are still a genius. Our expectations for you are no lower than for him. Work hard. I won't claim you'll surpass Wade, but surpassing Albus and me won't be difficult at all. All right. Anyway, I've never beaten him. I'm used to it, Tom said bitterly. In the corridor outside the headmaster's office, Wade snapped his fingers. Toby appeared before him. As Wade read more and more magic books, especially those from Slytherin's personal collection, he also discovered several more efficient methods of contacting his house elf. So now, when summoning Toby, he no longer needed to rely on a galleon enhanced by a switching charm. Master Wade, what are your orders? Toby asked respectfully. Bring me my gear, Wade said. Toby blinked his tennis ball-sized eyes. Which set? He the strongest one, Wade said. Toby immediately understood and vanished from the corridor. When he reappeared, he was holding a black wizard's robe in his hands. Good. You can go back now, Wade said, taking the robe and putting it on. He tapped the robe with his wand, and it transformed into a rather stylish coat, perfectly fitted in size and shape. This was also clothing Wade had designed for himself and then commissioned Mr. Mokeskin to make. It could change its style and size at will. Aside from that, the coat had a few other features. For example, it was extremely durable, and also, it had an absurd number of pockets. Wade could even fit all of his lethal weapons inside this single garment. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 276, Wade confesses everything. Let's go. Wade walked into the headmaster's office in a fresh set of clothes. That's your grand preparation? Changing your coat? Tom asked. Hey, Wade patted one of the pockets on his coat, and a pocket watch popped out from inside. He opened it, glanced at the time, and said, This isn't just any coat, Tom. But we're short on time, so I can't explain it in detail right now. Just then, a white soul-like cat darted into the office. It leapt onto the desk and locked eyes with Dumbledore. A Patronus. Tom immediately recognized it. After all, he had spent nearly the entire Christmas holiday practicing that spell. Yes, this is Professor McGonagall's Patronus, Headmaster Dippet said. Dumbledore tilted his head, as if listening to something the white cat was saying. After a moment, he nodded. Minerva says they're all in position, Dumbledore said. A Patronus can deliver messages. Tom asked in surprise. That's just a small technique for using a Patronus, Tom, Dumbledore said with a smile. I'll teach you all in the future. Tom suddenly looked at Wade and said, that's wonderful. In fact, I'm very curious to see what Wade's Patronus is. Wade looked up at the ceiling, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Wade. What's your Patronus? Don't tell me you can't cast the spell. Driven by jealousy, Tom started needling him. The weather's great today, Tom. How about some roast meat tonight? Wade changed the subject. Wade, that was a very stiff diversion, Tom said. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, Headmaster Dippet, and Newt all turned their attention to Wade. It seemed everyone was quite interested in what Wade's Patronus might be. Tom was thrilled. Come on, everyone, see Wade's true nature. He's no saint. This was someone so dark inside he couldn't even produce a Patronus. Fine, I can't learn the Patronus charm, Wade said helplessly. Maybe it's because I'm too dark inside. I don't have any truly happy emotions. The optimism I show is all an act. In reality, I'm a very gloomy, very pessimistic person. Maybe that's why I pick up dark magic so easily. Professor, perhaps it's best to expel me, or send me to Azkaban. I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control and do something none of you want to see. Tom was stunned. What on earth was this guy doing? Not pretending anymore? Confessing everything? Sudden self-destruction? No, this wasn't what Tom wanted. He only wanted to see Wade embarrassed, not ruined. Expulsion. Azkaban. What about his ambitions? His future? Were all those things he'd talked about before nothing but empty promises? Something was wrong. Extremely wrong. But these seemingly self-destructive words sounded entirely different in Dumbledore's ears. He had once suspected that, before Wade ended up in the orphanage, something truly tragic must have happened to his family. That would explain why he refused every offer of adoption, choosing instead to live alone at such a young age. If not for Tom, who also had magical ability, Wade might not even have had a single friend at the orphanage. And thinking back to how Wade had once asked him how to control himself and restrain his desire for power, Dumbledore understood instantly. This child was far too kind. Even when he couldn't overcome his own inner struggles, he still thought of others. He feared that his pursuit of power might lead him to lose control and hurt innocent people. Whether it was when his ancient magic talent was first discovered or now, he was still just as kind as ever. It's all right, Wade. What's in the past is already behind you. You're young, and you still have a long life ahead of you. You can't keep your heart trapped forever in those tragic memories, Dumbledore sighed. You know my story as well. In fact, for several years after my sister's death, I couldn't cast the Patronus charm either. I always thought I had an exceptional gift for magic. But that time, I failed. Because I hadn't truly moved on. The deep pain I carried left no room for joy. But a few years later, when I returned to Hogwarts to teach, I felt happiness again for the first time in a long while. As time slowly eased the pain in my heart and I began to step out of the shadows, the Patronus charm I could never learn suddenly came to me one day. Tom stood to the side, completely stunned. What was happening? No, this wasn't right. The guy had practically exposed himself, and yet Dumbledore was comforting him. He's a dark wizard. A manipulative dark wizard. Meanwhile, Headmaster Dippet and Newt were both looking at Wade with sympathetic expressions. They had heard Dumbledore recount Wade's circumstances before, so they understood perfectly why Dumbledore spoke the way he did. Then Tom witnessed something he couldn't make sense of at all. A self-confessed dark wizard was being comforted one after another by three of the most upright people he knew. Wade, mahahaha. In the end, Tom finally pieced together the truth from Dumbledore and the others' words. He let out a long sigh and wiped his face helplessly. It seemed that aside from strength, there were many other things in which he couldn't compare to Wade. Had Wade started building this persona the moment he first met Dumbledore, deliberately planting a lasting impression in his mind? Study. I really need to study. That bastard had been preparing for this day right from the very beginning. I'm sorry. I didn't know, Tom said, offering Wade an apology that came from the heart, along with genuine respect. He couldn't beat him. He simply couldn't beat him. It's fine, Tom. All right, enough of that. We need to get moving, Wade said. Right. We can talk more when we get back. Dumbledore and the others began leaving the headmaster's office one after another. Wade turned back and glanced at Tom, and Tom immediately noticed that there was not a trace of sorrow left on his face. Instead, Wade smirked at him triumphantly. Then a white blur shot out from the tip of Wade's wand so fast it was almost invisible before it vanished. Tom's eyes widened in shock. Even if he couldn't see what creature it was, he still recognized it. A Patronus. That was a Patronus. Wade, that bastard, could actually cast a Patronus charm. Then Tom heard Wade's voice whisper beside his ear through a whispering charm. I really can cast it. If that upsets you, what can I do? Watching Wade's retreating back, Tom felt his heart shatter. Damn it. Beast. Not only did he strike the blow, he had to stab the soul too. On the second-floor corridor, they arrived at the entrance to the girls' bathroom. We think the entrance is inside. Tom. Dumbledore turned and pulled the dazed Tom closer. Tom, what's wrong? Dumbledore asked. Oh, nothing, Tom said quickly. Tom's mental strength was still solid. Even after Wade's provocation, it was only his confidence that had cracked a little. It wasn't a big problem. He was used to it by now. We suspect the entrance is at the sink. Once you open it, step aside immediately, Dumbledore said, gesturing for everyone to put on their glasses before striding into the bathroom. Tom pulled himself together and followed them inside. There was indeed a small serpent engraving on the faucet. Tom tried speaking to the pattern in Parseltongue, telling it to open. A moment later, the entire sink gave a loud sound. A sharp crack. Newt immediately pulled Tom behind him. Everyone raised their wands, ready for the basilisk to lunge out at any moment. A deep rumble echoed through the room. The sink began to shift. Section by section, the basins contracted toward the center, then drew upward. In the end, a dark, deep hole appeared before them. Headmaster Dippet flicked his wand, sending a small orb of light into the opening, illuminating the interior. Ah, is this a drainage pipe? Tom couldn't help asking. This explains it, Dumbledore said with a nod. A creature like a basilisk, which prefers damp and cold environments, would naturally hide underground. Headmaster Dippet flipped through a stack of notes. Yes, it says here that the chamber holding the basilisk has several exits. What we found might be the farthest one. Or rather, this is the basilisk's entry and exit point. You mean, if the basilisk were released, it would come out from here? Tom asked. Newt examined the pipe. In theory, yes. This clearly isn't an entrance meant for people. But for a serpent, it's just right. This downward pipe would require a person to slide through it. It was hard to imagine someone like Salazar Slytherin entering his own chamber in such an undignified way. Well, that means there should be a proper door further below, Headmaster Dippet said seriously. Actually, there's no need to be that nervous. Since this creature was left by Slytherin for his descendants, Slytherin's heir would definitely be safe in front of a basilisk. So. Wade pushed Tom toward the hole. I suggest Tom take the lead. Who? Me. Tom was stunned. That was a basilisk that killed with a glare. And they wanted him at the front. With so many powerful wizards present, how did it come to him? That's not a good idea. It's too dangerous, Newt said. Don't worry, I'll keep him safe, Wade said, pushing Tom forward again. Ah, hearing you say that really puts me at ease, of course, if you didn't insist on putting me at the very front like a shield. Tom's face had gone pale. He truly regretted running his mouth earlier. Wade's revenge always came late, but it always came. Why did he keep forgetting that? Relax, Tom. I really think this is the safest way. No. This is absolutely not safe. Tom clung desperately to the edge of the chute, refusing to go down. Be brave, Tom. Wade continued pushing him downward. Why don't you go then? If I were Slytherin's heir, I'd already be knocking on the basilisk's door. I refuse. Down you go. Whack. Tom tried to say something else, but before he could get a word out, Wade kicked him straight into the pipe. Everyone stared at Wade in shock. Don't worry, he's quite good at the levitation charm, Wade said. Wade. You bastard. Sure enough, Tom's furious shouting soon echoed up from the pipe. That voice, very lively. Tom. Has anyone ever told you that you sound like you're pouting when you curse? There was a brief pause from inside the pipe, followed by even louder swearing. Looks like it's safe down there. Tom wouldn't be this energetic otherwise. Saying that, Wade jumped into the hole as well. The remaining three looked at each other. After a moment, Headmaster Dippet said, let's go too. We can't really let two children go first. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Poor Life Choices. When Wade reached the bottom of the pipe, he saw Tom. Tom was standing in the sludge, filthy from head to toe, swearing at the top of his lungs. Puffed. That kick from Wade had been far too sudden. Even though Tom had managed to cast a levitation charm at the last moment to avoid being smashed to death, there was no way to avoid getting covered in mud and foul water halfway down. For someone as fastidious as Tom, it was enough to make his lungs practically explode with anger. If you want to wake the basilisk and have it bite your head off, you might as well curse even louder, Wade said lazily while trying not to laugh. Tom immediately shut his mouth. Thinking back on how loudly he had been shouting just now, a wave of lingering fear crept over him. This was the basilisk's territory. Yelling like that earlier really had been a bit too brave. At that moment, Dumbledore and the others came down as well. The cushioning charm was very effective at slowing their descent, so even without using a levitation charm, they landed safely. As a result, aside from Tom being covered in filth, everyone else was in perfectly fine condition. Seeing how filthy he still looked, Tom felt his anger flare up again. Dumbledore walked over and gave a light flick of his wand. The mud and grime on Tom vanished at once. From now on, no one is to remove their glasses. This is extremely important, Dumbledore said sternly. Tom hurriedly tightened the glasses that had been knocked slightly askew. Although Tom's personality had changed a great deal, his fear of death had never diminished. Everyone present was a heavyweight, and he was the only weakling. Of course he had to protect himself. They were already deep in Hogwarts' underground pipes. The ground was covered in sludge and stagnant water, and an indescribable stench hung in the air. A glowing orb shot out from Wade's wand and floated above them, illuminating the pitch-black tunnel. A very fine lighting charm, Wade. In that case, let's move, Headmaster Dippet said, finding their direction. Wade, keep Tom safe. Don't do anything like earlier again. What if he breaks his neck? Dumbledore said seriously. Got it. Mission guaranteed. Wade replied loudly. Keep your voice down. You'll wake the basilisk. Tom jumped in fright. Stand tall, Tom. Draw your wand. Don't embarrass yourself. Wade shouted. You bastard. I really want to fire a spell and seal that mouth of yours. Tom. Wands are for pointing at enemies, not your own people. All right, all right. I'm begging you, can you please keep your voice down? Amid the bickering, they stumbled forward through the tunnel, and before long, they reached the end of the pipe. Most of the branching paths were above the main channel, so there was no real risk of getting lost. This also confirmed Newt's earlier guess. This pipe was likely just one of the basilisk's exits. At the side of the tunnel's end stood a very conspicuous circular metal door. The door was covered in serpent-shaped metal carvings. Each snake had green gemstones set into its eyes, making them look almost alive. This should be it. Tom. Headmaster Dippet turned to look behind him. Tom stepped forward. When he reached the door, he deliberately shifted to the side, afraid that the moment it opened, Wade would kick him in again. Hiss, hiss. As Tom spoke, the door gave a sharp click. Everyone immediately pulled Tom to the very back and raised their wands toward the doorway. The serpent carvings on the circular metal door lit up as the green gemstone eye suddenly gleamed. Then, as if coming to life, the snakes withdrew to the sides. The lock disengaged. Holding the Elder Wand in one hand, Dumbledore pushed the circular metal door open with the other and cautiously stepped inside. The others followed one by one. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber. Numerous pillars carved with serpents stood along the sides, and on the far wall of the chamber was a vivid carving of a hunched old man. The old man leaned on a staff, looking like a withered old monkey. Clearly, this was a statue of Salazar Slytherin in his later years. It doesn't look like the basilisk is here. Tom peeked out timidly from behind the others. It is, Newt said, crouching to examine the floor. There are clear traces of a large serpentine creature having moved through here. Has the basilisk awakened? Dumbledore asked. No, probably not. These traces are many, many years old. This place has remained sealed all this time, which is why they've been preserved, Newt said. As he finished speaking, he picked up a large serpent scale from beneath one of the pillars. Tom stared at the massive green scale, his face turning pale. This basilisk seemed even larger than Nagini had been. There's probably no need for me here anymore, right? Maybe I should. Tom said as he edged backward. Your job isn't finished yet, Tom, Wade said, pointing at Slytherin's statue. Look at its mouth. That looks like another door. You still need to open it. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the statue of Slytherin. Sure enough, there was a distinct fissure at the statue's mouth, unlike the rest of the surface, which was merely carved decoration. Moreover, through the magical lenses, a faint red glow could be seen seeping from within the crack. That meant there was something magical inside. Judging by the brightness, there was a very good chance the basilisk was sleeping within. It seems we'll have to trouble you once more, Tom, Dumbledore said apologetically. Ah. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Tom knew there was no way he could slip away now. He had no choice but to step forward again, stand before the statue, and speak Parseltongue towards Slytherin's mouth, telling it to open. This time, however, nothing happened. The statue's mouth remained tightly shut, without the slightest response. Why isn't anything happening? Tom asked in confusion. I think you need to be a bit more respectful. You can't just order it to open like that. That's your ancestor, after all. Think about it. If you were Slytherin, what would you want your descendant to say when they first saw you? Wade asked. Tom frowned and genuinely tried to put himself in Slytherin's place. All right, just shouting open does seem a bit inappropriate. Don't worry. There must be a way to open it, Headmaster Dippet said, flipping through the manuscripts again. At that moment, Tom suddenly raised his head and spoke a line in Parseltongue to Slytherin's statue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the 4 founders. Crack. As Tom finished speaking in Parseltongue, Slytherin's statue actually began to move its mouth. Oh. Tom, you really are a genius. Wade exclaimed sincerely. Clearly, Slytherin had not left behind every step required to open the chamber. At the very least, this final door had not been explicitly explained. But when one considered the purpose behind Slytherin leaving the basilisk behind, it all made sense. What Slytherin wanted was a descendant who worshipped him completely. Only such a descendant would act entirely in accordance with Slytherin's will. Therefore, if a descendant could not even bring themselves to offer a word of praise when facing his statue, then they were certainly not the kind of heir Slytherin wanted to see. Such a person did not deserve to open the final door and awaken the basilisk. Yet the line Tom had improvised moments earlier carried both admiration for Slytherin and pride in being his descendant. It was enough to trick the statue into opening its mouth. It's starting, Newt warned. As Slytherin's statue opened its mouth wide, a rasping hiss echoed from within. Clearly, some enormous creature was preparing to crawl out. Seeing this, Tom immediately bolted, sprinting out and hiding beyond the doorway. Just as Tom cleared the door, a massive emerald-green serpent slowly emerged from Slytherin's mouth. Hisses. Yet through the enchanted lenses Wade and the others were wearing, what they saw was a vivid red, serpent-shaped creature crawling out of the dim opening. At the same time, Wade and the others felt sharp waves of pain stabbing at their eyes. Their vision was already completely blocked, what they were seeing transmitted purely through magical conduction. By all logic, they should not have been affected by the basilisk's gaze. And yet, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 278, The Basilisk vs. Wade Reynolds. And yet, after this indirect eye contact with the basilisk, they could still feel a deadly sense of threat. This alone showed just how terrifying the curse carried by the basilisk's eyes truly was. After crawling out of the opening, the basilisk immediately began scanning its surroundings, searching for the Slytherin heir who had awakened it. But because Tom had already retreated to safety and hidden himself, the basilisk found no one who matched the conditions of Slytherin's descendant. At the same time, it was clearly puzzled as well. Why were these people still alive after meeting its gaze? However, the basilisk was never particularly intelligent to begin with. After sleeping for so many years and only just awakening, all it felt was overwhelming hunger. That intense hunger made it abandon any further thought. Since these people were not Slytherin's descendants, it would simply eat them. Hiss! The basilisk reared its head and let out a shrill roar before charging straight at them. Among everyone present, Wade was the first to react, his reflexes sharp as a cat's. Just as Dumbledore began to shout a warning, Wade had already rushed to the front. As he surged forward, he swung his wand sharply upward. A thick wall of ice burst up from the ground, rising directly in front of the group. Bang! The basilisk slammed headlong into the ice wall. Ice shards flew everywhere. Its venomous fangs left deep gouges in the ice, and green poison began to corrode the surface relentlessly. Everyone felt a chill run through them. If that venom were to touch a human wound. At that moment, the basilisk was left slightly dazed from the impact. Just as it recovered and prepared to go around the ice wall, the pooled water around the chamber suddenly transformed into streams of water serpents, which shot forward and coiled rapidly around its massive body. In the next instant, the liquid water serpent scattered and transformed into a cage of sharp ice spikes, locking the basilisk firmly in place. Hisses. The basilisk twisted violently, and although the ice spikes were eventually crushed by its immense strength, they were unbelievably hard. Even so, its body was pierced by numerous wounds before they shattered. Wade's wand never paused. He swung it forcefully once more. The ice wall that had been shielding everyone suddenly rose and reshaped itself into a towering ice giant. The ice giant lifted its arm and slammed a fist into the basilisk's eye socket. Buzz. The basilisk, already reeling, felt its head spin even more violently. But the basilisk reacted quickly as well. The moment it sensed the ice giant grabbing its neck, it snapped its head around and bit straight into the giant's body. Dark green venom instantly stained half of the snow-white ice giant. Wade was shocked. This basilisk felt different from the one described in the HP novel. If its venom were always this potent, then when Harry had his arm pierced by its fangs in the original story, there would have been no time to wait for a phoenix to save him. Even so, Wade reacted instantly. Though his thoughts flickered for a split second, his body continued to move at terrifying speed. Whoosh! Crimson flames shot from the tip of his wand and, riding the wind, rapidly transformed into a colossal fire serpent. It melted straight through the ice giant's body and surged forward. Because the fire serpent emerged directly from within the ice giant, the basilisk had no time to evade and was instantly ensnared. Wade swung his wand again, and the fire serpent formed from Gabrathian fire tightened around the basilisk's body. Bang! The basilisk's massive body writhed in agony across the ground. Its tail smashed into a nearby stone pillar, shattering it to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Wade swung his wand once more. The shattered stone fragments rose into the air and then slammed into the basilisk like cannonballs. Bang! 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 The basilisk's head was struck again, and its amber-yellow eyes were smashed blind. Hiss! The basilisk rolled on the ground in agony. Suddenly, ice spread across the floor once more, freezing the basilisk's thrashing body in place. Wade charged forward, stepped onto a slab of ice, and shot high into the air with a levitation charm. While airborne, Wade pulled a two-handed greatsword from his pocket. Gripping the sword with both hands, he dispelled the levitation charm and used his own weight to drive the blade down with all his strength into the basilisk's vital point. Die! Splurt! The greatsword plunged straight into the basilisk's vital point, sinking all the way to the hilt. The basilisk reared its neck, thrashing wildly as it tried to break free from the ice. Then its body suddenly stiffened before going limp. Thud! The massive serpent collapsed heavily onto the ground and did not move again. Huff! Wade tightened his grip on the greatsword and let out a quiet breath. This was the first time since coming to this world that he had gone all out. He had to admit, fighting at full power felt incredible. Wade lifted his head and saw Dumbledore and the others standing nearby in stunned silence. They had yet to recover from the shock. Everything had happened far too quickly. From the basilisk's sudden attack, to Wade raising the ice wall, to the relentless chain of counterattacks that followed. The basilisk had not even been given a chance to retaliate before it was beaten to death. And Dumbledore and the others had not even found an opening to intervene. As for Tom, who had been peeking from behind the door, his blood had practically turned cold with fear. So this is your true strength, Wade? That was utterly brutal. I actually thought about challenging a monster like this before. I must have been out of my mind. Wade gazed at the basilisk's corpse on the ground. Although the basilisk no longer showed any signs of life, he still did not relax his guard. After pulling out the greatsword, he conducted a thorough inspection before finally feeling at ease. Even without any trace of life, the basilisk's body still appeared vividly crimson through the lenses. This alone showed just how powerful the magic contained within such a dark creature truly was. Unfortunately, the basilisk was not a wizard. No matter how strong its magic, the only spell it could actually wield was the innate ability of its gaze. That was also why creatures like this were so beloved by masters of potion making and alchemy. Anything infused with immense magical power was always an excellent material. That rule never failed. While Wade carefully examined the basilisk, Dumbledore and the others removed their alchemical glasses as well. The basilisk's eyes had already been destroyed by Wade, so there was no longer any need to keep wearing them. Only after taking off the glasses did they truly see the basilisk's real appearance. It was a colossal serpent nearly 50 feet long, roughly 15 meters, its entire body covered in gleaming green scales that looked incomparably tough. Newt was the first to rush over, studying with fascination this dark magical creature he had previously seen only in ancient texts. So big. I once saw a massive horned water serpent, but it can't compare to this basilisk at all, Newt said, studying the creature in awe. According to the records, a male basilisk has a bright red plume on its head. It seems this one is female. While everyone gathered around to examine the basilisk, Wade had already quietly extended his nightmare magic into its damaged eyes. Wade, are you all right? Dumbledore asked, then hesitated as if unsure how to continue. Oh. Yeah. I'm fine, Wade replied. Seeing that Dumbledore still looked uncertain about how to speak, Wade took the initiative. Professor? What is it? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Control Before Conquest. Since his magical strength had already been exposed today, there was no longer any need to keep hiding his abilities. Some things were best made clear now. Dumbledore chose his words carefully and spoke slowly. Wade, your capabilities, to be honest, they far exceed my expectations. Before he could finish, Headmaster Dippet interrupted him. A capable student is a good thing, Albus. Many times, there's no need to dig too deeply into the reasons. Dumbledore paused, then nodded. He immediately understood what Headmaster Dippet meant. In truth, Wade was simply far stronger than expected, whether in raw magic or in spellcasting technique. As for why he was so powerful, was there really any need to dig that deeply? Even if one investigated thoroughly, would the true reason necessarily become clear? If Wade truly did not wish to speak, he could always make up a lie. Who would be able to tell whether it was true or not? They could hardly grab him and use legilimency on him. Besides, with Wade's current abilities, even legilimency might not work. Thinking back to how Wade had been unwilling to reveal his past, Dumbledore set aside any further thoughts of pressing the matter. Perhaps Wade's immense magical power was closely tied to his talent in ancient magic, while his spellcasting skill might be connected to experiences he did not wish to mention. If he did not want to speak of them, why force the issue? Headmaster Dippet's meaning was simple enough. What was the point of asking so many questions? As long as the child was good, that was enough. And whether Wade was a good child, wasn't that already clear? Even Tom at the beginning, such a troublesome child, had been changed by him into what he was now, to the point of handing over Slytherin's legacy without hesitation. He had even said that he no longer wished to use dark magic. That alone was nothing short of incredible. Someone as skilled at guiding others toward goodness as Wade, how could he possibly not be a good child? With that thought, Dumbledore shook his head at Wade and smiled. I have no questions for you, Wade. Ah. Wade looked at the two old men in confusion. He had already prepared a whole set of explanations, but he had not expected Dumbledore to ask nothing at all. There is just one question, Wade, Headmaster Dippet said with a smile. Ah, what question? Have you ever considered graduating early? After all, at your current level, Hogwarts teaching can no longer meet your needs, Headmaster Dippet asked. Headmaster, I won't graduate early. Everything will remain the same, just as before, Wade said, shaking his head. But, why? This step-by-step curriculum can no longer satisfy you, Headmaster Dippet asked curiously. Wade explained, my magic is indeed powerful, and I know many spells. But that doesn't mean I can control that power perfectly. In that respect, I still have a great deal to learn. Besides, no matter how strong I am right now, I'm only good at fighting. But I don't want to be good only at fighting. I still want to study other subjects properly. Fields like potions, herbology, and transfiguration can't be mastered just by having strong magic. Both Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet wore expressions of relief. Headmaster Dippet laughed and said, see, Albus. You're just too sensitive. We only discovered Wade's strength today. Does that mean he wasn't strong before we noticed it? If anything, he's clearer-headed than most. Yes, if it were another young wizard, discovering they possessed such tremendous power might already have led them astray. But Wade is thinking about how to control his strength and about studying other disciplines, Newt added approvingly. To be honest, Newt had traveled the world in recent years and met countless wizards. Among them, there were far too many who grew arrogant and conceited because of their power. People as humble and clear-minded as Wade were rare. All right, how did it suddenly become that I'm too sensitive? Dumbledore said helplessly. I was only curious. What kind of person Wade is, I know better than either of you. Outside the door, Tom stared blankly at everything unfolding inside. No matter how suspicious Wade might be, someone would always step in to explain things for him. Tom was used to it by now. This situation existed because Wade had started building his good person image very early on. Tom closed his eyes helplessly. If he had realized that back then, he wouldn't have been under Dumbledore's suspicion for so long. After sighing to himself, Tom walked inside as well. Now that the basilisk was dead, the place could be considered safe. He also wanted to take a look at the legacy his ancestor had left behind. Tom placed his hand on the basilisk scales. The cold, unyielding hardness sent a shock through him. Such incredibly tough scales, and yet Wade's magic had left them riddled with wounds. Thinking back on his childish belief that he could one day surpass Wade, Tom suddenly felt a wave of pessimism. Perhaps all his past jumping about and scheming had looked, in Wade's eyes, like nothing more than a clown putting on a show for amusement. Talking about how he could take Wade's place as the leader if he could beat him. He never said he was this strong. How was I supposed to fight you? Wade, you really are infuriating. Professor, may I take some materials from the basilisk? Wade asked cautiously, rubbing his hands together. Well, that's something you'll need to discuss properly with Tom and Professor Slughorn, Headmaster Dippet said with a smile. Huh? Me? Tom stared at the headmaster in confusion at being suddenly named. Because this also counts as part of Slytherin's legacy. Strictly speaking, it should be considered your property, Headmaster Dippet said. No. I have no objections. None at all. I'll willingly donate it to the school. Tom waved his hands frantically. Basilisk materials. Giving them to him now would be useless anyway. Besides, Tom was no longer short of money, and he had no intention of exchanging basilisk materials for galleons. More importantly, Tom did not dare offend Wade in the slightest. Not even to the point of risking the tiniest misunderstanding. Wade's attack earlier had been far too brutal, and that was without him using dark magic. If Wade had used fiend fire instead of Gabrathian fire, the basilisk would have been reduced to ash on the spot. Tom suddenly understood why Wade had chosen Gabrathian fire rather than the all-consuming fiend fire. Clearly, he had already set his sights on the basilisk's materials before the battle even began. All the more reason for Tom to behave himself. Tom, I've suddenly realized how remarkably well-behaved you are today, Wade said, giving Tom's shoulder a firm pat. Heh, I wouldn't dare do otherwise. Through fire and water, boss. Tom said with a strained smile. No need to go through fire and water. When I ask for your help, just don't refuse me, Wade said. I won't, of course, from now on, just call me Tommy Boy, Tom said. His legs felt a little weak. For some reason, Wade's smile today felt far more frightening than usual. At that moment, Dumbledore summoned his Phoenix Patronus. The Patronus flew out, and not long after, the sound of Professor's footsteps came from the doorway. SSS. When the professors saw the basilisk before them, every one of them sucked in a sharp breath. Professor Garrick nearly fainted from fright at the sight of the basilisk's corpse. Professor McGonagall immediately rushed over to check on Tom and Wade, worried that they might be injured. She had truly been startled earlier when she saw Wade covered in basilisk blood. So this is a basilisk. Professor Slughorn's eyes gleamed. It must have taken quite an effort to bring it down, wouldn't you say? Not really, Headmaster Dippet said. We didn't even have time to act. Wade dealt with it on his own. Ah. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 280, so, what's the price? After Headmaster Dippet recounted what had just happened, the professors present all looked at Wade differently. I suddenly feel that volunteering to be the guidance professor for moral education was a bit unnecessary, Professor Slughorn said with a pained expression. The reason he had rushed to take on that role in the first place was to protect Wade. But now it seemed Wade didn't need his protection at all. Even if Grindelwald himself made a move against Wade, he might not be able to take him down so easily. Wade, you've really put me in a difficult spot. Ftahaha, Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. You took on that responsibility of your own accord. You can't just drop it now. I know, of course. Professor Slughorn said dejectedly. Professor, let me help you, Wade said at just the right moment. You can keep your name on it. Really? Yes. At most, you just need to show up at critical moments and read from a script, Wade said. That's wonderful. Slughorn beamed, his round belly jiggling with delight. Since Wade's safety was no longer something he needed to worry about, and his workload was being lightened as well, those little hobbies he'd had to set aside could finally be picked up again. And when he looked at the basilisk's corpse again, the expression on his face grew even more delighted. The appearance of rare materials meant new rare potions for a master of potions. For any potion master who truly loved the discipline, that was a lifelong pursuit. For a time, a cheerful atmosphere filled Slytherin's chamber. However, Dumbledore's expression gradually turned grave. Professor Slughorn's earlier words had reminded Dumbledore of something. Something extremely important. That was the fact that Wade had once held Grindelwald back on his own for a period of time. Yes, held him back, not confronted him head-on. If Wade had possessed his current level of strength back then, there would have been no reason for him to rely solely on technique to stall Grindelwald. In other words, Wade's strength at the time had been far inferior to what it was now. His power had surged only recently. Dumbledore could not help but feel a quiet sense of alarm. To grow so powerful in such a short span of time. Could the amplification from ancient magic really be that terrifying? And if so, what was the price? Dumbledore thought of that powerful senior witch who had disappeared many years ago, so completely that even her name had been lost. To this day, Dumbledore had been unable to determine what caused her name to vanish. He had only managed to piece together some fragments of her movements after graduation. The cause was unknown, and if there had been an enemy, that enemy was unknown as well. Dumbledore looked at Wade with quiet concern. He truly did not want Wade to one day vanish just as suddenly, leaving not even his name behind. While Dumbledore was lost in worry, Wade and Professor Slughorn had already divided the spoils over there. Even the two shattered eyeballs had been split evenly, one for each of them. In the past, Slughorn would never have handed something so dangerous to Wade. But now, he had no need to worry about that at all. This kid was even stronger than he was. What was there left to worry about? Besides, Wade's skill in potions was no small thing either, so Professor Slughorn had even less reason to worry about materials being wasted. At this point, Wade pulled the two-handed greatsword out of the basilisk's body, preparing to carve it up properly. Newt also walked over and, drawing on his experience as a magizoologist, pointed out where to make the cuts. He then took out a notebook and began sketching the details of the basilisk's various parts, clearly intending to study what its internal organs looked like as well. A moment later, Wade raised the coldly gleaming greatsword and brought it down with a wet slash. Under Newt's guidance, the strike precisely avoided the protection of the scales and plunged through a gap between them. "We should leave," Professor McGonagall said, her face turning slightly pale at the blood-soaked scene before her. "Yes, let's go back," the other professor said as well. With everything settled, they prepared to depart. "Professor, take me with you." "My legs feel a bit weak," young Tom said pitifully, tugging at Professor McGonagall's sleeve. "Oh, poor child. Come with me," Professor McGonagall said, leading Tom toward the doorway. "Before we leave, I must remind you all of one thing," Headmaster Dippet said solemnly. "Everything that happened today must remain confidential. On the one hand, this is for the sake of one of the four founders, Slytherin's reputation, as well as the school's public opinion. On the other hand, it's to avoid unnecessary complications. And as for Wade's situation, I hope you will all keep that confidential as well. I already explained the reasons in the headmaster's office earlier." Everyone nodded in agreement. After the professors left, Headmaster Dippet and Dumbledore turned to look at the three people still busy dissecting the basilisk. Looking at the bloody scene, Headmaster Dippet's lips twitched slightly. He nudged Dumbledore with his shoulder. "Ahem, all of them are your favorite students, aren't they?" Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. "They used to be, yes." 2 hours later, Wade finally left the chamber. Foo. He was carrying a bulging suitcase in his hand while humming happily. This time, Wade could truly be said to have made a killing. An entire basilisk had been cleanly split between the two of them. Newt had personally taught them the technique for the extension charm, making an exceptionally spacious suitcase each for Professor Slughorn and Wade. He had even embedded a unique preservation charm inside the suitcases. He truly felt that he hadn't been of much help this time, so assisting Wade and the others with packing the basilisk materials was his way of contributing. Moreover, the process allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of the basilisk's internal structure. By the time Wade emerged, Tom had already gone home. Presumably, he needed some time to process everything that had happened today. After saying his goodbyes to Dumbledore and the others, Wade picked up his suitcase and left Hogwarts through the fireplace. Watching the green flames in the fireplace gradually fade, Headmaster Dippet couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Geniuses appear every year, but one like this, I've truly never seen before. I'd wager that even a young Merlin might not have been much better. Hard to say, but I've decided that once the holidays are over, I'll design a dedicated study plan for him and guide him personally, Dumbledore said gravely. Is that really necessary? Headmaster Dippet asked in surprise. I'd say Wade learns better on his own. I know he's more effective studying by himself, but I still want to watch him learn, Dumbledore said. You want to understand how his strength is increasing, don't you? Albus, didn't we just agree on this? Headmaster Dippet frowned. I understand everything you said, but there's a concern I need to discuss with you. What is it? Do you remember the student I mentioned before, the one who disappeared years ago, whose name even vanished? You mean, the ancient magic on Wade? Yes. After returning to the safe house, Wade immediately operated to Somnol in the wizard tower. After spending quite some time, he finally stored the various parts of the basilisk separately in a corner of the first-floor laboratory. Only then did Wade place the shattered basilisk eye he had received onto the workbench. By now, the basilisk's eye was already destroyed, and the curse originally contained within it had lost its effect. Yet for some reason, when Wade looked at the broken pupil, he still felt a chill run through his body. Rubbing his hands, Wade frowned. There's still residual magic. But why didn't I feel anything strange when we removed the eyes earlier? Strangely enough, the moment he finished muttering to himself, that sense of chill vanished abruptly. This left Wade somewhat puzzled. However, his desire for research quickly made him forget that brief discomfort. Wade used the basilisk's pupil and the traces of magical residue he had just explored with nightmare magic as references, picking up a quill and beginning to sketch continuously on a blank sheet of parchment. After more than 10 minutes, an extremely complex circular diagram appeared on the parchment. However, several sections in the middle of the circle were left blank. Relying on memory, Wade filled in several of the empty areas, but there was still one large void that could not be restored. Ah, if I'd known, I wouldn't have smashed its eyes, Wade said helplessly. What lay before him was the magical trace diagram of the lethal curse contained within the basilisk's pupils. But because he had destroyed the basilisk's eyes, even by cross-referencing the magical traces from both pupils and supplementing them against each other, he could only restore most of it. After all, both eyes had been pierced in the same area. Those parts simply could not be reconstructed for the time being. What a pity. Otherwise, I might have been able to reconstruct the basilisk's lethal curse through this magical trace diagram using spells. If that worked, I might even be able to derive a dark magic spell deadlier than the killing curse, Wade muttered to himself. Suddenly, that same chilling sensation returned, making Wade shiver. Ah! What the hell? Wade scanned his surroundings warily. Don't tell me this basilisk can turn into a ghost. That would be perfect. Researching the eye curse would be much easier then. However, the surroundings were utterly silent. It seemed this unfortunate basilisk had not produced any kind of ghost after all. TSK, it can't be a draft, can it? Wade carefully surveyed the wizard tower, feeling that something was off. Toby. Wade snapped his fingers, and Toby immediately appeared. Master Wade, Toby is preparing your dinner. Do you have any instructions? Toby asked respectfully, blinking his large eyes. Toby, this old house of yours, it doesn't have any unclean things, does it? Oh. The master has found dirty things in the house Toby cleans. Toby felt as if the sky had fallen. Toby would go and commit suicide. Ayo, stop. Wade hurriedly cut off the house elf's wailing. That's not what I mean. I mean, are there any ghosts or things like that in this old house? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 281, Pure Blood. Only beasts care about bloodlines. Ghosts. There are no ghosts in this old house, Master Wade, Toby said with tearful eyes, clearly still reeling from the earlier shock. Telling a house elf that there were dirty things in a place they cleaned was more painful to them than being killed. Fortunately, the dirty things Wade had meant were only ghosts. Otherwise, Toby would have already fulfilled the self-task of killing himself on the spot. Then is there anything about this old house that you haven't told me? Wade asked deliberately, guiding the conversation. House elves were loyal, but at times rather single-minded. Even when giving orders, one had to be very explicit. So it was possible that there was something about this old house that Toby had forgotten to mention. Toby wiped his tears, then lowered his head and began counting on his fingers. Only then did he look up and say, "No, Master Wade. Everything Toby knows about this house, Toby has already told you." Is that so? Wade frowned and began to examine his surroundings. He wasn't being overly cautious. That sensation from earlier had been far too strange. Even when facing Dementors, he had never felt such an eerie chill. It was as if a ghost had passed straight through his body. Wade had experienced this sensation once before at Hogwarts. That time, he had been reading on a chair by the wall of the common room when the Bloody Baron emerged from the wall and accidentally passed straight through his body. That chilling feeling was truly distinctive, like being plunged headfirst into icy water. That was why Wade felt certain that something unseen had just passed through him. Which raised the question. If this ghost had come from outside, how had it found the hidden wizard tower? That was almost impossible, leaving only a second possibility. That there had always been a ghost within the wizard tower. But if an unknown ghost had been hiding in the tower all this time, why had it never shown itself before? If the ghost had been a former owner of the tower, a member of the somnolent family, there would have been no reason to hide. And if even a single somnolent family ghost were present, Toby would never have been able to change masters this easily. So this had to be a ghost unrelated to the somnolent family. Then when had it slipped in? Or could it be that long before the somnolent family's progenitor, the banshee named Letitia Somnolent, built the wizard tower here, that ghost had already existed? Wade silently drew his wand. Toby, leave for now. Toby looked at Wade's actions in surprise. Though confused, he obeyed and operated away. Come out. I've already noticed you, Wade said, holding his wand as he stepped to the center of the laboratory. Yet the laboratory was utterly silent. Aside from the echo of his own voice, there was no other sound. It was as if everything had merely been Wade's imagination. Wade did not rush. He lowered his wand slightly, then slowly traced a circle. A mass of white mist burst from the tip of his wand, spreading instantly and filling the entire first-floor laboratory. The white mist did not stop there. It began to creep up the staircase, spreading to the second floor, then the third. Whatever might be hiding within the wizard tower, anywhere covered by nightmare magic would leave it nowhere to hide. Wade had conducted countless experiments in this wizard tower, many of which could never be made public. Including the human experiments he had once carried out on captured wizards. So no matter whether what was hiding in the wizard tower was a ghost or something else, it had to die today. Whoosh! Just as the mist began to spread throughout the entire wizard tower, a sudden breeze rose in the first-floor laboratory. Immediately after, that same chilling sensation struck again. But this time, Wade was prepared. Nightmare magic born of soul power wrapped around him completely, protecting him on all sides. He felt as though something had slammed hard into his soul armor. It was hard to imagine what would have happened without the protection of nightmare magic. Wade turned sharply and immediately spotted a humanoid outline taking shape within the dense mist. So that was it. An invisible ghost. Rip. A sound like tearing cloth came from the figure, and then the humanoid shape dispersed. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar magic suddenly appeared, mixing into the magical flow of Wade's nightmare magic. Wade felt the world spin violently, and in the next instant, everything around him was completely different. Originally, Wade had been standing in the laboratory on the first floor of the Wizard Tower. Now, however, he found himself standing on a vast platform. Beyond the platform stretched an endless sea of clouds. It was as if the platform were floating high in the sky. In the next instant, the platform began to churn. Magma burst up from cracks in the ground, and at the same time, all manner of venomous snakes and savage beasts began raining down from the sky. An ordinary person would have panicked at such a sight. But Wade, trained in nightmare magic, saw through it at a glance. An illusion. You're playing illusions with me. Wade frowned as his nightmare magic surged to full output. His nightmare magic was still far inferior to his seniors, but simulating a small city block in reality was already well within his capabilities. The moment his nightmare magic was pushed to its limits, the magma, poisonous creatures, and ferocious beasts all froze abruptly. As if a video had been paused. Then, the surrounding environment changed once again. The vast platform and the boundless sea of clouds churned and shifted, gradually transforming into a corner of a city street. If not for the complete absence of pedestrians, it would have looked no different from a street in London. It seems my illusion is superior to yours, Wade said as he surveyed his surroundings, finally locking onto a direction down the street. Within his own nightmare magic domain, he could now clearly sense the thing's location. Whoosh! Wade raised his hand and fired off a severing charm in that direction. Suddenly, the normally invisible and instantaneous severing charm slowed down in midair, its path revealing a clear curved trajectory. Wade was startled. The severing charm always struck instantly. Unlike other spells, it had no visible spell beam or ballistic path of any kind. Yet now, his severing charm seemed to be affected by some force, forced into slow motion in midair. In the next moment, the spell's trajectory was deflected, instantly regaining its original speed as it shot off to the side. Slice. A nearby street lamp was cleanly cut in half, as easily as slicing through tofu. Bang. The street lamp pole hit the ground with a thunderous crash. A very realistic illusion. But if you're saying your illusion surpasses mine, I can't agree with that. In the corner from earlier, ripples suddenly appeared in the air. As if that space were not air at all, but the surface of water. Then Wade saw a withered hand reach out from the water, followed by a cane, a dark green robe. When the figure fully stepped out of the rippling surface, even someone as composed as Wade couldn't help but curse. Bloody hell, don't tell me you're Slytherin. You Muggle-born actually recognize me. If you recognize me, then you should show more respect. Standing before you is the greatest of the four founders, Salazar Slytherin. Wade frowned, staring at the hunched, bald old man before him, identical to the statue in the chamber. For a moment, he felt as if he hadn't woken up, because this was simply too absurd. It was like walking down the street and suddenly having someone in a Persian royal dress come up and tell you he was Alexander the Great, asking you to fund the restoration of his empire. Still, Wade reacted quickly. Looking at the old man with his nose practically pointed at the sky, he straightened his own back as well. So you want to play pretentious and theatrical? Then I'll be even more so. You want me to show you respect? Then do you know who I am? Wade replied coldly. And who are you? Slytherin asked. Wade lifted his chin and straightened his chest. Listen carefully. Standing before you is the editor of the Threads of Fate, the guardian of the corridors of time, the favorite of ancient magic, the mender of temporal rifts, the foretold outsider, the balancer of light and darkness, the God-chosen child of merit and sin, the secret disciple of the twin lords of black and white, the reformer of the world, Wade Reynolds. Slytherin stared at the youth before him, whose nose was lifted even higher than his own, genuinely feeling a little dizzy from the barrage of titles. He could not fully understand what those titles meant, but they certainly sounded impressive. And yet, no matter how he examined him, the bloodline of this young man was not pure blood. On the contrary, he seemed to be of Muggle birth. Slytherin scrutinized Wade suspiciously. Are you mocking me? A wizard of Muggle birth, not even a pureblood, how could you possibly achieve something so extraordinary? Only beasts judge worth by bloodline, Wade said coldly. Are you a beast? Slytherin's expression turned cold as well. Then I'll see just how powerful those so-called spells you're pretending to know really are. Boom. Slytherin struck first. Countless strands of black mist poured out from his sleeves, then transformed into innumerable tiny venomous insects that swarmed toward Wade from all directions. At that moment, Wade was finally certain that even if this old man was not Slytherin himself, he was definitely connected to him. Because Wade had seen this dark spell in the manuscripts from Slytherin's study. Those countless insects were all formed from curses. Even if a single one touched the body, or even brushed against clothing, the curse would take effect immediately. The victim would sprout maggots all over their body within seconds, then be eaten alive in unbearable agony. After devouring the victim, the maggots would turn back into new curses and begin consuming any living beings nearby. If the caster did not stop the spell, these curses would spread like a plague. Wiping out cities or even nations would not be difficult. Such a vicious curse right from the opening move. Just like you. Wade reacted instantly. Even as his mind raced, his movements did not slow in the slightest. He lowered his wand and spun lightly, and a ring of deep blue flames instantly formed around him. Countless cursed black insects were immediately swallowed up by the all-consuming Protego Diabolica, the best version of fiend fire. Hey, old man, have you never seen a gas stove before? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 282, Wade vs. Salazar. A fiend fire-centered spell. Slytherin finally began to take the teenage boy before him seriously. Casting fiend fire was nothing unusual, but being able to control that wild, unruly fire with such ease was something only an exceptional wizard could do. Slytherin finally realized that this boy was completely different from the clumsy so-called muggles who pretended to know magic that he had seen in the castle when he left Hogwarts. A twisted, serpentine wand appeared in Slytherin's right hand. Boom. A crimson flame shot out from the wand, swelling as it rode the wind and crashing straight into Wade's ring of fiend fire. The cursed insects from before were instantly incinerated by the clash of the two completely different fiend fires. Wade felt his wand jerk violently, as if it had struck something immensely heavy. He knew exactly what that meant. The two fiend fires had collided head-on, and a direct contest of power had begun. Wade had no clear idea how strong the other party's magic was, but considering this man was a legendary wizard from over 1,000 years ago, his magical power was surely formidable. If he tried to compete head-on in raw magical strength, he would likely lose. With that in mind, Wade lifted his wand cautiously. A ribbon of red Gubrathian fire looped in a wide arc and launched a direct attack from behind Slytherin. Gubrathian fire possessed the property of never being extinguished, and although its temperature was far lower than fiend fire, it was exceptionally troublesome to deal with. Unless the caster deliberately relinquished control, no one else could extinguish it. Otherwise, only the caster could put it out. If not, it would keep burning endlessly. Because of this, Slytherin was forced to divert part of his attention, using some of his fiend fire to block the Gubrathian fire. The moment he did, Wade immediately felt the pressure on the frontal clash lessen. That was exactly what Wade wanted. Dup. Then, nightmare magic activated. Somehow, Wade's figure appeared directly behind Slytherin. Yet in Slytherin's eyes, Wade was still standing within the ring of deep blue flames. This illusion could only last half a second in front of Slytherin. But that was more than enough for Wade. Countless spears formed from fiend fire shot straight towards Slytherin from the tip of Wade's wand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Slytherin's weakest point in his defense was immediately pierced, his fiend fire protection shattered through 2 layers. But Slytherin was Slytherin. In the blink of an eye, he saw through Wade's nightmare magic. By the time Wade used nightmare magic again to create illusions, Slytherin was already able to react in time. He could even seize the gaps between Wade's attacks to launch sharper counterattacks. Bang. 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 Blazing flames collided wildly. The buildings along the street had long since been set alight. What had once been a calm London street was transformed in an instant into a hell of fire. Perhaps because of his age, during one counterattack a tiny flaw appeared in Slytherin's fiend fire barrier. Wade did not waste the opportunity. His figure vanished with a sudden apparition and appeared exactly where he needed to be. Clang. A coldly gleaming 2-handed greatsword was drawn from Wade's pocket. The blade stabbed viciously towards Slytherin's back. But the thrust struck nothing. Damn it. Wade was shocked and immediately realized he had likely fallen into a trap. Ha. Your way of fighting feels very familiar to me. Slytherin's voice rang out. Along with his words came not only a storm of fiend fire, but also an incomparably sharp killing curse. Crack. The 2-handed greatsword was struck by the killing curse and snapped in 2. Clang. Half of the blade tip fell to the ground. Wade seized the opening and apparat straight to what he thought was a safe position. However, that was only safe in Wade's own mind. The instant his figure reappeared, he saw a cane sweeping straight toward his forehead. Wade hurriedly raised the broken sword in his hand to block. Clang. Raw strength was not Wade's forte, so the broken sword in his hand was knocked away at once. Ha ha ha. This fighting style of yours is far inferior to Godric's. Slytherin mocked, his movements never slowing for a moment. Fiend fire instantly engulfed the spot where Wade had been standing. Yet Slytherin quickly frowned. That's not right. Wade was no longer there, and Slytherin had not sensed him using apparition. So how had Wade disappeared? In the instant of Slytherin's surprise, a mass of white mist gathered behind him, reforming into a human figure. The figure held a halberd with both hands and thrust viciously toward Slytherin's backside. Ah! How dare you! Although the strike did not hit him, Slytherin sensed it at the critical moment and dodged aside. However, Slytherin's robe was still torn open by the halberd, leaving a long slash across the back. The damage was negligible, but the insult was immense. Slytherin angrily drew back all of his fiend fire, and Wade also cautiously retracted his own. If Wade was not mistaken, the old men intended to decide the battle in a single exchange. Wade stared at Slytherin with a grave expression. Even though Slytherin had only slightly condensed his fiend fire, Wade could already feel a deadly threat. He had never felt such danger, not even from Grindelwald. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Slytherin had not been fighting at full strength, and only now was he becoming serious. This time, Wade mobilized all of the power of ancient magic at his disposal. If Slytherin was about to unleash his ultimate move, then Wade had no choice but to respond in kind. Looking at the terrifying flow of magic coursing over Slytherin's body, Wade suddenly understood a simple truth. A wizard's battle was ultimately a battle of magical power. In a head-on confrontation, the side with stronger magic always had far greater room for error than the weaker one. At that moment, a blazing fiend fire serpent lunged straight at Wade. Wade drew a deep breath. The power of ancient magic throughout his body compressed violently, then burst forth from his wand. Boom. The fiend fire serpent collided head-on with the surging ancient magic. Massive waves of magical force rippled outward in all directions. Without any warning, the street scene created by Wade's nightmare magic vanished instantly. At the same time, all of the fiend fire surrounding Slytherin was extinguished. The terrifying magical shockwaves from moments before disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, Wade realized he was once again standing in the first-floor laboratory. Opposite him stood a milky white, semi-transparent figure, completely still. It was a ghost. Slytherin's ghost. How is this possible? Slytherin's ghost was filled with disbelief. A non-pure blood of Muggle birth, how could you possess the power of an ancient sage? This is impossible. Although Wade was very interested in the ancient sage mentioned in Slytherin's words, he still watched him with extreme caution, his wand held high. However, what surprised Wade was that the Slytherin who had been radiating overwhelming magical power in every movement just moments ago now resembled the ordinary ghosts of Hogwarts, no longer showing the slightest fluctuation of magic. Glancing around at the completely undamaged surroundings, Wade suddenly understood. So what you did just now was create an illusion and fight me within it, Wade said in a low voice. So when Slytherin had claimed earlier that his illusion was no weaker than Wade's, it had not been an excuse to save face. From the beginning to the end, Wade had believed the other party was inside his illusion, but in reality, he himself had never awakened from Slytherin's illusion. Damn. Otherwise, the first-floor laboratory could not have remained completely intact, and the wand in his hand, which had just cast Protego Diabolica, would not still feel cold to the touch. You only realized it now. Slytherin sneered. If you were facing the real me, do you think you could have lasted that long? In my eyes, your fiend fire is still far too immature. Recalling the battle just now, Wade finally noticed what had felt off. Standing at the center of two clashing fiend fires, he had felt heat, but no actual discomfort at all. And although the Slytherin in the illusion had seemed immensely powerful, Wade had always felt that he was not quite as strong as expected. Boy, you're from Gryffindor House, aren't you? That swordplay of yours is terrible. If it were Godric, he wouldn't have had his sword broken so easily by me, Slytherin suddenly said. Wade drew the completely intact longsword from his pocket, his expression turning solemn. Gulp. That illusion layered over his own had been terrifyingly real. No. I'm not from Gryffindor, Wade said as he pulled open his combat attire, revealing a Slytherin house crest beneath. What? You're actually from Slytherin? How can a Slytherin student fight like a Gryffindor? And after I left, those three actually started stuffing Muggle-born fools into my house. Slytherin exploded with rage. Do you think I'm weak? Wade asked coldly. Slytherin immediately stopped his tirade. Objectively speaking, you're not weak. Then do you still think a wizard's strength is related to bloodline? Wade pressed. Of course. You're just an exception. Slytherin snapped, clearly still furious. Those Muggle-borns. I've never seen students so stupid. They can barely spell a complete sentence. What's the difference between them and trolls? On that point, I disagree, Wade said. In your era, only a small number of people could read. Among Muggle-born wizards, those from literate, noble families were even rarer, so most Muggle-born students were illiterate commoners. If you judge them by the standards used for nobles, of course they'll seem unbearably foolish. So rather than Muggle-born students being inherently stupid, it's more accurate to say that you didn't know how to teach according to individual aptitude. Slytherin frowned, suppressing his disdain for stupidity. Thinking back to those Muggle-born students from his time at the school, he suddenly felt that Wade might have a point. Wait, when you said, in your era, just now, what did you mean? I only just died. Just died. You've been dead for over 1,000 years. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 283, I have been dead for over 1,000 years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have been dead for over 1,000 years. That makes no sense at all. Slytherin looked utterly unconvinced. How is it impossible? Wade Reynolds suddenly frowned. If anything, your appearance is what makes the least sense. Hogwarts has existed for over 1,000 years, and the castle has no shortage of ghosts. But tell me, have you ever heard of a ghost that only appears 1,000 years after dying? You are not lying to me. Slytherin's ghost stopped his agitation. I have no reason to lie to you, and I could not fool you even if I wanted to. All you need to do is step outside and take a look, and you will understand that this is no longer your era. What would be the point of deceiving you? Besides, do you not find it strange yourself that there are so many things about your appearance this time that feel wrong? Wade asked in return. Slytherin's ghost fell silent, because he had indeed noticed many inconsistencies. First, when a person dies, if they still cling to the mortal world, they wander in a hazy limbo, hesitate, and eventually turn back, returning to the living world as a ghost. That usually happens almost immediately after death. Since you passed away over 1,000 years ago, if you had truly become a ghost back then, how could you only appear now? Second, once a wizard becomes a ghost, no matter how powerful they were in life, they lose the ability to wield even the slightest trace of magic after death. But what about you just now? Even though that confrontation was not real, you were able to pull me into an illusion. That is completely unreasonable. And finally, why did you appear precisely at this moment, and why did you appear in this place, along with a whole host of other things that do not add up? The entire matter was shrouded in mystery. Even Wade could not list every inconsistency, but he believed that, given Slytherin's intellect, what he had said was more than enough to make him calm down and think. Sure enough, Slytherin composed himself and began to recall what had happened. That day, I was conducting an experiment to verify the various possibilities of bloodline curses. Then I felt a bit drowsy and, without realizing it, fell asleep. Strange. I clearly remember drinking an invigoration draft beforehand. Slytherin looked at Wade. I remember now. Earlier, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of dread in my heart, and then I woke up. But when I did, I found you tinkering with my basilisk. I was furious, so I intended to ask who you were and why you had killed my basilisk. Yet to my astonishment, the hand I reached out to place on your shoulder passed straight through your body. Slytherin's ghost took a deep breath of air that did not exist. That was when I realized I had become a ghost. Wade immediately understood why he had felt that chill the first time. It turned out that Slytherin's ghost had been patting his shoulder. But even as a ghost, I should not have been invisible. Could it be that newly formed ghosts are invisible? I do not know, Slytherin shook his head. You do not know. Wade found that hard to believe. I have never studied what happens after death, Slytherin snapped irritably. Because I never believed I would die. Give me just a little more time, and I would have found a way to achieve immortality. But now I am already dead. Wade now understood why Slytherin had still been researching bloodline curses before his death. The first obstacle in the pursuit of immortality was always resisting the decay of the physical body, and only after that came the corruption of the soul. Our history of magic professor, Professor Binns, once got up to teach one day and forgot to bring his body with him. Yes, he did not realize he had already died and still went on teaching as usual. Your situation is probably somewhat similar to his. That time when you fell asleep may not have been ordinary sleep at all, but rather, death, Wade said thoughtfully. Who? Professor Binns. Do you mean Cuthbert? Cuthbert Binns? Slytherin asked in surprise. Yes. Professor Binns. He is still serving as the history of magic professor at Hogwarts to this day, in the form of a ghost. To be honest, he may not have even noticed that he is already dead. Slytherin was silent for a long while before letting out a sigh. Cuthbert. Back then, it was Godric and I who went together to invite him to teach at the castle. I rarely encountered a wizard with such a keen mind. To think that, after more than 1,000 years, Professor Binns had joined Hogwarts as a professor at the very beginning of its founding. At the time, Slytherin greatly admired this wizard for his sharp intellect and vast knowledge. He had never imagined that after leaving Hogwarts, the next time he would hear Professor Binns's name would be 1,000 years later. So you simply fell asleep, then woke up and found yourself here? Or were you awakened by the magical fluctuations from the basilisk's corpse? Wade steered the conversation back. I did indeed wake up and arrive here, and I had become a ghost, but whether I was awakened by the basilisk's corpse, that I cannot be sure, Slytherin said with a frown. The basilisk I raised, even in death, could not possibly have caused me to feel heart palpitations. Yet when I woke up, I very clearly felt wave after wave of unease in my heart. That is highly unusual. Ever since I became one of the 4 founders, no one has ever been able to make me feel such dread. Wade looked at Slytherin, unsure for the moment how to resolve the situation before him. There were too many suspicious points, and too many answers he wanted to extract from Slytherin himself. But Wade's cautious nature told him that simply destroying the ghost before him would be the safest choice. Even if Slytherin's ghost claimed that he had only just awakened and might not have seen those experiments of his. Still, could everything Slytherin's ghost said truly be trusted? Moreover, the moment he appeared, he had attacked him. Hey, boy, I see killing intent in your eyes, Slytherin sneered. You are mistaken, Wade Reynolds said calmly. I do not make mistakes, Slytherin replied coldly. Do you know what the world was like 1,000 years ago? When the 4 of us founded the school, do you know how many wizards felt threatened and tried to destroy our castle? Do you know how many people we killed in order to establish it? Compared to those truly vicious and ruthless wizards, the killing intent you carry is still far too raw. A trace of reminiscence flashed through Slytherin's eyes. Before Hogwarts was founded, wizarding education and inheritance were mostly passed down within families. A father taught his son, the son taught his own child. This meant that a wizard's strength was closely tied to their family background and lineage. Powerful wizarding families were generally able to remain powerful, while weaker families, no matter how they passed things down, remained weak, simply because they lacked strong magical traditions to begin with. The founding of Hogwarts shattered that balance. It allowed all young witches and wizards to receive an education, even those born to muggles. The monopoly on knowledge was broken, and weaker wizarding families were given a chance to rise. How could the powerful wizarding families possibly tolerate such a development? Thus, in the early days of the school's founding, many powerful wizards came to attack the school. In that chaotic and brutal age, when there was not even a ministry of magic, every battle was a fight to the death, utterly merciless. Otherwise, how could Hogwarts, a single school, have so many combat constructs left behind to defend against external enemies? Even if magic today may have advanced compared to the past, so-called wizard duels now felt, in comparison to that era, like children playing at games. Slytherin once more surveyed everything in the laboratory. If I am not mistaken, this is your laboratory, is it not? How crude, even the worst of my students had a better laboratory than this. I need to make sure you do not tell anyone about anything here, Wade said. About anything? Slytherin looked puzzled. Do you mean, you do not intend for others to know about your laboratory? Why? This is my secret laboratory. I do not want others to know about it. And I do not know whether you truly only awakened today. If you witnessed my experiments. Wait. Do you mean that even a student like you is not permitted to have their own laboratory, to the point that you need to set up a secret one? Have Hogwarts students become this formidable now? Slytherin exclaimed in shock. Although Slytherin had already seen through the fact that Wade was Muggle-born, he still acknowledged Wade's ability. After all, even in his own era, there were very few students of Wade's age who possessed such capabilities. In Slytherin's time, a student as talented as Wade would have been treated as a treasure. Forget one laboratory, he would have approved 10 or 8 without hesitation, and if there were none, he would have been willing to build them with his own hands. Moreover, unless a student sought help, he would never interfere in what his students were researching. Because careless interference would only restrict a student's innovative thinking in magic. And yet now, a student like this could not even have a laboratory of his own. He had to build one in secret, conduct experiments in secret. Could it be that the other students were all more capable than Wade Reynolds? Wade knew that Slytherin had likely misunderstood something. It is not quite like that. I have carried out some experiments here that are not exactly appropriate, so. Not exactly appropriate experiments. Slytherin frowned. Were you researching a plague curse capable of destroying a nation? No. Then, were you researching how to rapidly exterminate muggles? I am not that fucked up. Hiss, then were you researching how to summon demonic servants? Back in my time, I had not yet been able to prove whether demons truly existed. Has that already been confirmed now? That is not it either. Then what exactly are you researching here that would provoke such outrage, to the point that you are so afraid of others finding out? Slytherin asked in confusion. I conducted human experiments here. I dissected 2 people alive, Wade said fiercely. Ah. That is all. Slytherin looked utterly puzzled. Wade closed his mouth. He knew it. He had already realized it when Slytherin started questioning him earlier. Times were different now. What he was doing, these so-called dark arts experiments, if placed in Slytherin's chaotic and brutal era, probably would not even count as children playing games. Especially when he recalled Slytherin's experimental notes. Which of those experiments had not involved tearing apart a few people? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 284, Wade's Wicked Grin. Wade spent some time explaining the state of the current era to Slytherin. Slytherin frowned deeply, his expression clearly displeased. This really is a boring era. In his time, there was no Ministry of Magic, not even anything that could truly be called a governmental institution. He had long been accustomed to freedom and disorder. In the present age, however, there were rules and restrictions everywhere, which made Slytherin feel thoroughly uncomfortable. It is truly hard to understand. Why would anyone willingly place layer upon layer of restraints on themselves to limit their own behavior? Laws and regulations, are those not Muggle tricks? These rules exist to protect the weak and to restrain the strong. Times are different now, Wade said in summary. You seem rather supportive of this approach, even though it makes you afraid of being discovered when you use dark wizards as experimental subjects. Slytherin sneered. No matter who you are, you will have people you care about, friends or family who are still weak for the time being. I hope the existence of laws can provide them with protection. As for me violating those laws, that is to make myself stronger. As long as I am not discovered, what is wrong with that? Wade replied calmly. Ha! You really are shameless. Slytherin laughed aloud at Wade's double standards. Of all people, you are the least qualified to mock me. I have read your manuscripts. If those experiments of yours were placed in the present day, you would be locked up in Azkaban for life. Times are different, boy. Those were your words. In my era, if you were not ruthless, others would not fear you. Only when you treated human life as expendable would people fear you, and only then would no one dare provoke you. Slytherin paused, then continued, all right. Now it is my turn to ask you questions. Even if you intend to destroy me in the end, I still hope you will answer them. After all, I have no power left to fight back, do I? When he had first awakened, Slytherin had still been able to drag Wade into an illusion. But now, as more time passed in his ghostly state, Slytherin could feel the remnants of magic within him slowly dissipating. You should not have revealed that to me. Now, the only threat you pose to me is gone. Wade frowned at Slytherin, not understanding why he would expose such a weakness. With your sage's ability, you would have realized sooner or later that I was merely bluffing. There is no point in delaying any longer, Slytherin said, casually taking a seat on a nearby chair as he spoke. I have been hearing you mention it since earlier. What exactly is a sage? And what do you know about this ability I possess? Wade asked immediately. You do not know. Slytherin was somewhat surprised. I truly do not. Oh, then that is not surprising. The passage of time, 1,000 years, is enough to change many things, and enough to make much of history vanish. Slytherin produced a transparent smoking pipe from nowhere and began to light it. TSK. Becoming a ghost really does rob everything of its flavor. You still have not answered my question, Wade urged. Wade had no intention of being polite to this old man who had tried to kill him the moment they met, even if he was the ghost of one of the 4 founders. Moreover, Wade still harbored doubts about his identity. He had been able to pull him directly into an illusion, after all. Who knew whether this fellow's identity was genuine to begin with? Slytherin merely lifted his eyes to glance at him, then took another leisurely puff. You need to understand what a transaction is, boy. Only after you answer my questions will I continue answering yours. Fine. You ask first, Wade said, pulling over a chair and sitting down as well. Although Wade had many ways to make a ghost disappear, when it came to prying information out of one, brute force was hardly the best option. I placed the basilisk beneath Hogwarts. Only my descendants can open the door. How did you find it and kill it? Was it because my descendant released the basilisk and was then captured by you? Slytherin asked. Yet Wade keenly noticed that the hand holding the smoking pipe was trembling slightly. Could it be that this old man truly cared about his descendants? Then you are finished. That was not the case. I am actually friends with your descendant. We accidentally discovered the study you left behind, passed your trials, and ultimately found clues about the basilisk within your study. The school could not possibly ignore such a threat, Wade said. You coerced my descendant? No. In fact, your descendant voluntarily handed all of it over. Wade briefly recounted what Tom had done. Then Slytherin's entire figure began to tremble. Purely from anger. He had even been worrying about the safety of this so-called descendant just moments ago. Only now did he realize that the boy had actually sold off everything he had painstakingly left behind. And he even claimed he did not wish to inherit his knowledge. A Slytherin who despised the dark arts. You said this, Tom. Which branch did he come from? Slytherin asked coldly. He wanted to see exactly which branch of his lineage this descendant came from. Riddle. Riddle. What pureblood family is that? Could it be a pureblood family that only rose after my death? Slytherin muttered. If his bloodline continued through a female descendant, the children would no longer carry the Slytherin name. Thus, in Slytherin's understanding, the Riddle family should have been a pureblood line that emerged later. Wade Reynolds closed his mouth and did not say a word. Slytherin did not press further, instead saying angrily, my Slytherin descendants must now be an extremely powerful family. By what right does a mere collateral branch like him get to dispose of the legacy I left behind at will? Wade curled his lip slightly. If the direct Slytherin line had truly survived, then Tom would indeed count as a collateral branch. But with Slytherin's rigid pureblood supremacist principles, his descendants would likely be even more extreme than the Gaunt family. Even the Gaunt family's direct line had died out due to generations of inbreeding. As for the Slytherin family, after more than 1,000 years, it was anyone's guess in which year they had already gone extinct. Let me ask you this. Did my direct descendants not object at all? Or was this entirely his own decision? Slytherin demanded angrily. You might be better off not asking, Wade said helplessly. Why should I not ask? I insist on asking. Do you really want to ask? If you want to learn anything from me, then you must answer my questions honestly. All right, ask again, Wade said. Did my direct descendants not object? They did not object. That is impossible. This was the legacy I left behind. How could they not object? Even if there were only one Slytherin left, it would be impossible for them not to object. That is true. Then why did you? Slytherin suddenly realized something. Could it be that my direct descendants? All dead, Wade Reynolds said calmly, spreading his hands. At those words, Slytherin felt his vision go dark. How is that possible? I left them so much behind. Their foundations were stronger than any pureblood family. How could they all be dead? Should you not be reflecting on this? On your pureblood supremacy theory? Wade reminded him. What is wrong with my pureblood theory? Purebloods are inherently more gifted than non-purebloods. As for you, you are only exceptional because of the power of the ancient sage. You are merely a special case, Slytherin said impatiently. You conducted so many human experiments. Do you truly not understand that inbreeding is nothing but a path to self-destruction for a family? Wade scoffed. Inbreeding, marriage? Are you saying that my direct descendants actually practiced inbreeding? Slytherin's vision went dark once more. Even though he upheld pureblood supremacy, he understood very well that inbreeding was absolutely unacceptable. It would cause defects in future generations. Why? Slytherin asked, unwilling to give up. Because of pureblood supremacy. Because they wanted to keep the bloodline pure, Wade said, spreading his hands. Idiots. A pack of idiots. Were there no other pureblood families at all? How could they be foolish enough to resort to inbreeding? Slytherin was nearly furious enough to die all over again. Do you have any idea how large the wizarding population actually is? And what proportion of that population consists of purebloods? Even if, in the first 2 centuries, your descendants could still marry into other pureblood families, what about after that? Wade smirked and continued, to be frank with you, every so-called pureblood family that still exists today has secretly married half-bloods or muggles at some point. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by history long ago, just like your direct line. My guess is that at some point, your direct descendants realized that the bloodlines of the other pureblood families were no longer truly pure, so they simply turned inward and married among themselves. And then, that was the end of it. After hearing Wade Reynolds' words, Slytherin fell completely silent. With things laid out to this extent, someone as intelligent as him could hardly fail to understand. All right, it seems that I truly did bring harm upon my own descendants, Slytherin said, his expression growing far more despondent. Then how many descendants do I have left? Not many, Wade said, counting on his fingers. As far as I know, there should only be 2 branches left. Both branches split off from the Gaunt family. One is in Britain, and now only Tom remains. The other went to America. A witch named Isolde Sayre founded Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry there. As for the state of her descendants, I do not know. Slytherin's eyelids twitched as he listened, a very bad feeling suddenly rising within him. Tell me honestly, are they still purebloods? Wade broke into a wicked grin. Tom Riddle. His mother was from the Gaunt family, and as for his father, he was a muggle. What? Slytherin nearly ground his teeth to dust. Then, what about Isolde Sayre? Isolde Sayre was a pureblood. However, her husband was also a muggle. So with Isolde Sayre's passing, there are no completely pureblood Slytherin descendants left. Puffed. Slytherin spat out a mouthful of transparent blood and collapsed straight to the ground. Unfilial descendants. Even marrying a half-blood would have been acceptable. How could you marry a muggle? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Bad People All Think Alike. I can understand how you feel, Wade said suddenly as he looked at the grief-stricken Slytherin. You understand. You are muggle-born as well. What could you possibly understand? I do not need your comfort. Slytherin snapped angrily. You misunderstand. I am not trying to comfort you, Wade said with a smile. The reason I say I can understand your feelings is because I am much like you, only with one difference. You despise muggles, while I despise purebloods. Put yourself in my place. If one day I had a daughter who suddenly told me she wanted to marry some misshapen, pig-brained pureblood, I would spit blood just like you did. Slytherin glared at Wade. He had thought this boy was not entirely awful and was trying to console him, but it turned out he was mocking him right to his face. Purebloods are all elites. How could they be stupid? Even the worst among purebloods are far superior to those muggle-borns. If you want to speak up for muggle-born students, you should not use such an example, Slytherin said disdainfully. I already told you earlier. The reason muggle-born students in your era appeared foolish was because they never received basic education. At that time, only the nobility had the right to be educated. How could they possibly compare to pureblood students from established families who had been educated from childhood? But now, times are different. Even muggle-born students from orphanages can read and write. The advantage of pureblood students is gone. In that chaotic age, muggle-born students often could not even read or write fluently. After entering Hogwarts and finally grasping their identity as witches and wizards, they still had to learn basic literacy while studying magic at the same time. Just imagining a group of illiterate children facing subjects like potions, filled with dense and obscure terminology, made it clear why muggle-born students of that era seemed so slow. Even if what you say makes some sense, at most it proves that they have all returned to the same starting line. How does that make pureblood wizards stupid? Slytherin said irritably. I think you may have been so provoked that you have lost your head, Wade said with a frown. Have you forgotten how your direct descendants died out? Slytherin froze at those words. He truly had been overstimulated earlier, his thoughts in disarray. With Wade's reminder, he now understood that it was not impossible for modern pureblood wizards to become less intelligent. Because of inbreeding. All those measures taken between purebloods to preserve the purity of their bloodlines had left most of their descendants burdened with various defects. Perhaps stupidity was the luckiest of those defects. If you ever have the chance to return to Hogwarts and take a look, you should observe the students carefully and see how they differ from those of the past. Admittedly, education today may be more comfortable than before, but the quality of the students is vastly different from what it once was, Wade said. Hearing this, Slytherin was tempted to return to Hogwarts and see for himself, but would this boy really let him go? After all, he had potentially learned this boy's secret. Even though such a secret would have been utterly insignificant in his own era. Would you let me leave? Slytherin suddenly asked. If you cooperate properly, answer my questions, and agree to keep my secret, why would I not let you go? After all, you are the ancestor of one of my good friends, even if that friend might not like you very much, Wade said, his gaze flickering. Ha! You are not an honest one, Slytherin sneered. You plan to take what you want from me first, and then kill me afterward, do you not? You are overly suspicious, Wade replied calmly. If I lacked even this much discernment, how could I have achieved what I did in that era? Slytherin chuckled. You truly are a perfect fit for my house. Meticulously self-interested, crafty, and cunning. If this were my lifetime, I would have given you the finest resources and nurtured you properly. But now, boy, how about making a deal? What kind of deal? Wade Reynolds asked with interest. I know what you are researching. I also know what you want to understand. Slytherin said, glancing at the diagram of magical traces left by the basilisk's eye on the nearby table. I suddenly wish to see this world a little longer. I do not want to disappear just yet. So long as you allow me to continue existing in this world, I will tell you everything you want to know. Moreover, if you need advice for your experiments, I will offer it as well. You should know that as one of the 4 founders, even without my former power, the knowledge and experience I possess have never disappeared. Would you really refuse to have a founder as your personal professor? It does sound tempting. But I refuse, Wade said calmly. What? Slytherin frowned. You are actually refusing. Can you tell me why? Are you truly going to kill me outright just for the sake of some worthless so-called secret? This has nothing to do with that secret anymore, Mr. Slytherin, Wade said with a smile. My instincts tell me you are digging a pit for me. The safest course of action is simply to refuse any deal you propose. As the saying goes, the words of ghosts cannot be trusted, and you can now be considered one yourself. Slytherin stared at Wade in surprise. It seems I underestimated you. So there really is a trap, Wade said with equal reflection. As expected of someone who possesses the power of the ancient sage, Slytherin sighed. Very well. Then let us continue our previous arrangement. I have finished asking my questions. Now it is your turn. What is the power of the ancient sage? What exactly is an ancient sage? And where does this power come from? Wade Reynolds asked bluntly. In this world, since ancient times, every few decades, or perhaps every few centuries, a wizard with a special kind of magic will appear. Relying on this special magic, such wizards are often far stronger than others. And with their formidable strength, they eventually all become powerful wizards of immense learning. In those days, many wizards without family inheritances would seek them out to ask for magical knowledge. And they would always grant such requests, responding to all who asked, with a selflessness that moved people deeply. Thus, people of that era referred to such learned wizards, whose legacy spanned generations, as ancient sages. The magic they wielded was called ancient magic. As for how they came to be, where this power originated, or what purpose it served in the world, I do not know. Slytherin continued. It is said that only after a sage of one generation finds the next sage will the secrets be passed down orally, and all of their knowledge entrusted entirely to the successor. After finishing, Slytherin glanced at Wade and added, but seeing you like this, I can tell that your lineage must have broken at some point as well. Even though you still possess the power of an ancient sage, you have lost the mission that comes with it. How truly pitiful. If that is the case, then how do you know all of this? Did you read it in a book? Where is that book? Wade asked urgently. I did not learn this from books, Slytherin said. Back then, the four of us all studied for a time under the ancient sage of our era. He was truly a good man. Those days were indeed the happiest and most carefree times of our lives. As he spoke, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Slytherin's face. Enough, do you have any other questions? If not, then do it. To die at the hands of someone who possesses the power of an ancient sage is no disgrace to me, even if you have long since lost all of your inheritance. Wade pondered for a moment before lifting his head and grinning at Slytherin. In that case, let us make another deal. Slytherin's eyes widened. When I proposed a deal earlier, you did not agree. That is because it was your proposal, Wade said with a smile. Only when I am the one to propose it can it be most beneficial to me, without worrying about hidden traps. Slytherin stared hard at Wade, then suddenly burst out laughing. I knew it. As a student of Slytherin House, how could you not seek to maximize your own benefit? Simply destroying him would yield too little. Making a deal that favored himself and maximized the gains was far more Slytherin-like. Having thought this through, Slytherin inexplicably found himself growing rather fond of this devious and cunning boy. Seeing Wade's way of doing things reminded Slytherin of himself in his youth. What kind of deal do you want to make? Slytherin asked directly this time. Can you sense where your grave is? Wade asked. Slytherin's eyes widened. What are you planning to do? Nothing. Do not overthink it. I just want to put some fresh flowers next to your grave. Ha. You are after my grave goods, are you not? Slytherin scoffed. No, 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 I absolutely have no such intention, Wade Reynolds said with righteous seriousness. Of course, of course. No such intention. Then when you get there, you will simply loot the place and claim you just found everything lying around, that none of it counts as grave goods, right? Slytherin sneered. Wade stared at Slytherin in surprise. How did you? How do I know? Ha. Boy, I was pulling tricks like that back when your ancestors had not even been born yet, Slytherin said with a sigh of nostalgia. That is why I keep feeling that you are very much like me when I was young. You do not need to wax poetic, Mr. Slytherin, Wade said with a sigh. Because while there are many kinds of good people, the thinking of villains is all pretty much the same. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, hurry and open it, this is outrageous. Inside the Somnolin Wizard's Tower, Slytherin's ghost roared in fury. What did it mean for a dragon stranded in shallow waters to be bullied by shrimp, or a tiger fallen to the plains to be harassed by dogs? This was exactly that situation. Back then, Salazar Slytherin's name had shaken the world. As one of the four founders of Hogwarts, how many dark wizards had died at his hands and become his experimental materials? In that era, which wizard did not feel fear upon hearing his name? And yet now, he was being forced by a mere junior to sign an entire stack of unequal agreements. Faced with Slytherin's explosive rage, Wade Reynolds smiled and said, "Everything I promised you, I will help you accomplish. And everything I am asking you to do brings you no harm at all. In fact, some of it even benefits you. So why are you so angry? Bastard. Despicable. How could Hogwarts ever accept a little demon like you?" Slytherin continued to curse loudly. Wade, however, kept smiling, utterly unmoved by Slytherin's insults. Eventually, Slytherin grew tired of cursing, and his voice gradually weakened. Only then did Wade say lazily, "Finished cursing. If you are done, then sign here." As he spoke, Wade condensed a sheet of slightly illusory parchment out of white mist. The parchment was densely packed with words. Seeing this, Slytherin immediately jumped up again and resumed cursing. Wade Reynolds set the parchment aside and continued listening with great patience. After quite some time, Slytherin finally stopped cursing. Wade let out a sigh. Ghosts do not need to breathe, so you really do have impressive stamina when it comes to cursing. That said, I have noticed something about your Slytherin line. None of you are particularly good at insults. There is no creativity at all. Would you like me to teach you? This time, Slytherin did not curse again. With a dark expression, he grabbed the illusory parchment, then pulled a translucent quill from his pocket and scrawled his name across it in bold strokes. By now, he understood that the most infuriating thing was not harsh insults, but someone like Wade, who remained completely unmoved. It was like punching a wad of cotton, deeply uncomfortable. Worst of all, after you finished venting, this fellow could casually respond with a single sentence that made your blood boil. It was as if there were needles hidden inside the cotton. So Slytherin gave up on continuing the quarrel and signed his name without further hesitation. The instant he signed, Slytherin felt something within him being tugged by the parchment in his hand. This so-called contract had actually taken effect. What kind of magic is this, exactly? Creating illusions within my illusion would already be impressive enough, but you even created a contract that a ghost can sign. I have truly never heard of such magic, Slytherin said. Though furious, he could not help acknowledging the sophistication of Wade's methods. All things in the world are constantly advancing. Magic is no exception. So the knowledge you take such pride in may not be as useful in this era as you imagine, Wade said as he put away the ghostly contract. Wade Reynolds knew very well that Slytherin had no other choice. Moreover, although his terms clearly took advantage of him, Wade was not refusing to help him entirely either. As such, Slytherin was not completely resistant to this so-called unequal agreement. So his anger now stemmed purely from a sense of wounded pride. That was why Wade had chosen to let him curse to his heart's content. Otherwise, how could he possibly swallow his pride? Sure enough, after venting freely for dozens of minutes, Slytherin still signed his name without hesitation. "All right. Now you should take me to have a look at your grave," Wade said with keen interest. Slytherin was a true magnate. Just a single locket he left behind was already an exceptionally valuable treasure. So how many priceless items would be buried where he lay in rest? Of course, if Slytherin's ghost had not appeared, Wade would never have shown such disrespect to one of the four founders by digging up his grave. But now that Slytherin's ghost had appeared, in Wade's view, if you had already reappeared and could still curse people, that was not much different from being alive again. If you were not truly dead, then digging up your grave came with absolutely no guilt at all. Besides, leaving such treasures buried in the soil would be such a waste. "Do you want to go out and take a look first, to confirm the location?" Wade asked. Slytherin said nothing, merely staring at him in silence. "What is it?" Wade asked. "When did you tamper with me?" Slytherin asked in a low voice. Wade blinked. "I did not." Forget it. It does not matter whether you admit it or not. "Since you have tampered with me, I actually feel more at ease," Slytherin said indifferently. He drifted into the air, carefully sensing his surroundings, then floated back down and tapped the floor with his cane. "Right here. Right here. You mean your grave is directly beneath this spot? I do not know whether there is a proper tomb. After all, I died suddenly, but I can sense my remains. They are down below." "Hiss, then I think I understand why you suddenly appeared in this place," Wade Reynolds said in realization. Then Wade suddenly asked, "But if your grave was never discovered, and someone later built a house on top of it, then does that mean your grave does not even have a headstone? That it has been buried and forgotten all this time, without anyone knowing? Surely your direct descendants did not fail to do something as simple as bringing flowers on your death anniversary each year." At those words, Slytherin was left completely speechless. Vaguely, he remembered that in his obsession with research, he had indeed not been very close to his children. "All right, I will stop talking," Wade said, raising his wand and using transfiguration to part the ground. After digging downward for more than 10 meters, Wade finally discovered a burial chamber that had partially collapsed, along with a stone coffin inside, half buried in soil. "So you actually have a tomb chamber?" I thought they had simply buried the coffin and called it a day. I am Salazar Slytherin. What is strange about having a larger tomb? Slytherin replied coldly. Wade Reynolds did not respond, instead beginning to clear away the surrounding soil and search for any treasures or ancient texts that might have survived. Slytherin, meanwhile, looked at his own coffin with a complicated expression. The pursuit of immortality had been one of his research goals, but he had begun that research far too late. Slytherin had never imagined that he would fall just as his research was getting started. Suddenly, Slytherin drifted toward his coffin, one hand passing through it and reaching into the stone sarcophagus. "What are you doing?" Wade asked. "I want to take another look at my own remains," Slytherin said, his tone complex, before the upper half of his body passed straight through the stone coffin and inside. Wade did not find anything particularly strange about Slytherin's behavior. Becoming a ghost and then seeing one's own tomb with one's own eyes, however one thought about it, it was bound to feel unsettling. But just as Wade was thinking this, Slytherin suddenly let out a furious roar and burst out of the sarcophagus. "Help me pry this coffin open." Wade froze for a moment. Would that not be inappropriate? This is your coffin, after all. Although Wade had entertained the idea of taking the treasure Slytherin left behind, he had never intended to open the coffin itself. And now, Slytherin's own ghost was actually asking him to pry open his coffin. "Hurry and open it. My remains seem to be gone." Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 287, something wanted to use my hand to kill you. Hurry and open it. My remains seem to be gone. Slytherin's face was filled with fury. Wade Reynolds had no choice but to wave his wand and open the stone sarcophagus directly. After waiting for the dust to settle, Wade looked inside. The sarcophagus was completely empty. There were no remains at all, not even a small stone. Could it be that after 1,000 years, your remains simply turned to dust? Wade asked. "Do you think I cannot tell the difference between bone ash and ordinary dust?" Slytherin said coldly. "Then, something is not right. If your remains are not here, how were you able to sense the location of your tomb just now? And, if your remains have been gone for a long time, why would your ghost still appear here?" Wade asked, puzzled. Slytherin fell silent for a long while before speaking slowly. "The fact that I awakened as a ghost may not be so simple. No. Perhaps even my sudden death was not as straightforward as I once believed. How complicated is it? Half a minute ago, I could still clearly sense that my remains were here," Slytherin said in a chilling tone. Half a minute ago. "Fuck, now even you are making me feel uneasy," Wade said. "A wizard of my caliber, even with death approaching, could never be completely unaware. At that time, there was nothing wrong with my body at all. That is precisely why I only began researching immortality so late. This death, it was far too sudden." "You suspect you were murdered?" Wade Reynolds said thoughtfully. "Can we add one more clause to the deal?" Slytherin suddenly asked. "What do you want to add?" "Help me recover my remains and uncover the truth. If you agree, I will comply with any request you make. It is not that I do not want to help you. But something this strange, clearly carries enormous trouble with it." Wade shook his head. "Do you think you are not already entangled in this trouble?" "What do you mean? Why did I awaken at precisely this moment? Why, as a ghost, was I able to briefly wield magic to attack you? Why did my remains vanish right before our eyes?" "Boy, my situation is troublesome, but yours is no less so," Slytherin said coldly. "It is obvious that something wanted to use my hand to kill you. Aren't you being a bit conspiratorial?" Wade asked hesitantly. "I know you think I am trying to scare you and use this to coerce you into helping me. But compared to your existing terms, is my promise to agree to any request you make in the future not far more beneficial to you? You and I do not share some deep-seated hatred. After signing a contract and securing my own safety, would I really pay such a heavy price just to scheme against you?" Wade Reynolds frowned again, because he suddenly recalled the bizarre disappearance of the name of his senior who also possessed ancient magic talent. "Don't tell me." He could not help letting out a long sigh. "I just want to grow stronger quietly. Why does that have to be so difficult? Whoever grows stronger in peace and quiet. As long as you are exceptional, trouble will always come looking for you. Learn to accept the trials, boy." Inside the somnolent wizard's tower, Nagini was curiously surveying everything around her. This was her first time inside the wizard's tower. What intrigued her even more, however, was the unfamiliar ghost standing beside Wade Reynolds. She had seen most of Hogwarts ghosts before, but she had never seen this one. "Old man, what do you think about the blood curse?" Wade turned to look at Slytherin. Back when he had searched through the study Slytherin left behind, a major reason had been to look for a way to cure Nagini. Now that a living Slytherin was standing right next to him, there was no reason not to ask. Slytherin narrowed his eyes as he examined Nagini, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Her condition is very strange, both body and soul have been greatly weakened, yet she can still retain human sentience. Was this your doing? Yes. My power is somewhat special, as you know, Wade nodded. Then that is not surprising. The power of the ancient sage is always so wondrous. Slytherin said, looking at Nagini with unmistakable delight in his eyes. However, Nagini found his gaze deeply unsettling, making her scales crawl. She is my friend. Do not look at her like an experimental subject, Wade said displeased. Ah, force of habit, Slytherin said, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from Nagini. Slytherin had indeed loved research in his lifetime, so whenever he encountered a person or object with the potential to become an excellent experimental subject, he found it difficult to resist. A blood curse, that is indeed troublesome. I once conducted some brief research into this curse as well, Slytherin said. It was created by Herpo the Foul, the infamous dark wizard of ancient Greece. The target was likely meant to punish a woman who betrayed him. This curse is deeply bound to bloodlines, clinging like a bone parasite. Frankly speaking, once someone is afflicted with such a curse, the best course of action is not to have descendants at all. From what you are saying, it cannot be cured. Wade frowned. At present, there is no way to cure it, Slytherin said with careful precision. At present. Wade caught the key word. Heh. Give me some time, and there is no curse I cannot overcome, Slytherin said with his usual confidence. When it came to magical research, especially dark magic, Slytherin truly had reason to be proud. Then do you have a direction for your research? Wade asked. Perhaps you could start directly with the soul. As long as you destroy the beast's soul, she should naturally be able to return to a human form, Slytherin said thoughtfully. That will not work. I have tried it before, Wade said with a frown. The blood curse is bound to the bloodline itself. As long as the curse remains, even if the beast's soul is completely eliminated, it will not be long before a second beast soul is generated. That is why I have been considering whether I could give her a new body. Cultivating a new body is not particularly difficult, but transplanting Nagini's soul into it is another matter entirely. I have not overcome that hurdle yet. Ptbahahaha. Slytherin burst out laughing, then looked at Wade with a face full of mockery. What are you laughing at? Ha. Ha. I am laughing at how foolish you are, boy. Foolish. Wade protested. Slytherin laughed and said, you are thinking about how to cure her completely. But even roast lamb needs to be eaten one bite at a time. Why can you not take the first step first? For example, stop worrying about whether the beast's soul will regenerate. Kill this beast's soul first and let her temporarily regain the ability to return to human form. As for the regeneration of the beast's soul, think about it. From birth to completely degenerating into a beast, how long does it take for a blood curse carrier? With that much time, would you really be unable to come up with a solution? And even if you cannot, you can simply cut away the newly formed beast soul again when the time comes. Are you really going to stand by and let your friend remain a snake the whole time? Let her live properly as a human while waiting for the results of your research. Is that not better? Mother, fucking, holy hell. Wade stared at Slytherin, and for the first time, found his mocking laughter not quite so irritating. That is right. How did I not think of that? Kakik. Capable people all share this bad habit. They want everything to be resolved perfectly. But sometimes, an imperfect solution is still a very good one, Slytherin sneered. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 288, Power Needs No Words. Is that something someone once said to you, and now you are just repeating it to me? Wade asked suspiciously. Nonsense. Slytherin retorted immediately. TSK. Then it seems you really did take that person's words to heart, Wade said with a sigh. I already told you, that is nonsense. Slytherin denied it outright. All right, let us drop that. Do you have a way to completely split her soul? Wade asked. I do not, Slytherin shook his head, then stared straight at Wade. But you do. Since you can harm and restrain ghosts, and even make them sign contracts, splitting a soul should be a simple matter for you. That said, I do not understand your kind of magic. On this point, you will have to figure it out yourself. Wade nodded and began to think carefully about how to use nightmare magic to split a soul. At this moment, Nagini was so excited she could barely contain herself. She had heard everything the two of them discussed. If she could regain a human body, even if it required a tremendous price, even if the restored human form were only temporary, she was willing. Riddle Manor. The flames in the fireplace crackled softly. Tom sat quietly in a lounge chair before the hearth, staring blankly at the fire. 2 full days had passed, yet the scene of Wade Reynolds brutally slaughtering the basilisk kept replaying in Tom's mind over and over again. What had happened that day had shaken him to the core. Whether it was the sheer terror of the basilisk, or the overwhelming combat strength Wade had displayed. When Tom thought back to all the little schemes he had previously played against Wade, cold sweat could not help but break out across his back. How had he dared? How had he dared to play tricks on someone that terrifying? The past 2 days had been spent in a constant state of lingering fear and shock. It was only today that Tom had finally managed to steady himself a little. Once he calmed down, his thoughts became clear again. The fact that Wade had dealt with all of Tom's petty machinations using nothing more than mild punishment showed one thing clearly. Wade did indeed have a use for him. But that need was not absolute. He had to recognize this clearly. In other words, as long as he did not cross Wade's bottom line, Wade could be a trusted ally. But if he ever lost his sense of proportion and stepped over that line, that man would not be nearly so easy to deal with. But looked at another way, since Wade Reynolds was so powerful, being regarded by him as a trusted friend, even if only for the time being, was itself a tremendous opportunity. In truth, this had always been Tom's great opportunity. It was only because he had previously seen Wade as a rival that he had failed to recognize it. Now, however, Tom had finally woken up. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. With people like Dumbledore and Wade guiding him, if he still could not rise, then he might as well hang himself. If he worked hard, even if he ultimately could not match Wade, he could at least become the strongest beneath him. Having thought it through, Tom shook off his despondency and regained his vigor. From today onward, lie low and develop steadily. Do not act recklessly. With that, Tom grabbed his wand and ran out of the warm house. Standing in the snow, images of the spells Wade had casually used that day flashed through Tom's mind. He then mimicked Wade's movements, swinging his wand sharply upward in a sudden arc. That was exactly how Wade had conjured a thick wall of ice back then, blocking the basilisk's attack. Whoosh! The wand let out a faint whistling sound as it cut through the air, but aside from blowing the falling snow aside in front of him, nothing happened. Tom rubbed his chin thoughtfully. How did he do it? Was it the freezing charm? But the freezing charm does not have that kind of power. Could it be that his magic is simply so strong that even a freezing charm becomes that powerful? That does not seem right either. Then did he create some new spell? I can tell you very clearly, there is no new spell, a familiar voice came from the woods. Tom turned around and saw Wade Reynolds walking out, looking relaxed and cheerful. Then how did you do it? Tom asked bluntly. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Magic is guided by intent. Why cling so tightly to incantations? Spells are just a convenience. In real combat, attacks born directly from one's will are the fastest and the hardest to defend against. As Wade spoke, he casually waved his wand. A solid wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground. Then the ice wall began to deform violently, and in the end, a fully armored frost knight appeared before Tom. The knight swung the ice sword in its hand, spurred the ice steed beneath it, and charged forward in a sudden rush. Bang! The wooden target ahead was instantly cleaved cleanly in half at the waist. Wade Reynolds flicked his wand once more, and the frost knight instantly dissolved into a flurry of snow, drifting down lightly onto the snowy ground. If not for the smooth cut left behind and the hoofprints in the snow, Tom would hardly have believed what he had just seen was real. Can you tell what spell I used just now? Wade asked. Tom shook his head blankly. In truth, it was nothing more than a bit of imagination, combined with some transfiguration, Wade said. Tom's eyes widened, his lips silently repeating Wade's words, magic is guided by intent, imagination. Suddenly, Tom lifted his head and swung his wand at the half-destroyed wooden target ahead. Crack! Crack! A dense cluster of ice spikes erupted from the ground. They surged beneath the wooden target and instantly skewered it like a hedgehog. Wade began to clap. A very good spell. Then let me ask you, what is the incantation for that spell? There is no incantation, Tom replied, repeating Wade's words. It is just some imagination, combined with some transfiguration. It seems you truly understand what I meant, Wade said with a smile. At the same time, Wade Reynolds used a whispering charm to speak to the Slytherin ghost hidden inside his pocket. Look. This is one of your descendants. Half of his blood comes from Muggles, but tell me, is his talent really as poor as you imagine? Slytherin silently watched Tom before him, his emotions extremely complicated. After hearing just a few words from Wade, he had already grasped the essence of magic. Was this what one called poor talent? To be blunt, even if he were sent back more than 1,000 years, Slytherin had never seen a student with talent like this. Even that student he had once thought highly of, the one named Barrow, was far inferior to Tom. Of course, that excluded someone like Wade, who possessed the power of an ancient sage. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, A Letter at Dawn. Humph, this talent is only SOSO. Barely comparable to my worst disciple. Slytherin snorted coldly. Wade Reynolds looked speechless. This Tsundere temperament really was inherited, wasn't it? What was that sound? Tom asked warily. Did someone just speak? No, just a mosquito buzzing, Wade replied casually. Slytherin, inside the pocket, was so furious he nearly died a second time. But he could not curse out loud, because when leaving the wizard tower, Slytherin himself had said that he did not want anyone to know of his existence and only wished to hide in the shadows and observe quietly. After all, if others found out about him, it would be far too troublesome and far too embarrassing. One of the 4 great founders, reduced to being a ghost. That was something Slytherin truly found hard to accept. Tom, meanwhile, fell silent. In this freezing, snow-covered weather, and you're telling me there are mosquitoes. Still, Tom was already used to it. He knew that if Wade did not want to explain, asking further would be pointless. Rather than meddling in Wade's affairs, it was better to continue honing his own strength. I can tell you're in a good mood. Have you finished sorting out the basilisk materials? Tom asked. Oh yeah. All taken care of, Wade Reynolds said cheerfully. Can we go inside to talk? It's too cold out here. Actually, I have some good news to tell you today. Tom turned and opened the door, and Wade followed him in. With a fireplace inside, the room was indeed much warmer than outside. Wade immediately noticed the flames burning in the hearth. Not bad, Tom. You've already mastered Fiendfire. It's all right, it's simpler than the Patronus charm, Tom said, lifting his chin. Although he tried to appear calm and unbothered, the corners of his mouth kept rising, impossible to suppress. This was Fiendfire, after all. Learning it at this age would make anyone proud, and Tom was no exception. Inside the pocket, Slytherin fell silent once more. At this age, he could already master Fiendfire. Clearly, Tom's talent was scarcely inferior to his own when he was young. Wait. Slytherin suddenly sensed something was wrong. The Patronus charm. This boy had learned the Patronus charm. This. However, Slytherin soon recalled some of the things Wade Reynolds had previously said about Tom. At the time, Wade had even emphasized how Tom had gradually grown from a troubled youth who revered dark magic into a qualified candidate for a White Dark Lord. At that moment, a surge of anger rose in Slytherin's heart. Such an excellent seedling. What a waste not to study dark magic. Damn you, Wade Reynolds. You're misleading my descendant. Tom looked at Wade, suddenly seeming hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Wade understood immediately. He patted Tom on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. The basilisk was left behind by your ancestor, after all. How could your share be missing? That's good, then. A smile appeared on Tom's face. But I don't need materials or galleons or anything like that. If you gain any magic or finished potions from the basilisk, just share some with me. Of course. Wade agreed readily. When Slytherin first heard Tom asking Wade for benefits, he was actually extremely irritated. That was a basilisk he had personally raised, yet this brat had taken it to sell, and without even asking for a cut. Utterly disgraceful. However, upon hearing Tom ask for magic and potions instead, Slytherin finally felt a bit of consolation. Being clearly aware of what he currently lacked and what he needed proved that this child was not a reckless brute with strength but no brains. Clearly, he had a very clear plan for his future development as well, and that was a good thing. To be honest, I really am studying the basilisk's eyes. If I can restore the curse of a basilisk's gaze. A hint of pleasure flashed across Wade Reynolds' face. Hearing this, a chill ran through Tom's heart. Then maybe the 3 unforgivable curses will have to become 4. But I damaged the eyes when I struck them, so I might only be able to restore a fairly decent petrification spell, Wade said, waving his hand dismissively. That's fine too, the effect should definitely be better than an ordinary petrification charm, right? Tom sat back down in his chair. Of course. After all, this is a petrification curse derived from a lethal curse. It's nothing like an ordinary petrification charm, Wade said as he pulled over a chair of his own, placed it in front of the fireplace, and sat down. But that's not what I came to talk about today. Then what's the good news? Tom asked. Wade took out a glass-insulated container from his pocket. Inside the container, Nagini was coiled tightly. In such cold weather, conditions were very unfriendly for snakes. Wade opened the lid, and Nagini slowly slithered out. Is it about Nagini's curse? Tom asked. Yes, thinking back on it, I really was too obsessed with perfection back then. In fact, we've long had a way to turn her back into a human, Wade Reynolds said. What? Tom straightened in his chair. You're saying you have a way to turn her back into a person. Not a perfect method. It can't completely cure a curse, but if it succeeds, it can indeed allow her to temporarily leave her snake form. Wade then explained to Tom the conclusion he had previously worked out together with Slytherin. After listening, Tom nodded thoughtfully. As long as there's a way, that's enough. And, it's true, sometimes pursuing perfection too much isn't a good thing. Take my previous shield charm, for example. At the right moment, an incomplete shield charm can even provide better defense than a complete one. At this point, Slytherin was already somewhat numb. This descendant of his satisfied him greatly, whether in magical talent or in comprehension. It was just a pity that he was not pure blood. Yet even so, this was enough to make the values Slytherin had upheld for so long waver for the first time. So when are you going to treat Nagini? Tom asked. Wade extended his hand, letting Nagini coil up onto his wrist. He gently stroked Nagini's cold, scaly body and said softly, within the next few days. I want her to spend this winter as a human. Snakes that don't want to hibernate don't have an easy time getting through winter. Hearing this, Tom also felt a sense of anticipation. But will there be any danger? Tom asked again. I mean, if it fails. Hiss, hiss. Nagini flicked her tongue and said a few words. All right, since you've said so. Tom nodded. Then should we call Professor Dumbledore over? No need. He won't be able to help much in this area, Wade shook his head. Dumbledore did not practice nightmare magic, so there was little advice he could offer in this regard. Moreover, Wade did not want to expose nightmare magic lightly. In fact, before coming, Wade had already left a message for his senior. When it came to matters of the soul, she was a true expert and would certainly be able to provide some useful advice. That night, Wade stayed at Riddle Manor. Slytherin also unusually did not speak, remaining quietly in the pocket as if pondering something extremely important. Early the next morning, Wade discovered a pristine white letter by his bedside. The handwriting on the letter was familiar. It was a reply from his senior. Wade immediately opened it and began to read. Your method is not entirely unworkable, but it carries very serious drawbacks. You must understand that the beast soul is actually a split-off fragment. Strictly speaking, it is also a part of Nagini's soul. If it is forcibly severed, it will cause her soul to lose its integrity. You should know what happens when a soul loses its completeness. Once her life eventually comes to an end, that incomplete soul of hers will be forever trapped in a state of limbo, unable to move forward or backward. A soul that can neither enter the world of the dead nor return to the human world as a ghost. Support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 290, Withheld Truths and Changed Ruins. What difference is there between this and creating a Horcrux? No. To be precise, this is even worse than creating a Horcrux. At least creating a Horcrux allows a form of twisted immortality, whereas severing the soul of a blood-cursed beast person only allows her to temporarily return to human form. Even if she is willing to pay such a heavy price and is willing to try. But how many times can a human soul be divided? Severe soul fragmentation will cause drastic changes in personality and may even lead to madness. After reading this part, Wade Reynolds felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe. He truly had not considered this aspect at all. He had thought that the beast soul was an independently generated soul. Who would have imagined that it was actually part of Nagini's soul as well? What was he supposed to do now? Wade continued reading the latter half of the letter. Of course, your idea did give me some inspiration. So it is not entirely without a solution, though it is rather risky. In fact, every person's soul contains a certain amount of soul power. This soul power can only be strengthened through focus and refinement, but there is no way to increase its total quantity. Therefore, we do not need to sever the beast soul. We only need to erase the consciousness within the beast soul, which is the most crucial step and also the most dangerous, and then find a way to allow the soul power contained within it to return to Nagini's human soul. In this way, since the original beast soul still exists, there is no need to worry about a new beast soul being generated. Moreover, as long as the soul power within the beast soul continues to nourish the human soul, the beast soul will never be stronger than the human soul. As a result, even if the beast soul gives rise to consciousness again, her human consciousness will always remain dominant. In this manner, although the blood curse of the beast person is still not removed, its greatest drawback can be eliminated. She will be able to remain rational, maintain a human form, and no longer transform uncontrollably into an animal. As for how to make the soul power of the beast soul nourish the human soul, I do have some ideas. I will list them below. After finishing the letter, Wade Reynolds' emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster, even more thrilling than the cruelty of life itself. Yes, since the blood curse can't be removed for now, then as long as we eliminate its negative effects and keep it from affecting daily life, that's enough. With that thought, Wade hurriedly wrote down the methods described in the letter. Tsk tisk, truly, Having an old and powerful mentor is like having a treasure, Wade said with a broad smile as he looked at what he had written. Bang. Ow, ow. Who ambushed me? Wade clutched his head and looked around. But there was no one else in the room, only a wisp of white mist dissipating by the window. Sigh, figures. No matter when or where, you really shouldn't call a woman old. What are you muttering to yourself about over there? Slytherin's ghost drifted out of the pocket Wade Reynolds had hung on the wall. Whoa. A ghost. Is that supposed to be funny? Slytherin asked coldly. Just having a bit of fun. Wade shrugged and very naturally glossed over Slytherin's question. Slytherin floated closer and saw the method Wade had just copied down in his hand. As for the pristine white letter, it had already turned into white mist and dissipated after Wade finished copying the contents. This method isn't quite the same as the one you mentioned yesterday, Slytherin said. I realized there were problems with yesterday's method. It would split Nagini's soul. An incomplete soul would cause a lot of trouble, Wade said with a nod. Yes, this method is indeed more reliable than yesterday's, Slytherin said calmly after skimming through it. Wade suddenly looked at Slytherin. You'd already thought of this point long ago, hadn't you? You just never told me. Thought of what? Slytherin asked. About the issue of soul fragmentation. You deliberately didn't tell me, didn't you? Is that what you think? But I truly didn't consider it. If I didn't think of it, how could I tell you? Slytherin replied, still calm. But Wade understood. A trace of coldness flashed through his gaze as he looked at Slytherin. Based on his understanding of Slytherin over these past few days, if Slytherin truly had not thought of it and Wade had wronged him, he would have already lost his temper and hurled insults. But now, Slytherin was uncharacteristically calm, which meant that he really had withheld the crucial information from Wade. In truth, for someone like Slytherin, who regarded human life as cheap as grass, a blood-cursed animagus like Nagini was nothing more than an experimental subject. In that chaotic and dark era, wizards like Slytherin were cold-blooded to the core. They only cared about people or things close to them. So deliberately not telling Wade the truth and letting him sever Nagini's soul could also be considered part of an experiment. Nagini was Wade's friend, not Slytherin's. Since there was an opportunity, what was wrong with using her for an experiment? Wade could not even truly reproach him for it, because Slytherin had done nothing and knew nothing. I know what you're thinking, but if you don't sincerely help me, then don't expect me to give my all when I'm helping you, Wade said coldly. Slytherin's expression finally changed slightly, but he said nothing more. Like a wisp of smoke, he slipped back into Wade's pocket. Thick white snow blanketed the entire Riddle Manor. Servants were shoveling snow and ice off the driveway. Old Tom watched the busy servants outside through the window. After a long while, he finally turned back to look at Mr. Riddle. I can't do it, Old Tom said. Give it a try. I don't believe that someone who can easily grasp so many obscure philosophical problems would be so foolish as to fail at something like this, Mr. Riddle said as he stood up, leaving a stack of documents on the desk. In any case, you can't keep sinking into decline like this, get these few businesses in order. These businesses were truly very simple. Wade Reynolds' formula was excellent, and his old father had already paved the way for him. Even if you dragged a dog over to handle it, it would be impossible to mess it up. Old Tom fell silent. He knew very well that his father wanted him to pull himself together, to step bravely out of his comfort zone, and to completely cast off the shadows of the past. I can give you some time to think it over, but not much, if you're willing. I hope to see you at the dinner table tonight, Mr. Riddle said. Watching his father leave the room, Old Tom slowly sat back down in his chair. His gaze swept over the documents before him and the other books on the desk, his face full of inner struggle. Go do it. Many things don't need that much thought. Once you do them, you'll know whether they suit you. Old Tom turned around and saw Tom leaning against the window, looking at him. When did you get here? A while ago. You were just too absorbed to notice, Tom said as he walked over and glanced at the documents on the desk. I don't know if I can do this well. Old Tom said softly. It's fine. Wade's things never have trouble selling. It's hard to mess this up, Tom paused, then continued. The family business will ultimately have to be inherited by you, you know me. I don't like these things, and, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be doing some things with Wade and the others, things that might get very big, might. Old Tom suddenly looked up. You mean, when Wade talked with me before, he discussed how to carry out a revolution, his views were very radical. Wizards are still people, so the wizarding world naturally needs a revolution as well. And revolution will inevitably involve bloodshed, so I can't guarantee that the one who bleeds won't be me. That burden can only fall on you, Tom said, then returned to the window. Suddenly, he turned back and added, what happened back then is already in the past, so I don't mind at all if you properly find a wife and have a more normal heir. I just hope you can completely free yourself from the shadow of the past. Old Tom lowered his head and looked at the documents on the desk. However, when he looked up again, Tom was already gone. Only the curtains by the window were gently swaying. Slytherin wanted to observe this mixed-blood descendant of his. So Wade placed Slytherin's ghost into a chest enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and hid it in Tom's wooden cabin. Wade Reynolds himself left Riddle Manor with Nagini at noon that same day. Originally, he had planned to treat Nagini at Riddle Manor, but now he had changed his mind. The new treatment plan required new preparations, and some of the rough groundwork he had done earlier could only be abandoned. The first issue was choosing the location. Because of Slytherin's sudden appearance, Wade gave up the Wizard Tower as an alternative site. After careful consideration, Wade directly brought Nagini to the underground ruins where he had first met his senior. However, when he once again used the giant toad to teleport into the underground chamber, the place was completely different from before. Originally, the underground chamber where his senior resided had been empty, with nothing in it at all. But now, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 291, Enslaved Industry. Wade stared in astonishment at the goblins bustling back and forth in front of him, all working at a furious pace, his heart filled with shock. Had the goblins looted his senior's home? No, that wasn't it. Wade immediately noticed that each goblin was wearing a familiar red collar around its neck, and every single one of them had a vacant, lifeless look in their eyes. Alright, these guys had all been enslaved. It seemed that after his senior had taken control of the first master goblin craftsman, she had expanded her industry even further. Only now did Wade understand why her research had progressed so quickly. She had turned it into an entire production chain. How could it not be fast? Hello. The master wishes to see you, a sharp, thin voice suddenly sounded from the side. Wade turned his head and saw a young goblin standing in front of him. Where is your master? Wade asked. Please follow me. The goblin, its eyes dull and lifeless, turned and began to lead the way. As Wade followed the goblin forward, he observed the surroundings. The once empty underground chamber had now been transformed into a massive workshop. Wade could not clearly see what they were producing. However, he could roughly make out some details. What they were manufacturing seemed to be some kind of molds. What are you producing? Wade Reynolds thought for a moment, then suddenly asked. A kind of tool, the goblin walking ahead replied. What kind of tool? A tool for producing a certain thing, the goblin said dully. Wade understood. His senior had gathered a large number of goblins and started doing research. The goal was to create something that could completely resolve the excessive residual matter in her body. No wonder all those containers he had received earlier were made of goblin metal. Wade felt a bit vexed. How had he not thought of this approach himself? But on second thought, this was something only his senior's nightmare magic could accomplish. He did not have the ability to directly enslave so many goblins and make them work for him. Moreover, his senior had already had a long-standing feud with the goblins. Now that these fellows had actually dared to come knocking on her door, it was no surprise they ended up enslaved. Soon, the goblin led Wade into an empty stone chamber. The master asks that you wait here, the goblin said, then turned and left. As it departed, the stone chamber door closed as well. Wade Reynolds began to look around. The chamber was not large, about the same size as the laboratory on the Somnolent Wizard Tower, but it was completely empty. Hiss, hiss. Nagini raised her head, voicing her question. The owner of this place has helped me many times. The treatment plan for you was proposed by her as well. That's why treating you here will be safer, Wade replied to Nagini. First, this place was more secluded. Second, with his senior watching over things, the treatment afterward would be much safer, assuming she had the time. These days, his senior rarely spoke to him directly anymore. Most of the time, she simply left him a note. And sure enough, another pristine white note appeared in the previously empty stone chamber. Ever since you left me a message about Slytherin, I knew you would come here. This laboratory has been reserved for you in advance. If you need any materials or equipment, you can go out and make a request to any goblin. Here, your authority is the same as mine. When you begin that treatment, you can tear this note. I will know immediately and keep an eye on this place. P.S. These goblins are actually quite useful. If you plan to carry out any experiments in the future, you can have them assist you. Lastly, why hasn't your ancient magic made much progress lately? I'm still waiting for you to let me out. After reading the message on the note, it did not disappear this time. So Wade Reynolds tucked the note into his pocket. His lack of progress in ancient magic was because he had already visited all the ancient magic hotspots around Hogwarts. If he wanted to advance rapidly again, he would have to find ancient magic hotspots elsewhere, which meant exploring other ancient ruins. As for how to find these ancient ruins, perhaps he would have to ask Slytherin about that this time. Having made up his mind, Wade opened the door, casually grabbed a passing goblin, and told it what equipment and materials he needed. Before long, the goblins brought over everything Wade required. His senior was right. These goblins were truly capable and wealthy. Yes, Wade did not believe for a moment that his senior would spend even a single galleon on this underground workshop. If the cost of these materials and equipment did not come from the greedy goblin's own hoarded wealth, Wade would wash his hair standing on his head. Creating an alchemical production line required an enormous amount of galleons. Not to mention that there was more than one production line here. Wade Reynolds thought about how he had painstakingly copied formulas and made improvements just to earn a small sum of money. Sure enough, making money was never as fast as robbing goblins. Maybe we should rob Gringotts. While Wade was indulging in his imagination, the previously empty stone chamber was rapidly filled, quickly turning into a fairly well-equipped laboratory. After placing Nagini into an insulated container, Wade took a sheet of parchment and began writing out the experimental plan. A rigorous experiment required a complete and thorough plan, even if every step was already firmly memorized. Wade needed to conduct several trials before he would truly begin treating Nagini. As for test subjects, Wade casually took a few chickens and rabbits from the kitchen that were originally meant to be slaughtered. If even the fragile souls of these small animals could withstand the experiment, then Nagini should not have any problems. This round of experiments lasted a full 3 days. During that time, no fewer than 50 chickens and rabbits fell before Wade Reynolds. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Wade finally completed and refined the entire treatment plan. Although the rabbits used as test subjects did develop some side effects after the experiments, those effects should not be very noticeable when applied to Nagini. And at this point, this was already the limit of what Wade could achieve. Wade left the treatment plan on the table, then tore open the note his senior had left earlier. As for Wade himself, he directly lay down on a simple single bed nearby and fell fast asleep. Before long, a wisp of white mist drifted gently past, like a light breeze, flipping through the pages of the plan. Wade slept for a long time, from around 5 in the afternoon straight through to early the next morning. After he got up and finished breakfast, Wade discovered that a great deal of new writing had appeared on his treatment plan. From a professional perspective, his senior had offered many suggestions for improvement. After reading them, Wade immediately carried out another experiment. This time, the rabbit used in the experiment was completely unharmed, with no side effects at all. Only then did Wade realize that his understanding of soul power was indeed still very shallow. Wade took Nagini out of the insulated container. The treatment plan is ready, but I don't know what the success rate will be. Hiss, hiss. Are you really sure you want to do this? Nagini nodded firmly. She would rather die than continue living as a snake. She had always been human, a living, breathing person. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, The Senior's True Face. Wade took Nagini with him and left his laboratory. He casually grabbed a passing goblin and said, "Prepare a stone chamber suitable for combat." The goblin froze for a moment, then led Wade in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived at a massive stone chamber. This place was set aside to be used as a storeroom, but it hasn't been put to use yet. It should meet your requirements, the goblin said dully. Good. Leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter, Wade said. The goblin nodded and turned to leave the storeroom. Wade closed the stone door, then returned to the center of the chamber and placed Nagini, who had been coiled around his wrist, onto the ground. I'm about to undo the transfiguration on you. Your consciousness will soon be suppressed again, but don't worry, this is only temporary. When you wake up, you'll have returned to human form, Wade said calmly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Don't worry. Even if you revert to your snake form now, you won't be able to do anything to me. I won't be in any danger, Wade said as he turned and walked several steps back. After roughly judging the distance, Wade stopped, turned his head, and asked, "Are you ready?" Nagini did not answer, only coiling quietly in place. Wade did not urge her, but waited patiently. Even though she was in her snake form, she was rarely this clear-headed. If it failed, she might never wake up again, and that was precisely the danger of this treatment. So in these final minutes, she tried her best to savor the feeling of still being conscious. After a long while, Nagini finally raised her head and nodded firmly at Wade. All right. Wade drew his wand and pointed it at Nagini from a distance. The transfiguration on Nagini was gradually undone. Crack! Crack! As the spell was lifted, Nagini's body slowly began to grow from the thickness of chopsticks. After being bound by transfiguration for so long, and tempered by ancient magic, Nagini's snake body had been greatly weakened. It was no longer as massive as when Wade had first seen her. But it still grew to nearly 50 centimeters thick and 11 to 12 meters long. At the same time, her eyes shifted from clarity to bloodlust and madness. Roar! After being suppressed for so long, the fury of Nagini's beast soul erupted. Without hesitation, she opened her massive jaws and lunged forward. However, just as her head lifted, Wade Reynolds gently flicked his wand downward. Bang! Her entire body crashed straight to the ground. It was as if the floor had been coated with powerful glue. No matter how wildly Nagini struggled, she could not move an inch. Wade walked forward slowly, placed his left hand lightly on Nagini's trembling head as she continued to struggle, then gently tapped her forehead with his wand. Wisps of white mist emerged from the tip of the wand and flowed straight into Nagini's forehead. Those thick scales could not block it in the slightest. Wade slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness following that strand of white mist inside. He felt the surroundings dim slightly, and when he came back to his senses, he had already arrived in a vast white space. This environment was all too familiar to Wade. Back when he practiced nightmare magic, this was exactly what the dreamscape looked like whenever he entered a dream. Logically speaking, this should be Nagini's consciousness space. Does that mean that a person's consciousness space and the dream world are actually connected? Wade raised his hand and brushed aside the dense white mist in front of him. Soon, in the very center of the white expanse, he saw a deep green serpent. However, this great snake looked sickly and weak, curled up there without even the strength to lift its head. Beside the serpent stood a pure white tree, so white that even its leaves were pale. And beneath the trunk of that tree, Nagini in human form lay quietly. Wade only glanced once before turning his gaze away. Because in this space, what was revealed was the soul in its purest form, and Nagini's soul was currently without consciousness. That meant she had no way to conjure clothes for herself. Suddenly, the white mist beside the serpent was blown away, and Wade saw the silhouette of a woman appear behind it. The woman had long golden hair, faint strands of white light shimmering between the locks. She wore a dark green robe embroidered with silver patterns of stars and moons. As the robe swayed slightly, those patterns glimmered with a soft, gentle light. Wade Reynolds keenly noticed that delicate snake-shaped patterns were embroidered along the edge of her robe. As if hearing movement behind her, the woman turned around. The first thing Wade noticed was her eyes. They were deep green, clear and tranquil, like the surface of the black lake under moonlight at night. When she saw Wade, her slender, gentle brows lifted slightly, and a soft smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her lips. I wanted to see how your nightmare magic has been progressing, so I came. Damn. Hearing her pleasant voice, Wade widened his eyes. You're my senior. Hello, Wade. This counts as our first proper meeting, I suppose. It's just a pity that I've forgotten my own name. My apologies. How can someone be so beautiful? What the fuck? Don't worry. You'll remember it, Wade said. This was the first time his senior had appeared before him in her true form. Compared to before, when she had been shrouded in dark mists, it was clear that she was now much closer to breaking free, to the point that she could already appear in her original appearance. You're as confident as ever. All right, we can talk about that later. Right now, you still have important business, don't you? His senior said as she turned toward the great serpent ahead. Wade could not help touching his nose. If this senior of his were a character created by some player, they definitely would have installed a beautification mod. However, Wade quickly came back to his senses and walked over to the great serpent. Which method are you going to use? His senior asked. The most forceful one. As Wade Reynolds spoke, a wand appeared in his hand, and he swiftly tapped it against the great serpent's forehead. Hiss! The previously sickly serpent suddenly roared and sprang up, lunging fiercely at Wade. Wade casually swung his wand, and the serpent was knocked back at once. This one's quite cunning, pretending to be weak. Unfortunately for you, once I'm in here, all your disguises become useless, Wade said, though his hands never stopped moving. Strands of white mist, like creeping vines, continuously wrapped around the serpent's body. Before long, the entire serpent was completely enveloped in the white mist. Like prey cocooned in a spider's web. That makes sense. When you have enough power, just push straight through, his senior said, clearly pleased with Wade's choice. Next, it's time to cleanse the serpent's consciousness. Wade gave his wand a light flick, and a strand of reddish-brown residue was drawn out from the serpent's body and stored away. His senior's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Instead of crushing the serpent's consciousness, you're directly extracting all of its negative emotions. This is even better than the plan I helped you refine. The great serpent doesn't actually have true consciousness. It only has the instinct to survive and the innate ferocity of a beast, without a single trace of positive emotion. That's why it's filled with aggression. And the instinct to survive exists in both animals and humans, so it can be ignored. As long as all the negative emotions are removed, the serpent's consciousness is essentially gone. This causes far less damage to the soul than directly shattering the consciousness, Wade said as he continued extracting the negative emotions from the serpent's body. Ancient magic creates residues by extracting emotions, whether negative or positive. The side effect of this extraction is that the subject loses all emotions and becomes an empty shell without feelings. For humans, this is normally a terrifying consequence. But used here, it directly turns the serpent's soul into an empty shell that quietly nourishes Nagini's human soul. Before long, the serpent's struggles gradually weakened, until it finally lay completely still. Wade withdrew the mist that had been enveloping the serpent. The great serpent no longer struggled. It simply lay there blankly on the ground, the fierce look in its eyes now hollow and empty. "Excellent, you've succeeded," his senior said with a smile. "As long as the soul power flows from the beast soul to the human soul from now on, those emotions won't regenerate, and it will completely lose its consciousness." A trace of pride and delight flashed across Wade's face. "Next, we need to build the connection between the two. This step is also crucial. It has to be a one-way conduit." As he spoke, Wade was about to walk toward Nagini's naked human soul. Suddenly, his senior said, "I'm better at this part than you. Let me do it." Then she stepped in front of Wade, blocking his view. Wade nodded. "All right. You really are better at this." His senior raised her hand, and a gentle white light lit up in her palm. The white mist twisted and coiled around her hand as if alive. Before long, a white conduit covered in countless intricate magical patterns connected the foreheads of Nagini and the great serpent. As his senior continued her movements, the white conduit slowly shrank into a thin line, and in the end, even that line disappeared. Wade watched in astonishment. Although the line was no longer visible, he could clearly sense that a new connection had formed between the great serpent and Nagini. All done. His senior clapped her hands in satisfaction. In the next moment, the massive body of the great serpent began to slowly shrink. At the same time, on the other side, Nagini's soul changed from faint and fragile to solid and strong. This was the sign of the beast soul nourishing the human soul. "That's amazing. When will my nightmare magic ever be as powerful as yours?" Wade Reynolds said with a sigh. "Haha, you could do it too. You just need to find a place and be locked away for a few decades." "I'll pass on that." Wade shook his head quickly. If he were really locked up for decades, what if Tom turned back into Voldemort? The current Tom was far stronger than before thanks to his guidance. If Wade were gone, who would be able to keep him in check? "She's about to wake up. We should leave as well," his senior said. Wade felt his consciousness spin, and when he came back to his senses, he was once again in the empty storeroom. His hand was still resting on the Nagini's forehead. As if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a dream. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 293, Comrade Nagini. Welcome to the Great Revolution. Nagini's snake head suddenly trembled. Wade released his hand and slowly stepped back. At the same time, the magic that had been restraining Nagini was lifted. Nagini gradually came to her senses. She raised her head and looked down at the young Wade before her. But the madness and ferocity from before were gone from her eyes. She glanced around, even showing a hint of confusion. The treatment was successful. Although your blood curse hasn't been removed, do you want to try turning back into a human? Wade reminded her. The confusion in Nagini's eyes instantly froze. She looked at her body in amazement, no longer bound by transfiguration. No restraints, yet she was still conscious. This really worked. Nagini closed her eyes and began to recall the feeling of transforming back then. In the next second, Nagini's body started to shrink rapidly. As she grew smaller, her snake body gradually coiled in on itself. Then Wade Reynolds saw the snake head disappear. What appeared first was a head of jet black long hair, followed by delicate features and pale shoulders. "Wait, where are your clothes?" While Wade was still stunned, he suddenly felt a set of clothes appear in his hands. "Ah! Where did these clothes come from? Ouch! Who hit my head?" "Senior." At this moment, Nagini quietly looked at her own palms, her eyes gradually filling with tears. I've turned back, finally." Perhaps because she had not spoken for many years, Nagini's voice was a little hoarse. "Yes, congratulations. You've turned back," Wade said. Nagini raised her head and looked at Wade, then excitedly walked over and pulled him into a hug. "Thank you, Wade. I thought I would be a snake for my entire life, until I died, but you helped me. You let me become human again. Thank you, Wade. I really..." Overwhelmed with emotion, Nagini could barely form coherent sentences, only repeating her gratitude again and again. Wade could fully understand Nagini's feelings, but, in the current situation, even though Wade's physical age was only 12, this was still very awkward to deal with. After quite a while, Nagini finally let go of Wade Reynolds. Wade rubbed his head, still a little dizzy from lack of air, then handed the clothes to her. Nagini froze slightly when she saw them, then blushed and quietly took the outfit and put it on. After being a snake for so long, she had forgotten all about clothes. And before, whenever she transformed, she always had clothes. Thankfully, Wade was still just a child. For a moment, the atmosphere turned a little awkward. Would you like something to eat? I mean, proper food, the kind people eat, Wade said, breaking the silence. Yes. Even though Nagini was not particularly hungry, she agreed without hesitation. How many years had it been since she had last eaten normal human food? Only in the past year or two, after meeting Wade, had she been able to eat something even slightly normal. But even then, it had only been simple boiled eggs. Just enough to fill her stomach, without being able to taste anything at all. Let's go. We'll go to Tom's place for a meal, Wade Reynolds said with a smile. In front of Tom's wooden cabin at Riddle Manor. Tom frowned as he looked at the woman behind Wade, completely stunned for a moment. His cabin might not be as well hidden as he imagined. But Wade usually never brought strangers here. Tom could not help recalling what had happened over the past few days. Wade had suddenly left without a word, and then, after several days, returned with an Asian woman. The Reynolds were one of the founding families of Canada, having come from Asia. Suddenly, it dawned on Tom. This must be someone from Wade's family. Wade's family had come looking for him. Is this your relative? Tom finally blurted out after a long pause. Bang. Wade knocked Tom on the head. Relative, my foot. This is Nagini. Have you forgotten why I came to find you before? Tom clutched his head and stared at Nagini in shock. You really succeeded. Impressive, right? Your brother Wade, Wade said proudly. Tom looked at Nagini, at a loss for words. Just a few days ago, this woman had still been a snake, the feeling was strangely unreal. Hello, Tom. Although we've known each other for a long time, this is our first proper meeting, Nagini said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Tom awkwardly reached out and shook her hand. Stop spacing out, Tom. This is the wizarding world. You've seen far stranger things than this, Wade Reynolds said. Go get something to eat. She's just recovered and needs to build up her strength. Tom was sharp. As soon as Wade mentioned food, he understood what he meant. We really should celebrate properly. And, you haven't eaten human food in a long time, have you? Don't worry, leave it to me. Tom said, then hurried off. Nagini watched Tom's retreating figure and could not help sighing again. Wade, you're truly amazing. You've already praised me plenty of times, Wade said helplessly. I've known you both for a very long time, so I understand better than anyone how you slowly changed Tom's personality, Nagini said, her eyes bright. She had indeed known Wade Reynolds and Tom earlier than most people. And after Wade treated her for the first time, she had stayed by his side ever since. Most of the time, she only observed in silence and rarely spoke, even though she knew that both Tom and Wade could understand her. So she knew very well how Tom, who had once had such a terrible personality, had slowly been shaped into the person he was now by Wade. I just don't want him to go down the wrong path, Wade said calmly. At the beginning, Wade's intention in changing Tom had simply been for merit points. But later, when Wade realized that Tom truly had the potential to change, much of that utilitarian mindset faded. He even deliberately encouraged Tom to take Dumbledore as his role model, and then kept pressuring him. Because Wade knew very well that you can't teach people just with words, but when life teaches them through experience, the lesson sticks. And after all that tempering, Tom now actually carried a trace of Dumbledore's influence. Because of this, even Grindelwald had made a wrong judgment. Wade and Nagini walked into the cabin. Inside, the fiend fire in the fireplace was still burning. The warmth made Nagini feel deeply at ease. She had not truly felt her own body warmth like this for a very long time. What do you plan to do from now on? Wade Reynolds pulled over a chair and sat down in front of the fireplace. My plans for the future. Nagini was taken aback for a moment. Having just turned back into a human, she was still immersed in overwhelming joy, so she had not really thought about what came next. Yes, your plans for the future, Wade said as he poured her a cup of hot tea. Now that you've returned to being human, you don't need to rely on my transfiguration to stay conscious anymore. Nagini understood what Wade meant. Without needing his transfiguration to remain aware, she no longer had to stay by his side all the time. Where she would go from here was something she truly needed to think about. After pondering for a while, Nagini finally said, First, I think I'll go visit some old friends. I want to share this joy with them. Of course, Wade nodded. And after that? Nagini lifted the teacup and took a sip. Even though it was just ordinary tea, she savored the taste with clear delight. After a moment, she spoke again. You helped me, so I should properly repay you. Talking about repayment makes it sound too distant. We're friends, aren't we? Wade said, taking a sip of his tea as well. TSK, that Tom, he's so rich now, yet he still won't even buy decent tea leaves. I've heard about those ideals of yours, Nagini said suddenly. I want to ask, do you truly believe in them? Wade smiled. Do you think the world I described is beautiful? Yes, compared to the present, it really is, Nagini nodded. Then do you think it can be achieved? Wade asked again. Nagini thought for a moment, then said, I think the world you described isn't just empty fantasy. So yes, it's absolutely possible to achieve. So, if it's such a beautiful world with real hope of becoming reality, what reason would I have not to make it happen? Wade said, spreading his hands. Nagini nodded. I believe in you, Wade. I know many people after knowing your goals can misunderstand you, but I know you're a good person. You're absolutely not someone like Grindelwald. Wade laughed lightly. Tom would definitely disagree with you. He doesn't even want to believe that I can cast the Patronus charm. I actually think that Tom having such a misunderstanding about you isn't a bad thing. It's precisely because of this that he's changed so much, isn't it? Nagini paused, then continued. I want to help you, to do my part for your ideals, both to repay you, and to help bring that beautiful world into existence sooner. I hope this world will never again produce someone like Grindelwald. Wade Reynolds jumped to his feet excitedly. Really? That's wonderful. The revolution needs your strength. Welcome aboard, Comrade Nagini. Comrade. Those who share the same ideals are comrades. At that moment, the door of the cabin opened. Tom walked in first, and behind him, many plates of food floated in on their own. What comrades? Tom asked. Comrade Nagini has decided to join our great revolutionary cause, Comrade Riddle. Tom immediately put on an expression of complete inevitability. I bloody knew it. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Nagini's Strong Magic. That day, Nagini ate a great deal of food. Even though the dishes did not seem particularly delicious to Wade and Tom. To Nagini, however, they were enough to make her feel utterly blissful. All of it was hot, freshly made food. Only when her stomach was completely filled with warm meals could she truly feel that she had become human again, that she was truly alive. When Nagini finally cleared the last plate on the table, Tom could not help swallowing. Do you need more? I can have the house cooks make some more. No need, Nagini waved her hand. I really can't eat any more. Do you always have such a big appetite, or is this just a special case? Wade could not help asking. There had originally been enough food on the table to feed 5 people, yet Nagini had finished it all by herself. Hearing this, Nagini felt a little embarrassed. I used to eat very little, but this time, I don't know why, I just kept feeling like I wasn't full, so I kept eating. Got it. Wade snapped his fingers. Because my treatment only worked on your soul, while the strength of your physical body hasn't really changed. So, your appetite might still be the same as when you were a giant snake. What? Then what should I do? I don't want people thinking I'm a glutton. Nagini said in panic. Don't worry. After the restraints of transfiguration were lifted, your body needs more nutrition, but that's not a bad thing. It means your physical body is still as tough as when you were a snake. Ordinary attacks might not even work on you, Wade Reynolds said. Then, wouldn't that make her a human-shaped giant snake? Tom blurted out, then immediately covered his mouth. Sorry. I mean. It's all right, Tom. You're not wrong, Nagini said, touching her stomach with a hint of melancholy. But she soon brightened up again. Even if my appetite is bigger, I've turned back into a human. What more could I ask for? Wade took out a bottle of nutrient solution and handed it to her. If you don't want to eat so much, you can drink this, it's a nutrient solution I developed. You only need a small sip each day, and you won't need to consume that much food. Is that the potion your cat likes to drink? Tom asked, looking at the bottle. Yes. I originally developed it for plants, then later accidentally made a magical creature version. Don't mind it. Humans can drink it too. When I don't have time to eat, I use this as well, Wade said. Thank you, Wade. You really didn't need to explain the last part. A magical creature nutrient solution is fine. I don't mind at all. I'm not that fragile, Nagini said happily as she put the bottle away. If she only needed a small sip each day to reduce her meals, this single bottle would last her more than half a year. By the way, you just said my body is as tough as when I was a snake. Nagini asked. That should be the case. And if my guess is right, you've regained control over your soul. So the powerful magic that the blood curse once gave your beast soul and snake body, you should now be able to use freely as well, Wade said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I'll try it, Nagini said. She picked up a table knife and forcefully slashed it across her arm. The knife was not sharp, but with that kind of force, it should definitely leave a bloody cut on her arm. But after Nagini swung the knife, not even a white mark was left on her arm. It's true. I barely even felt any pain. It's like what brushed against my skin wasn't the blade, but the back of the knife, Nagini said in amazement. Tom took the knife from her hand. Could you not be so impulsive next time? Sorry. Nagini herself felt a little surprised. When she had cut at herself with the knife, she had not felt even the slightest fear of a sharp weapon, as if she were certain she would not be hurt. Just like when she was still a snake, never worrying that a blade could pierce her scales. If your physical body is still as tough as before, then your magic must be as well. Which means, you might now possess something every powerful wizard needs, Wade said excitedly. What is it? Tom asked. Powerful magic, of course. Wade said as he pulled out a large bundle of wands from his pocket. A small portion were ones he had bought in the past, but most were taken from dark wizards he had defeated. They were all unclaimed wands now. Want to give it a try? Wade asked with a smile. All right. I'll try, Nagini said a little nervously. After all, Nagini herself was a witch, but because of her unfortunate background, she had rarely ever held a wand since childhood. After joining that freak circus later on, she had even fewer chances to touch a wand. Even when she later joined Dumbledore's side in the fight against Grindelwald, they never let her take part in combat. So she never thought of getting herself a wand, until the day she completely turned into a great serpent and left. Nagini spent quite some time selecting from the pile of wands before finally choosing a cherrywood wand that felt fairly comfortable in her hand. Come on, let's go try it outside, Tom said as he went out to clear his outdoor spell practice area. He was also very curious about just how strong Nagini's magic was now. Tom even regretted returning the pair of glasses he had worn when killing the basilisk to Dumbledore. If he still had them, he could have simply put them on and seen how powerful Nagini's magic was. Wade Reynolds and Nagini walked out of the cabin and headed to the training ground outside. It was still snowing, and the training ground was already covered in a thick layer of snow. Tom was struggling to clear the snow with spells. Wade drew his wand and raised it above his head, casually tracing a circle in the air. In the next second, all the snow within the training ground rapidly melted into slush. Before the water could even seep into the ground, it was instantly evaporated. In no time at all, the training ground that had been blanketed in snow was completely cleared. Even the temperature began to rise until it felt just like indoors. Tom stared at Wade Reynolds in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Ever since Wade's true strength had been exposed during the basilisk incident, he had stopped holding back. All kinds of powerful magic came to him effortlessly, leaving Tom thoroughly shaken. What kind of magic was that just now? Magic comes from the mind, Tom. I know. I'm asking how you imagined it to produce that kind of effect. I used fiend fire. Tom, the reason this spell is so profound isn't just because it can keep your fireplace warm forever. When you use magic, your thinking shouldn't be so rigid. What I just did would have worked the same even without fiend fire, using a simple fire spell as well. It's just that fiend fire makes raising the temperature easier than regular flames. The key is imagination. Your magic is the spark, and your imagination is the firewood that turns that spark into a blazing fire. Wade explained in detail, while Tom listened carefully and thought it over just as seriously. Nagini stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, just as she had when she was still in her snake form. Of course, she also took in everything Wade Reynolds said and formed some understanding of her own. After Wade finished explaining things to Tom, he turned to Nagini and said, "All right, let's start with something simple. I think I'm starting to feel something. Can I try on my own first?" Nagini suddenly said. Of course. Wade nodded gladly. Nagini recalled what Wade had just said. Magic is the spark, imagination is the firewood. Suddenly, she raised her head and swung the cherrywood wand in her hand toward a wooden target not far away. Boom. The wooden target was blasted to pieces. Tom stared at the target in shock. Just now, he had not even seen the trajectory of a spell before the target shattered. The wand had barely moved, and it had already exploded. What spell was that? Tom murmured. Tom. Look. This is the power of imagination amplifying magic. Wade said excitedly. Nagini hasn't even learned any spells. That was pure improvisation. Tom finally understood. So while Wade had been explaining earlier, Nagini had been listening as well. And she had grasped it so quickly. At this moment, Nagini was also quietly delighted with her own success. She had not expected to succeed on her very first try. Turning to Wade with a smile, she said, "Wade. Tom was right about you before. You really will make a great professor someday. The way you explain things, even someone like me with no foundation at all can understand." Wade smiled. When our cause finally succeeds, when the beautiful world we envision becomes reality through our efforts, I'll go find a teaching job and retire with my achievements behind me. But that's still far too early to talk about. Tom glanced at Wade and curled his lips. If Wade really agreed to step back after success and return to be an ordinary professor, Tom would write his own name backwards. It's clear that your magic is very strong, Wade said as he examined the traces of magic left on the shattered wooden target. When your magic is powerful, no matter what kind of spell you learn, you'll always pick it up much faster than others. In fact, Nagini now was quite similar to Wade in the past. Back then, Wade also had powerful magic but had not learned any spells. Just by exploring on his own, he had already figured out some ways to use magic. Once he started formally learning spells, his progress became frighteningly fast. Just like his senior back then, who had transferred in as a fifth-year student, her magic had already been very impressive as well. So even an unforgivable curse like the killing curse, she only had to casually mimic her classmates once to master it completely. With a bit of training, Nagini would soon become a very capable combatant. Wade decided that from now on, he would focus on strengthening Nagini's abilities. To put it bluntly, at this stage, Tom's usefulness still could not compare to Nagini, who could quickly grow into immediate fighting strength. Oh, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 295, Chapter 295, The Same Kind of Person. Foolishness. The Christmas holiday only lasted 2 weeks. Wade spent the entire break busy, so ironically, the most relaxing time for him was when he boarded the Hogwarts Express back to school. At this moment, Nagini had temporarily left to visit some old acquaintances from her past. As for Slytherin's ghost, Wade had put him back into his pocket. Although there was some tension between him and Slytherin, the contract had already been signed. What needed to be done still had to be done. Wade sat in the train compartment, holding a pencil and sketching in his notebook. Drawn on the pages was the magical trajectory diagram of the basilisk's gaze curse. This diagram was now complete. The originally missing parts had already been filled in by Slytherin. Slytherin might be cold-hearted, but he had never gone back on his word once he made a promise. The magical trajectory diagram was ready, but turning this curse into a spell that could actually be cast would still take time to research. Have you really never considered turning this curse into a piece of dark magic? Wade frowned and asked Slytherin in his pocket using a whispering charm. Since Slytherin had managed to reconstruct the magical trajectory, it meant he had indeed studied it. Wade did not believe Slytherin had never thought about turning it into a proper dark spell. Slytherin's faint voice reached Wade's ears. I only studied the flow of magic. I never researched how to turn this curse into dark magic. Why not? Why? Back then, there were so many more interesting studies waiting for me. A person's energy is limited, after all, while in this world, interesting research topics are endless. Even I, the great Slytherin, could not possibly study everything within a finite lifetime. To be honest with you, when I grew old and suddenly decided to pursue immortality, it wasn't because I feared death. It was because I needed more time. Only by becoming immortal could I have enough time to explore more of the unknown. Wade laughed. That sounds a bit like Ravenclaw. I am very different from Rowena. Her pursuit is pure reverence for knowledge. I, on the other hand, want knowledge to serve me, to make me stronger. I believe you understand that feeling, boy, because you are the same kind of person. That's too absolute, Wade shook his head. I pursue power, but I still have my bottom line. For example, I would never capture innocent people to conduct human experiments. After all, Wade had grown up under normal values. Even after being thrown into this world and gaining great power that made him more decisive and ruthless when necessary, he still had his limits. If he were to act like Slytherin, how could he live with himself? Right. Right. Enough of that. Slytherin brought the topic back. If you don't have the time, I can help you research it. I'm idle anyway. You'll help me research. Wade stroked his chin in thought. It did not sound entirely impossible, but given Slytherin's personality, he would need a little provocation. What? Do you doubt my research ability? It's not that I doubt your research ability. It's just that, you're a ghost now. How are you supposed to feel changes in the flow of magic? If you can't sense it, how can you research a spell? Wade waved his hand repeatedly. So no, it won't work. You can't really help. Slytherin fell silent. Clearly, Wade's words had hit a sore spot. After a long while, Slytherin finally said stubbornly, I can provide ideas. I have countless experimental experiences. I can give you plenty of professional guidance. Slytherin was not desperate to help Wade with his research, but once Wade implied that he could not help, Slytherin's rebellious streak was immediately triggered. If you begged me to help you run experiments, I might not even bother. But you say I can't do it? That I'm useless now? Then I'll damn well prove it to you. I'm Slytherin. I may be dead, but I'm not senile. Wade, Kakik. Fine, providing ideas is acceptable. But without personally experiencing the flow of magic, your suggestions might not be very suitable. You should be prepared for that, Wade agreed rather reluctantly. To Slytherin, those words were a heavy blow. Back then, whenever he offered to help students with experiments, which one of them wasn't overjoyed? And now, this fellow agreed so reluctantly. He even said his ideas might not be useful. Grinding his teeth, Slytherin said, "You'll soon see whether my opinions are suitable or not. Don't forget, that basilisk was bred by me. When it comes to the curse of its gaze, how could you possibly understand it better than I do?" Slytherin was not foolish. He vaguely sensed something was off, but his pride would not allow him to think too deeply about it. Because of his great power, Slytherin had always been extremely arrogant. So even if he clearly realized this was Wade's provocation, he still would not allow Wade to doubt his ability. After that, Slytherin fell silent and did not say another word, as if he had truly gone to organize his thoughts. Seeing this, Wade calmly closed his notebook. "And you say, we are the same kind of person." "Foolishness, Slytherin, foolishness. With a tool like you helping me, I naturally do not need to rack my brain so much." At this moment, the compartment door was pushed open, and Rosier walked in. "You're here. Sit down," Wade said as he moved the pile of books beside him aside to make space. And sat down. "What has Grindelwald been doing over the holiday?" Wade asked. "He spent the entire break working on an education reform plan. It seems that in the latter half of the term, he wants to introduce some kind of test for students from 1st to 4th year, and said with a frown. "A test? Why only 1st to 4th years? It was originally meant for all years, but after Professor Dumbledore saw the proposal, he went to argue with him for a long time. Later, students from 5th year onward were excluded from the test for now because they have major exams and employment pressure to deal with. So what exactly is this test?" Tom, who had been reading nearby, could not help asking. And shook her head. "I don't know the details either, but I once heard him mention that it's an assessment of students' combat ability. He even told me that with my combat skills, I would definitely pass. So I guess the test is probably related to fighting." Wade shrugged. Dumbledore won't let him mess around. Otherwise, what if he makes first years duel trolls? In fact, before Wade enrolled, most young wizards below 3rd year had little concept of wizard dueling. Being able to use 1 or 2 minor jinxes was already impressive. Teaching spells like the disarming charm in 1st year was something Dumbledore had specifically adjusted after Wade entered Hogwarts. Tom said, "It'll be fine. Because of the mutual support within the cooperative society, the members are much stronger than before. Even 1st year members aren't completely helpless against trolls. Especially that Ravenclaw named Flitwick and that Gryffindor named Alastair Moody." As Tom spoke, he cast Wade a strange look. "By the way, how did you know those two had such good talent? You told me to go recruit them the moment they finished the sorting ceremony." "Excellent wizards are always drawn to one another," Wade said with a smile. "So it was just my intuition." Tom narrowed his eyes. He did not believe a single word of what Wade Reynolds had just said. For all he knew, this guy might have secretly investigated the new students before the school year even started. Wade had no shortage of money now, and gathering information on new students was an easy task. As long as you paid, there would be plenty of people willing to do it. That evening, the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination, and Wade finally returned to Hogwarts Castle. After the feast, full and satisfied, Wade was about to head back to his dormitory to get some rest when he noticed Dumbledore gesturing to him from the staff table. Wade had no choice but to leave the group, part ways with Anne and the others, and walk over to Dumbledore. "Professor, you wanted to see me." "Wade, I'm afraid I'll have to take up a bit of your time, come with me." Wade nodded, and as he followed Dumbledore, his gaze swept over Grindelwald at the staff table. At that moment, Grindelwald was scratching himself with a back scratcher while smiling at Wade. He looked far more relaxed than he had before Christmas. It seemed that during the holiday, the discussion between Grindelwald and Dumbledore that Anne had mentioned had given Grindelwald quite a lot of what he wanted. In Dumbledore's office, the fire was still burning in the fireplace, making the room warm as spring. "Please, sit. Would you like something to drink?" Dumbledore asked. "No, Professor. I've just eaten quite a lot," Wade shook his head. "Very well, then let's get straight to the point, and you can go rest afterward," Dumbledore said, leaning casually against his desk as he looked at Wade. "I believe you now understand just how powerful your magic is." Wade nodded. Dumbledore said seriously, "Both Armando and I believe that the rapid growth of your magic is due to your talent in ancient magic. Having great power is, in itself, a good thing, but we are concerned that you may not be able to adapt to such a sudden increase in magic. So, I intend to design a training program for you." "A training program? To teach me how to control my magic?" Wade asked. That's part of it, but from my observations, you have always controlled your magic very well. So the main focus of this program will be to guide you in making better use of your tremendous power, helping you become as strong as possible, Dumbledore said solemnly. Wade widened his eyes and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. This man wants me to become as strong as possible. Judging by Dumbledore's usual character, shouldn't he be telling me to restrain my power and keep a low profile? Why is he talking about making me stronger instead? That did not sound like Dumbledore at all. Say it now. Did Grindelwald drink Polyjuice potion and turn into you? I know what you're wondering, Dumbledore continued. But if you are to take over Professor Slughorn's ideological guidance role, you will have to face Grindelwald directly. I want you to understand how to use your great power and to have the ability to protect yourself in front of Grindelwald. No matter how strong Wade's magic was, it would never surpass Grindelwald's by too great a margin. When wizards possessed comparable magic, what decided the outcome was experience and reaction. In Dumbledore's view, Wade's reactions were good, but his combat experience was still far behind Grindelwald's. So he needed to help Wade make up for this shortcoming. Even if he could not match Grindelwald's battle experience in the end, he would at least gain more ways to protect himself. Wade blinked. Okay. So, Dumbledore is gonna teach me to become stronger. Kakik Professor, you said it yourself. You can't go back on it now. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Salazar's Ghost Returns to Hogwarts. Wade naturally agreed to Dumbledore's proposal. A training plan personally designed by Dumbledore to enhance his strength could only benefit him. There was no reason to refuse. You really were quite busy this Christmas holiday, Dumbledore said. When I went to the safe house to look for you, I couldn't find you at all. Then when I went to Tom's place, I heard that you had just left not long before. Why didn't Tom tell me you came? Wade asked in confusion. I didn't see Tom. I only spoke with his grandfather for a bit before leaving. Dumbledore paused, then continued. I originally planned to tell you about this during the Christmas holiday. Unfortunately, no matter where I looked, I couldn't find you. I was a little worried, because even Fawkes couldn't locate you, which is highly unusual. Where exactly did you go? Wade felt a little guilty. At the time, in order to treat Nagini, he had deliberately gone to his senior's territory. He had not expected her base to be so well hidden. It was one thing for owls to be unable to find him, but even a phoenix could not sense his location. I found a secluded place to treat Nagini, Wade said. There were some difficulties in the process, and I couldn't remove her blood curse, but most of the side effects have been cleared. She can now turn back into a human. What? Is that true? Dumbledore stared at Wade in shock. The news that Nagini could return to human form was so astonishing that Dumbledore immediately forgot to ask where Wade had been hiding. It's true. The night before the holiday ended, we were all together at Riddle Manor. Tom can vouch for that, Wade continued. Then where is she now? Dumbledore asked quickly. She's gone to visit some old friends first, and then she'll slowly think about her plans for the future, Wade Reynolds said with a shrug. I think since she's visiting old acquaintances, she'll definitely come to see you as well. So I didn't tell you at first, hoping to give you a surprise. But since you've already noticed, I had no choice but to tell you in advance. At this point, Dumbledore was so filled with joy that he completely forgot his initial questions about where Wade had gone. Instead, he shifted all his attention to Nagini's recovery. So Wade told Dumbledore what he could about the treatment process. When he cured Nagini, Wade had already known that sooner or later he would have to explain to Dumbledore and the others how he had done it. That was why, before leaving his senior's place, he had her prepare a set of explanations that would be convincing enough for Dumbledore while still concealing nightmare magic. In short, it came down to releasing the transfiguration on Nagini, forcefully suppressing her in her beast state, and then using ancient magic to erase the consciousness of the beast soul, allowing Nagini's human consciousness to take control again. Although the explanation was somewhat vague, Dumbledore did not doubt it much. After all, Nagini had truly been cured, and Dumbledore did not even know that nightmare magic existed. From his perspective, Wade had nothing to hide from him. Moreover, only Wade could use ancient magic. The right to explain it now belonged solely to him. It was essentially a skill unique to him. Even if one wanted to doubt it, there was no way to verify anything. After clarifying some basic details, Dumbledore told Wade to go back and rest first. He had originally planned to discuss the training program that night as well, but did not bring it up again. After Wade returned to his dormitory, Dumbledore also hurriedly left Hogwarts through the fireplace. Early the next morning, Wade resumed his normal school life as usual. However, whenever the professors faced Wade, they could not help feeling a little uneasy. After all, they had all witnessed this extraordinary boy's strength before. Yet, Just as Wade had said in the chamber back then, being strong in a fight did not mean there was no need to learn other knowledge. So the professor's discomfort did not last long, and they soon returned to their usual manner. As for Slytherin's ghost, he spent only the first few days burying himself in research on the basilisk's gaze curse. After that, he could no longer restrain himself and began hiding on Wade, secretly observing what the castle he had once fought for looked like 1,000 years later. The environment is far too comfortable. Many parts of the curriculum have been simplified. It's unbelievable that they even cancelled weapons training. No wonder your swordsmanship is so terrible. If that fellow Godric saw Hogwarts today, I'd wager he'd be even more upset than I am. And those so-called pureblood students nowadays. Are you sure those troll-like brutes are really purebloods? In the chamber of Slytherin, Slytherin's ghost hovered in midair, talking non-stop. After the basilisk had been dealt with, the entrance to the chamber had originally been sealed by Dumbledore and the others. But what they sealed was merely the basilisk's passageway. Slytherin's ghost simply led Wade in through another entrance and even had Wade set up a laboratory here as well. By now, Slytherin had more or less finished observing the castle, and he no longer wanted to follow Wade around all day to attend what he considered childish classes. So he decided that from now on, he would often stay in this chamber. Because as spells have been simplified and casting speed has increased, close combat as a way to assist in dueling has gradually been phased out. That's why there's no longer any need for weapons training, Wade Reynolds explained. Simplified spells. Slytherin sighed. Yes, while that improves casting speed and makes learning easier, it's precisely because of this simplification that students today are gradually drifting away from the essence of magic. Take Tom, for example. He's indeed very clever, but whenever he encounters a powerful spell, the first thing he asks is always what the incantation is. If it were my students 1,000 years ago, admittedly, their talent wasn't as great as Tom's. But when they faced such situations, their first reaction was always to ask what the principle behind the magic was. For instance, when dealing with the blasting curse, they would explore what caused the flames to form, how the magical flow should run, and whether reversing that flow might produce a freezing effect. In this regard, Tom doesn't even measure up to your blood-cursed beast friend. In truth, Tom's outstanding talent had long made Slytherin, whose mindset had already begun to shift, gradually overlook the fact that Tom was a half-blood wizard. So now, Slytherin truly cared about this gifted descendant of his. That was why, when he saw some of Tom's disappointing performances, he felt especially irritated. It was the kind of anger that came from wanting someone to do better. You're right, Wade nodded in agreement. Simplified spells are easier to master, and naturally, people begin to overlook why those spells work in the first place. Once they ignore the essence of magic, if they then forget the incantations as well, they become exactly what people call mediocre wizards. Even though spells had been greatly simplified and improved in this era, there were far more mediocre wizards now than there had been 1,000 years ago. Not only now. In a few decades, there will be even more mediocre wizards. In the era of the savior Harry Potter, not to mention ordinary wizards, even some active aurors could not cast the shield charm at all. Kid, I have to say, in this regard, you've done very well, at least you haven't been blinded by your own talent, Slytherin said as he looked up at the ceiling of the chamber, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Wade looked at him and suddenly asked, people often say that ghosts appear because they still have unfinished attachments. Then what is yours? I don't even know how I died, how would I know what my attachment is? Slytherin said irritably, then continued, if I really had to name one, maybe it's uncovering the secret of immortality. But right now, I want even more to recover my remains. It's truly baffling. Even if I was the greatest of the 4 founders, my remains are still just bones. What use are they? Could I brew tea with them or something? I'll find a way to help you recover them, Wade said after a moment of thought. You already have an idea? Slytherin asked. If you do, you can tell me. I can look into it as well. I'm thinking that there should be a connection between the soul and the remains. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said back then that you could sense your remains underground. And then, just when we started digging, your remains disappeared. So now, can you really sense nothing at all? Slytherin said bitterly, there's truly no connection anymore, it's as if they vanished from this world entirely. No wonder he felt so furious. That hollow, eerie feeling was like having been reduced to dust and scattered to the winds. The last trace he had left in this world had now disappeared without a trace. Maybe we can first figure out why there is a connection between the soul and the remains, and then work backward to understand why you lost that connection, Wade suggested. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. So, I need test subjects. And test subjects aren't hard to come by. All I need is a freshly dead person and that person's newly formed ghost. Slytherin said the most terrifying words in the gentlest tone. I'm afraid that would be very difficult. Wade looked at him calmly. Slytherin sighed. All right, this era is truly boring. You even have to tiptoe around just to find a test subject. It doesn't have to be fresh remains, Wade said. There are plenty of ghosts in the castle, and for many of them, we know exactly where they were buried. If you go ask them, there won't be any problem. Slytherin immediately began to hesitate. This matter isn't urgent. Is becoming a ghost really that hard to talk about? Wade said helplessly. For me, yes. Slytherin said without hesitation. All right then, suit yourself. Wade shrugged. But if you're unwilling to interact with other ghosts, then I really don't have any other options right now. You can't expect a living person like me to ask ghosts those kinds of questions. They'd think I was mocking them. Anyway, you don't need to worry about that. I'll get you the data, Slytherin said vaguely. Since it had come to this and Slytherin still would not give way, Wade had no choice but to stop dwelling on it. That was the downside of a prideful person. Such a hassle. Then Wade took out the core he had obtained from the puppet knights during his earlier trials. Let's look at something else, for example, how this core actually works. You really are something. You won't even give me a moment to rest, Slytherin said. With all due respect, you've already rested long enough. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Why do research? This is an arms race in the wizarding world. In the blink of an eye, the first week after the Christmas break had already passed. Since Dumbledore had not sent Wade any messages that week, the promised special training never began. Later, Dumbledore explained the reason to Wade. Grindelwald had raised many new demands, forcing Dumbledore to spend time preparing things for him, so Wade's special training had to be postponed. After hearing this, Wade recalled what Wotton had told him earlier about Grindelwald's education reform. Could he be preparing things for the test? On the weekend, Tom came to the room of requirement, planning to call Wade along to attend the weekend club activities. You go ahead. I won't be coming today. I've got a piece of research here that's reached a critical stage, Wade said. At the moment, Wade was wearing a pair of alchemical goggles with built-in magnification, holding a strange metal stylus, bent over the table and completely focused as he engraved something onto a small bead. What are you researching this time? Tom asked. Something that can strengthen us, Tom, Wade said, letting out a breath before setting the stylus down, removing the goggles, and rubbing his eyes. It feels like ever since I met you, aside from reading and studying, all you do is endless research and experiments, Tom said in confusion. Is this really necessary? Your magic is already strong enough to easily master many powerful spells. So shouldn't you be continuing to strengthen yourself? Why spend so much energy researching new things instead? In Tom's view, the existing body of knowledge already required enormous effort to master. If he were in Wade Reynolds' place, he would devote himself entirely to those things, rather than waste time on research. Because it helps our cause, Comrade Riddle, Wade said seriously. Does it? Tom asked. But do these things actually help increase your own strength? For me, the effect isn't very obvious, Wade replied with a smile. But for others, it's a different matter. Tom looked puzzled. Others? What do other people have to do with this? As he spoke, Tom pulled over a chair and sat down. To him, what Wade was doing was a complete waste of time and effort, so today he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Tom, do you think that for our great revolutionary cause to succeed, we need strong power? Wade asked. Of course we do. That's exactly why I want you to strengthen yourself and spend less time tinkering with things that don't really help you grow stronger, Tom said with a frown. It seems there's a significant difference in how we understand this, Wade said with a smile. When you talk about strong power, you mean that I, as the leader, must be strong. But I think that view is far too narrow. Tom said nothing and continued listening. Wade went on, to me, strong power doesn't refer only to myself. It refers to the combined strength of everyone who stands with us. In an undertaking as world-changing as this, no matter how powerful I am personally, it would still be woefully insufficient. I'm only one person, Wade Reynolds continued. Once our territory grows large enough, there will always be places I can't personally cover. When a situation becomes critical and I'm tied up elsewhere, what should we do then? That's why I need all of our comrades to grow strong enough to stand on their own even when I'm not there. The reason Grindelwald can still inspire fear to this day, to the point that even the Minister for Magic cannot refuse his demands, lies not only in his personal power, but also in the powerful and ever-present faction beneath him, his acolytes, akin to the Knights of Walpurgis in that fairy tale we read in the orphanage. Think about it. If all of his followers were useless, struggling even to complete the most basic tasks, could he have taken control of the American Magical Congress by himself? Without any support at all, would he have dared to attend that public trial? Think about it. What gave him that kind of courage? Of course, it was the strength of the Knights of Walpurgis under his command. So I must also ensure that my comrades possess at least power no weaker than theirs. And to achieve all of this, aside from their own efforts, the only thing I can provide them with is external support. As he spoke, Wade placed the bead in his hand into the head of a wooden night puppet on the table. The moment the bead was inserted, the night puppet came to life, patrolling the tabletop with a wooden sword in hand. That's why I need to develop powerful new combat puppets, devastating new spells, and potent healing potions. These things may not significantly increase my own personal strength, but they can make our entire team far stronger. Tom, don't forget, the spells and casting techniques I taught you, the things that made you stronger, didn't come out of nowhere. Tom looked at Wade Reynolds in surprise. He finally understood what Wade meant. Wade was personally training and equipping a team that belonged entirely to him. And the people in that team included Tom himself. That was why he had been able to continuously learn new spells and dueling techniques from Wade. To be precise, Tom was the earliest member of this team, even if he had been forced into it at the beginning. Which meant that when Wade had said back then that he needed Tom's strength, he had not been speaking casually at all. So that's how it is. I understand now. Tom admitted his narrow view without hesitation. After all, he had been the first beneficiary of Wade's research. In that case, it was better for Wade to keep researching. Who would ever complain about having too many good things? I'm glad you asked me directly when you didn't understand something, Tom, Wade said, returning his attention to the small puppet on the table. Communication is the most important thing in a team. You're recreating those combat puppets from the trial that appeared in Slytherin's study that day. Tom immediately recognized the memorable constructs. That night, he had nearly died under the blades of those two puppets. Yes. I've just successfully restored it. Speaking of this, Wade Reynolds instantly perked up. He took another night puppet out of the drawer and placed a new bead into the puppet's head. Under Wade's control, the two night puppets suddenly crashed into each other and began to fight. Tom stared in shock at the movements of the two wooden knights. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, instantly bringing back memories of the fear he had felt that night when he was dominated by the combat puppets. You actually managed to recreate them completely. Right. It was just luck, Wade said. This was not false modesty, but the truth. If he had relied solely on his own research, it would have taken a great deal of time to work out the precise magical flow from those depleted cores. But these things had originally been created by Slytherin, so Wade had simply gone to him to restore them. And Slytherin's appearance itself had been an accident, so calling the whole matter a stroke of luck was perfectly reasonable. Tom watched the two combat puppets trading blows on the table, fighting with great intensity, and imagined them being deployed on the battlefield in the future. How many wizards would be able to react in time when faced with attacks from combat puppets moving at such incredible speed? If you can really make these puppets the same size as a human, like the ones from that night, then they truly would enhance our strength, Tom said with a sigh. It's still not strong enough, Tom. Still not enough. Wade said as he carefully observed the combat puppets' movements. This still isn't strong enough. Their speed is already terrifying. No matter how terrifying the speed is, it's still cold weapon combat. It's far too outdated. This is a product from 1,000 years ago and seriously lacks long-range capabilities, Wade said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Tom hesitated and asked, then, give them all crossbows. In that case. Crossbows. Tom, did you time travel here from the Middle Ages? Wade mocked his suggestion without mercy. Tom bristled. Then what? Are you saying you're going to give them guns or something? Suddenly, Tom's expression changed. Wait. You're not seriously thinking that, are you? A wicked smile spread across Wade's face. What do you think about equipping them with Thompson submachine guns? No, that's still too stingy. What was the name of that new machine gun the Germans recently came out with? Never mind. Let's just give each of them 2 machine guns. And then carve some anti-magic runes onto the guns so wizards can't just destroy them with spells. Although Tom had never seen a machine gun in person, he had seen the guards at Riddle Manor practice with rifles, so he understood the power of Muggle firearms. And he had a basic understanding of what a machine gun was, a firearm capable of continuous fire. Just imagining such devastating weapons firing continuously, mounted on combat puppets that were highly resistant to magic. SSS. At the thought of it, Tom could not help but suck in a sharp breath. If Wade really could create puppets like that, he would not need many. Even 10 of them would be enough to make any opposing wizard suffer dearly. In the Muggle world, conflicts between nations always hinge on one crucial factor, the arms race. Every country's top minds are constantly researching weapons, afraid of falling behind others. Because falling behind means getting beaten. The Muggle world works this way, and our wizarding world is no different. We need the most advanced equipment, the most powerful spells, and the most effective potions. That way, even if our numbers are small, we can still hold an overwhelming advantage. This is the wizarding world's arms race. As he spoke, a different kind of brilliance shone in Wade's eyes. Oh, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 298, Basilisk Farm. The potential of combat puppets made Tom feel unsettled. If you could build an army made entirely of combat puppets, conquering the entire world wouldn't be difficult at all. Maybe, you wouldn't even need to promote any new ideals, Tom could not help saying. Tom, your old problem is acting up again. Ruling purely through violence will never last, Wade Reynolds said. And how do you know that in the future, another genius won't rise up and use the same violence to overturn everything we worked so hard to establish? Tom narrowed his eyes. So you're not denying that your combat puppets have the power to dominate the world, are you? That's not the point, Tom. Governing the world is far harder than conquering it. Enough of this. Your task right now is only one thing: constantly arm your mind with knowledge, and at the same time, possess formidable magical strength. Wade brought the topic to an end. All right then. I'll go attend the club activities and let everyone know you don't have time to come, Tom said as he stood up. Wait, Wade said, stopping him for a moment. He rummaged through a nearby cabinet and took out a green wizard's robe, handing it over. What's this? Tom asked in confusion as he took the robe, immediately feeling a chill to the touch. I forgot to give you a Christmas present. This robe is made from basilisk hide and scales. It's yours, Wade said casually. Basilisk hide. Tom tugged hard at the robe, and sure enough, its toughness far exceeded his expectations. All right, Tom said, rolling up the robe and preparing to leave. Wait, Wade called out to Tom again. What now? I didn't prepare a gift for you. Even if you ask for one, I'd need some time, Tom said with a frown. That's not it. I want you to put it on right now, Wade said, pulling his wand out of his pocket. Tom narrowed his eyes. Something's off, Wade. You're telling me to put it on and pulling out your wand at the same time. Don't tell me you're planning to have me help you test the robe's spell resistance. Since you've already guessed it, why aren't you putting it on already? Wade waved his wand and smiled. Everything I just said wasn't for nothing. The hell? I haven't offended you recently, have I? Tom said, frantically running through his memory for anything he might have done to provoke Wade. Think about it, Tom. I'm the only one in the club researching new things. You should make some contribution too, shouldn't you? Wade's smile remained gentle. I knew nothing of yours ever comes for free. Tom said indignantly as he put on the wizard's robe. The basilisk hide robe was very light, and the pockets inside were enchanted with an extension charm. It would be extremely convenient to pull out tools or weapons in combat. If he weren't being forced to act as a target, Tom would genuinely like this robe. But right now. Wade, why do you always pick on me? A moment later. Bang. Holy fa. Tom screamed as he was blasted backward. However, after slamming into the wall, Tom's scream abruptly stopped, because he realized he felt no pain at all from being hit by the spell. He quickly looked down at the wizard's robe he was wearing. There was a white spot on the fabric, and that spot was slowly recovering at a pace visible to the naked eye. Looks like the effect is pretty good. Taking a blasting curse head-on and still almost completely unscathed, Wade said as he walked over to take a look, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had added quite a few additional protective enchantments to the basilisk hide. Indeed. Tom admitted. Although he was unhappy about being used as a target, he still had to concede that the robe was excellent. Wait, did you just say a blasting curse? You actually used a blasting curse on me. Tom's face instantly turned pale. Don't worry about such details, Tommy boy. Ah, the basilisk really is valuable from head to tail. Good. From now on, we'll use basilisk hide as the material for our team's combat gear, Wade said with a smile. Basilisk hide is great, but I remember you and Professor Slughorn divided up the basilisk's body. Did you really get the entire hide? Tom asked. Not exactly. I got half of it. A very large half, Wade replied. Even if it was a very large half, if you use it all to make combat gear, it still shouldn't be enough, right? Tom asked with a frown. Of course it's not enough. How big can a single basilisk be? Wade shook his head. Then how are you going to equip everyone? Tom felt Wade was being wildly unrealistic. So, Tom, Wade said solemnly as he patted Tom on the shoulder, I have a very important mission for you. What mission? Tom suddenly had a very bad feeling. You're the only parselmouth among us. You can command snakes. So, you'll help us raise some basilisks, Wade said with a smile. Tom jumped to his feet. Do you hear yourself? How is that even possible? Those are basilisks. You want me to raise basilisks? Do you think this is pig farming? Not a chance. Tom, you're a Parselmouth, and Slytherin was a Parselmouth too. There's no reason he could do it while you can't. In my opinion, your talent is no worse than Slytherin's, Wade continued to coax him. No, no. Even if I were willing, I don't know anything about how to raise basilisks. It's completely impossible. Tom shook his head like a rattledrum. To be honest, Tom already had a psychological fear of basilisks. One look and you're dead. That was far too dangerous. What if he accidentally made eye contact with a basilisk he raised himself? Wouldn't that be the end of him? Oh, what a coincidence, Wade said cheerfully. Slytherin's study contains detailed records on how to raise basilisks. I've already copied them all down. With that, Wade stuffed a thick stack of manuscripts into Tom's hands. Tom stared at the papers, completely dumbfounded. So, you came prepared all along. There was no refusing this. Absolutely no way to refuse it. With a complicated expression, Tom could only open the manuscript in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Even if we have the method, we don't have the conditions. At the very least, we don't have the materials. I've never even seen a rooster's egg before. To hatch a basilisk, the first step is to find a rooster's egg and a toad. A toad is easy enough to find, but where do you get a rooster's egg? Roosters don't lay eggs at all. Who knows how Slytherin managed to find one back then? He must have spent an enormous amount of effort. Otherwise, Slytherin probably would have left behind more than a single basilisk. Muggles might not have a way, but... Tom, we're wizards. Forget making a rooster lay an egg. Even making a person lay an egg isn't impossible, Wade Reynolds said with a smile. Damn it, that's literally the devil whispering in my ear. The young Tom was thoroughly frightened by Wade's twisted smile. Damn it. This is absolutely impossible. Inside the chamber, Slytherin erupted in outrage. That's a basilisk. Even someone like me considers basilisks dark and dangerous. And yet you want to turn basilisk breeding into an industry. Slytherin felt Wade was completely indulging in wild fantasies. Wade shook his head. That's too one-sided. Basilisks are indeed dark and dangerous, but you can't look only at that side of them. Forget other materials. Just take basilisk venom as an example. Who would have thought that this corrosive, deadly poison, once refined to replace ordinary snake venom, could be brewed into even more powerful restorative potions? If we could raise some, our team would have access to more and stronger recovery potions in the future. That would greatly increase our comrades' staying power in battle. So you want to raise basilisks like pigs? Slytherin sneered. Have you considered one thing? The reason the materials from the basilisk you killed were so effective might be because it was nearly 1,000 years old. Wade said, I did consider that. But even if newly bred basilisks end up producing venom with weaker potency due to their age, that's not a problem. Even venom with reduced effects would still produce restorative potions far superior to the common ones used today. And besides, you've never actually conducted experiments in this area. What if age doesn't reduce the potency at all? Wouldn't that be a huge gain for us? And, as an old researcher with boundless curiosity about the world, are you really not curious about this at all? Slytherin said helplessly, fine. Let's assume you're right about everything. Even if I want to help you turn basilisk breeding into a proper industry, there's still one enormous problem. Rooster eggs are not easy to come by. Back then, it took me nearly 10 years to find one. I know what you want to say, but let me make this clear. Rooster eggs produced through magical stimulation cannot hatch. Because those are eggs created by magic, not eggs naturally nurtured by the rooster itself. Otherwise, why would I have spent 10 years searching? Wade stroked his chin thoughtfully. So it has to be an egg produced by the rooster itself. A rooster that produces and nurtures it itself, of course, they can't actually lay eggs. Wizards have to search for such anomalies, and once one is found, you cut open the rooster's belly and take it out, Slytherin added. TSK, and you actually managed to find one like that, Wade said in amazement. It was extremely difficult. Back then, I raised chickens for nearly 10 years just to find a single abnormal rooster that produced an egg. And you still want to develop basilisk breeding? Go raise chickens first, Slytherin said. So I have to become a professional chicken farmer first? That won't do. I don't have that much time, Wade said decisively, shaking his head. If it has to be nurtured by the rooster itself, then what if I perform a small sex change operation on a rooster, and then? I've already tried that. It doesn't work, Slytherin said, pouring cold water on the idea. Then, what if I use a potion to temporarily turn the rooster into a hen, let it almost lay an egg, and then turn it back? Ha! That might work, but where would you find a potion like that? Wade Reynolds grinned. I just so happen to have one. At that moment, he recalled a particular formula from the comprehensive potion compendium the system had given him. How is that even possible? Slytherin looked at Wade with suspicion. All right, I've figured out a solution. See you, Wade said, turning around and leaving without hesitation. Slytherin was furious. So now that he no longer needed his help, the boy just turned around and left. How utterly pragmatic. But then again, hadn't he been like this himself back then? With that thought, Slytherin suddenly understood why so many people had disliked him in the past. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 299, Chapter 299, Wade, F#CK. Wade spent 3 days completing the improvement of the gender-changing potion formula recorded in the book. This formula should have come from the wizarding world of the future, because it required many synthetic ingredients. So-called synthetic ingredients were materials created by processing other potion ingredients to form substances with entirely new effects. However, several of the synthetic ingredients listed in the formula could actually be replaced by materials that already existed in the present era. If ready substitutes were available, yet extra effort was still required to create synthetic ones, that alone proved that those original materials no longer existed in the era when the formula was developed. There was only one explanation for this situation: the formula came from the future. Then again, thinking about a certain point in the future when Western Muggles would begin to popularize gender diversity, when gender reassignment surgery became widespread, it no longer seemed strange that the wizarding world would develop a gender-changing potion as well. So it really was a matter of social conditions. After deliberately improving the formula, Wade not only reduced the cost but also changed the originally permanent transformation effect into one with a time limit. After all, once a rooster transformed into a hen and laid an egg, he would need the potion to wear off and turn it back before retrieving the egg. Only then could it truly be considered a rooster's egg. I hope a rooster's egg produced this way with a potion will actually work. Wade muttered to himself as he sent out a list of required materials. With the materials list in hand, the house elf Tabby would help him gather everything. Looking at the Gringotts account statement Tabby had sent earlier, Wade could not help frowning. Research really burned through money, maybe he should just rob Gringotts instead. Inside Grindelwald's temporary office. I have prepared everything you asked for, exactly as you required. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Dumbledore said coldly, then turned to go. Grindelwald smiled. Why the rush? How about we chat a little longer? There's nothing for us to talk about. Besides, I have many things to attend to. I'm not as idle as you, Dumbledore replied without restraint. Busy. Busy grooming a powerful enemy for your future self, Dumbledore. Grindelwald sneered. Heh. Dumbledore let out a cold laugh and ignored him, opening the office door. I know you plan to train that boy, to turn him into a weapon against me. But that boy isn't as simple as you think. You're nurturing him like this. Aren't you afraid that one day he'll turn around and come after you instead? Grindelwald sat down, suddenly feeling an itch on his back again. He picked up a back scratcher and scratched it, then sneered. That boy really is impressive, to make someone as suspicious as Dumbledore trust him so completely, but then again, am I not also forced to trust him? TSK. This young man is truly remarkable. That evening, while Wade was eating in the Great Hall, a senior student suddenly came over and handed him a note. The note bore Dumbledore's familiar looping handwriting. I am waiting for you in the room of requirement. Think of a place to practice dueling 3 times to enter. After reading it, Wade glanced toward the teacher's table. Dumbledore's seat was empty. It seemed that the training plan Dumbledore had mentioned, specially designed for him, was finally going to be put into action tonight. Which meant that everything Grindelwald had asked him to prepare was already finished. For a moment, Wade developed a strong interest in Grindelwald's so-called educational reform. If Grindelwald's reforms turned out to be interesting, perhaps he could find a way to continue profiting from them as well. After hurriedly finishing his meal, Wade left the Great Hall and made his way to the room of requirement. Dumbledore had originally intended to request a room for practicing dueling. But Wade felt that perhaps the room of requirement had misunderstood Dumbledore's request, turning a room meant for dueling practice into a room designed for dueling itself. That was why the dueling arena created by the room of requirement was so vast and empty. Dumbledore was already standing at the center, waiting for Wade. When he saw Wade arrive, a faint smile appeared on his face. Are you ready? If you are, then we can begin. Professor, I'm not quite sure what your training plan is. Wade reminded him tactfully. My training plan is very simple, Wade, Dumbledore said as he drew the Elder Wand. Your magical power and magical knowledge are already sufficient. What you lack is practical combat experience. The smile on Wade's face gradually stiffened. So, you intend to duel with me? Dumbledore smiled. A lack of experience is no problem. As long as you fight a few more times, you will gain it. Wade's expression grew solemn. Dumbledore's strength had never been limited to his raw magical power alone, but also lay in his spellcraft and his combat experience. Most importantly, there was his conviction. What was more, Wade did not believe his own magical power could compare to Dumbledore's at all. After all, this was not the 100-year-old Dumbledore of decades later, but Dumbledore at his peak. A peak Dumbledore who had even been strengthened by the epiphany from the Resurrection Stone incident. Plus, he had the Elder Wand too. Was this what it meant to lift a stone only to drop it on his own foot? All right, then let's begin. Wade slowly walked to stand opposite Dumbledore, his wand already in hand. This was the first time he had ever faced Dumbledore in a true combat state. He had barely taken his position when he sensed something wrong. Pressure. Immense pressure. The air in front of him seemed to have solidified. Only by truly standing before Dumbledore could one understand just how terrifying that overwhelming pressure really was. Wade suddenly felt his mouth go dry. In the cold of winter, he could actually feel sweat sliding down his forehead. That alone proved that the usually confident and composed him was starting to feel nervous. Was Dumbledore really holding nothing back when facing him? The change in Wade's expression naturally did not escape Dumbledore's notice. In truth, applying pressure to Wade without restraint made Dumbledore feel a bit pained as well. But still, it was better to endure some pressure now than to be beaten to death by Grindelwald later. With that thought, Dumbledore steeled his heart and raised his hand, firing off a disarming charm. It might not sound like anything special. Just a disarming charm, right? But the disarming charm Dumbledore cast looked completely different in Wade's eyes. Who had ever seen a disarming charm with a spell beam as thick as a bucket? Wade had no time to think. He dodged sharply to the side, and the disarming charm slammed into the floor behind him, blasting out a pitch-black hole. Fortunately, this was a dueling room created by the Room of Requirement. If it had been an ordinary classroom, that single strike would have punched straight through the floor. At this moment, even Dumbledore could not help letting out a soft sound of surprise, because just as the spell was about to hit Wade, he had already prepared to divert it aside. Yet before he could do so, that disarming charm veered off in a bizarre way on its own. Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly. So that was it. No wonder Wade had been able to hold out against Grindelwald's attacks until he returned. Since you have the ability to protect yourself, then I can rest easy. Do not blame me for being ruthless, child. This is all for your own good. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 300, 7 moves ahead. As Dumbledore thought this, a second spell was smoothly cast. Wade had just gotten back on his feet when he saw a petrification curse shooting straight at his face. Bang. Wade's shield charm was shattered outright, and his entire body was blasted backward by the spell. It was only because Wade possessed reflexes like a cat that he had managed to cast the shield charm in time. Otherwise, it would have ended right there. Wade knew he could no longer afford to take hits passively. While being flung backward, his wand in hand trembled rapidly. The once flat floor suddenly surged upward, stone walls rising one after another. The moment those stone walls rose, they were blown to pieces by Dumbledore's third disarming charm. However, this was also within Wade's expectations. Once the stone walls were shattered, he finally gained an opening to counterattack. Expelliarmus. This was the first time Wade had shouted a spell aloud. A burst of red light shot out violently from the fragments of the shattered stone walls, streaking straight toward Dumbledore. Seeing the spell beam before him, a trace of satisfied amusement appeared on Dumbledore's face. To cast a disarming charm with such power was enough to prove that Wade's strength already surpassed that of many professors. Dumbledore casually raised the Elder Wand, intending to block Wade's disarming charm. But just as the spell was about to be neutralized by the counter charm on his wand, the beam suddenly split apart, scattering into 6 separate streams. The directions of those 6 spell beams changed as well. They curved around Dumbledore's defensive zone and suddenly attacked from behind. A spell that could bend mid-flight. Dumbledore showed a look of surprise for the first time. He had seen spells deflected countless times before, but this, bending spell beams was something he had never encountered. Of course, although the 6 spell beams were unexpected, they were still unable to truly threaten Dumbledore. A single shield charm easily blocked them. Yet at the moment he deflected the spells, the stone fragments on the ground suddenly transformed into a massive stone serpent that lunged at Dumbledore, snapping its jaws. Dumbledore smiled and flicked his wand, and the stone serpent shattered with a crash. The Elder Wand traced an elegant arc through the air, and the falling fragments of the stone serpent gathered together, forming a gigantic stone lion that leapt fiercely toward Wade. Bang. Before the stone lion could reach him, Wade blasted it apart with a blasting curse. But before the fragments could scatter, they transformed into countless small wyverns that continued their assault toward him. Dumbledore's casting speed was simply too fast, especially his transfiguration. Wade was just about to respond with transfiguration of his own. But the Dumbledore opposite him suddenly vanished. An inexplicable chill ran through Wade's heart, and he spun around sharply. Dumbledore had already appeared behind him. A blazing disarming charm was rushing straight toward Wade's face. This room allows apparition. That thought flashed through Wade's mind just as Dumbledore's spell collided with the incoming miniature wyverns. Dumbledore was taken aback, because he discovered that both his spell and the transfigured wyverns had struck nothing. Wade himself had already appeared behind Dumbledore and launched his counterattack. A smile surfaced on Dumbledore's face once more. Indeed, with such powerful magic, learning apparition was hardly difficult. Dumbledore pivoted swiftly, and the spell in his hand slammed head-on into Wade's spell. Boom. Intense magical fluctuations rippled outward in all directions. Wade was still fully focused on his spell clash with Dumbledore when he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet grow soft. Startled, Wade realized that while Dumbledore was exchanging spells with him, his transfiguration had never stopped. So that was it, a single attack could incorporate several spells at once. I was being too rigid. With that thought, Wade operated again, his body vanishing and reappearing in midair. Dumbledore looked up at Wade and smiled faintly once more. Wade immediately sensed trouble, but it already seemed too late. As it turned out, Dumbledore had hidden several stone wyverns in the air as well. TSK, that's really devious. Those small wyverns suddenly spread out, transforming into a huge net that completely enveloped Wade. By the time Wade operated out of the net again, before he could even catch his breath, he felt a slight pain in his back. Dumbledore had already appeared behind him, the Elder Wand resting quietly against his back. You've lost, Wade. Professor. I've got it now. So-called dueling is all about being devious. Wade said excitedly. Puffed. Ahahaha. Behind him, Dumbledore could not help but laugh. He put away the Elder Wand, then smiled and said, "What you said is rather crude in wording but not wrong in principle. That is roughly the idea, though we can phrase it a bit more elegantly." Dumbledore then asked, "Do you play chess?" "Only a little," Wade replied modestly. "In fact, the art of dueling is much like playing chess. When you make a move, you must already be thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead, or even 7 or 8, Dumbledore said, pointing toward the large net created by transfiguration. "Just like earlier, when I attacked you with transfiguration, I also hit a follow-up move. After several exchanges, that hidden move was able to force you into a mistake. And because I anticipated that you might make such a mistake, I had already considered several wrong choices you might make afterward. Of course, for every possible wrong choice you might make, I prepared several finishing methods. And if those finishing methods failed, I had also thought through how to respond to the counterattacks you might launch afterward. For every option, I had an answer." Wade listened in stunned silence. "Your method, really is something else. This approach might be very hard to teach to others," Dumbledore said with a smile. "But for you, I believe you can definitely learn it, because you are the most intelligent student I have ever seen at Hogwarts. In fact, when you dueled with me just now, you were already doing this to some extent. You simply did not think as many steps ahead as I did. It is like chess. I can think 7 moves ahead, while you can currently consider only 3. But that is not a serious problem. As long as I practice with you for a while longer, you will naturally be able to think several moves further ahead." Wade could not help rubbing the bridge of his nose. To be honest, this style of fighting was elegant, but it was far too mentally taxing. Even though he would instinctively fight this way in battle, he could never take it to the extreme that Dumbledore did. And besides, "Professor, when you fought Grindelwald earlier, I was watching from the side. Why didn't you use this method then?" Wade could not help asking. "At that time, my magical power was already stronger than his," Dumbledore said calmly. Wade immediately understood. Back then, after Wade had found a way to help him resolve his inner conflict, Dumbledore at his peak, with a purer state of mind, was terrifyingly powerful. Even though Grindelwald was still wielding the Elder Wand at the time, he was still an entire tier behind the enhanced Dumbledore in terms of raw magical power. In such a situation, Dumbledore had no need to engage in intricate mind games with someone whose magical power was inferior to his own. He could simply overwhelm him directly with sheer strength. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 301, Chapter 301, this will be fun. Admittedly, there were cases where a weaker wizard defeated a stronger one, but such upsets were almost non-existent at Dumbledore's level, even when the opponent was Grindelwald. That was why, at that time, Dumbledore had crushed Protego Diabolica with Gobrathian fire, forcing it down with overwhelming force. He had not even needed to use a universal counter-curse like Finite Incantatem. It was precisely because he had been defeated in a fair and proper duel that Grindelwald fell into such a long period of dejection afterward. Wade guessed that in the original course of history, the final duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald wielding the Elder Wand had probably used the same style of combat, rather than a straightforward overwhelming approach. Because the unenhanced Dumbledore of that time had not been overwhelmingly stronger than Grindelwald in terms of magical power, the Dumbledore of the original history had later told Harry that he was only somewhat superior to Grindelwald in magical technique, and that was how he achieved final victory. I understand now. When facing an opponent stronger than me, I should use this kind of combat style and strive to defeat the strong. And when I encounter someone inferior to me, I can simply overwhelm them directly, Wade summarized. Dumbledore shook his head. Your summary is not bad, but remember this above all else. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it still uses its full strength. Even if you possess the power to crush your opponent, you must never be careless. You never know how many hidden cards your opponent may have. Those who drown in rivers are often the ones who know how to swim. Wade nodded earnestly. He finally understood that the reason Dumbledore had practiced this style of combat with him tonight was, in fact, aimed at Grindelwald. Wade's magical power was very strong now, but when it came to facing Grindelwald, he was still lacking that final edge. If he truly had to fight Grindelwald, this style of combat was perfectly suited to him. All right, there's still plenty of time tonight. Let's continue, Dumbledore said with a smile as he once again drew the Elder Wand. A trace of a wry smile appeared on Wade's face. But immediately after, an indescribable sense of excitement welled up within him. After learning magic, Wade had rarely gone all out. The last time he dealt with the basilisk had been the first, but that time the basilisk was not very durable. A short combo was enough to finish it off. Wade had actually felt quite unsatisfied, but now he was facing Dumbledore at his peak. In other words, he could finally fight with his full strength. Even without using dark magic, this was still an extremely exhilarating experience for Wade. This will be fun. Huff. Fuck. By the time Wade supported himself against the wall and made his way back to the dormitory, it was already past 9 in the evening. In the room of requirement, Professor Dumbledore had sparred with him for nearly 2 hours. His physical strength had been almost completely drained, and the immense mental exertion left him dizzy and lightheaded. If he had not downed an entire bottle of invigoration draft, Wade probably would not have been able to make it back to the dormitory on his own. Moreover, when leaving the room of requirement, Dumbledore had instructed him that from today onward, he would need to spar with Dumbledore every single day until Dumbledore said it was enough. Just thinking about it was already somewhat overwhelming. Still, although it was exhausting, being able to duel daily with a great wizard like Dumbledore and receive constant guidance from him brought Wade tremendous gains. Tom was lying on his bed reading. When he looked up, he saw Wade staggering as he walked in. This was the first time he had ever seen Wade in such a weakened state. Are you all right? Alfred hurried over to support the unsteady Wade. I'm fine, just a bit drained, Wade said wearily. Right now, all he wanted was to lie down and sleep deeply. You look like you've just been thoroughly wrung out by 5 or 6 vila, Tom said in surprise. If that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad. I've heard vila are all as beautiful as angels. With Alfred's support, Wade weakly sat back down on his bed. So what did you actually go do? Tom asked. Then he suddenly recalled something Wade had mentioned before. Don't tell me it was Dumbledore's training plan for you. Yeah, ugh. Wade slowly lay down, only to feel his eyelids grow unbearably heavy. Even the invigoration draft could no longer lift his spirits, which showed just how much mental and physical effort the earlier sparring had consumed. What kind of training plan was it? Could we do it too? Tom immediately perked up. If it was a training plan that could make even someone like Wade improve, it had to be something extraordinary, right? For Tom, who constantly sought to grow stronger, how could he possibly miss such an opportunity? At the same time, Alfred and Henry, who was feeding his owl in the distance, both pricked up their ears. They were all very curious about what kind of training plan Dumbledore had designed for Wade. It's actually a very simple training plan. You could go ask Professor Dumbledore yourself and have him arrange one for you too. He values you quite highly now as well. Wade muttered, forcing himself to stay awake. Me. I really can. Wait, you still haven't told me what kind of training plan it is, Tom said, seeing that Wade was about to fall asleep. He hurried over and shook him vigorously. The crucial details had not been said yet, and this guy was already about to sleep. That would not do. Without hearing the key information, Tom would not be able to sleep tonight. It's very simple. You just need to spar seriously with Professor Dumbledore. Have you, ever seen a disarming charm that can punch straight through a castle floor? Wade said, rubbing his eyes. Tom's movements froze instantly. What was that supposed to mean? Spar with Dumbledore, and deal with disarming charms that could even blast through the floor. Henry and Alfred silently turned around and went back to minding their own business. This kind of training plan was not something they were blessed enough to endure. Tom also quietly turned back to his own bed. Better to just sleep. He thought of Wade's formidable magical power. Only someone with strength like Wade could probably withstand a training plan like that. Damn it. How could a disarming charm punch through the floor? Screech. Hogsmeade. A bizarre-looking bus screeched to a sudden stop in front of the Hog's Head. Welcome to ride the night bus again next time. Boom. Damn it, I wasn't finished talking yet. The night bus shot off again, drifting smoothly a short distance away before disappearing around the corner, the curses fading into the distance. In front of the Hog's Head, a pale-faced Nagini looked up at the sign above the door. This was her first time riding the night bus in human form. She finally understood why Wade had sworn never to take the night bus again the moment he got off last time. After steadying herself for a moment, Nagini stepped forward and gently pushed open the door to the Hog's Head. After the house elf Tabi had left, the environment inside the Hog's Head had once again returned to its former shabby state. Inside the tavern, there were quite a few people drinking and discussing matters. Of course, anything discussed in the Hog's Head was more or less on the illegal side. As a result, the moment Nagini stepped inside, she felt many wary gazes fall upon her. Aberforth was standing behind the bar, wiping a glass with a filthy rag. Hearing someone enter, he asked without even looking up, "What do you have?" Nagini walked up to the bar. "I'm here to find someone." Hearing that, Aberforth finally lifted his head impatiently. But the instant he saw Nagini's face, he froze. Merlin's beard. "It's actually you. You really have already. Albus mentioned it to me not long ago. I thought he was joking. Come with me." Aberforth glanced around at the other patrons, then called out loudly, "Chris, watch the bar for me." With that, he led Nagini toward the back of the tavern. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 302, Credence is dying. When they reached the small sitting room behind the tavern, Aberforth's expression finally softened a little. "I never expected that Wade would actually cure you," Aberforth said in amazement. "Wade is truly kind. After learning about my situation, he never treated me like a snake again. He always treated me as a person, as a friend, and he devoted himself day and night to researching a way to cure me," Nagini said gratefully. Aberforth recalled the time Wade had stayed here, then sighed softly. "That boy really is a good child. I rarely see my brother hold a student in such high regard. Please, have a seat." Only then did Aberforth remember to invite her to sit. He brought over some tea. "You came to see Aurelius, didn't you?" "Yes, after Wade returned to Hogwarts to study, I set out to visit old friends. I just came from Newt's place." Nagini looked at Aberforth nervously. "Credence. I mean, Aurelius. How is he now?" Hearing this, Aberforth's face grew somewhat ashen. "Not very well. Only when he is in a coma does the power of the Obscurus stop rampaging out of control. So now, the time he can stay conscious each day is very limited. Still, for an Obscurial, the fact that he has lived this long is already a miracle. Sigh, you could say that every extra day he lives is a gain. How could this happen?" A wave of sorrow surged in Nagini's heart. Even though Aurelius had ignored her advice back then and joined Grindelwald without hesitation, he was still her closest friend. When she had been a snake and lost her consciousness, and later, after regaining awareness, she had not wanted Aurelius to see her in that form, so she had kept avoiding him. Now that she was finally starting to recover, Aurelius was already on the brink of death. "Where is he now?" Nagini asked. "We moved him to a safe place. You know, given his current condition, it's no longer suitable for him to stay in Hogsmeade." "I want to see him," Nagini said. Aberforth glanced at the clock on the wall, then nodded. "All right. He should be waking up soon anyway." The place Aberforth had arranged for Aurelius was extremely remote, with no sign of human habitation around it. He did not want his son to stay in such an isolated place, but only somewhere like this could ensure that no one would be hurt if the Obscurus went out of control. It was a sturdy stone house, standing alone on a small hill. Nagini noticed intense magical fluctuations on the outer walls of the stone house. "We set up this house for him. Even if he loses control, the Obscurus won't be able to leave the building." But Aberforth could not bring himself to continue. Yet Nagini understood perfectly what he had left unsaid. This house was Aurelius' cage. "Father, is that you?" From inside the house came Aurelius' weak voice. Aberforth was such a strong man, yet when he heard his son's voice, his eyes could not help but redden. He opened the door and walked inside. "Yes, I'm here, and someone has come to see you as well." Inside the room, Aurelius lay weakly on the bed, staring quietly at the ceiling, his gaze dull and lifeless. After hearing his father's words, he finally looked toward the doorway. Aberforth stepped aside, and Nagini, who had been standing behind him, came into view. The dull light in Aurelius' eyes suddenly flared with brilliance. After a long moment, his parched throat finally produced a hoarse voice. "You're here. I'm here. Nagini walked to the bedside, looking at Aurelius with a complicated expression. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime, Nagini, Aurelius said, his once weak voice now filled with vitality. I thought I would never be able to meet you again as a human, Nagini said, her eyes reddening as well. I heard about it. It was Wade who cured you, Aurelius said. Yes. Before. Wade also saved me. He really is a remarkable child. I'll find a way to cure you too. It's too late. Nagini. No. I'll go ask Wade. There must be some way. Aurelius shook his head. It's no use, Nagini. I can feel it. My body is already failing. That's impossible. In truth, my body had already failed long ago. Later, when I heard that you had regained your consciousness, I barely managed to hold on. Aurelius smiled softly. I've actually been waiting for you. I really hoped you would come to see me, because only then would it prove that you had been cured. And I still owe you an apology. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned you back then and joined Grindelwald. That's all in the past. And I never blamed you. You'll definitely get better too. Aurelius looked at her quietly, yet his spirit seemed to grow stronger and stronger. How wonderful to see you getting better. Truly wonderful. In the end, Wade Reynolds could not fulfill his wish to sleep straight through until morning. He was woken by someone. When Wade opened his eyes and saw Dumbledore's serious expression in front of him, he thought he was still dreaming. Ha! Old man. I don't want to duel anymore. How could Dumbledore appear in the Slytherin dormitory, AF it? Hee. I must not be fully awake yet. Get out of my dream. He smiled like a fool and closed his eyes again. Let me dream about those street mungos, ner. It's not a dream, Wade. Then he heard a woman's voice. Then he saw Nagini beside Dumbledore, her eyes brimming with tears, and the other students in the dormitory looking on in confusion. Professor? What happened, Wade? Did he do something? Tom asked in surprise. We need Wade's help with something, Dumbledore said. Sorry to disturb your rest. Oh, then it's fine. Tom let out a sigh of relief. He had thought Wade Reynolds' schemes had been exposed and that he was about to be arrested and thrown into Azkaban. If Wade Reynolds were arrested, he, Wade's #1 follower, would not escape either. Fortunately, nothing he feared had happened. So before Wade could even fully react, he was already pulled up and helped into his clothes. By the time he came to his senses, he was already following Dumbledore and Nagini into the cold, quiet corridors of the castle. Along the way, Dumbledore briefly explained the situation to him. Only then did Wade Reynolds finally understand what was going on. It turned out that Aurelius was on the brink of death. When everyone was at a loss, Aberforth suddenly thought of Wade Reynolds, that remarkable boy. If Wade could even solve the problem of the blood curse, perhaps he really had a way to save Aurelius as well. So Dumbledore came. In truth, no one held much hope, because even when Wade treated the blood curse, it had taken him a long time of research. Even if Wade had the ability to cure Aurelius, under such rushed circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to come up with a solution. They brought him over only for the faintest chance. Do what they could, and leave the rest to fate. Support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 303, please go ahead and do it. After explaining the situation, Dumbledore said apologetically, Wade, I'm very sorry to drag you out like this, but you really are the last hope. Please don't say that, Professor. A human life is above everything, Wade said calmly, now fully awake. Wade did not have much of a relationship with Aurelius, but Dumbledore and Aberforth had both taken good care of him. Emotionally and logically, he could not stand by and do nothing, he had to maintain this image. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have gone to see him. If you hadn't gone, he would only have died slowly in pain, carrying regrets to the end, Wade interrupted Nagini's self-reproach. Wade, do you have a way? Dumbledore asked softly as he walked ahead. Wade pondered for a moment, opened a bottle of invigoration draft, and drank it before saying, I'm not sure yet, after all, I still don't know what condition Aurelius is in. As they hurried out of the castle, they did not notice that at the end of a distant corridor, a figure was quietly watching their backs. Hogsmeade was actually not far from Hogwarts. And the stone house Aberforth had arranged for Aurelius was not far from Hogsmeade either. So, as soon as they walked out of the school gates, Dumbledore grabbed Wade and Nagini by the hands and operated directly to the front of Aurelius' stone house. Wade. As soon as Aberforth saw Wade, he walked over immediately. The man who had always been strong was now crying like a helpless child. Seeing him like this, Wade felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Because he suddenly thought of his own situation. If he were to disappear suddenly, would his family also cry helplessly like Aberforth? I know everything. I'll do my best. Wade could only say this. Then Wade walked into the stone house. Aurelius lay on the bed, his body and face covered with bulging veins, his expression twisted and ferocious. Anyone could tell that he was enduring pain far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. No obscurial had ever lived as long as he had, so no one knew how he had managed to hold on. Nor did anyone know what kind of struggle he had gone through with the obscurus inside his body. With Wade's ability, it was easy for him to see that the magic within Aurelius was spiraling out of control. Although the obscurus had brought Aurelius a tremendous increase in magical power, now that it was out of control, it was inflicting pain of the same magnitude upon him. Wade did not waste time. Nightmare magic surged from his wand like a tide and probed into Aurelius' body. Before long, Wade frowned. The situation was even more serious than he had imagined. We have to extract the obscurus from his body. After a long moment, Wade withdrew the power of nightmare magic and said gravely, otherwise, he really will die. Dumbledore sighed and said, we all know that, but the power of the obscurus is entangled with his own magic, constantly clashing with it. We simply have no way to extract the obscurus under these circumstances. If we force it out, it might tear his soul apart. In fact, no one could extract the power of an obscurus from an obscurial while they were still alive, because the two were originally one and the same. As long as the host was alive, the obscurus still had consciousness. And as long as it had consciousness, the obscurus, possessing unimaginably powerful magic, would never allow itself to be calmly extracted from its host. Only when the host died would the obscurus simultaneously lose its will to resist, allowing others to extract it. Newt had once extracted an obscurus from an obscurial who had already died. So, if we make the obscurus lose its magic, there might be a way, right? Wade said with a frown. You have a way to make it lose its magic. There is one. But I can't guarantee whether Aurelius can endure it. It's very dangerous. Now there's no other way left, Wade, we can't just stand by and watch him die like this. Aberforth said sorrowfully. If you have a way, then try it. No matter the outcome. I won't blame you. Wade turned to look at Dumbledore and Nagini. Nagini nodded. At this moment, she trusted Wade more than anyone else. Dumbledore sighed and said, if you have a method, then go ahead and try it. But I still have to ask you first, is your method dangerous for you? If it is, then tell me your idea and let me do it instead. Wade shook his head and said, for me, there's no danger. But, my method is something only I can use. It involves my special ability. Hearing Wade say it was his special ability, Dumbledore immediately thought of ancient magic. Could it be that Wade had already developed a new application of ancient magic on his own? In that case, go ahead and do it, Dumbledore said with a nod. At this point, he no longer had time to ask what Wade's specific method was. At this moment, Aurelius was barely hanging on, and there was no time left to delay. Wade had to act immediately. Even if Wade's method failed, Aurelius would at least be freed from his suffering. After receiving everyone's consent, Wade turned toward Aurelius, who lay unconscious on the bed. However, with his back to the others, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Why had Wade kidnapped Dementors in the first place? It was for the negative emotions within them. And now, right before him, Aurelius Obscurus was filled with violently raging negative emotions. At this moment, Aurelius' reason was being assaulted by those negative emotions. Once his will was crushed, he would transform into an Obscurus that had completely lost its sanity, tearing every living being before him to pieces. Only after exhausting all its strength would the Obscurus revert to its human form, then die together with its host. To put it bluntly, in Wade's eyes right now, Aurelius was like a superhumanoid panacea. Wade roughly estimated that the negative emotions contained in this single Obscurus were at least equivalent to those within 20 fully fed Dementors. What did it mean to be a great tonic? Wade had not expected that just after harvesting a wave of negative emotions from Nagini's beast soul, he would so quickly encounter another enormous gain. At the same time, he could not help but admire Aurelius' powerful will. If it were not for Aurelius' consciousness still resisting until now, he would have lost control long ago. With such willpower, it was no wonder he had managed to live longer than any other Obscurial. Of course, how much pain he had endured in the process was truly beyond words. However, Wade was not merely coveting the negative emotions within Aurelius. It was precisely because of this characteristic of the Obscurus that it shared similarities with Nagini's beast soul. In other words, as long as Wade extracted all the negative emotions from the Obscurus, it would temporarily lose its violent consciousnness. That way, he might truly be able to save Aurelius' life, just as he had done when treating Nagini. Wade looked at Aurelius and drew his wand. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 304, Overwhelming Urge for Bloodshed and Destruction. With the aid of ancient magic, directly extracting the negative emotions of the obscurus was actually simple. But under so many watchful eyes, he still needed to put on a performance, because the extraction process might look somewhat dark. An idea quickly formed in Wade Reynolds' mind. "We need to move him outside first," Wade said. So everyone exited the stone house, and Wade used a levitation charm to move Aurelius out, bringing him to the open space outside. Wade looked at Aurelius floating before him and did not delay any further, pressing the tip of his wand against Aurelius' forehead. A blue-silver glow, visible only to Wade, flickered, and then a mass of reddish-brown mist was drawn out from Aurelius' forehead. However, the mist seemed to have taken root. Although Wade had extracted a portion of it, most of it still appeared to remain within Aurelius' body. Ah! Aurelius, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cry of agony. Aberforth's body trembled. Is that the obscurus? Is Wade forcibly separating the obscurus? Calm down, Aberforth. That is not the obscurus. Dumbledore frowned. That is something else. Something very dangerous. Dumbledore felt that this thing looked strangely familiar, seeming very similar to the kind of magical power Grindelwald had tried to seize in the Hogwarts underground back then. If it was that kind of power, ancient magic, mysterious magical power. Connecting it with what had happened before, Dumbledore suddenly understood many things. Of course, even now, he still did not suspect Wade of being the source of these mysterious powers. Because before Wade, there had already been two known bearers of ancient magic talent at Hogwarts. The senior student was one, and before her, Professor Morganac, who had once used students as experimental subjects, was another. In Dumbledore's view, the magical power in the chamber should have been left behind by Professor Morganac. After all, that chamber had originally been left behind by Professor Morganac and had been sealed for many years, only to be blasted open recently by Grindelwald and his followers. At the same time, a figure deep within the distant forest widened their eyes the moment they saw the residue Wade had extracted. Come out. At this moment, Wade had already forcibly dragged out 2/3 of that residue. Meanwhile, Aurelius' screams had not stopped, causing everyone present to feel their hearts tighten. Suddenly, it was as if Wade's strength had failed him, and that residue abruptly shrank back into Aurelius' body by 1/3. This made everyone's heart skip a beat. At first, Wade had indeed been acting to some extent, intending to extract the residue directly and store it in the goblin metal container he carried with him. But later, he discovered that the negative emotions of the obscurus were extraordinarily stubborn. Even after exerting great force, they still refused to come out. Clearly, compared to the cold goblin metal container in Wade's hand, the negative emotions of the obscurus preferred to remain within Aurelius' body. Seeing that the residue was about to transform back into negative emotions and return to Aurelius' body, Wade made a decisive choice. He put away the goblin metal container and instead began drawing the residue into his own body. Absorb it first. Extracting it from his own body later was still better than only being able to see it without being able to take it. Sure enough, when facing Wade, whose magic was powerful, the residue showed far more enthusiasm than it had toward the metal container. Wade felt a sudden release in his hand, and the resistance of the negative emotions within Aurelius' body weakened significantly. Under the influence of ancient magic, they transformed into residue one after another and began surging into Wade's body. Clearly, for this kind of magical power, the physical body of someone with ancient magic talent was more attractive than any other place. At this moment, the scene became extremely eerie. Aurelius was screaming in agony, while Wade looked like an evil dark wizard, frantically absorbing Aurelius' magic. If the others had not known that Wade was treating him, they might have thought he was plundering Aurelius' magic. At last, all the negative emotions transformed into residue and flowed into Wade's body. In that instant, Wade felt a surge of bloodthirsty, violent emotion rise fiercely from the depths of his heart. TSK, this is intense, Wade thought with alarm. However, Wade had prepared himself mentally and had always felt instinctive resistance toward unpurified residue. So in the end, this massive amount of residue failed to merge smoothly with Wade. He only passively absorbed a small portion of it. As for the rest, it could only wander restlessly inside his body. As mentioned earlier, the impact of unpurified residue on the host depends on the amount absorbed. So although Wade was affected by the negative emotions within the residue and developed violent impulses, he was still barely able to keep them under control. At this moment, the obscurus within Aurelius had lost all negative emotions and, like Nagini's beast soul, officially lost its core instinctive consciousness. Aurelius' screams disappeared, and he himself woke up almost immediately. The levitation charm failed, and Aurelius fell from midair. Aberforth hurriedly raised his wand and caught him. This. Aurelius stared at his own body in shock. He realized that the violent consciousness that had been fighting him for control of his body all this time had completely vanished. Never before had Aurelius felt his mind and body as comfortable as he did today. How do you feel? Aberforth asked in delight. I think I'm better, Aurelius said uncertainly. Dumbledore rushed over and placed the tip of his wand against Aurelius' body, beginning to examine him. After a moment, Dumbledore said in delight, "Quick! Extract the Obscurus from his body now." Although he did not know what Wade had done, at this moment the Obscurus within Aurelius seemed to have lost consciousness, showing no resistance at all. Such a situation should only occur under one condition, when the host had already died. But now, Aurelius was still alive. Without a doubt, it was Wade's actions that had taken effect. At this point, Wade's direct involvement was no longer necessary. Dumbledore and Aberforth simultaneously raised the Elder Wand and pointed it at Aurelius, and a mass of black mist was suddenly drawn out by the two of them. Aurelius let out a cry of pain and then collapsed to the ground. Although he had felt immense agony at the moment of separation, after the Obscurus was extracted, Aurelius immediately felt an unprecedented lightness in his soul. It was as if his soul had been reborn. Shedding the Obscurus was like a snake shedding its skin. At this moment, while everyone's attention was focused on Aurelius, Wade hurriedly transferred all the residue still racing chaotically within his body, trying to force him to absorb it, into the goblin metal containers on his person. Once negative emotions were transformed into residue, they became far easier to control than raw negative emotions. Wade effortlessly guided and organized these residues, then stored them in the goblin metal containers he carried with him. Even though Wade had accidentally absorbed some of the residue, it still filled 15 metal containers. Wade felt somewhat fortunate. If he had not previously been unsure how much residue a Dementor could yield and had not prepared extra containers just in case, he truly would not have been able to store it all now. After securing the harvest, Wade finally let out a sigh of relief. But the matter was not over yet. Wade still needed to finish the act. Only then could he maximize the benefits. Coincidentally, since Wade had accidentally absorbed some unpurified residue, under the influence of those negative emotions, certain side effects were beginning to manifest in him. Wade took a deep breath, then slightly withdrew the soul power he was using to suppress those negative emotions. The next moment, his originally black eyes abruptly turned blood red. An overwhelming urge for bloodshed and destruction surged violently in his heart. TSK. The negative emotions of the Obscurus are really strong. I only loosen control a little, and I'm about to turn into a Dark Lord. At this moment, while Dumbledore and the others were still rejoicing over Aurelius' recovery, they suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Especially Dumbledore, who felt an intense sense of danger. He turned his head sharply and saw Wade with crimson eyes and murderous intent radiating from his body. "This is bad," Dumbledore muttered. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Wade's Evil Conscience. This is bad. This is truly bad. Dumbledore immediately recalled that Wade had seemed to absorb that kind of magical power from Aurelius just now. Back in that chamber, Dumbledore and the others had recognized that this kind of magic carried severe side effects, which was why they had destroyed it and sealed the chamber afterward. And just now, Wade had absorbed all of that magic. In other words, he was now being controlled by the side effects. The others were also alerted by Dumbledore's reaction and followed his gaze. They were all shocked by the boy's appearance. Ku. Kiki, Kihei. Kihihi. Wade Reynolds lifted his head, revealing blood-red eyes. A chilling laugh escaped his lips as his wand slowly began to rise. Wade. What's wrong with you? Nagini stared at him in shock. Is it because of me? Aurelius looked at him with a pale face, his expression full of guilt. Dumbledore stepped forward and stood in front of the boy, looking at his student with anguish. Wade. Wake up. I know you can hear me. The movement of raising his wand indeed stopped. Wade covered half of his face with his left hand, and a painful groan came from his mouth. At this moment, the figure in the distant forest also looked uncertain when seeing him like this. Wade. Wake up. Use your willpower. I believe you can definitely control yourself. Dumbledore said anxiously. The veins on the boy's left hand bulged as he covered his face, while his exposed blood-red right eye suddenly locked onto Dumbledore. Kuhehehe. The eerie laughter appeared again. Control. Control what? I feel great right now, this feeling kihihi. Hearing this, even the hand holding the Elder Wand began to tremble. Quick, all of you, retreat into the stone house. Leave this to me, Dumbledore said calmly. But everyone could hear a trace of panic beneath his composed voice. I'll help you. After sending Nagini and Aurelius into the stone house, Aberforth stepped back to Dumbledore's side. Wade Reynolds had ended up like this while trying to save Aurelius. If anything irreversible happened, Aberforth would never be able to forgive himself. Wade. I know you're not like this. You're a good boy, aren't you? Dumbledore said gently as he slowly walked toward him. A good boy. Wade tilted his head. What's so fun about being a good boy? I've got much more interesting things to do. Wade, listen to me. Kiki. Avada Kedavra. Green light illuminated the forest outside the stone house. Dumbledore reacted instantly. Almost the moment the killing curse was cast, he raised his wand and unleashed a blazing red spell. The red and green spell beams collided violently. Boom. The killing curse, amplified several-fold by Wade's descent into darkness, collided with Dumbledore's disarming charm, which he dared not unleash at full power because he did not want to harm his student. For a moment, it actually held its ground. Aberforth, of course, did not stand there idly. While his brother and Wade were locked in a spell-welding contest, he flicked his wand and cast a petrification curse. However, a stone wall suddenly rose in front of him, not only blocking his spell but also sprouting several sharp spikes from its surface. If Aberforth had not dodged in time, he would have been almost pinned to the wall. Seeing this, Dumbledore had no choice but to increase the power of his spell. Boom. The balance of the duel shifted abruptly. Dumbledore's red spell beam began to slowly devour the green beam, inching closer and closer to the boy's wand. Wade pressed his lips together and brought his previously free left hand up to grip the wand as well. Only when he held the wand with both hands did he finally stop the decline. Wade. Wake up. Dumbledore shouted loudly. At this moment, Aberforth made another move. Seeing this, Wade sharply flicked his wand upward, and his figure vanished from the spot. Aberforth's stunning spell missed its target. Apparition. Aberforth exclaimed. Dumbledore said nothing more, and his figure vanished as well. Boom. Snap. Boom. Snap. Boom. The figures of Wade Reynolds and Dumbledore kept operating across the field, countless powerful spells shooting through the air, triggering a chain of terrifying explosions around them. The sight left Aberforth stunned. But even if he wanted to help now, he could hardly intervene. The two of them were moving too fast. Back then, what happened to Ariana had also been Aberforth's nightmare. And it was not only Aberforth who was stunned. Nagini and Aurelius, watching from the window of the stone house, were also terrified. Wade was actually fighting Dumbledore to the death. And with such overwhelming power, could a teenager really possess this level of strength? At the same time, the figure in the dense forest finally could not hold back any longer and stepped out of the shadows. Grindelwald looked at the boy who was locked in an intense battle with Dumbledore, his eyes filled with delight. Even though Dumbledore was holding back at every turn, for a boy barely in his teens to fight him to this extent was already unimaginably powerful. Sure enough, his prophecy had not been wrong. Only such a genius could play a crucial role in his future plans. But a genius like this could not be allowed to fall here because of an accident. So Grindelwald walked out of the forest, took out a brand new wand, and swiftly joined the battle. The fight that Aberforth could not keep up with posed no difficulty for Grindelwald. Bang. 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 The thunderous collisions of spells and explosions raged across the area. Aberforth had no choice but to stand in front of the stone house, guarding it closely, afraid that the spells of the three would tear the house apart. With Grindelwald's intervention, Wade's offensive could no longer pose any real threat. At this moment, Wade, who had hidden his consciousness and was watching his body, dominated by murderous instinct, was completely stunned when he saw Grindelwald appear. Wait, I'm fighting Dumbledore and Grindelwald alone. Seriously? Unsurprisingly, the body driven only by combat instinct was quickly pinned to the ground by the combined efforts of the two legends. Thud. Grindelwald raised his wand and fired a stunning spell into Wade's back. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Of course, it was only the bloodthirsty consciousness born from negative emotions that was knocked out. Wade's true consciousness was hiding and watching the scene unfold. Still, when he looked at his own body, covered in wounds, he could not help baring his teeth in pain. Was this act of playing the victim a bit too real? This was all Grindelwald's fault. When he had been fighting Dumbledore, he had clearly been in control of the rhythm. All he needed was to interfere with his body at the critical moment, let Dumbledore defeat him, put on a mild show of suffering, and everything would have been over. Who could have expected Grindelwald to suddenly appear? That old man kept saying Wade Reynolds would be of great help to his future cause, yet he struck with such brutal force. Old man, just you wait. Seeing the boy subdued, Dumbledore finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked worriedly at the figure lying limp on the ground, and no longer had any interest in questioning why Grindelwald had appeared here. What do we do now? Aberforth walked over, glared at Grindelwald, then asked his brother. Let's take him back to the castle first, Dumbledore said with a frown. I need to find a way to remove that kind of magic from his body. What exactly is going on? Shouldn't you explain it to me first? As a senior investigator of the Ministry of Magic, I have the right to know the whole story. Grindelwald said seriously. Wade was crucial to his plans, so he could not afford to let him die here. That was why Grindelwald also wanted to understand the situation and restore the boy to normal. Dumbledore frowned in thought for a moment, recalling Grindelwald's attainments in dark magic, and then said reluctantly, "Then come with us. We'll talk after we return to the castle." Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 306, Chapter 306, Grindelwald is onto something. The hospital wing. Wade Reynolds lay quietly on the bed, his eyes closed. So you sent a student who is only 12 this year to face an obscurus alone. Is that how Hogwarts professors do their jobs? Grindelwald said at the side in an accusatory tone. Dumbledore corrected him. He was treating it, not fighting it. Oh. So you believe a 12-year-old second-year student could cure an obscurial that no one in the wizarding world has ever been able to cure, and then be pushed into mortal danger and end up seriously injured? Grindelwald sneered, cutting Dumbledore off. You should know Wade's special nature, so there's no need to play dumb with me, Dumbledore replied coldly. And what good does that do? Go explain it to the public, to the parents. All they will know is that you allowed a child to face such a dangerous dark creature alone. If the parents find out that Hogwarts professors are this irresponsible with student safety, tell me, do you think you would still be able to remain a professor at Hogwarts? Grindelwald said meaningfully. So you're threatening me? Dumbledore raised his eyes and looked at Grindelwald calmly. Yes, I'm threatening you, Grindelwald said, pulling over a chair and sitting down. But if you fully agree to my reform plan, I will keep this matter quiet. Grindelwald smiled a sly smile. After all, under my educational reforms, students will eventually have to face dark creatures anyway. Of course, even I am not as ruthless as you. I would never let a student face something as vicious as an obscurus. Do as you please. Perhaps, not being able to remain a professor would not be such a bad thing. That way, many things I have previously been constrained from doing could be pursued freely. For example, running for minister or something like that, Dumbledore replied calmly, meeting Grindelwald's gaze. Grindelwald's expression shifted slightly. After a moment, he showed a faint smile. I was only joking with you, Dumbledore. Professor. And I do not believe you are ready to enter politics just yet. He could threaten Dumbledore, but Dumbledore could threaten him just as easily. Even if Dumbledore still dared not become minister, with his abilities, he had many ways to make Grindelwald's life difficult. So in the end, Grindelwald abandoned the idea that could lead to mutual destruction. After all, since his cause was making progress for the time being, there was no need to take such a risk. Then can we return to the matter at hand? Dumbledore asked. Of course. Grindelwald's gaze fell on Wade Reynolds. But if we want to restore Wade, we must first figure out what kind of power he absorbed earlier, and why an obscurial would possess it. This was the question that interested Grindelwald the most. After all, it was precisely because of this power that he had rashly launched an attack on Hogwarts before, an operation that had resulted in his most elite squad of followers being sent permanently to Azkaban. I'm not entirely sure either, Dumbledore said with a frown. But after Wade absorbed that power, the obscurus within Aurelius lost its will to resist. Hearing this, Grindelwald lightly touched his wand to the boy and carefully examined his condition with magic. Extremely violent magical power. Even now, this power is still raging within his body, Grindelwald murmured. Yes. I believe that power also carries intense negative emotions. Such emotions can instantly corrupt a person's consciousness, turning them bloodthirsty and violent. Wade should have been able to control it. At this point, Dumbledore's face was filled with guilt. He had always had great confidence in the boy's willpower, which was why he initially believed that he should not have been controlled by this kind of power. But Dumbledore recalled the sparring session he had with Wade that evening. During those more than 2 hours of intense practice, the boy had expended an enormous amount of mental energy. Then, later that night, before he had fully recovered, Dumbledore had pulled him away to treat Aurelius. Because of this, Dumbledore concluded that Wade had failed to resist the erosion of that violent consciousness precisely because he was already overexerted. Having realized this, Dumbledore felt even more guilty. There's something you haven't told me, Grindelwald said with a frown. We're treating Wade right now. Since you asked me to help, you can't keep things from me. I sparred with him earlier tonight. His mental energy was likely overtaxed and hadn't fully recovered, so that's why. Hey, trying to guard against me, were you? Grindelwald sneered. Guarding against me is one thing, but because of it, you ended up harming your most favored student. How does that feel? This time, Dumbledore did not reply. Even though Grindelwald's words were full of mockery, his heart was overwhelmed by guilt. By now, Grindelwald had finished his examination and withdrew his wand. Fortunately, I've encountered this kind of magic before, and I've even absorbed a small amount of it myself. So I have some understanding of it, Grindelwald said casually. Treating Wade isn't difficult. We just need to extract this magic from him. How do we extract it? This power is tangled together with his own magic, Dumbledore said with a frown. Being entangled isn't a problem. Just draw it out slowly. Even if it can't be removed completely, that's fine. As long as he regains consciousness, there won't be an issue. This isn't an obscurus, after all. Dumbledore, you're letting concern cloud your judgment. Grindelwald said as he took a ring from his pocket. He tapped the ring with his wand, and it began to rapidly transform, gradually becoming a hollow sphere. This ring is made of goblin metal. Containers made from goblin metal can store this kind of power, Grindelwald said. He then tapped his wand against the boy again and began extracting the residue. What are you standing there for? Help me. Dumbledore did not argue and raised his wand to join in. How did you know Hogwarts had this kind of power in the first place? Dumbledore asked suddenly. I got the information from the goblins. They found it in the diary of a goblin from many years ago. Haven't you already figured that out? Why are you asking me? Grindelwald replied irritably. Hearing this, the slight suspicion that had risen in Dumbledore's heart dissipated completely. However, although Dumbledore no longer suspected anything, Grindelwald's doubts had begun to grow. The more he recalled Wade's actions earlier, the more suspicious he became. This boy was not pretending, was he? Grindelwald knew very well what this kind of power could do. It could greatly amplify a wizard's strength. Grindelwald himself had personally absorbed this kind of magic before. In his view, although it had side effects, they were nowhere near this extreme. And this was a type of magic that Dumbledore could recognize. Which meant that if Wade wanted to plausibly swallow this power in front of Dumbledore, he would have had to put on an act. Or rather, perhaps he had not been acting at all, but had simply failed to resist the temptation and absorbed too much, causing everything to spiral out of control. More importantly, the boy could actually extract this kind of magical power. When had he learned to extract it? Was it something he only discovered last night, when he realized the obscurus contained this power, or had he known how to do it all along? If Wade had known how to extract this power from the very beginning. Damn it. So that's how it was. Grindelwald finally understood. He had originally thought that Wade had only set a trap after discovering Rosier's identity and his own plans, then gone along with the situation. But now it seemed that this entire trap had been laid by the boy from start to finish. After figuring everything out, it was impossible for Grindelwald not to feel angry. And yet, thinking about how someone so young could possess such methods, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. At his age, he had still been experimenting with rather crude dark magic. Forget it. Although he had suffered a great loss that time, the eventual outcome had been good. He had found the right path afterward. Wait. Grindelwald suddenly remembered something crucial. The reason he had embarked on his current path in the first place was because he had heard it from Anne. And had heard it from Wade. Back then, he had clearly already known Anne's identity, yet he still told her those things. You little bastard. So this was deliberate. You wanted me to act according to your design. So in the end, I was the one being used as a chess piece. Then when did he start planning all of this? The more Grindelwald thought about it, the more a chilling realization crept over him. The look in his eyes as he stared at Wade Reynolds grew increasingly shocked. Was this really a scheme a teenager could come up with? Was it Dumbledore? No. Dumbledore was too rigid. He did not have such a flexible mind. Could there be someone else behind him? Or was it truly all his own doing? No matter which it was, Grindelwald knew he would have to think carefully about whether the path he was walking was riddled with hidden traps. Early the next morning, Wade woke up on a bed in the hospital wing. In truth, after Dumbledore and the others had helped him extract the residue the night before, he could already have woken up. But that old man Grindelwald, citing castle security, had not lifted the stunning spell on his body and had even added another one for good measure. Seeing that, the boy did not bother dispelling it himself and simply went to sleep. You're awake. A voice full of pleasant surprise came from nearby. Wade turned his head and saw Nagini sitting beside him. Why are you here? Where am I? Oh yes. How is Aurelius? Is he all right? He immediately slipped back into character and asked about the patient first. Thanks to your selfless help, he's fine now, Nagini said softly. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Wade. You're not like Grindelwald. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 307, Chapter 307, a masterclass in remorse. Self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Exactly right. The purpose of Wade putting on this entire act was precisely to earn that reputation of self-sacrifice. And since Nagini had said such words, it proved that she had completely placed her trust in him and no longer harbored any wariness toward him. That was very good. As long as he's fine, that's enough. Thinking back on it now, I really was a bit careless at the time. I didn't expect my magic to lose control and make me pass out. How long was I unconscious? Wade asked. Nagini's expression turned a little strange when she heard that. After you collapsed, you were sent to the hospital wing. It's only been one night. That's not right, you're not telling the truth. Wade frowned as he studied Nagini's expression, then said. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, Wade Reynolds jolted upright in bed. That's not right. Last night, did I do something I shouldn't have? Nagini thought to herself that there really wasn't anything he shouldn't have done, aside from throwing a killing curse at Professor Dumbledore. It's already over. Other than you, no one was hurt because of it. Wade, don't ask any more, Nagini said gently. She did not dare tell him what had happened last night, afraid it would only worry him. Wade lay back down weakly and murmured, that power was so violent, so bloodthirsty, how could I have just slept peacefully? It's over. I must have done many things I shouldn't have, really, no one was hurt. I really deserve to die. Hearing Wade Reynolds' words, Nagini felt a sharp pang in her heart. Wade really is kind-hearted, after losing control, he is feeling such deep remorse. No one is blaming you, Wade. Everyone knows it wasn't your intention. And truly, no one was hurt. You can rest assured, Nagini said softly. As long as everyone's fine. Wade let out a sigh of relief. He was about to continue speaking when suddenly. TSK TSK TSK. A smacking sound came from the doorway. Wade looked over and saw Tom standing there, holding a huge pile of gifts, gazing at him with a meaningful expression. It was as if he were saying, "Bro, putting on another act." Wade shot him a death glare. "Just try saying something stupid and ruining my plans, see what happens." Tom walked in and placed the large stack of get-well gifts onto the bedside table. "Everyone heard that you were injured and wanted to come see you, but Professor Dumbledore wouldn't allow so many people to come at once. So they asked me to check on you and bring their gifts along," Tom said. "Help me thank everyone, actually, never mind. I'll go thank them myself." "I should be discharged today anyway," Wade said. "I don't think you'll be leaving today. Professor Dumbledore told me you're to stay in the hospital wing for observation for 3 more days." Tom paused, then added meaningfully, "I also heard you attacked a professor last night. And with the killing curse, no less." "Tom." Nagini cut him off. Tom glanced at Nagini and sighed. Well, he should have known. How could Nagini possibly not be taken in by this guy? Of course, he also lacked the courage to expose Wade Reynolds' true nature. "How did you know about that?" Wade asked. "Professor Dumbledore told everyone else that you were injured while assisting with a patrol of the Forbidden Forest last night. But he told the truth to those of us in your dormitory, since we saw you leave with them," Tom said. The excuse was pretty flimsy, but somehow a lot of people believed it. "Then how do you know I used the killing curse?" "I doubt Professor Dumbledore would tell you that," Wade said. Tom shrugged. "Grindelwald told me. I ran into him on the way here today." Nagini frowned. "Tom, stay away from Grindelwald. It's best not to have any contact with him. He's not a good person." Tom hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but in the end he gave up resisting. "Right. Grindelwald is a bad person. Not like someone else, who's practically as pure as a white lotus." However, at this moment, Wade had little reaction to Tom's sarcastic remark, because his thoughts were focused on Grindelwald. Grindelwald's appearance last night had truly been beyond Wade Reynolds' expectations. No one had anticipated that the old man would secretly follow them. If that was the case, then he must have seen the residue Wade absorbed. In other words, Grindelwald had almost certainly already figured out who had set the trap for him back then. Fine. After this unexpected incident, there was no choice but to deal with Grindelwald openly from now on. It was a bit earlier than planned, but the impact was not significant. Compared to that, last night's gains were enormous. First, he had obtained a huge amount of residue. Once converted and absorbed, even with considerable losses in the process, his magical power would still increase significantly. Second, he had gained Nagini's complete trust. Although Nagini's blood curse had not been fully removed, thanks to his and the senior's treatment, her body was now in a very peculiar state. That meant she possessed the powerful magic she had in her serpent form while still being able to maintain a human shape. In other words, Nagini was now essentially a humanoid magical creature, with magical power far surpassing that of most wizards. With just a bit more training, Nagini would soon grow into a very powerful ally. There was one final benefit as well. Wade Reynolds had once again earned a massive amount of trust from Dumbledore and the others, firmly reinforcing his image as a kind, self-sacrificing person, and even leaving Dumbledore feeling guilty toward him. With that, if Wade needed to do something sensitive in the future, Dumbledore would be far less likely to grow suspicious. As for Aberforth's and Aurelius' gratitude, those were merely minor bonuses. In summary, this was an enormous win. Dumbledore did not appear in the hospital wing again until noon. It's truly a relief to see that you're all right. Otherwise, Dumbledore's face was filled with exhaustion. Wade's sudden loss of control had kept him awake all night. Dumbledore placed all the blame on himself. I'm sorry, Professor. If I hadn't been so arrogant and overconfident, I wouldn't have nearly hurt you, Wade said first, slipping smoothly into a posture of remorse. Seeing this, Dumbledore felt even more guilty. Even in a situation like this, the child was still blaming himself, while he had previously harbored a trace of needless suspicion toward him. That really should not have happened. Don't think like that, Wade. Although this may sound a bit like self-praise, I still want to say that it wouldn't be so easy for you to hurt me, Dumbledore said, trying to comfort him and keep him from dwelling on it. After that, Wade briefly explained to Dumbledore how he had treated Aurelius. Ancient magic was still ancient magic. Just like when he had explained how he treated Nagini, any parts that were hard to explain could simply be attributed to ancient magic. In fact, the Obscurus doesn't have a true sense of self, only an instinct for destruction, just like when Nagini transforms. All of that comes from negative emotions. I only needed to use ancient magic to extract all those negative emotions. Once they were gone, the Obscurus lost its destructive instinct, became docile, and could then be extracted smoothly, Wade explained. Ancient magic extracting negative emotions. Dumbledore pondered this, then asked, when did you discover that you could do this? When I was treating Nagini, Wade said. To be honest, I was also startled back then when I discovered that extracting negative emotions would actually generate the kind of magical power we had seen before. Hearing this, a relieved smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. But you resisted the temptation and did not absorb large amounts of that magical power, even though it could make you stronger. No, it's not that I resisted temptation. It's simply that this kind of magical power is extracted from negative emotions and carries extremely severe side effects. What happened to me last night proves that even more clearly, Wade said honestly. Believe me, if many people had this ability, even knowing about the side effects, they would still absorb it willingly to grow stronger, yet you resisted the temptation. Just like Professor Morganac back then, Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor Morganac? You mean? Yes. I believe the magical power left behind in the chamber was left there by Professor Morgana back then. I think she must have discovered the extraordinary nature of that magic as well, which is why she recklessly absorbed students' negative emotions, hoping to create more magical power and make herself stronger. That was how she committed such grave mistakes and ultimately met her end. So that's how it was. Hearing this, Wade knew that Dumbledore had not compared notes with Grindelwald. Of course, it was only natural that Grindelwald would not tell Dumbledore these things. Dumbledore would never believe him if he tried to slander Wade. Wade continued, I don't absorb that kind of magic because I believe that a clear and intelligent mind is the most important thing. If your mind becomes dull, then no matter how powerful you are, it's useless. I don't want to become a madman who only knows destruction and slaughter. Hearing this, the look of appreciation on Dumbledore's face grew even more pronounced. A good child, no matter what, the outcome is good. Because of you, my nephew was able to survive. I don't even know how to properly thank you, Dumbledore said with emotion. How is Aurelius now? Does he still feel any discomfort? Wade asked. The Obscurus has already been extracted from him. He's recuperating now and there's nothing seriously wrong anymore. Over the years, the Obscurus truly put his body through hell, Dumbledore said with relief. Thankfully, your method worked, you should know, Aberforth had even prepared a grave for him in advance. Wade blinked, then suddenly asked, the Obscurus that was extracted, does it still exist? A smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. It's still there, you want to study it again? Yes. It's an extremely rare specimen. I'm sure I can discover many secrets that the wizarding world has yet to uncover. Who knows, I might even find a way to treat an obscurial without relying on ancient magic, Wade said righteously. I knew you would think that way. So. I brought it with me, Dumbledore said, taking out a pouch and handing it to Wade Reynolds. An Obscurus without consciousness posed no threat at all. Even if left unattended, it would eventually dissipate on its own after some time. Dumbledore had long guessed that, given Wade Reynolds' nature, he would definitely ask for it, so he had simply prepared it in advance. Wade happily put the pouch away. Kiki excellent. Last night's massive haul had just gained another bonus. URG. I vow on my non-existent magic that I'll start uploading at least 6 chapters/week from today. If I failed, then I'm gay. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, Petty. Far too petty. Wade stayed in the school hospital for 2 days before being discharged. He had wanted to leave on the very day he regained consciousness, but Dumbledore insisted that he remain under observation in the school hospital for 3 more days. Wade had no choice but to stay. However, with an obscurus tucked away on his person, along with more than a dozen goblin containers filled to the brim, how could he possibly sit still? So he did not wait until the 3rd day. By the evening of the 2nd day, he made a decisive escape. Inside the Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin's ghost looked at the obscurus before him, now stripped of consciousness and instinct, and could not help letting out a sigh. You are saying that you saved an obscurial and extracted the obscurus from within them? Yes. Wade prodded the mass of black mist before him with his wand. The power of ancient magic seems particularly adept at dealing with these difficult and obscure conditions. Slytherin said, then you should now understand why the ancient sages of our era were called sages. The title of sage was never something one could bear simply by being powerful. Those words sparked Wade's interest. You mean that in your time, the ancient sages also saved many patients like this? Yes, that is one of the reasons he was called a sage, Slytherin said as he spoke, extending his hand toward the mass of mist. However, he was a ghost. Even though the obscurus in its black mist form was somewhat intangible, he still could not touch it. As expected, Slytherin's hand passed straight through the dark fog. What formidable magic! Slytherin said with emotion. Obscurials may all meet early deaths, yet the obscurus grants them immense magical power. Whenever I think about such matters, I cannot help but marvel at the wonder of magic. You had seen obscurials before? Wade asked. How could I not? Slytherin replied. In that era, muggles feared wizards and believed them to be evil. So once a witch or wizard was discovered, they would be seized and burned at the stake. As a result, many muggle-born wizards were terrified of showing any abnormality when their magic awakened. Suppressed like that again and again, obscurials were born. Thinking about your experimental journals, the idea that muggles considered wizards evil does not seem entirely unfounded, Wade said with a smile. Slytherin snorted unhappily. If not for Godric and the others insisting, I would never have allowed Hogwarts to admit a single muggle-born student. He paused, then added, back then, I conducted quite a few experiments on obscurials as well. Human experiments, I presume. TSK, you really are vile, Wade said with undisguised disdain. Slytherin ignored Wade's rudeness. He had long since grown accustomed to the boy's lack of propriety. Those obscurials were going to die soon anyway. What is wrong with letting them contribute to my experiments before death? What if I had discovered a way to cure obscurials? Wade shook his head. I thought my own shamelessness was already impressive, but it turns out there are true masters out there. You are truly hypocritical. Slytherin snapped angrily. If you put yourself in my position, I refuse to believe you would not have done the same. All right, so what exactly did you research on those obscurials? Wade asked with great interest. That portion had not been recorded in Slytherin's study at all, so if he could freeload some of Slytherin's experimental results now, that would be delightful. Slytherin, of course, knew exactly what Wade was scheming. However, perhaps out of a desire to show off, or perhaps because he wanted to prove that his research had not been entirely meaningless, Slytherin did not conceal much about his work from back then. After losing control, obscurials turn into obscurus and wreak havoc everywhere, so I was very curious about how an obscurial transforms into an obscurus. What changes occur in the body after becoming an obscurus, and so on. In any case, my students and I conducted research in many different directions. I recall that my primary focus at the time was studying how a wizard might transform their body into a black mist state, like an obscurial. Wade hurriedly asked, and the results? No results, Slytherin said, spreading his hands. Wade immediately grew anxious upon hearing that. How could there be no results? You mean you did not figure anything out at all? What could I do? Slytherin said through clenched teeth. The research was only halfway through when the brute Godric showed up. He opposed our use of those obscurials as test subjects, so we fought. So you lost? Wade asked with curiosity. Slytherin roared in fury. Nonsense. How could I have lost? Then how else do you explain the lack of results? You must have lost, which is why you could not continue the research, Wade said. That is a perfectly reasonable deduction, is it not? Hardly nonsense. Slytherin let out a sigh. I fought Godric, and neither of us could gain the upper hand. But when I returned to the laboratory afterward, all the test subjects had been taken away by Helga and the others. At that point, I could hardly fall out with the 3 of them outright, so the matter ended there. Had I known we would eventually fall out anyway, I should never have conceded back then. Wade rubbed his hands together with a grin. Even if there was no final conclusion, you and your students had already researched halfway through, and other students were working on different aspects as well, so does that mean? Enough, boy. I know exactly what you are getting at. Slytherin said irritably. Since I have agreed to help you, I will do so properly. Take out some paper and a quill. I will speak, and you will write. That is wonderful, Wade said, quickly taking out his paper and quill. After that, Slytherin recounted to Wade all the experimental procedures and the preliminary findings from his past research on the Obscurus. An hour later. Wade looked blissfully at the densely packed parchment before him, stretching a full 3 meters in length. Another meal secured, Kiki. With these materials as a foundation, his research into the Obscurus became much simpler. He no longer had to worry that just as he was getting started, the Obscurus would dissipate. The sight of Wade's expression made an inexplicable anger flare up in Slytherin's chest. This junior possessed outstanding talent and should have been exactly the kind of student Slytherin favored, even if he was Muggle-born. Yet every time Slytherin finished speaking with him, he always felt an irritation he could not shake. Petty. Far too petty. When taking advantage of others, he looked exactly like those greedy goblins. However, when Slytherin recalled his own past self, he grew even more agitated. Because he realized that his own attitude toward experiments back then seemed remarkably similar to that of this brat Wade. Support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 309, I am doing this purely for the sake of Hogwarts' cultural heritage. Forget it. Take your time reading. I am going out for a stroll, Slytherin said gruffly. Wade did not even look up, merely waving his hand dismissively. Slytherin discovered that Wade could still hear him speaking even while immersed in his research, and he could not help lifting his chin in disdain. If it had been him back in those days, once he entered a research state, he would not have heard a single word from anyone else. Thinking about it that way, his attitude toward experimentation had clearly been superior. Slytherin drifted through the air, wandering around the castle at leisure. This was the first time Slytherin's ghost had ever gone out alone for a stroll. To avoid being recognized by other ghosts, he had put in a bit of effort to disguise himself. For instance, he had put away his signature long robes and his cane, let his long hair down to cover half his face, and the like. With those distinctive items hidden and a bit of disguise added, Slytherin now looked like nothing more than an ordinary, thin old man. Hogwarts had no shortage of ghosts, so neither people nor spirits paid any attention to this seemingly unremarkable elderly ghost. It had to be said that the entire castle had changed greatly compared to 1,000 years ago. However, some things that had existed back then, such as emergency escape passages, were still there. While passing through walls, Slytherin even saw 2 Gryffindor students sneaking out of Hogwarts through one of those old escape routes. As expected of Godric students. All of them are like this, Slytherin muttered in displeasure as he emerged from the wall. Uncle Salazar. An exclamation came from nearby, startling Slytherin. You have the wrong person, Slytherin said instinctively, lifting his gaze toward the one who had spoken. It was the ghost of a young woman, someone Slytherin had never seen before. I would never mistake you. You are Uncle Salazar, the female ghost said excitedly. Have you forgotten me? I am. Wait, Slytherin said suddenly, finding her faintly familiar. He stared at the woman for a long while before exclaiming in shock, You are Helena. Rowena's daughter. Yes, Uncle Salazar. Helena said excitedly. Actually, not many people know my name is Helena anymore. Everyone calls me the Grey Lady now. It has been a very, very long time. For all these years, Helena's ghost had wandered Hogwarts, always wearing a solemn, unsmiling expression. This loss of composure was entirely due to her sudden encounter with Slytherin's ghost. You. Slytherin looked at Helena in astonishment, at her youthful face and the bloodstains on her clothes. How did you die so young? Were you murdered? Slytherin's voice grew furious. Who did this? What exactly happened back then? A ghost's appearance generally remained fixed at the moment of death. Thus, the silvery blood on Helena's spectral form was particularly glaring. The delight on Helena's face gradually faded, replaced by overwhelming sorrow and regret. I was far too foolish, my foolishness has led to these bitter consequences. Come with me, Slytherin said quickly when he saw someone appear at the end of the corridor. He had no intention of letting more people know that he had become a ghost. Slytherin led Helena straight into the Chamber of Secrets. Wade was startled by Slytherin's furious manner, but when he saw Helena, he immediately understood a few things. Seeing that there was a student inside the chamber, Helena was also somewhat surprised. Oh, do not mind that brat. Tell me at once what exactly happened. Slytherin said impatiently. Left with no choice, Helena recounted her story. In truth, the whole matter was indeed a tragedy. When Helena was young, she desperately wished to become wiser and more esteemed than her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. In a moment of foolishness, she stole her mother's diadem, the symbol of wisdom, and fled to Albania. Later, when Ravenclaw fell gravely ill and wished to see her daughter one last time, she sent Baron Barrow to bring Helena back. Baron Barrow had long harbored feelings for Helena, so he agreed at once. After that, Baron Barrow found Helena in Albania. However, Helena was unwilling to return at the time, and Barrow, lacking any sense of timing, chose that very moment when she was already upset to confess his feelings again. In her anger, Helena said things that provoked Barrow, and in the end, tragedy struck. In a fit of rage, Barrow accidentally killed Helena. When he came to his senses, he was overwhelmed with remorse and took his own life with the same knife he had used to kill her. After becoming a ghost, Helena returned to Hogwarts. Barrow likewise became a ghost, becoming the spirit of Slytherin House. Everyone called him the Bloody Baron. Barrow. That wretched boy. After hearing it all, Slytherin felt both furious and deeply guilty. When Barrow first enrolled, Slytherin had not yet left Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, Barrow could be considered one of his students, and one he had held in fairly high regard among the new intake. And now, Slytherin realized that his own student had killed the daughter of an old friend, preventing her from ever returning to see her mother one last time. Slytherin suddenly turned to look at Wade. At that moment, Wade had actually been quietly following the drama on the sidelines, and Slytherin's sudden movement startled him. Is there any way for me to give Barrow a beating? One that actually hurts? Slytherin demanded angrily. Even if he had fallen out with the other 3 founders back then, they had still been old friends. Since an old friend's daughter had been killed, he had to avenge her. Even if Barrow was already dead, that made no difference. Hearing this, Wade set down the parchment in his hands. After pondering for a moment, he slowly nodded. Ghosts could, in fact, interact with one another, but things like fighting were extremely rare, because ghosts had no sense of pain. If being beaten did not hurt, then fighting had no meaning. That was why, after recalling Wade's research into the soul, Slytherin had asked him that question directly. It is not as if there is no way. Wade said hesitantly, rubbing his hands together. Go on. What benefit do you want this time? Slytherin said, already accustomed to it. What benefit? How vulgar. Wade said righteously. I am doing this purely for the sake of Hogwarts' cultural heritage. Very well. Slytherin turned to look at Helena. This brat has his eye on your mother's diadem. Cough. That is nonsense. I only want to see Hogwarts' relic return to its rightful place. Fever is a bitch. I just have to post 3 more chapters, and I'll be fine. Note to myself, never tempt fate. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 310, Helena likes touching the rod. After so many years, when Helena heard the word diadem again, sorrow still lingered unmistakably on her face. I am already dead. That diadem no longer serves any purpose for me. Since you say so, uncle, then take it back to Hogwarts. It should have belonged to my mother, Ravenclaw, and to Hogwarts in the first place. I was the one who stole it. Slytherin nodded at her words, then turned to look at Wade. Aha. Greedy boy, are you happy now? Wade vigorously rubbed his face, trying to force down the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, but it was to no avail. Of course I am happy. One of Hogwarts' long-lost treasures. Ravenclaw's diadem is about to return to Hogwarts. I believe that every Hogwarts student, upon hearing this news, will feel genuine joy from the bottom of their heart. Slytherin let out a cold laugh and continued for him. And naturally, before handing it over to the school, it would be necessary to admire and revere it properly first. Wade stroked his chin and thought for a moment. That reason sounds a bit forced, Professor. How about this? I will finish my research first and only then inform the school. That way, I would not need to make up excuses to convince myself. Do as you please, Slytherin said casually. The diadem personally crafted by Rowena does have its unique qualities. Studying it will do you some good. In any case, returning it to the school would only mean it gathers dust in a different place. Wade stared at Slytherin in surprise. You are not opposed to this. Why would I be? Slytherin said, shaking his head. It seems, you really do want to beat Barrow up, Wade said in amazement. Sigh. I truly wanted to give him a beating just now, and curse him as well. But, what use would that be? We are all ghosts now, the dead bound to the mortal world. Though we still wander among the living, when a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. Many things in this world are no longer connected to us. Slytherin looked somewhat dispirited. Although Slytherin sought to study immortality, he was not a coward who feared death. Even in death, he would stride forward bravely, embrace death without fear, and continue to explore its mysteries. Rather than retreat back into the mortal world and become a ghost. To this day, Slytherin still harbored lingering resentment over how he had inexplicably become a ghost. All right. Then tell me where the diadem is, and I will make a trip when I have time, Wade said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. You have not done the work for me yet, Slytherin said coldly. Huh? Did you not let it go? Wade was dumbfounded. Slytherin glared at him. Who said I let it go? Besides, even if I casually remark that I have let it go, does that conflict with my wanting to beat Barrow? Moreover, I am not the person involved. What right do I have to speak of letting go on Helena's behalf? Wade glanced at the sorrowful Helena and suddenly understood what the old man was thinking. Only when an obsession remains does a ghost form. Once that obsession dissipates, the ghost leaves the mortal world and sets foot once more on the path to the realm of the dead. Yet ghosts themselves often cannot remember what they are obsessed with, which makes things troublesome. Slytherin was clearly unwilling to see Helena continue wandering the mortal world like this. So, did Slytherin believe that Helena's lingering obsession might lie with Barrow? After beating Barrow up, if Helena's obsession truly centered on him, perhaps venting her resentment would allow it to fade, letting her finally depart. As for Barrow, his obsession was plainly bound to Helena. Once Helena left, Barrow would leave as well. No matter how detestable Barrow was, he had still been one of Slytherin's most promising students. Slytherin's feelings on the matter were undoubtedly complicated. And taking a step back, even if Helena's obsession did not lie with Barrow, he still deserved a beating to vent some anger. There was also that tangled frustration of disappointment toward a student who had failed him. Once Wade had thought it through, he raised a hand and made an okay gesture. Give me a bit of time. While Wade busied himself, Helena began asking Slytherin about his own situation. Slytherin did not conceal anything, briefly explaining how he had inexplicably become a ghost and then happened to encounter Wade. Since you do not wish others to know about your current state, I will help keep it a secret, Helena said. Good, Slytherin nodded. In truth, at this stage Helena was fully capable of assisting Slytherin with his experiments and helping him recover his remains. Slytherin was well aware of this, yet he did not speak of it. What occupied his thoughts now was how to dispel Helena's lingering obsession, so that she would not have to continue wandering the mortal world. Moreover, he did not wish to make the daughter of an old friend into an experimental subject. Especially since Helena could be considered the first familiar face he had encountered after becoming a ghost. In fact, Slytherin wished even more to uncover his own lingering obsession and leave the mortal world himself. 1,000 years had passed, the world had changed beyond recognition. This era was not one that Slytherin liked. Finished, Wade's voice interrupted Slytherin's wandering thoughts. So quickly. Slytherin was somewhat surprised. Hey, Wade looked at the parchment in his hand and said, with all the experimental data you provided earlier as support, many things become much simpler. Let me see. Slytherin drifted over. Wade placed the newly written experimental plan onto the table for Slytherin to examine. In theory, this should work, but we will still need to test it in practice, Wade said. HM. The Obscurus can be used like this. The more Slytherin read, the more astonished he became. Wade smiled. Do you want to beat Barrow with your fists, or with your cane? Personally, I recommend the cane. It packs a punch and will not hurt your hand. Before Wade could finish speaking, Slytherin handed over the illusory cane in his grasp. In fact, everything a ghost possessed was formed from the power of its own soul, mimicking the state it had been in at the moment of death. Thus, the cane in Slytherin's hand was likewise composed of soul power. Seeing this, Wade did not waste any more words. He lightly flicked his wand toward the Obscurus that had been floating nearby, shaving off a small wisp of black mist. Before the mist could disperse, Wade gently guided it with his wand, softly chanting an ancient incantation. Slytherin heard it clearly. It was a spell recorded among the results of his own experiments, but the latter portion of the incantation was entirely different from what Slytherin had documented. It was a spell meant to imitate the transformation state of an obscurial. In truth, it had not yet been fully perfected. If it were successful, a wizard would be able to turn their body into a mist-like form, just like an obscurial. The incomplete version could not yet be used on a wizard's own body, but using it on a strand of the Obscurus posed little problem. As Wade's spell took effect, the wisp of mist slowly spread out and wrapped itself around the tip of the cane. After the black mist completely wrapped around the end of the cane, it quietly faded from sight, as though nothing had happened at all. However, in their ghostly states, both Slytherin and Helena could sense that the cane was now very different from before. Slytherin lifted the cane and gently touched it with his right hand. I can actually touch it. Slytherin said in delight. Heh, I never expected that a spell originally intended for use on a wizard's own body, when applied to an Obscurus, would have the effect of solidifying it. The Obscurus is itself a form of soul power. Wrapping it around my cane is like sheathing it in a layer of iron. Helena drifted over as well, curiously placing her hand on the cane. A flicker of joy crossed her face. I can finally feel touch again. It has been many, many years since I was able to physically touch anything. Hearing this, Wade stroked his chin in thought. So that is how it works. The power of the soul, is it? My understanding of the Obscurus has deepened even further. Slytherin tested it by tapping the cane lightly against his own palm. Aha. I can feel it now. Boy, how did you manage this? I can actually feel pain. Wade explained, the Obscurus is a dark magic creature. Even without consciousness, its magic is extremely aggressive. That was after I had already treated it. Otherwise, with the way you were touching it just now, it would have been no different from grabbing a red-hot iron with your bare hands. Hearing that, Helena quickly withdrew her hand, which she had been about to touch the cane with again. Slytherin stroked his beard and suddenly said, "Can you refrain from treating it, and keep the Obscurus in its original state? You want to beat someone with a red-hot iron?" Wade asked in shock. He dared to stab my friend's daughter. What is wrong with me beating him with a red-hot iron? Slytherin said angrily. Because of that bastard, Rowena never saw her daughter again before she died. Do you think he deserves to be beaten or not? With such a disgraceful student. I do not even know how I am supposed to explain this to Rowena when I reach the realm of the dead. When you put it that way, it does seem justified. Enough nonsense. Release the Obscurus's power, Slytherin said sharply. Helena, go and bring Barrow here. Wade did not stay to watch Slytherin discipline his wayward student. It was not that he lacked curiosity, but rather that the old man had already started chasing him out. Under the circumstances, Wade could hardly insist on staying. If their positions were reversed, he would not want a junior watching him make a spectacle of himself either. Especially not someone as proud as Slytherin. Still, the trip had hardly been without gain. Not only had he obtained the exact location of Ravenclaw's diadem, he had also gained a deeper understanding of the true nature of the Obscurus. Since the Obscurus's essence was so closely aligned with the power of the soul, there were many ideas worth exploring. Although this Obscurus was currently in an unconscious state, it still contained immense magical power. That meant, could he use nightmare magic to control this Obscurus? Just like how the senior had once used nightmare magic to seize control of a cat's consciousness. If it worked, this Obscurus could become an extraordinarily powerful weapon. 2 more chapters tomorrow and I'll be good. Phew. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 311, Let the curse in my blood be buried with me. Ravenclaw's diadem had been hidden by Helena inside a hollow tree stump somewhere in the forests of Albania. Wade had already learned the exact location from Helena. However, Albania was quite far from Britain, and at present Wade was under close scrutiny from both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Sneaking out during the school term to undertake a long-distance journey was clearly not a wise choice. So Wade planned to make a trip to Albania during the holidays instead. The diadem had remained there for over 1,000 years anyway, and Wade was in no great hurry. In any case, this time, Ravenclaw's diadem would not be turned into a Horcrux. The next day, Wade saw the bloody Baron in the castle corridors, looking utterly dispirited. Clearly, Slytherin's violent beating of the bloody Baron had not resolved the lingering obsessions of either Helena or Barrow. Sure enough, when Wade went to astronomy class that evening, he saw the Grey Lady in Ravenclaw Tower, Helena herself. Unlike her usual cold and indifferent expression, there was now a trace of sorrow on her face. After seeing Wade, she gave an almost imperceptible nod, then passed through the wall and vanished from the tower. Astronomy classes were held at 8 o'clock in the evening. By the time Wade finished class, it was already 9:30. However, instead of returning to the dormitory with the others, he left the group on his own and headed to the room of requirement. Just as before, Dumbledore was waiting for him there. I had intended to tell you to rest for a few more days, but you insisted on being discharged early, Dumbledore said helplessly. It is not a big problem. Wade tossed his bag into a corner, his wand already in hand. How is Aurelius recovering? Other than his magic not being as strong as it once was, there are no other issues, Dumbledore said with delight. His body has already begun to recover gradually. With proper care, he will return to normal very soon. Dumbledore was genuinely happy. What he yearned for most was family. Now that Aurelius was improving, it was as though he had gained another family member. Perhaps his brother Aberforth would even soften because of this son, and scold him a little less. How could Dumbledore not be pleased by that? I will go see Aurelius this weekend, Wade said with a smile. Wade, you are not to violate school rules again, Dumbledore said helplessly. Professor, I think the rule that students below 3rd year are forbidden from going to Hogsmeade is unreasonable, Wade protested. Dumbledore smiled. I felt the same way when I was a student. But now that I am a professor, my perspective has naturally changed. That is truly unfortunate. Wade sighed. Seeing Wade's darting eyes, Dumbledore knew at once that the boy was already planning to sneak off again. However, I can grant you special permission to go to Hogsmeade once. Only once. If you can defeat me, I will place no limit on the number of times, Dumbledore said with a smile. Wade's smile faded. Who could possibly beat you? He might as well take a secret passage instead. Ever since receiving Anne's help and completing the Marauder's map, Wade could be said to know every secret passage in Hogwarts like the back of his hand. All right, let us begin, Dumbledore said with a smile. First, we will review the combat methods I taught you that day. 1 minute later. Boom. Rampaging magic once again swept through the room of requirement. Hogsmeade. Inside a guest room at the Hog's Head Inn. Nagini was packing her belongings. Aurelius sat on a chair, his face pale. Do you really have to leave? His voice was still somewhat weak. You have recovered. That means it is time for me to go as well, Nagini paused, then continued. My life has been wasted for a long time. Now, I want to do things I never did before. I will recover soon. I can go with you, Aurelius said. Nagini heard the meaning behind his words. She stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him gently. Thank you, Aurelius, but I cannot go with you, Nagini said. Why not? Aurelius asked in surprise. Nagini let out a sigh. I am a blood maledictus. The blood curse on me is still there. Aurelius, it is better for me to remain alone in this life. Let the curse in my blood be buried along with me. Aurelius froze, unable to say another word. Nagini sighed softly once more, picked up her suitcase, and walked toward the door. Goodbye, Aurelius. Click. The door closed, sounding like a breaking heart. After leaving the Hog's Head Inn, Nagini did not linger in Hogsmeade. She turned and headed straight toward the forbidden forest beyond the village. Before long, she arrived at the edge of the forest. After carefully confirming her direction, she stepped into the pitch-black forbidden forest. She walked for an unknown length of time before finally stopping in front of a stone frog statue. Nagini glanced around, then gave a light cough. Ahem. I am here. May I ask? Whoop. Suddenly, the frog statue came to life and swallowed Nagini whole in a single gulp. Nagini felt a dizzying whirl, and when she finally saw her surroundings clearly, she realized that she had arrived inside the goblin workshop where Wade had previously helped treat her. Only now, there was not a single goblin to be seen anywhere in the workshop. A green figure stood some distance away, with her back to Nagini, atop a stone platform. Nagini took a deep breath and walked toward that figure. It was only when she reached her back that Nagini saw she was a young woman dressed in a green robe, her long blonde hair loosely cascading down behind her. Was it you who left me the message? Nagini asked. Yes. The woman turned around, her green eyes calmly resting on Nagini. When I helped Wade treat you, I left a message within your soul. Nagini stared in astonishment at the beautiful woman before her, who appeared slightly ethereal. Only then did she realize that the owner of this goblin workshop was none other than this woman. She looks incredibly powerful. Nagini suddenly understood why Wade knew so many things. This woman must be the one standing behind him. Thank you, Nagini said sincerely. If this woman was the one supporting Wade, then she must also have played a significant role in her treatment. Offering thanks first could never be wrong. There is no need to thank me. I was merely helping Wade. May I ask why you called me here? Is there something you need me to do? Nagini asked. She knew she would not have been summoned here without reason. There had to be something she was meant to do. I heard that you wish to repay Wade and help him realize his ideals, the woman said. It is not entirely about repayment. I genuinely believe his ideals are good, Nagini said with a smile. But your current strength is not enough, Nagini. Wade's ideals cannot be realized peacefully. If you want to be of help in the future, there is still much you must learn. Nagini felt a little ashamed. I have never studied magic before, so I am still rather clumsy. That is fine. Your potential is very high. With only a short amount of time, you can become strong, the woman said. So, why not stay here for now? I can help you grow stronger. All right. Nagini agreed without hesitation. Then, how should I address you? The woman paused for a moment before answering, I have forgotten my name. You may call me whatever you like. Then, how does Wade address you? Nagini asked curiously. He likes to call me the senior. Hogwarts. Inside Professor Slughorn's office. Professor Slughorn beamed as he looked at the parchment in his hands. Excellent, truly excellent. This is what a proper moral education class should be like. Priority must be given to establishing correct core values for wizarding society. TSK, absolutely incisive. Compared to this, the things I used to teach in moral education were complete rubbish. He looked up at Wade. You have really helped me immensely. Ham. Please do not say that, Professor. It is only what I should be doing, Wade said with a smile. If there are no issues with it. No issues at all. Absolutely none. Professor Slughorn laughed. From now on, I will leave the content of moral education classes entirely to you. Understood. I will do my best to organize the drafts properly. When the time comes, Professor, you will only need to read them out in class, Wade said with a smile. Professor Slughorn laughed so hard that his round belly trembled. Ha ha ha, you rascal. I am already starting to worry. Once you graduate, where am I supposed to find another student as thoughtful and considerate as you? Then I will do my best to come back as a professor after I graduate, Wade said with a smile. Ha. Then it is a deal. To be honest, you and Tom are both my favorite students. I am honored, Professor. Hey, you little rascal. Professor Slughorn was no fool, and he quickly caught on. Go on, what are you trying to get out of me this time? Wade looked genuinely surprised. Professor, that is unfair. I have no ulterior motive at all. Oh, enough, enough. Do you think I do not know you by now? Professor Slughorn flicked his wand lightly, and a vial of potion floated over from a nearby shelf and landed in front of Wade. This is a potion brewed from basilisk blood and venom. Consider it a gift. Truly astonishing. Something so lethally poisonous, yet it produces the most effective healing potion. Unfortunately, the materials are limited. If only there were more. Wade accepted the vial, his eyes narrowing slightly. Professor, the materials are indeed limited at present, but why not make the materials more plentiful? Professor Slughorn straightened in his chair. Wade, what scheme are you plotting now? Professor, do not forget that Tom is also a Parselmouth. Since Slytherin could do it, why should he not be able to? Wade said softly. Professor Slughorn's pupils contracted slightly. That would be extremely dangerous, Wade. If we tried to do it on our own, of course it would be dangerous, Wade replied. But with your assistance, Professor, it would not be quite so risky, would it? Professor Slughorn pondered for a moment before speaking. I will need to think about this. And besides, raising a basilisk is no simple matter. You wretched boy, this was your real objective all along, was it not? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, The human heart is the most treacherous thing in the world. Professor Slughorn was, in truth, deeply tempted, even though raising basilisks would be an extremely troublesome undertaking. In the past, he had never seen a real basilisk. Now, however, there was a living, breathing basilisk right in front of him. As a result, he had been able to test the remarkable medicinal properties of various materials taken from a basilisk. With Professor Slughorn's level of mastery in potions, he had indeed developed several highly effective potion formulas through this research. Unfortunately, there was only a single basilisk at present, and the materials that could be harvested from it were limited. That meant that once the materials were exhausted, the few formulas he had already developed would lose their practical value as well. Moreover, many potion formulas that had yet to be developed would never see the light of day due to the lack of materials. Thinking about it that way, it was truly frustrating. If only basilisk materials could be harvested endlessly. But, raising basilisks is an extremely dangerous matter, Professor Slughorn said helplessly. The Ministry of Magic would never allow it. When Wade heard him say that, he knew Professor Slughorn was already tempted. Otherwise, he would not be considering how to make the matter legitimate. As long as we can prove that basilisks are controllable, the matter becomes much easier, Wade said. Relying solely on Tom's Parseltongue. Professor Slughorn frowned. In theory, it could work, but Tom is far too young. The Ministry would never allow it. If Tom were already of age, I might have had a chance of persuading the Ministry, even if the odds were slim. But as things stand now, perhaps we should wait a few more years. Wade smiled. Actually, I only want Tom to participate in the basilisk hatching experiments, not to be responsible for raising basilisks long-term. If control relies entirely on Tom's Parseltongue, then basilisk breeding can never be legalized. Parseltongue is too rare. If the scale of breeding expanded, how could Tom manage it alone? Even if he somehow could, and no accidents occurred, what then when Tom grows old and dies, or if he were to meet an untimely end? If no second Parselmouth can be found in the world, then there would be no one to take over his role. In that case, the so-called breeding facility would collapse immediately. The Ministry would absolutely never agree to that. Then Tom should hurry up, get married, have children, and turn it into a family business, Professor Slughorn joked. Wade smiled and shook his head. Professor, I do not think Tom would be willing to spend his entire life raising basilisks either. I know. Tom is an ambitious and capable child. Parseltongue is merely the least remarkable of his many talents. Making him abandon everything else to focus solely on raising basilisks would be a terrible waste of his abilities. Professor Slughorn's tone grew serious as he spoke. Besides, my earlier thinking was too simplistic. In reality, the ministry would never allow something as dangerous as a basilisk to be controlled by a single person, Professor Slughorn said. He looked up at Wade. However, since you said just now that you only want Tom to participate in the experiments, does that mean that once the experiments succeed, you have another way to control basilisks? Of course I do, Professor, Wade said with a smile. I did not wander around the Forbidden Forest for so long without gaining anything. I discovered a ruined goblin camp there and obtained something from it. As he spoke, Wade placed a red collar on the desk in front of Professor Slughorn. This is something goblins use to control magical creatures. Professor Slughorn was well traveled. With a single glance, he recognized what it was. No, this one seems a little different. Although Professor Slughorn was not particularly skilled in alchemy, he could still tell that this item was not quite the same as those used by goblins. He looked at Wade in confusion. Yes. What I originally found was actually this, Wade said, taking out another, damaged collar and placing it on the table. Based on this collar, I made some improvements. After testing it, the results were very good. Professor Slughorn picked up the two collars and compared them briefly. He could immediately see that the red collar contained far more complex runic inscriptions than the damaged one. He looked at Wade in amazement. You always manage to surprise me, Wade. From your improved potion formulas before, to these alchemical devices now, just how does your mind work? At your age, most students are still struggling to brew a passable draft of living death, yet you have already reached this level. If someone had told Professor Slughorn in the past that such a genius youth existed, he would have assumed they had drunk too much fire whiskey and lost their senses. Yet now, such a boy stood right in front of him, and the things he produced were undeniably real. It gave Professor Slughorn a strange sense of unreality, as though everything before him were an illusion. I am not really that much smarter than others. I am simply very curious about this world, Wade said calmly. You are far too modest, Wade. Professor Slughorn was almost at a loss for words. A photographic memory, extraordinary comprehension, and what seemed like endless creative ability, and yet he claimed he was not much smarter than others. How was anyone else supposed to live? Professor Slughorn steadied himself, then continued, even if this item can control other magical creatures, how can you be sure it will work on a basilisk? A basilisk is no ordinary magical beast. That is exactly why I need Tom to assist with the experiments, Wade said with a smile. In the early stages, Tom's abilities can serve as a safeguard. To be honest, if it were not for Tom's parseltongue, I would never have considered basilisk breeding in the first place. Professor Slughorn understood his meaning. If the collar failed to control the basilisk, Tom's parseltongue would still be there as a fallback. Then, through continuous refinement of the collar, they could eventually reach a point where controlling a basilisk no longer required parseltongue at all. Recalling the special glasses Dumbledore had prepared for them when they captured the basilisk before, and with Tom's parseltongue as a safety net, Professor Slughorn suddenly felt that this plan might actually be feasible. Even so, without proof that a basilisk could be completely controlled, the Ministry of Magic would never permit basilisk breeding. As a result, the entire matter fell into a deadlock. To obtain permission, evidence was required to prove that basilisks could be controlled. But to obtain such evidence, experiments were necessary, and conducting experiments without permission was itself illegal. Professor Slughorn had, of course, considered secretly raising basilisks. However, if basilisk breeding was not permitted, then his potion formulas could never be submitted for official review. Those formulas contained basilisk materials, and there would be no way to explain the source of those materials. Any potion brewed from an unapproved formula would end up no different from the unregulated potions sold in Nocturne Alley. They might be usable for personal consumption, but would be extremely difficult to sell. That was not the outcome Professor Slughorn wanted. To put it nobly, he wished for these new, highly effective potions to benefit society. To put it selfishly, without approval, he could neither gain public recognition nor reap any profit from them. And taking a step back, basilisk breeding itself required funding. Without returns, such an operation would serve no purpose beyond draining galleons. Under these circumstances, no matter how powerful the potions developed from basilisk materials might be, they would all be illegal. Professor Slughorn's brows were tightly furrowed. He truly wanted to make this work. Because basilisks had almost never appeared throughout history, rarity made them immensely valuable. Products derived from basilisks would undoubtedly generate enormous profits. But, legalization was simply too difficult. Even he could not resolve it. Suddenly, Professor Slughorn noticed that Wade was still wearing a smile. Judging by how confident you look, have you already thought of a solution? Wade smiled. In fact, the most critical point in this entire matter is how to explain the lawful source of basilisk materials. That is why we initially considered legalizing basilisk breeding. Since the British Ministry of Magic presents so many obstacles, perhaps we should take a simpler approach. You mean? Professor Slughorn suddenly had a guess. Wade smiled. If the British Ministry of Magic will not allow it, then we do it in another country. Professor Slughorn shook his head. Basilisks are extremely dangerous creatures. Other countries' ministries of magic are not fools. Why would they take such a risk? Wade took out a world map from his pocket and spread it across the desk. You are right, but that only applies to countries that lack for nothing. There are always some countries that have nothing at all, whose wizarding worlds, and even their ministries of magic, are desperately poor and in urgent need of industries to generate revenue, even if those industries carry a certain degree of danger. Wade's finger came to rest on a small country in West Africa. The Republic of Liberia. Although it is only a small nation, it is one of the few African countries that still has a ministry of magic. However, its wizarding world, including the ministry itself, is extremely poor. Wade then pointed toward northeastern Africa. Ethiopia. Its territory is larger than Liberia's, so its ministry of magic is more fully developed. But, it is still very poor. Next, Wade's finger moved to the Apennine Peninsula in southern Europe. The Republic of San Marino. Although it is in Europe, its land area is so small and its wizarding population so sparse that its ministry of magic is on the verge of dissolution. There are quite a few countries like this. As long as we speak with their ministers of magic and make some arrangements, all we need is for their country to permit basilisk breeding, and for us to borrow a piece of land. Wade's eyes narrowed slightly. Professor Slughorn listened, his eyes shining. I understand now. As long as basilisk breeding is legal in their country, our basilisk materials will have a legitimate source. Applying to legally import these no longer dangerous materials would be far easier than directly applying to conduct dangerous breeding at home. That way, much of our research on basilisks would become entirely lawful. But, basilisks are dangerous creatures after all. Is it really right to let people in other countries take on that risk? Professor Slughorn hesitated again. Wade said calmly, the choice would be theirs. We would simply lay out the advantages and disadvantages. Professor Slughorn fell silent. This was, in essence, a method of risk transfer, placing potentially hazardous industries abroad. And he was certain that among those countries, there would definitely be ministries of magic willing to agree. Based on the current research, basilisks were valuable in every part of their bodies. Basilisk breeding would inevitably generate enormous profits. Those impoverished regions would find it difficult to refuse such a low-cost, high-return industry. Moreover, if similar industries to basilisk breeding emerged in the future, this approach could be replicated as well. Wade, this method is indeed sound, but it would be best if others did not find out, Professor Slughorn said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Ideally, outsiders should believe that this is an industry those small countries developed on their own. We must make sure other wizards do not notice this approach. Professor, are you worried that dark wizards might use force to coerce those small countries into submission, instead of negotiating through mutual benefit as we are doing? Wade asked. The human heart is the most treacherous thing in the world, Wade, Professor Slughorn said solemnly. Damn, Professor, let me write that line down. It's just a Bible paraphrase. 2026 words. Done. Gonna go sleep now. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 313, a revolution, not a rebellion. In truth, all the discussion between Professor Slughorn and Wade rested on one crucial premise. That was that Wade could breed basilisks. And not merely breed one or two, but raise them in large numbers. Only large-scale raising could truly be called an industry. Yet Professor Slughorn had not asked Wade a single question about this aspect. By now, he had come to understand that if Wade sought him out over a matter, it meant Wade had already considered every angle of it. If there were any part that could not be carried out, Wade would not have come to discuss it at all. As a result, Professor Slughorn did not even bother to ask. However, even though Professor Slughorn did not ask, Wade voluntarily shared some of his ideas. For example, for the sake of safety, basilisks could be kept in a constant state of slumber until the moment they were killed and their materials harvested. Or alternatively, basilisks could be raised directly in containment vessels and sustained with nutrient potions. In short, as long as they could not escape, the whole matter would become very safe. Of course, the goblin collar in Tom's presence served as the final layer of safety. After returning to the dormitory, Wade told Tom about his plans. After listening, Tom stared at Wade as if he were looking at some sort of deity. Professor Slughorn just trusted you like that? When you did not even produce anything tangible and relied purely on words? Wade smiled. That is the benefit of building trust early on. But why did you tell Professor Slughorn about this at all? Tom asked. Tom, did I not tell you before? If we want to accomplish anything, relying solely on our own strength is not enough. We need to unite every force that can be united. At the very least, sending me to Africa to negotiate with ministers of magic there is impossible. At my age, no one would trust me. So we need Professor Slughorn's help. As long as he is willing to assist, his network of connections becomes available to us. Tom chuckled twice before saying, and if something goes wrong, you can have the professor take the blame, right? After all, no one would believe such an idea came from the mouth of a 12-year-old student. Tom, you are thinking far too badly of me, Wade said firmly, rejecting that notion outright. Ah yes, of course, of course. Tom could not be bothered to argue with him. Honestly, it is baffling. Your heart is pitch black. How did you even manage to learn the Patronus charm? Does that not prove you have misunderstood me, Tom? Tom frowned deeply. He was now beginning to suspect that the faint white figure he had seen back then might not have been a Patronus at all, but an illusion Wade had created for him. After all, Wade seemed exceptionally skilled at making others see exactly what he wanted them to see. Tom continued, helping you deal with basilisks is not out of the question, but I still do not quite understand. You are not exactly short on money now, are you? Those beauty potions of yours earn you dividends every month. And you have done some business with my family as well. Even by Muggle standards, you are already wealthy. Why go to all this trouble to set up basilisk breeding? If it is just for research, surely quietly raising a single basilisk would be enough. Wade rubbed his forehead. True. If it were only for personal spending, I would indeed be considered quite wealthy. But, do not forget that our cause requires enormous funding. We need many industries capable of generating vast profits. Basilisk breeding is merely one of them. We will need to keep expanding our sources of income. Tom looked at Wade in astonishment. Do you plan to amass the capital for a future rebellion before even graduating? What rebellion? That sounds awful. This is a revolution, Wade corrected him. Tom spread his hands. Fine. Honestly speaking, I am just a 12-year-old wizard. Much of what you say goes straight over my head. I will focus on becoming stronger, and on pushing our people to become stronger as well. As for the rest, I do not understand it. Not at all. The shrewd Tom decided to stop thinking about it and simply carry out the tasks Wade assigned him. Wade's thinking leapt too far ahead, there was no way he could keep up. You really should talk more with your old men, Tom, Wade said, expressing genuine regret. And so, the days passed one by one. Aside from his daytime classes, Wade spent his nights sparring with Dumbledore. Only when his coursework was not too heavy would he make time to go down to the Chamber of Secrets and conduct research with Slytherin. What infuriated Slytherin was that Wade had somehow procured more than a dozen chicks from who knows where and started raising them inside the chamber. And every single one of those chicks was a rooster. I am the greatest of the 4 founders. And now you have me looking after chickens. On the day Wade brought the chicks back, Slytherin's furious roar echoed throughout the entire Chamber of Secrets. During this period, Professor Slughorn used his network of connections to send people to investigate the small countries Wade had mentioned. He hoped to identify the most suitable nations for basilisk breeding. Once a short list of candidate countries was finalized, people would then be sent to discreetly probe the attitudes of those countries' ministries of magic. This would take some time. Professor Slughorn, in the meantime, hoped that Wade could resolve the difficulties surrounding basilisk hatching and reproduction. Of course, there was no strict time limit. After all, those countries' ministries of magic could afford to wait. If it truly proved impossible to overcome, then so be it. In any case, there would be no real loss. On the contrary, investigating those countries was equivalent to opening up a new path. Even if basilisks did not work out, there were still other, less than legal ventures to pursue. Grindelwald had been in a fairly good mood lately. His series of reform measures could no longer be stopped by Dumbledore or Headmaster Dippet. Grindelwald was confident that through these reforms, students would gradually and subconsciously absorb his ideology. After that, Grindelwald began paying close attention to Professor Slughorn's moral education classes. Because once he realized that Wade had played him, Grindelwald finally understood. This so-called moral education class had not been established by Wade for Grindelwald's cause at all. That brat was using Grindelwald, using the moral education class as a way to develop his own followers. Using it to counter indoctrination by instilling correct ideas into his classmates. How perfectly justified that was. Dumbledore and the others would never suspect a thing. As for why this boy wanted to instill ideas into his classmates, did that even need to be said? Whenever Grindelwald thought of this, he could not help feeling a sense of belated clarity. He should have seen it long ago. Regardless of whether Wade had some powerful figure advising him from behind the scenes, someone who could harbor such thoughts at the age of 12 would never be willing to remain under another's thumb so easily. Of course, Grindelwald still believed his own prophecy was accurate. Even if Wade was unwilling to follow him, that did not mean Grindelwald could not make use of his abilities to further his own cause. At the very least, after listening to Wade's advice, the path he was now walking had become far smoother. Otherwise, judging by his previous methods, he would have been able to hold on for only a few more years at most before heading toward failure. What puzzled Grindelwald, however, was that quite some time had passed since Wade had rescued the Obscurial and been carried back. Yet the content of Professor Slughorn's moral education classes had not changed at all. This meant that Wade had not made a move yet. But why was that? By all logic, since Wade knew that Grindelwald had seen through the truth, he should have intervened earlier. Since there had been no change in Professor Slughorn's class content even now, it could only mean that someone had temporarily prevented Wade from interfering. Grindelwald suddenly recalled something. He had once overheard students discussing how, every evening, Professor Dumbledore would pull Wade aside for private tutoring. Grindelwald understood at once. In other words, Dumbledore wanted Wade to wait until he was confident he could face Grindelwald directly before allowing Wade's revisions to appear in the moral education curriculum. Humph, that really is your way of doing things, Dumbledore. Still meddling in everything as always, Grindelwald sneered at Dumbledore's actions. With how slippery that boy Wade was, did he really need such excessive concern? Ha! Go on, keep nurturing that little schemer. The next time that boy loses control, without my help, I would like to see how you plan to subdue him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of Grindelwald's office. Come in, Grindelwald said, composing himself and speaking in as gentle a tone as possible. Here, he hoped to reshape his image in the eyes of the students. However, the person who entered was not a student, but Mr. Ogg, Hogwarts gamekeeper. Director, the things you ordered have arrived, Mr. Ogg said nervously. Oh. At those words, the trace of displeasure on Grindelwald's face vanished instantly. Take me to see them. Grindelwald stood up, then paused again. Wait a moment. I need to send a letter first. Grindelwald turned around, wrote a letter, and only after having the office all deliver it did he follow Mr. Ogg out of the office. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, both Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet wore grave expressions. Albus, why don't you just become minister instead? Once you deal with Grindelwald, you can come back and take over my position as headmaster. I rather think I could remain headmaster for a few more decades yet, Headmaster Dippet said helplessly. Armando, please do not say that. You know me, Dumbledore said with a sigh. If I truly became minister, I might never return to Hogwarts. All right, then what do you plan to do? Headmaster Dippet asked. Grindelwald has already moved all his little treasures into the Forbidden Forest. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 314, A Living Curse Needs to Eat. Grindelwald followed behind Mr. Ogg as they entered the Forbidden Forest along a narrow path. As they went deeper, the dense canopy overhead gradually blotted out the light, and the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Mr. Ogg walked to the end of the path, then turned sharply to the right. The view ahead suddenly felt wide open. What had been a gloomy scene filled with towering trees became spacious and brightly lit the moment they turned the corner. At some point, a vast clearing had appeared within the Forbidden Forest. The once tightly packed trees and layers of fallen leaves accumulated over many years had been completely cleared away. In their place lay a lush, expansive lawn. Many unfamiliar wizards were hard at work across the grass. These strangers carried an inherent ferocity in their expressions, making Mr. Ogg feel a chill rise in his chest. At the very center of the lawn stood an enormous tent. By Mr. Ogg's estimation, the tent could easily accommodate over 100 people. Of course, he knew that this was only the outward appearance. With the undetectable extension charm applied, it was impossible to imagine just how vast the interior of the tent truly was. Beside the tent stood more than a dozen thestral-drawn carriages. Each carriage was hauling an enormous crate. From time to time, all manner of strange noises would echo from within the crates, enough to make one's skin crawl. However, to Mr. Ogg, no matter how bizarre those dark creatures might be, none of them were as frightening as Grindelwald and his followers. Mr. Ogg swallowed with difficulty, then turned his head and said, "This is the place. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving now." "Go on," Grindelwald said, gazing at the scene before him with satisfaction as he waved a hand indifferently. Mr. Ogg turned and left as if granted a reprieve. Just as he reached the junction, he ran straight into an approaching group. This group was not composed of humans. Their upper bodies were human, but their lower halves were those of horses. Each of them held a sturdy bow in hand. They were centaurs who lived deep within the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, a powerfully built centaur stepped forward with heavy hooves. "Ogg, you wizards have destroyed far too much of the forest," the centaur said angrily. "Fernandez, did we not already come to an agreement?" Ogg's heart skipped as he frowned. Centaur Fernandez replied coldly, "This is not what we agreed upon. You never said you would destroy such a vast stretch of forest. If you think this is something I can decide, or that Hogwarts can decide," Ogg said grimly, "then you are gravely mistaken. Do you truly not recognize that man?" Ogg glanced behind him, toward Grindelwald, who was walking toward the tent. Fernandez tightened his grip on his bow, but Ogg seized his arm. Fernandus, even Professor Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet have temporarily acquiesced to his actions. Do not act rashly. Fernandus finally loosened his grip, his tone turning sorrowful. I hear the trees singing songs of grief. Even if the forest will eventually regrow, those dark creatures, he has brought far too many dark creatures. Such actions may taint the forbidden forest. Og understood Fernandus's meaning. The so-called taint referred to the risk that introducing too many powerful foreign dark creatures into the forest could disrupt its natural balance. Many of the forbidden forest's plants and animals might vanish as a result. Fernandus, do not act impulsively, and do not entangle yourselves with them, Og said with concern. I will report your worries to Professor Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet. I trust you will receive a satisfactory response. He knew Grindelwald's temperament very well. When dealing with wizards like Dumbledore, Grindelwald was still relatively reasonable, but if centaurs went to pester him, they might be killed outright by the Grindelwald faction before ever meeting him. In the eyes of Grindelwald and his followers, centaurs were no different from beasts. Precisely because he could not bear to see the centaurs come to harm, Mr. Og was doing his utmost to dissuade them from marching toward destruction. Fernandus seemed to be weighing the matter. After a long while, he finally said, Og, I will return for now. But I hope to see Hogwarts respond soon. Otherwise, we will go and negotiate ourselves. The rhythmic sound of hooves gradually faded into the distance, and Mr. Og could not help letting out a sigh. Those centaurs were proud and arrogant, and because of that, they often failed to see the vast gap in strength between themselves and others. Mr. Og did not dare waste any time and hurried back toward the castle once more. Inside the Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin was watching Wade feed the chickens in front of him. There is something very wrong with these chickens of yours, Slytherin finally said after a long pause. What is wrong with them? Wade asked as he scattered his specially prepared feed. With magical growth acceleration, how can these chickens be growing so slowly? Slytherin asked in confusion. When Muggles raised chickens, it usually took several months for them to mature. But for a wizard like Slytherin, a chicken could be fully grown within a week without any side effects. After all, chickens were not magical creatures and possessed no magic of their own, so the effects of magic on them should have been extremely pronounced. Now, Slytherin had clearly taught Wade his growth-accelerating magic, yet the chickens Wade was raising were growing even more slowly than those raised by Muggles. At first, Slytherin had thought it was due to malnutrition and suspected there was something wrong with Wade's feed. But he quickly dismissed that idea, because those young roosters were brimming with vitality and showed no signs of malnourishment at all. That was why he said there was something wrong with the way Wade was raising his chickens. I modified your growth acceleration spell, and then paired it with this special feed, Wade said. I want to raise a batch of roosters in peak condition first, and only then begin basilisk breeding. Upon hearing this, Slytherin looked at Wade as if he were staring at an idiot. I admit that raising chickens this way will indeed produce excellent chickens, but, has your head been caught in a door? Slytherin floated above Wade's head and launched into a furious tirade. His booming roar startled the young roosters, sending them flapping and scattering in all directions. In an instant, the once quiet chamber was thrown into utter chaos. In Slytherin's eyes, the chickens were the roosters, and as for the dog, that was, of course, Wade, the foolish dog himself. Is your ultimate goal really to raise good chickens? Your ultimate goal should be to breed a basilisk. Should you not be raising chickens in massive numbers and seeing whether an egg-laying rooster might emerge from a huge population? You are spending so much time and effort on this, and you can only raise a few dozen at a time. At this rate, when are you ever going to get a rooster that lays eggs? If Slytherin were still alive, Wade would already have been sprayed full in the face with spit. Back then, in order to obtain a qualifying rooster, Slytherin had raised each batch of chickens in the thousands. Now Wade was raising only a few dozen at a time, and doing so with such time and effort. If that was not having his head caught in a door, then what was? Wade dug a finger into his ears to clear the ringing, then said unhurriedly, "You are mistaken. My ultimate goal is not to breed a single basilisk, but many of them. If I only bred one basilisk, how could this be called a basilisk breeding industry? Since basilisks cannot reproduce with one another, I have no choice but to raise more roosters." Are you saying you have mastered a method to reliably turn roosters into egg-laying roosters? Slytherin asked in shock. I am not 100% certain yet. That is why we need experiments, Wade said, stroking his chin. By the way, there is another question I forgot to ask you. What question? The egg laid by that egg-laying rooster you found back then, had it been fertilized? Slytherin fell silent for a long while before answering hesitantly, I did not pay attention. Wade's eyes widened. Something with such immense research value, and you did not pay attention. I spent 10 years raising chickens just to find a single qualifying egg. Slytherin frowned. I was overjoyed. Why would I have thought to pay attention to that? Tisk, tsk, tisk. Wade clicked his tongue and shook his head regretfully. Your experimental rigor was far too sloppy. Slytherin was furious inside, yet had nothing to say in response, because it was indeed his oversight. Carry on with it yourself. I cannot be bothered anymore. Slytherin threw out those final words, then passed through the forehead of his own statue and vanished from the chamber. Being constantly needled by a junior student, having his mistakes pointed out, and worse still, with the other party being entirely correct. For the ever-proud Slytherin, this was more unbearable than torture itself. How could he possibly have the face to remain? Wade did not mind. He quietly herded the scattered young roosters back into their enclosure. Then he silently made a mental note to pay attention to whether the rooster eggs were fertilized. Once he was done, Wade returned to the long table at the center of the chamber. The Obscurus continued to float in midair as usual. Using the magic he had learned from Slytherin, Wade carefully preserved the Obscurus. Otherwise, it would have dissipated long ago. Suddenly, Wade noticed that the spot where he had previously cut away a small portion had actually grown back. At the same time, the magic originally used to preserve the Obscurus began to weaken slightly. Wade stroked his chin. Could it be that this thing can absorb magic and restore itself? If that is the case, then this becomes interesting. He then dispelled the preservation magic around the Obscurus and drew it down directly to examine it more closely. Frowning in thought, he reached into his robe and took out a goblin metal container. Inside it was a small amount of freshly converted, pure residue. Wade opened the container, and the pure residue spilled out. He guided this residue toward the Obscurus. In the next instant, the Obscurus suddenly moved and devoured a small portion of the residue in front of it. At the same time, the Obscurus became dense and solid once more. Wade quickly stored away the majority of the residue that had not been consumed. Only then did he realize something. Why an Obscurus that had lost its host would disappear after a period of time? Because he had overlooked the most crucial point. An Obscurus is a living creature. A dark creature. Even without consciousness, it is still alive. And all living beings need to feed. Without a host, there was no one left to feed it. Starving to death, it would naturally dissipate. That was why an Obscurus without an owner would vanish after some time. As for the magic used to preserve the Obscurus, it was not entirely due to the spell itself. Rather, the presence of magic provided the Obscurus with a meager ration, just enough to keep it from starving. As long as it did not starve, it would not disappear. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 315, giving Slytherin his magic back. Next, Wade Reynolds conducted many tests on the Obscurus. For example, he deliberately sliced off a portion of it, then fed it magic to see whether it would devour the energy again and rapidly recover. The results delighted Wade. Although this thing was a living organism, it was also somewhat different from ordinary life. It could instantly convert the magic it absorbed into energy for its own body. As long as it received sufficient magic, it could almost immediately repair the portion that had been cut away. However, the severed portion of the Obscurus could no longer absorb magic. It was like a piece of flesh cut from a living body, incapable of growing again. Wade then began further tests, trying to determine how to distinguish the severed portion from the Obscurus's main body. In the end, he discovered that there was also a limit to how much could be cut. For instance, Wade could not split it in half. When he tried to divide the Obscurus before him into 2 equal parts, its magical power began to drain rapidly. Wade had no choice but to stop the procedure. There was no doubt that if he truly split it in half, the Obscurus would die from the massive loss of magic. After further testing, Wade finally determined that at most, 1/3 of it could be safely separated. To continue dividing it, he would have to feed it again and wait for it to recover before performing another cut. If the cut portion exceeded 1/3, the magical power of the Obscurus's main body would rapidly dissipate. Wade Reynolds quickly figured out that the core body would always remain within the remaining 2/3. Under normal circumstances, the Obscurus possessed extremely powerful magic. Feeding one that had lost 1/3 of its body should have been very difficult. After all, an ordinary wizard could not supply that much magic. But Wade happened to be an exception. The residual matter in his possession could conveniently be used as feed. Moreover, this residual matter was essentially highly concentrated magic, so the Obscurus's daily consumption was not particularly high. By the end of his research, Wade was not even sure whether it was just his imagination, but he kept feeling that the magic within the Obscurus seemed to contain a power of the same origin as ancient magic. For now, however, Wade had no means of verifying this. After finishing the experiment, Wade stuffed the entire Obscurus into a goblin metal container he carried with him. As expected, once the Obscurus entered the goblin metal container, its condition became noticeably more stable, and its consumption decreased significantly. It was like fresh meat being placed into a refrigerator. Wade then injected some purified residual matter into the metal container as feed to maintain the Obscurus's consumption. After finishing his experimental notes, Wade Reynolds drew down the 2 clusters of Obscurus magic that were still floating in the air, cut from the Obscurus's body. This magic can't go to waste. Wade first tried to absorb the obscurus magic the same way he absorbed purified residual matter. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The absorption speed was painfully slow. Wade had no choice but to give up, then began thinking about how to make use of this substance without causing unnecessary waste. At present, aside from using it to wrap Slytherin's cane, I still don't know what other uses it has. Wait, wrap the cane. Wade's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. He immediately grabbed the wand in his hand and got to work. Slytherin was currently sulking inside his own statue, within the space where the basilisk once slept. To be honest, he was feeling rather frustrated. In truth, Slytherin greatly appreciated Wade Reynolds. This junior student's talent was already enough for Slytherin to overlook his background. However, Slytherin was ultimately an extremely prideful man, and Wade showed him not the slightest bit of respect. Whenever Wade spotted a problem, he would argue directly, completely unimpressed by the fact that Slytherin was one of the 4 founders. More often than not, it left him with no graceful way to respond. If Slytherin had been a broad-minded man, it might have been one thing. Unfortunately, he was notoriously narrow-minded. Moreover, now that he had become a ghost, he could no longer use magic. Even if he wanted to hit someone, he could not. Besides, in his current state, he might not even be able to defeat Wade Reynolds. All of this left Slytherin feeling extremely frustrated. Sigh. If I hadn't attacked him when we first met, would he have shown me a bit more respect? But, can you really blame me? That was the basilisk I had raised for so many years. Anyone would lose their temper seeing their pet being dissected. And besides, a ghost suddenly gaining the ability to use magic. No matter how you look at it, someone was clearly setting me up. Slytherin was still muttering to himself when suddenly, an opening appeared in the wall beside him. Judging by the position, it was the statue's mouth. Professor. Come out quickly. I have something good to show you. Wade's excited voice carried in from outside. Slytherin stared in shock at the suddenly opened door, then stiffened his expression and floated out. You're not a Parselmouth, so how did you open this door? Wade held a mass of black mist in his hand, looking thoroughly excited. Hearing Slytherin's question, he replied casually, I heard Tom mutter it once and remembered it. How hard could it be? I can memorize spells far more complicated than that. Slytherin felt even more displeased when he heard that. His own descendant's talent was decent enough, so how had he turned out so spineless? He had actually brought an outsider to raid the family legacy left behind by his own ancestor. In terms of courage and presence, he did not even measure up to a Muggle-born. If Godric and the others knew, what would they say? They would definitely claim that he had been the one in the wrong back then. Sigh. How embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. Wade Reynolds had no idea about Slytherin's complicated emotions. In any case, Slytherin always wore a sour expression, as if everyone owed him several million galleons. Wade was long since used to it. With his negative emotions running high, it was only natural that nothing pleasant came out of Slytherin's mouth. What good thing? Spit it out already. Let me warn you, brat. I was just inside contemplating a highly meaningful subject, and you had to interrupt me. If you try to fob me off with some worthless junk, believe it or not, I'll haunt you every day. I won't even let you have peace when you go to the toilet. Wade was instantly alarmed. No one wanted a head suddenly popping out of the toilet while they were using it. Besides, ghosts were so cold to the touch. What if it froze his balls? That's a bit too vicious, isn't it? Cut the nonsense. Wade Reynolds grew excited again. Look at this. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wand lightly, and the mass of black mist drifted towards Slytherin. What are you doing? Slytherin was shocked. The magic of an obscurus could affect the soul. He thought Wade was trying to capture him. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. Slytherin was directly enveloped by the mist. Professor, the weather's getting cold. Let me add a layer for you. The moment Wade finished speaking, the mist surrounding Slytherin suddenly dispersed and transformed into a black wizard's robe draped over his shoulders. Boy, what exactly are you doing? After all that effort, just to put clothes on a ghost that can't even feel temperature. Slytherin scolded irritably. In his view, with Wade's level of talent, there were far too many meaningful areas of research he could pursue. He really should not be wasting his energy on something so trivial. Hey, don't rush to scold me, Wade said smugly. Feel it first. See if anything's different. What difference could there possibly be? Slytherin frowned and examined himself. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Because he suddenly felt something again after so long, magic. Slytherin slowly descended, staring at his own hands in shock. Then he cautiously reached out toward the scattered parchment on the table. Unlike before, when his hand would pass straight through the surface, this time he actually grasped the parchment and gently lifted it. I I have a physical body. Slytherin murmured. Not a physical body. Do you remember your cane? Last time, I wrapped it with a layer of obscurus power, which allowed it to interact with ghosts. So I had an idea. If it were turned into clothing, then ghosts should also be able to. Slytherin looked up, his face full of excitement. His voice trembled as he spoke to Wade. Give me a wand, child, give me a wand. Wade took out a wand he had prepared in advance and handed it over. Slytherin extended his hand. Just before touching the wand, he hesitated for a brief moment, then quickly grabbed it. The next second, as he stared at the wand in his hand, his eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Slytherin loved magic. That was why, after becoming a ghost and losing the ability to use magic, he had grown so irritable and volatile. Wingardium Leviosa. Countless spells flowed through his mind, yet Slytherin chose the most ordinary levitation charm. On the table, hundreds of sheets of parchment rose into the air, swaying left and right with the movement of Slytherin's wand. It truly has been a long time, magic, Slytherin murmured. Wade Reynolds planted his hands on his hips and said smugly, well. Does this look like worthless junk? Was it worth interrupting your very important line of thought? Ha ha ha. To hell with that line of thought. I was just daydreaming anyway. Slytherin suddenly burst into loud laughter. This is no worthless trinket. In my eyes, this is the greatest invention of the century. I have never seen anything so perfect. With a sweep of his wand, a gust of wind sent the parchments flying. In the next instant, they assembled into a long serpent made of paper, coiling and twisting through the air. Wade, this robe cannot be permanent. Tell me, how long will it remain effective? This was the first time Slytherin had addressed Wade by name in such a friendly tone. Wade considered for a moment. The Obscurus's magic is extremely powerful. I used 2 portions of its power to make that robe for you. So if you're not constantly casting powerful spells and only using magic normally, it should last about 3 months. I can only enjoy it for 3 months. Still, that's better than nothing. Slytherin's eyes dimmed slightly. How could that be? As long as the Obscurus is well fed, its power can keep regenerating. If the robe's energy runs out, I'll just make you another one. Of course, that depends on your attitude. If you keep yelling at me like before. Why would I yell at you? For the first time, Slytherin forced out a faint smile. That smile looks awful. I still prefer your unruly self. Why don't you try to revert to your old self? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 316, Chapter 316, what kind of demon have I just unleashed? I still prefer your rebellious look. Why don't you switch back? Slytherin was momentarily stunned when he heard Wade say that. Then, a faint, sickly smile slowly spread across his face. Is that so, little Wade? Well then, since you insist, I shall revert for you. The smile on Slytherin's face grew incomparably excited. The smile on Wade's face instantly vanished, and a very bad feeling rose in his chest. Wait. I was just saying that casually. Slytherin had already raised his wand, and the hand holding it was trembling slightly with excitement. Too late. You should have known what I would do once I returned to my old self. How could you know my hands have been itching for this? Heh, little Wade, here I come. Avada Kedavra. I'm done for. The battle erupted instantly. 20 minutes later. A petrified Wade lay sprawled across the pockmarked floor, his face full of existential doubt. Slytherin slowly walked up to him and poked Wade's stiff cheek with his wand. Little Wade, weren't you quite arrogant? Go on, show me that arrogance again, Slytherin said, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The moment the petrification was lifted, Wade sprang to his feet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's impossible about it? Slytherin smiled. You didn't seriously think that just because we fought once when we first met, you could now match me, did you? Think carefully. What was different between that battle and the one just now? Wade stroked his chin and fell into thought, beginning to compare the 2 fights. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I've got it. What have you figured out? Slytherin asked with a faint smile, wand in hand. Now that he could use magic again, Slytherin's confidence had fully returned, and even his earlier irritability had vanished. Standing in the chamber and patiently guiding Wade like this, he looked no different from how he must have appeared when personally teaching his students 1,000 years ago. Only at this moment did he truly resemble one of the 4 founders. The difference in fighting style. Wade sighed. When we first met, our battle was a direct clash of power. But this time, your fighting style was completely different. Very, well. Very underhanded, right? Slytherin finished with a smile. Not exactly underhanded. Just a different strategy. Either way, I accept the loss, Wade said frankly. Your magic is very strong, Slytherin said. In my current state, even though this robe lets me use magic again, my magical strength still cannot compare to yours. So I have to rely on technique. However dirty the methods need to be, so be it. Victory is the only goal. I know that too. Professor Dumbledore has been teaching me how to defeat the strong with the weak. But I didn't expect that after learning for so long, I still couldn't gain any advantage against you, Wade Reynolds said with a sigh. It could only be said that Slytherin truly lived up to his title as one of the 4 founders. Even though his current magical power was weaker than Wade's, his vast combat experience still left Wade completely unable to fight back. 20 minutes earlier, Wade had still believed that a wizard's battle was fundamentally a contest of magical power. Even when overcoming the strong with the weak, the difference in magical strength should not have been too great. But now, he had overturned that belief. Because the combat system of wizards was unique. Certainly, the side with stronger magic held an enormous advantage, but that advantage only applied in the majority of spell confrontations. Some spells, however, did not lose their effectiveness simply because the caster's magic was weaker. For example, the Killing Curse. Before the Killing Curse, all beings were equal. The Killing Curse would not fail to kill simply because your magical power was inferior to your opponent's. Because of this, wizard duels allowed many ways for the weak to defeat the strong. Take the battle just now as an example. Slytherin's current magical power was inferior to Wade's. Theoretically speaking, Wade could have ignored most of his attacks, because those spells should not have been able to break Wade's shield charm. So when dealing with those spells, Wade Reynolds had multiple options. He could either take them head-on or dodge them. Under normal circumstances, that would have made it much harder for his opponent to manipulate him. However, Slytherin had skillfully used dark curses such as the Killing Curse, which Wade could not possibly withstand, with the sole purpose of forcing him to move exactly as intended. As a result, Wade's positioning and responses fell completely into Slytherin's rhythm. One misstep led to another, and in the end Slytherin seized the opportunity and dropped him with a petrification charm. This fighting style shared some similarities with Dumbledore's method of planning many steps ahead, but there were also many differences. Although Dumbledore's approach could be somewhat cunning, it still had certain boundaries. Slytherin's style, however, truly left no method unused. It could no longer be described as merely cunning. It was downright vicious. Dumbledore's combat method relied on anticipating the opponent's responses and preparing multiple follow-up traps in advance. Slytherin's method, on the other hand, used ruthless spells to forcibly dictate the opponent's reactions. With Dumbledore's spells, you could choose to dodge or resist. With Slytherin's spells, if you did not dodge, you died. That alone cut the amount of calculation needed by half. Naturally, it made his combat style far more straightforward than Dumbledore's. This was a style that seized the initiative at any cost. Fierce and highly aggressive. Everything was done for the sake of victory. As for whether the dark magic he used to achieve that victory might cause severe harm to the surroundings or to bystanders, he simply did not care at all. In my era, failure meant death. If it was to survive, what methods could not be used? Slytherin paused, then continued, to sum it up, what Dumbledore taught you can only be considered dueling technique. What I just demonstrated is the technique of life and death combat. Yeah. I've learned a great deal, Wade said respectfully. Regarding defeating the strong with the weak, what Dumbledore had taught him was to be as cunning as possible in a duel. What Slytherin was teaching him now was that not only must one be cunning, one must also be utterly unscrupulous. When I fought you just now, my methods were actually rather clean, Slytherin said, a trace of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. Back in the day, I used to hide a hand crossbow inside my robes and fire a bolt when my opponent least expected it. Many overconfident dark wizards died to my anti-magic bolts. And my cane, you didn't think I carried it because my legs were weak, did you? My old cane concealed at least 9 kinds of lethal poisons that could kill without drawing blood. The more Wade listened, the brighter his eyes became. You can actually do that. I see now. Crossbows were a bit outdated. Wade decided that in the future, he should hide a Thompson submachine gun in his pocket, paired with a 50-round drum magazine. Kakeek. Just thinking about it was thrilling. At the very least, he should hide a .38. For ambushes, that would be far more useful than a wand. HM. He nodded to himself. Or perhaps, at the start of a battle, he could quietly release some venomous tentacula and have them sneak up from behind to bite the enemy's backside. At this moment, after hearing Slytherin's theory, Wade felt as if the door to a whole new world had been opened. All kinds of brilliant ideas surged forth like a fountain. Professor, let's continue, Wade said eagerly, snatching up his wand. Slytherin stroked his beard and said excitedly, then let's begin. I'm not satisfied yet. Having gone so long without using magic, Slytherin had no intention of missing any opportunity to cast spells. 2 hours later, Wade Reynolds used the power of the Obscurus to replenish the magic in Slytherin's enchanted wizard's robe. After 2 hours of intense combat, Wade had gained a great deal. At the same time, based on the rate of magical consumption, he calculated how long this ghost-enabling robe could sustain spellcasting during heavy combat. If Slytherin fought continuously like an ordinary wizard, even assuming non-stop combat for 24 hours, it could last a full 3 days. However, if Slytherin fought in his old style, constantly unleashing high-powered spells, it would last at most 12 hours. This alone showed just how powerful the magic contained within the Obscurus truly was. Overall, it was more than sufficient for Slytherin. Situations where he would need to go all out in prolonged, high-intensity combat were nearly non-existent in the present era. Unless he were to face Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Of course, against opponents with equally rich combat experience, in his current state, Slytherin would have no chance of winning unless he regained the magical power he had in life. In such a matchup, the outcome would not take long to decide. As for that new Muggle crossbow you mentioned, although I don't fully understand its principles, if you intend to use it, you must engrave this rune on the bolt's tip. Otherwise, when facing certain powerful wizards, it will not be able to break their defenses. As he spoke, Slytherin swept his wand through the air, leaving behind a complex rune. Wade carefully committed the rune to memory. It seemed that if he wanted to use Muggle weapons in the future, he would have to engrave anti-magic runes onto the bullets. The work of carving runes onto bullet heads could probably be handed to Tabby. This kind of tedious and repetitive task was perfectly suited to a house elf. Since he was already engraving runes, should he add a few more with additional effects besides the anti-magic rune? And then, perhaps coat the bullet tips with a bit of basilisk venom, Kikek. Wade wrote down the stream of ideas that had just surfaced onto the parchment. Seeing him scribbling non-stop, Slytherin floated over for a look. After reading just 2 or 3 lines, ghostly Slytherin could not help but suck in a breath of air that did not exist. What kind of demon have I just unleashed? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 317, what do you mean stealing? I'm just borrowing. Morning, the Great Hall. Potatoes, nothing but potatoes. Wade looked at the food in front of him with little appetite. Because he had stayed up late doing experiments and drunk too much invigoration potion the night before, Wade was still highly stimulated. You can have some oatmeal, Tom said, pushing a bowl toward him. To be honest, I'm starting to think about giving the house elves in the kitchen a cookbook, Wade said helplessly as he accepted the oatmeal. Better not. Tom replied without even looking up as he dealt with the fried egg in front of him. Why not? At least then we wouldn't have to keep eating this English cuisine. I mean, we could at least get something French once in a while. Henry, pass me a sausage, Wade said. Because I already gave them one, Tom said wearily. And then. You should know what they're like, Tom said irritably. The moment I handed over the cookbook, I regretted it. Have you ever seen over 100 house elves crying their eyes out? Actually, I've only seen Toby cry like that, Wade replied. Then you're pretty lucky, Tom said resentfully. The way those guys think is always bizarre. They actually believed I was dissatisfied with their cooking. The house elves on duty that day were so upset they nearly smashed the stove with their heads. That does sound like something house elves would do, Wade said, stroking his chin. Though, to be fair, part of the blame is definitely yours. What blame do I have? Tom said unhappily. Wade shook his head. You definitely said the wrong thing. Sometimes the art of language can avoid a lot of bad outcomes. What exactly did you say to them back then? Me. I told them everyone was getting tired of eating the same few dishes and asked them to try some new recipes. How was I supposed to know they'd react so strongly? Tom said, tugging at his hair. If you said that to your family's cook, it would be fine. But to house elves, it's basically the end of the world. Since you already know how their minds work, you should have phrased it differently. You know how I've even shown them Gordon's recipes and gotten away with it, earning us all some much-needed cuisine in last year's banquet, right? You should have asked the expert, Wade said lazily, biting into a sausage. Then what would you have said? Tom asked. First, praise their cooking. Tell them everyone loves the food they make. What do you think their reaction would be? Wade asked. Overjoyed. Deeply grateful. Tom said with a look of distaste. Exactly. Then you bring out the cookbook and tell them that since their skills are so excellent, they'll definitely master even more dishes with ease. So you brought them this cookbook as a gift. Tom's eyes widened despite himself. Thinking about the personalities of those house elves, if he had said it Wade's way, they would definitely have accepted the cookbook happily. They might even have tried making new dishes on the spot and asked him to taste them. The art of language means saying the right thing to the right audience. Nick, that new beard style of yours looks great. At that moment, the Gryffindor ghost passing by the Slytherin table, nearly headless Nick, immediately beamed with delight when he heard that. "Ha! You're the first young wizard to notice my new beard style. Even if you are a Slytherin, I must say, you have excellent taste." Tom stared as if he had seen a ghost, watching Wade strike up a lively rapport with Nick at astonishing speed, despite never having spoken to him before. All because Wade had noticed and casually complimented the man's beard. No wonder this guy was liked by all the professors. Impossible, truly impossible to learn. Tom could only turn back and focus on dealing with his breakfast. As he looked up, Tom saw his owl, Dawn, flying in through the great hall's skylight. This was the owl Tom had left with his cheap father. Under normal circumstances, it would not be delivering letters to him. Tom quickly noticed that, besides the letter in its beak, Dawn was also clutching a box in its talons. He pushed aside his breakfast just as the owl swooped down. After feeding the owl a few biscuits, Tom opened the letter and began to read. The contents were simple. Aside from a few brief lines of concern, it mainly mentioned the box the owl had delivered. "This box is for Wade Reynolds?" Tom asked, looking at Wade in confusion. At that moment, Wade was staring at the box with great interest. When he noticed Tom looking over, Wade asked, "Your father sent this to me?" "Yes." Tom replied. "Ha, I knew it." Wade happily picked up the box and stuffed it into his coat pocket. Tom stared speechlessly as such a large box vanished into Wade's pocket. "What exactly did you have my father send you?" "Something very interesting. But, it can't be seen by others right now," Wade said mysteriously. Tom glanced at the letter again. It also specifically mentioned not opening the box in front of anyone else. "Let me take a look later." "Of course. Actually, I prepared a share of what's inside for you too." Tom's curiosity was completely hooked. He no longer had any interest in breakfast. Tom. Wade. And Rosier suddenly hurried over from the distance. "Good morning, Anne. You're a bit late today," Wade Reynolds said warmly. As soon as Anne sat down, she spoke somewhat urgently. "Wade, I have some news too." Wade cut her off. "Eat breakfast first." "Ah." And had no choice but to accept the large plate of mashed potatoes Wade pushed toward her. Then Anne heard a faint voice in her ear. "Don't panic, it's me. Just keep eating your breakfast. I'll teach you a spell that lets you convey meaning without speaking." And was surprised inwardly, but her expression did not change. After Wade taught her the whispering charm, and finally understood why Wade and Tom would sometimes exchange glances for no apparent reason. So they had been communicating in secret. No wonder, back then, the two of them had been able to set her up so easily. If they could conspire face to face at any time, how was she supposed to deal with two people by herself? Not to mention, she could not outmaneuver either of them individually. Anne's talent was also quite high. After a brief attempt, she successfully mastered the whispering charm. "You can tell me the news now," Wade said. At present, Grindelwald already knew Wade's true identity but had not yet discovered that and had defected to Wade's side. Because the Rosier family was closely tied to Grindelwald, he would not easily suspect anyone from the Rosier family of switching allegiance. That was why Wade had chosen to remain cautious. "I found out that man is preparing some kind of assessment for us," Anne said urgently, though on the surface she kept her head down, eating breakfast as if nothing were wrong. With the whispering charm, the three of them no longer needed to find a secluded place to conspire. "What kind of assessment?" Tom asked through the whispering charm as well. He set up a large tent in the Forbidden Forest. Inside, it's divided into many zones. In each zone, he's placed dark creatures of varying strength. Of course, there are also quite a few magical creatures, and they're all highly aggressive ones. Our assessment is to enter these zones by year and come out safely." And explained quickly. "How did you learn about this?" Wade asked. "To help me pass the assessment more easily, he took me to see it. He even told me which zones are relatively safer, and even now, quite a few dark creatures haven't been moved in yet," and said. Wade nodded. This should be part of Grindelwald's educational reforms. No wonder Dumbledore and the others reacted so strongly earlier. Having students face dark creatures really is too dangerous. To deal with these assessments, Hogwarts' curriculum will probably shift more toward practical combat. Grindelwald is training students the way one would train elite Aurors. Wade guessed that before long, many new school regulations would also be issued. The relaxed and cheerful atmosphere at Hogwarts might soon disappear. Military-style management. The phrase surfaced in Wade Reynolds' mind. It probably would not be as outrageous as Umbridge, but it certainly would not be easygoing either. Whether the environment was relaxed or not did not matter much to Wade. What he cared about was that once the castle adopted military-style management, he might not have as much time to conduct his more interesting research. Wade could only hope Grindelwald knew his limits and would not go too far. However, since it was Grindelwald's plan, causing him a bit of trouble could be considered an act of justice, right? Hey. You're saying, he's gathered a lot of dark creatures? Wade asked, licking his lips. And said, yes. I even saw inferi and female wraiths. He also told me that if not for the high infectivity and lack of control of werewolves, he would have caught a few, used dark magic to force them into permanent transformation, and then thrown them in as well. Completely unhinged, but I like it, Wade said with a grin. What are you planning now? Tom felt a chill for no reason when he saw Wade smile. I've recently become quite interested in dark creatures, Tom, Wade said with a smile. Hearing this, Tom recalled the Dementor Wade had forcibly tamed before. You're not thinking of? Let's borrow a few dark creatures. He's got plenty over there anyway, Wade said cheerfully. I knew it. Tom pressed a hand to his forehead. But what do you even want dark creatures for? If you were stealing magical creatures, I could at least understand. What do you mean stealing? That sounds awful. I'm borrowing. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 318, a non-existent person in the party. Forbidden Forest. The dense canopy blotted out the sky, leaving the forest in perpetual dimness. Dumbledore's figure appeared within the Forbidden Forest as he stepped over the thick layer of fallen leaves and slowly made his way deeper inside. Before long, he found a narrow path in the woods. There were footprints on the path, but they were not human footprints. They were hoofprints. Following the trail inward, Dumbledore soon spotted a settlement nestled within the forest. Wizard. Halt. A young centaur drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Dumbledore in warning. I am Albus Dumbledore. I was invited here to see Fernandez, Dumbledore said calmly, lifting his head. The young centaur slowly lowered his bow. Wait here. Dumbledore did not take offense at the centaur's cold attitude. He understood this race's temperament well enough. He quietly observed the settlement. The entire centaur encampment was surrounded by wooden walls. These wooden walls looked extremely sturdy, built by the centaurs to prevent wild beasts from intruding into their habitat. At that moment, Dumbledore could feel many curious gazes from within the settlement falling upon him. He lifted his head and looked toward the gate. In the distance, a strong centaur was approaching with a group of equally robust tribesmen at his side. Dumbledore, the centaur said as he came forward. Fernandez, good to see you, Dumbledore greeted with a smile. OG said he would return to report to you, so I would like to hear your opinion, Fernandez said proudly. Dumbledore smiled. Of course. We can have a proper talk today. Fernandez's expression eased slightly. Come in. We will talk inside. There were no houses in the centaur settlement, only many towering trees. Most centaurs preferred to live beneath the great trees. The younger foals, whose bodies were not yet strong enough, lived in tree hollows or caves. Dumbledore followed Fernandez inside. The adult centaurs all watched Dumbledore with wary eyes. Some of the young foals, however, peeked curiously from behind their elders, watching Dumbledore with wide eyes. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at them, which promptly startled the foals into scattering in all directions. Before long, Fernandez led Dumbledore to the largest tree at the center of the settlement. This tree was the biggest in the entire encampment. By Dumbledore's estimation, it would take at least 20 people holding hands to barely encircle it. Beneath the tree, a bonfire was crackling. Several elderly centaurs were already waiting there. Fernandez walked to the base of the tree and lay down directly on the hay. The other centaurs also gathered around the fire and found places to sit. Our settlement rarely receives wizard visitors, so we have no chairs for you, Fernandez said. That's quite all right, Dumbledore replied with a smile. He did not draw his wand. Instead, he lightly waved a hand toward the ground, and a fallen tree stump transformed into a simple chair. For certain historical reasons, centaurs held deep wariness toward both wizards and humans. And toward a wizard's weapon, the wand, their vigilance was even stronger. So Dumbledore deliberately refrained from taking out his wand. I have heard OG convey your concerns. I will personally speak with Grindelwald and have the damaged excess forest restored. Our herbology professor will provide full assistance in this matter, Dumbledore said. Good. Clearly, Fernandez was satisfied with this point. In truth, Grindelwald's tent did not occupy a particularly large area. With the extension charm inside, there was no need to destroy so much forest to create such a large, useless clearing. Seeing that the conversation had begun well, Dumbledore continued, I will also negotiate further with Grindelwald and have them strengthen their safeguards so that no foreign dark creatures enter the Forbidden Forest. Fernandez still had a certain degree of trust in Dumbledore, so he nodded slightly upon hearing this. We have one more condition. The place where they are currently setting up the tent should preferably be moved to the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest. If that can be done. Something's wrong. A rapid series of hoofbeats suddenly interrupted Fernandez. A young centaur came running from the distance. Dumbledore immediately noticed a deep wound on the centaur's arm. His heart jolted, and his brows drew tightly together. The injured young centaur's face was pale, and he had to be supported by several others to remain standing. What happened? Fernandez demanded in a low voice. Those damned wizards. They released those dark creatures into the Forbidden Forest, the injured young centaur said angrily. Fernandez shot to his feet. What did you say? Our people went to stop them, and then they attacked us. Firenze and the others were all captured. I was at the rear of the group, so I managed to escape, the wounded centaur said urgently. We have to rescue Firenze and the others. Fernandez turned to look at Dumbledore, his expression dark as storm clouds. Dumbledore, I need a reasonable explanation from you. Dumbledore sighed. I was not aware of this matter, Fernandez. I need to return and investigate first. You truly knew nothing about it? Fernandez demanded angrily. If I had known, why would I come here to speak with you? Dumbledore countered. Fernandez gave a short nod and picked up the heavy bough beside him. If this has nothing to do with you, then leave. Everyone else, take up your weapons. We are going to rescue our people and drive those wizards out of the Forbidden Forest. Fernandez. Dumbledore stepped in front of him. Please calm down. Do not act rashly. Trust me one more time. Let me negotiate. I will ensure your people are brought back unharmed. It is not that simple, Dumbledore. Not only will I rescue my people, I will make those wizards pay. Fernandez said furiously. If you do this, more of your people may be injured, Dumbledore urged desperately. Please believe me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. No, Dumbledore. We must go, Fernandez said with a frown. As the leader of the centaurs, he could not sit by and watch his people be humiliated. If his tribesmen were injured while he remained at home, how could he continue to hold his position as chief? In every sense, he had to go. Dumbledore understood this as well. After a moment of thought, he said, then let me come with you. I also need to find out exactly what happened. There was anger in Dumbledore's heart. To be honest, Grindelwald had promised clearly at the time that he would only set up a training tent in the Forbidden Forest and would not make any other moves. But now, so many problems had arisen. If you can keep up, then come along. Fernandez did not refuse Dumbledore's request. He immediately called his people and led them out of the settlement at a run. Watching the centaurs gradually disappear into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore let out a troubled sigh. Proud centaurs meeting the unruly followers of Grindelwald was a recipe for major conflict. No matter what, centaurs were magical beings under the protection of the Ministry of Magic, even if they had never sought the Ministry's help. As for Grindelwald's followers, Dumbledore's brows suddenly lifted slightly. He intended to see for himself what Grindelwald was up to. Was Grindelwald finally going to break the rules again? But why? There was no way Grindelwald would disrupt the rules over such a trivial matter. Could there be another scheme at work? Of course, if Grindelwald really was courting disaster, then Dumbledore would not hold back. In fact, he was practically hoping Grindelwald would make a mistake. White mist rose beneath Dumbledore's feet as he took to the air, swiftly pursuing the centaurs. It was the improved flying charm developed by Wade Reynolds. The centaurs were somewhat surprised to see Dumbledore flying after them. Even so, they remained silent, gripping their weapons tightly as they hurried forward. The sight only deepened Dumbledore's concern. It seemed today's incident would not be easily resolved. In the Forbidden Forest, on the lawn outside the Grindelwald faction's tent, Grindelwald stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the 7 or 8 centaurs bound together before him. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched. At this moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Who captured these centaurs? Grindelwald asked, barely restraining his anger. Right now, Grindelwald held the upper hand. As long as he continued to follow the rules properly, Dumbledore could only watch from the sidelines. But now, his own subordinates had attacked centaurs without cause. This was practically handing Dumbledore the knife by the handle. Several of Grindelwald's followers stepped forward. We did it. Seeing the expressions on their faces that almost looked like they were seeking credit, Grindelwald's face darkened. Noticing his sudden change in expression, even the dullest among them realized they might have caused serious trouble. Grindelwald slowly walked up to them and asked in a low voice, who struck first? Since a mistake had already been made, someone had to take responsibility. Strictly speaking, clashing with centaurs was not a major incident. After all, no centaurs had died because of it. As long as the primary offender stepped forward and admitted guilt, at worst they would spend 2 or 3 years in Azkaban before being released. Of course, with Grindelwald's current influence, a bit of maneuvering might even keep them out of Azkaban altogether. At most, they would pay a fine and the matter would be settled. In short, as long as someone was handed over to take the blame, Dumbledore would have no leverage against him. Under such circumstances, Grindelwald had expected someone to step forward quickly. But the few followers exchanged glances, and not a single one stepped out. What is this? Have you all lost even the courage to admit what you've done? Grindelwald said with displeasure. In the past, these followers would not have hesitated even to die for him. But now, they were shirking responsibility for an error that was clearly theirs. It's not that. I remember the one who incited us to act was standing right here just now. Yeah, so why is he suddenly gone? The followers spoke up one after another, looking aggrieved. Grindelwald frowned. Tell me his name. He's called, For a moment, they all froze. After a long pause, someone finally muttered, I can't remember his name. I can't remember either. What's going on? I clearly remember being very familiar with him. Wait, me too. I remember knowing that person well. How can I suddenly not remember his name? Something's wrong. I can't even clearly remember what he looks like anymore. Grindelwald's pupils contracted slightly. He did not believe these subordinates would lie to him. So, there was a person in his ranks who didn't exist. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 319, strange. Very strange. We really didn't lie to you. The few Grindelwald supporters were genuinely anxious now. In their memories, there truly had been such a person, yet they could not recall his name, his features, or even what he had said. They only remembered that this person had been very familiar with them. The feeling was so strange it was maddening. If only one person had felt this way, it could have been dismissed as simple madness. But several of them shared the exact same sensation. That made the situation far from simple. Grindelwald frowned and looked at the others. Aside from the few of them, does anyone else remember this person? The rest shook their heads. Someone answered, we only saw the 4 of them take the initiative to attack the centaurs. You're talking nonsense. There were clearly 5 of us, the Grindelwald supporters shot back. Exactly. And what do you mean we attacked the centaurs first? They were the ones who attacked us. But we all saw you take the initiative to attack the centaurs, those centaurs were just passing by. How is that possible? They had their bows drawn and aimed at me. Was I supposed to wait until an arrow pierced my throat before I fought back? The Grindelwald supporters present all insisted on their own versions, and the argument quickly erupted into chaos. Enough. Grindelwald barked sharply, cutting off their argument. He pressed his fingers hard against his brow. Something about this was deeply suspicious. Both sides had been present at the scene, yet their conclusions were completely different. Thinking of that non-existent person, Grindelwald suddenly felt the whole matter had become extremely bizarre. After pondering for a while, Grindelwald walked straight over to the bound centaurs. At the moment, the centaurs were all unconscious, and several of their wounds were still bleeding. Untie them and treat their injuries, Grindelwald said with a frown. The Grindelwald supporters immediately moved into action. Soon, the centaurs were awakened. The moment they regained consciousness, they bared their teeth in fury and tried to grab weapons to fight. But their weapons had long since been confiscated by the Grindelwald supporters. Faced with the supporters' wands, the centaurs had no room to resist. You may kill me, but don't even think about making us surrender, a burly centaur said angrily. Grindelwald waved a hand, and the surrounding supporters all lowered their wands. What is your name? Grindelwald asked. I am Farron, the centaur said proudly, lifting his head. And who are you? I am their leader, Gellert Grindelwald. I arrived only recently and am not yet clear on what exactly happened between you, Grindelwald said. Upon hearing that the man before him was Grindelwald, Farron immediately grew tense. Wasn't it you who ordered them to attack us? Farron asked. No. In fact, I still do not have the full picture. They insist that you drew your bows on them, yet others claim you were merely passing by and that they were the ones who initiated the attack. So I want to know the truth, Farron. We did not draw our bows first. Farron said firmly. I saw the 4 of them releasing dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest, so we intended to stop them. Then they attacked us. Releasing dark creatures. Grindelwald frowned and turned to look at the few supporters. You did not mention this earlier. Sir, we've been wronged. We know your orders very clearly. We would never allow dark creatures to escape from the tents. How could we possibly release them on our own initiative? One of them began to protest, and the others quickly echoed his words. Even the supporters who had been arguing with the 4 earlier said they had not seen the 4 releasing any dark creatures. Grindelwald's brows drew tightly together. The same incident, yet multiple sides gave completely different accounts. This matter was far too strange. If he had come earlier today to take a look, he would not be in such a passive position now. Grindelwald turned and walked over to stand before the four men. Everyone's testimony is against you, Grindelwald said sternly. One of the four immediately spoke up. Sir, everything we said is the truth. If you don't believe us, you can use legilimency to read my memories. We're willing as well. Grindelwald said coldly, even if you hadn't offered, I intended to do so. As he spoke, Grindelwald did not wait for the supporter to react before casting legilimency on him. Moments later, Grindelwald had already read through the memories of all four supporters. The facts proved that none of the four had lied. However, their memories were inexplicably incomplete. While reading their memories, Grindelwald also saw the scene of them speaking with that non-existent person. But, there was no one in front of them. In other words, within their memories, they had been talking to thin air. Next, Grindelwald used legilimency on the other witnesses as well. Even the centaurs, including Farron, were not spared. Yet the conclusion made the hairs on the back of Grindelwald's neck stand on end. Because, to his shock, everyone present had genuine memories, and he was certain that none of them showed any signs of tampering. In other words, none of the three parties had lied. No one was at fault. Grindelwald was beginning to feel that perhaps he himself was the one with the problem. Go check whether the dark creatures in that carriage are still there. No, I'll see for myself. Grindelwald strode toward the carriage. Just now, in the centaur's memories, the four supporters had released the dark creatures from that very carriage. Sir, this carriage originally held several quintapes, but we already moved them into the tent yesterday, someone said hurriedly. Grindelwald opened the cage door on the carriage. Sure enough, it was completely empty. You, come here. Grindelwald beckoned the men over and immediately cast legilimency. A moment later, Grindelwald released the supporter with a frustrated expression. The centaurs claimed that the quintapes had been released into the Forbidden Forest, yet in the memories of the other supporters, the quintapes inside had been placed in the tent yesterday. Grindelwald then walked into the tent. After quite some time, he emerged again, his face even more displeased. The quintapes were still in the tent. In other words, the centaurs' memories were inaccurate. But their memories clearly showed no signs of being altered. Grindelwald felt a headache coming on. The key to the problem must lie with that extra person. Just as irritation mounted in Grindelwald's chest, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached them. A trace of delight appeared on Farron's face. Wizard, are you still not going to release me? My kin have arrived. Grindelwald said with obvious disdain, am I restraining you right now? If not for the recent change in his methods and his concern about giving Dumbledore leverage, with the centaur's temperament, he would have wiped them out several times over by now. Dumbledore had been right before. Once he chose this path, it was as if he had placed a heavy shackle upon himself. At this moment, the centaur group had already appeared, with Fernandez leading the charge. Grindelwald's gaze fell on Dumbledore, who was flying alongside the centaurs. The moment he saw Dumbledore, an inexplicable sense of relief rose in Grindelwald's heart. This matter was far too bizarre. Grindelwald urgently needed someone to help him analyze it. Although Dumbledore was now his enemy, the man had always possessed a brilliant mind. If he could help examine the situation. Release my kin. Fernandez shouted. Farron and the others immediately ran over. Seeing that his kin were unharmed, Fernandez let out a breath of relief. But when he noticed the injury still lingering on them, the anger in his chest flared violently. Wizard! You harmed my kin. You will pay for this. Fernandez roared. Your kin matter, but my people don't. Grindelwald replied coldly. We don't even know who's right or wrong yet, and you're already rushing to conclusions. The bizarre situation had already left Grindelwald extremely irritated. And Fernandez's tone was particularly grating. So Grindelwald was starting to lose his patience as well. My people told me it was you who released dark creatures into the Forbidden Forest and then injured my kin when they tried to stop you. What is there left to be unclear about? What a coincidence. My people say it was your kin who drew their bows on us first. My people were acting in self-defense, Grindelwald said coldly. Wizard, you have angered me, Fernandez replied icily. And is angering you supposed to be some great offense, centaur? Grindelwald sneered. Setting aside the fact that we did not release any dark creatures into the Forbidden Forest, even if we had, what would it have to do with you? Do you really think you're the kings of the Forbidden Forest? Remember this. Ownership of the Forbidden Forest belongs to Hogwarts. You are merely residents. Furious, Fernandez raised his bow, but Dumbledore, beside him, caught his arm. Please wait. Grindelwald, what exactly are you trying to do? Dumbledore demanded sharply. Grindelwald let out a cold laugh, then turned to the supporters behind him. All of you, get over here. Let Professor Dumbledore use legilimency to examine your memories. Let's see who is actually in the wrong. Faced with this bizarre situation, he knew explaining it directly to Dumbledore would be troublesome, and the other man might not even believe him. It would be better to let him check for himself. In any case, the supporters had no major secrets about him in their minds, so there was nothing to fear from Dumbledore's scrutiny. Moreover, regarding the supposed release of dark creatures, it was clearly the centaurs whose memories were off. The fault was not on their side. Grindelwald simply did not believe that after checking, Dumbledore would not be utterly bewildered. He refused to be the only one left confused. Dumbledore frowned at Grindelwald. The man's behavior today could only be described as highly abnormal. To simply allow him to examine their memories like this, could it be that their memories had all been altered? Impossible. Dumbledore dismissed the thought. Grindelwald knew his capabilities very well. If memories had been tampered with, would he really fail to notice? At this moment, the supporters also stepped forward with their heads held high. Give me a moment. I'll take a look. After calming the centaurs, Dumbledore strode over. Since Grindelwald had said as much, he might as well check. 10 minutes later, the same trace of confusion appeared on Dumbledore's face. When his gaze met Grindelwald's, he immediately understood the other's meaning. Clearly, the other man was just as puzzled by this matter. Under the current circumstances, it truly was very strange. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at